Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
He blasts that one down the right field line, headed toward the wall, and it slams off the wall. Ramos will score. Ahmed gets a stop sign into second with a booming double. Don't butt Jung-Hoo, just do that.
That was violent.
That was violent.
Off the bat and off the wall.
That was violent. Jung-Hoo tries to get a win over the Rockies, 8-6. And oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? You're getting ready for work. What is happening? If you're those on the roadways here, drive safely. Drive safely. And the overnight dancers, hopefully you had a great night. Business was booming for you. Listen, we got YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Shout out to all of them. Good morning to them. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text line. Spadone, good morning to you. Lubman, Carter, in the building. Of course, Spadone in for Shasky this week. Week's been flying by here. Watching the Colorado Rockies.
Ugh.
That's who we all thought the A's would be this year. They're not even close. I don't know what the direction is of the Colorado Rockies. I don't know what their plan is, and I want to give Giants credit. They're beating them up, and they've been beating them up at Coors Field under Farhan Zaidi. But Spadoni, man, I just look. I'm happy the Giants won. They won 2 in a row. Hey, you can salvage another game on this road trip, win 4 in 10 games. You dress it up and look good, and go 4-6. But the Rockies, I kept scratching my head thinking, what is their plan? What are they doing?
Well, we were talking about the soul of a city and a sports city yesterday and certain teams that could represent that. There's no soul in the Colorado Rockies. They have been lifeless damn near my entire life. It's been a nice ballpark, but I have never, outside of that one World Series run they had, what was that, 07, whatever that was?
They lost to the Red Sox.
Yeah, and they had like a 2-week off hiatus or whatever because they just kept sweeping everyone. Right. Outside of that, they have just been a nothing burger for me. Like, and there's a couple teams like that around certain leagues. For the most part, you can go like the Washington Wizards have been one of those for my entire life, basically. Just franchises that just don't do anything for anyone. Yeah, they might get thrown a bone. You know, they had the All-Star game there a couple years ago. They had the Home Run Derby. That was fun. But they're just one of those teams where I forget about them. You forget about them, but they're so bad this year that you cannot. It's like a car wreck. You just got to look at it. And for the Giants, you're just happy you got the series win. Yeah. And you know what? That's fine by me.
You're not complaining.
I'm not
complaining.
Some wins. This was a ultimate slump buster. We said it going into it. If you lost to the Colorado Rockies this series,
it's a problem.
Then it's a problem. But get back onto the horse here and see if you could carry this momentum into some tougher matchups ahead.
Look, the Rogers brothers pitched well yesterday. Rogers brothers, that is.
That's something to scoff at. If you pitch well at Coors, that does something for me.
Jordan Hicks does a little. 5 innings, gave up to 7 hits and 2 walks. It's a big ballpark. You got through 5 though, and you get the win. Jordan Hicks now improves to 3-1 on the season. Rockies are just terrible. They gave up to 6 spot at the top of the second inning. And it was good to see Ramos. By the way, Ramos got called up due to Soler going to the IL due to a shoulder strain. So Ramos was DH last night. He goes 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Batted 7th. Yaz was batting 6th, and Yaz went 2 for 4. You got Chapman. He got a couple knocks yesterday, 2 for 5. Michael Conforto starting it off with a bang. So the Giants do get a win. But I was just thinking, man, the Rockies, like they do in soccer in the Premier League, you don't win enough games, and you stink, you get relegated. You don't get to play in the big boy league. Now, what would that mean for the Rockies? I don't know. But that's a AAA organization right now. They're a AAA organization. Chris Bryant, the big money man they signed a couple years ago, has done nothing. He's been hurt for the most part. It's been hurt.
Great move by the Giants not getting him and going after him, actually.
Yeah, I'll give
Farhan some credit there. He saw the writing on the wall when it came to him. Maybe a guy like Gosman in the past would have been nice to keep, but even Kevin Gosman's actually kind of struggling this year with Toronto. But to your point, they just have nothing to be hopeful about. I mean, at least back in the day, you remember they had Tulo. He was always hurt, though. Who was my other guy? Gonzalez, right?
So, Carlos Gonzalez.
And they had Todd Helton there forever. Now he's a Hall of Famer, or he should be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he got inducted or not.
I think he got inducted.
Did he get inducted this past one? I feel like
he just got inducted in the last class.
Todd Helton.
He'll be giving a speech at Cooperstown. Yep.
Yes, he did. So so shout out Todd Helton. But again, outside of that, like that is the only Colorado Rocky worth noting. Remember they had Jamie Moyer there when he was like 50 years old. So like they're just one of those teams where I just don't associate anything. Like, say what you will about the A's. You could associate, the dumpster fire of the Coliseum, the ownership and stuff like that. They've been competitive. They've had teams where you're like, okay, and they have players that have actually produced, maybe not for their team, but other teams, whether it's Matt Olson, whether it's Josh Donaldson in the past, stuff like that. Colorado, and I look at that sports town, Denver, and obviously they have the Nuggets right now, and the Nuggets don't resonate at all there.
Right.
They just don't. It's just not a basketball place. Even though they won the championship, you can just go to their television ratings. They're just not tuning in.
The television ratings aren't great, but you know what? They sell it out.
They do. No, they do. People go to the games.
It's a Broncos.
It's Broncos. It's exactly
Colorado
what it is.
Buffaloes.
Avalanche.
Yeah,
you're right. The Buffaloes. I mean, prime. Yeah, Coach Prime there.
Time. Yeah, prime time.
So the Rockies, they're like fifth on the totem pole. Like, college is ahead of you.
But people like that ballpark. They do like.
Well, it is pretty. Like aesthetically, when I'm watching it on television, it looks nice.
It's downtown on Blake Street. You renovated it. You got the Mile High, the purple line up there. You got the bar scene up there, right field. I hear it's a great ballpark. It's a great road trip. It's a great place to be, and that's their baby. No doubt, but the Broncos are as well, the Nuggets. So, look, man, they're getting no traction. I don't know if they could ever gain traction in that ballpark, in that altitude. They got to figure something out. They've tried to draft kids from the Denver area. That hasn't worked out. They've tried to draft. They tried the humidor. They tried all these things. I just don't know what the direction is with the Colorado Rockies. I don't know the plan. I just... You look at them, it's like, wow, that's sad.
They're kind of like, and now we're seeing them playing better as of late, but the Mariners for the last 20 plus years prior to like Julio Rodriguez and all these guys coming up, they were just irrelevant. Yeah, they had Ichiro, but it's like, oh, great, Ichiro, yay. Yeah. And that was it.
That was that.
It's like, cool, there's Ichiro there. And then he's left, and then he went to the Yankees, the Marlins, what have you. So they're just one of those teams. And then National League specifically, when you have all those iconic brands too, like even the teams that have been bad, like the Pirates, they're a brand. They got the ballpark. They got those jerseys. It just pops. Colorado, I actually kind of like the jerseys. I always like the purple and black, the hats specifically. I always kind of rock those. The pinstripes I always thought were a cool look. Not bad. But it just they come through still as like an expansion team, but they've been around for 30 plus years. For as long as I've been alive, I think
they've been around since 93. 93 was their first season when they couldn't beat the Atlanta Braves one time that season.
Really?
The Braves win 104. The Giants win 103 to miss out on the playoffs.
Man.
The classic race. The Rockies couldn't beat them once. They were playing the Braves for the last series of the season in Atlanta, and Atlanta swept the 4-gamer. Of course, the Giants lose on the last day of the season to the Dodgers, 12-1. Solomon Torres will never forget the name for what happened that day at Dodger Stadium. Mike Piazza going yard twice, and the Giants won 103 games. And the next year, the wild card was implemented. So the Rockies, they've been useless. But real quick, Spino, I gotta get to this. By the way, I do see some of your texts. Real Madrid did win.
They did.
They're like the Yankees or something with soccer. They're losing the whole time to Bayern. 87th minute, boom, score. Couple minutes under, boom, score. It's like, and the announcer said, this is just what Real Madrid does.
They have that championship mindset. That is what DNA. They do.
They come back and rally.
It's like the Houston Astros as of late. You could never count them out. It was the Warriors with Steph, Klay, and Dre. Like you can't count certain teams out until they're down for the count, and they're one of them. And poor Harry Kane, my guy, formerly of Tottenham, now he's with Bayern, obviously the English national team.
They're not going to win their German league.
It's just, he can't get a trophy, my guy.
He can't get a trophy, man. He can't get one trophy. All right.
He gets roasted online too much for me. Harry Kane, he's a nice guy.
By the way, so we have a situation in our home, Spadoni.
Uh-oh, I'm scared.
No, I'm scared that I'm going to be late for some shows.
What?
Because we
gaming too much? What are you doing?
No. So we have this fitted sheet. It's a mattress. It's called a Pod 4 Ultra. And, the Sleeping Beauty thing. It's a mattress. You fit it over your back. You fit this sheet over your mattress. And
but it is, you get a new mattress,
it's like a new mattress. Okay, it's like a little layer.
Okay, so it's, got it.
And you plug it up into this pod, and you got water in it, and it controls the temperature on each side of the bed. So Ed can control the temperature on her side of the bed. I can control the temperature on my side of the bed.
Interesting. So it's like a water layer on top of the mattress you already have.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
It's very, very strange. Look it up, folks. Pod 4 Ultra.
I'm trying to do that
it's a
right
Pod
now.
4 Ultra. It's a pod, right? Look it up.
Do you have a king or queen size bed?
King size.
So
King
do I.
size.
It's great.
Yeah,
Never going back.
Yeah, never going
Look,
back.
you're talking to it's
Well, it is the king. You're right. King squared.
King squared. So Edda got this through her job. She gets health and wellness benefits, and this is part of her benefits. So she orders
a nice
this
benefit.
mattress. I'm like, wow, okay, whatever. I've never heard of it.
Take notes,
Never
Austin.
heard of it. So I don't even ask me the price of it because, health and wellness benefits. Anyway, the way it wakes you up, because I got my alarm clock obviously on my cell phone, but the mattress starts vibrating when it's time for you to wake up. It has your time set. You download the app and you control everything through the app. The temperature, what time you want to set the alarm, what time you want to go to bed. I mean, this thing is next level. And so today, I went back to sleep like it was nothing. It starts vibrating, feels like a massage. I mean, I've slept so great this week. I don't. How can I go back? How can I go back to this? I'm telling you, Jeremiah, this thing is unbelievable, and it's deadly because I can see myself.
Deadly.
I can just see myself sleeping through my
God.
alarm and just crashing. I've slept so good this week, Spinoni. It's not even funny.
No, that's great because I'm literally sleeping on like a children's side twin bed with Benny because he's waking up a bunch because it's been hot in his room. Doesn't have great air insulation, so I've been in there. He's been waking up, so I'm having a 3 or 4 kinks right in my shoulder blade. But I'm glad you're sleeping well and then sleeping through the night. No, it's great. No, it's fun.
I don't mean to brag, but this thing is.
But I'm looking at the Pod 4 Ultra you said you have right now because there's the Pod 3, there's the Pod 4, there's Pod Racing,
right,
and then there's Pod 4 Ultra.
Yeah.
So you got the sleeping, reading, and custom positioning, snoring detection, snoring mitigation, and it's all for the lovely price of, and this is how you know it's bougie. It's in euros. It's not even in American dollars. It's in the euros. Hey, it's $100 or sorry, 100 euros off. 4,500. Well, hey, I would love to have that as
what's
as
that
a
in American dollars now?
All that. Well, I think the exchange rate's pretty close, I want to say right now. Or maybe we're doing a little well.
Yeah, well, we see. No, we got.
Well, you're going to Europe this summer. You got to know these things.
Yeah, I'm not going to Europe this summer. We don't have the money. Warriors going to make the playoffs. We didn't get the bonus checks. But no, Hannah got these through her health and wellness benefits at her job.
No, that's like
and this Pod 4 and Vitaly's right. Is it just me or is mattress talk better than the Giants talk right now? Probably because this match. I'm telling you, it is a game changer. Maybe I'm telling you, the Giants would put you to sleep. This thing will put you to sleep into a deeper sleep, and it checks out the REM sleep, your deep sleep, the percentages, your heartbeats. This thing is unreal. Well, I'm telling you, I would pay monthly for this thing.
Well, it's smart to invest in the company that Anna works for, investing in stuff like that, because you want to be at your best, and part of being at your best in your job is getting a good night's sleep.
Good night's sleep.
It's really that simple. So kudos to the company. That's awesome.
Hey, dude.
Obviously, where you at, bro?
This is dangerous. Like, I'm looking at Anna. She sets hers in warm. My leg goes over to her side. I'm like, wow,
what
it's
is
really
that?
warm.
There's this constant thing between the males and the females. We are constantly hot.
Yeah.
I need an AC on.
Yeah, me
it
too.
could be in the middle of winter and I'm blasting the AC. Yeah. Oh, it's so cold. No, I'm not putting the heater on right now. I'm the one driving. I need to be cold. All right? It's really that simple. Of course, it never works, Ponte. So
no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. No, but this thing is dangerous. I'm officially concerned. Maybe some couch days for me. And if you dude,
hey, the couch can be dangerous too, depending on how nice your couch is. I don't mind sleeping on the couch sometimes.
My couch is whatever. It's a sexual.
Sounds like
couch.
you need to. Oh, okay.
Well, we knew Baby Chaz was coming, and we're like, I'm gonna be humble in this one. Yeah, we'll keep it cool with the couch.
Okay,
but this Pod 4 dude, Spinoni, I'm telling you right now.
Pod 4 Ultra.
I mean, like, I look forward to going to bed now.
Not the iPod 4 Ultra.
No.
Or the iPad.
What's the Pod 4?
Do you see the new iPad commercial getting just absolutely destroyed on social right now?
No, what happened with that?
Because like it's like a thin iPad. It's like the thinnest version we've ever had. And they had, it's like a commercial, right? So they have all these different things that they basically are insinuating is going to be inside the iPad. So they got a piano, they got lighting, they got all these beautiful instruments, they got art pieces, Picassos, they got everything. And they have this giant hydraulic press pushing it all down and destroying everything. And then what pops out at the end is this little iPad, but people are crushing it because they're basically insinuating they're destroying actual like art pieces and musical pieces and trying to put it in this little freaking machine in your hand. It's just a bad look from Apple. I mean, maybe I'm not explaining it well. Sam's looking at me like I'm not.
Thing is
look it up right now. iPad.
I'm trying to think what's getting crushed more, that ad or all that stuff being crushed onto the iPad.
Well, both. That's the thing. You're destroying actual art and putting it into this screen that we're all looking at constantly.
Well, I don't get why they need to go thinner and thinner with iPads. I just don't get the whole iPad, the graduation of just keep the iPads the same. Just keep them the same.
Thinner is lighter, easier to carry around.
I guess.
Easier to
thick is in. We all know that.
Yeah,
all right.
Thick is in.
Thick is in.
Thick is in.
Let's go.
We like them thicker than the sticker.
Charm is on.
Oh, Charm is on
Speaking
too?
of
Oh,
thick.
yeah. No wonder you're horny. Charm comes on here. You guys go goo goo gaga.
Relax.
Man. You guys,
Jeez.
You ever seen boobs before? No, listen.
I have 2 children, Monte. I am well aware. Thank you.
888-957-9570. Shout out to our friends
My
at
parents have 10 kids.
If we're going to call it, hey, my dad has 9 kids as well.
There you go.
Not all with the same women. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water. Play Begins Rain. Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8:30.
It's going to be a great Thursday.
Mark Medina at 9:20 to talk about the landscape of the LA, because we've been doing this. We went down to Orlando the other day. We got it from Brandon Kravitz. We heard about Klay Thompson and how they're feeling about Klay Thompson. We've got a Phoenix with Eddie Johnson about what's going on with Kevin Durant. Now we will go to LA and talk to Mark Medina about what the heck is going to happen with the Clippers and the Lakers. Mark's tapped in with both, and I can't wait to catch up with our buddy Mark Medina. He used to be a staple here at 95.7 The Game.
I used to work with him on the weekends. He'd be like a special fill-in sometimes on the Warriors This Week on Saturdays, whether it be with JD then or with Steiny. It'd be a good time. Yeah, Mark's a good dude.
Time. So I'm looking at YouTube right now. What did Shaq say? What quote? Was it the quote about Nikola Jokic?
Didn't he say?
Because Nikola Jokic won his third MVP. His third MVP in the last 4 years, and it's well-deserved. You could have voted for 5 guys. You could have.
He should have won 4 straight for keeping it a buck.
Right.
Like he should have won it last year. I know the whole people crying for Joel Embiid, Kendrick Perkins, and then we saw what happens in the playoffs and who the true MVP was last year.
So Jokic wins it 3 and 4 years. Truly iconic. SGA could have won it. Brunson could have won it.
I mean, we're looking Brunson right now. Absolutely.
Luka could have won it. There's a lot of worthy candidates. Jason Tatum. Nobody talks about him winning MVP.
I was thinking about that this morning.
Nobody talks about him.
The Celtics had like the best record in basketball all year long, and he's the best player, and he doesn't even scoff it. No one brings him up. It's weird to me. It's weird. He's not playing very well in the playoffs, by the way.
Finished fifth in MVP voting.
Of course.
So Nikola Jokic he joins a club where he wins his third MVP. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Moses Malone.
It's decent company.
It's rarefied air. It's a hell of a club to be in. But Shaq got a little insecure. He was talking to Jokic, going back and forth about the MVP. And look what Shaq said while talking to Jokic. Let me know when you get it. I see the one finger up.
So they interview these guys on TNT as well. So they bring them in. Hey, congratulations, so-and-so. They had the off day yesterday. So they're playing tonight in Minnesota. And
tomorrow in Minnesota.
Tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I said
Friday.
tonight. My bad.
Friday.
Oh, God, that's a lot of days off.
A lot of days off. You get Dallas and OKC tonight.
That helps Denver.
Yeah, it does. I think so.
That helps
Cleanse
them,
their minds. Get some rest. All right, here's the interaction between Shaq and Jokic.
I felt Shea Alexander deserved it. I've been number 2 a lot. When I played my ass off, number 2. So the fact that he has to start all over next year and try to win it again, I think it was, I know this is going to be hurtful for him. Hopefully he uses this to motivate him to win a championship. But I thought, and again, no disrespect to the Joker, best big man in the league by far. You could have went this way, but I thought Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, one of only, a few players that had 30 points 50 times. Stat stuffer, great season. His team is number 1. Nobody expect him to be number 1. I thought Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was going to win it by far, but congratulations to Joker. I'm happy for him.
That was strange.
And then Joker comes on, and maybe we can get this on the other side because we got a break. Shaq talks to Jokic about it and tells Jokic that, you know what? I thought Shea should have won. The whole thing was just odd to me.
It was just odd. Very odd. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
Joker, as the president of the Big Man Alliance, you are the president of the Big Man Alliance. You know I love you, the best player in the league. I want to congratulate you, but I want you to hear from me first. I thought the SGA should have been the MVP. That's no disrespect to you, but congratulations. And what do you guys have to do to get back on track versus Minnesota?
Thank you, Shaq. We don't judge people here, so that's fine. It's your opinion. I'm joking.
No, hey, all good. I love you. I love your brothers. One thing we always going to do is keep it real with each other. Congratulations. I love you.
No, for real. I think there is a lot of people a lot of players that deserve it. It's probably details and kind of small things. But yes, we have a tough stretch. We lost 2 games at home against Minnesota. Tomorrow we're going to Minnesota to try to get back series to Denver.
Now,
Joker, as the president of the Big Man Alliance,
with Vontae and Shasky.
The president of the Big Man Alliance.
Hey, at least Shaq had the gall to tell him personally that he thought SGA should have won the MVP. And kudos to Jokic for taking a high road and saying, you know what? I respect it.
Yeah.
5 guys could have won the MVP. I don't know how I won it, but I did. And it's all good. Jokic played that off well.
Yes.
Shaq looked a little immature with that. And I watched Inside the NBA at night. They were talking about it, and Shaq was like, no, the best player should get the MVP award. And Jared Jackson Jr., they asked him, what is the definition of MVP? Shaq asked Jared Jackson Jr., he goes, well, to me, it's kind of a team award. Best defender, DPOY, is on the best team. MVP, best player on the best team. All these awards, winning matters. Winning needs to matter.
Well, in basketball, definitely.
Definitely. But I remember when Westbrook got the MVP and OKC was a 6 seed. It was, and like Westbrook deserved the MVP, but it was one of those, hey, we feel sorry for you because Kevin Durant left Oklahoma City.
Exactly what it was.
Let's give you the sympathy award. And I'm just thinking to myself, damn. And Shaq is still scored from not winning multiple MVPs. Steve Nash still won. I don't know. I thought Shaq looked a little small in that situation.
Well, and that's funny because he's like 7 feet, bajillion feet tall. So it's like
he stooped down to a level that he didn't have to.
Is he equating MVPs and winning them to like who's the better player overall? Because it feels like a guy who's threatened by what Jokic has been doing the last 4 to 5 years now. Winning a title last year. We'll see if he can crawl out from an 0-2 hole this year. But it sounds like a guy who's threatened about his place in the NBA hierarchy with big men. I don't think anyone's saying Nikola Jokic is better than Shaquille O'Neal.
Right.
No one is saying that. They're different players. But Shaq going up, I did think it was even, like, that's fine if you want to tell that to him, but I just don't feel like there was a place to do that.
It was.
Hey, Jokic, hey, congratulations, you won that. I actually thought this guy should have won.
Right.
Your thoughts?
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
What do you
put the guy in a horrible position, Sam.
Well, hold on really quick, because this is the first time Shaq's done this. I forget who it was, but I think like a couple years ago, during a post-game interview, I'm spacing on the name, Bonte, you might remember.
Donovan Mitchell?
Was it Donovan Mitchell? Yeah, like
he
he's jumped on, hey, Donovan, I don't have a question for you. I just don't think your game's that great. I just want you to know that. And it might have been Donovan. He was just like, okay, thank you. Like, he played it off really cool, too.
Yeah, it's just strange.
It's like, this is like a pattern now for Shaq. And my question is to your point, Spadoni, it's like, why? Like, Shaq, you have nothing to prove. You're one of the best big men in NBA history. You are like, literally, like, if you're designing one of the perfect NBA centers,
he's a top 10 player in the history.
Yeah, you don't need to be punching down like this. I don't get it.
He's showed his sensitive side a lot, man. And look, a lot of people ignore him. They do ignore him when it comes to, like, they go to Bill Russell, they go to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they go to Duncan. You don't hear a lot about Shaq because they just say, oh, he was just big. But let me tell you, Spadone, Shaq was big and athletic. In his first 6-7 years in the league, was as dominant of a stretch as I've ever seen.
People thought he should have been on the Dream Team, not Christian Laettner.
Oh, he should have been. He should have been on the Dream Team instead of Christian Laettner. He was that dominant. Not Christian Laettner, Duke University. He had the fresh face. Everybody loved Christian Laettner.
He was really good, to his credit. He was very good in college. Yes.
But Shaq was that guy. But I don't know why Shaq gets so sensitive about some of these things. It just was odd. But credit to Jokic. The way I looked at it, Spadoni, is Jokic took the high road and said, you know what? I respect your opinion. It's all good. And he said, you know what? And he credited SGA. Goes, dude, if he wins it, he would have won.
Do you think Jokic would have cared?
No.
That's the difference between Nikola Jokic and Shaquille O'Neal. He does not give a rep. The guy won the title last year, and wanted to go home immediately after.
Well,
like,
then
but people don't like people. Yeah, he parties. Trust me. Hey, he's Serbian. Come on, dude. They like to party. But they're just built different. Like these guys, the expectations, the mindset between a guy like Shaquille O'Neal and Nikola Jokic, they're just different. And I just think it bothers Shaq to see all this success from a guy like Jokic when he really couldn't care. Like we all want to be that guy that doesn't care, right? We want to be that cool guy. Oh, look at him. Right. He doesn't give a rip about anything. Well, it's one thing to say that, but deep down, we're all insecure about something. Every single one of us.
And no doubt. And look, the way he went at it with Dwight Howard all those years, JaVale McGee and everything like that. Shaq did later on, and I'm glad Matthew put this on the YouTube chat because it did jog my memory. He was a little adamant about Shea getting just 15 first-place votes. Now, I have the voting breakdown here, Spadoni. Let me break this down. The voting breakdown for the MVP award. Wrong thread. Because he was mad because SGA didn't get a lot of first-place votes. So here it is. Jokic, 79 first-place votes. SGA, 15. Luka Doncic, 4. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 1. Second-place votes. SGA got 40. Jokic got 18. Luka received 36 second-place votes. Brunson got 3 second-place votes. Third-place votes. SGA, 40. Luka, 50. Jokic 2, and then you look here. Somebody, Domantas Sabonis.
What?
Somebody gave Domantas Sabonis a 4th place vote.
Oh, that was our guy, Kyle Draper.
Had to be. Kevin Durant got a 5th place vote from somebody. Anthony Edwards got a couple. He got 3 5th place votes, a 3rd place vote, and a 4th place vote. And Jason Tatum. I think if anybody should be complaining, it should be Jason Tatum. How does Jason Tatum finish 6th in MVP voting on the best team?
They were the best team all year. And that's the narrative.
Jason Tatum can't get more love?
I think he is caught in a very unfortunate situation right now where everyone's waiting for him to win a title.
Yeah.
They're all saying, you need to prove it to me. You guys were the hot thing a couple of years ago. Now we're waiting to see.
Yeah.
Can you guys finally get over that hump? Which is unfair because, as we all know, and Ramona Shelburne, who joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, she's the one that coined this, obviously senior writer for ESPN, does a tremendous job. It's a narrative award. It's always going to be
she said
it, and she's a voter. It's a narrative award.
You know what's weird?
Which is crazy because in basketball, it's different than football and in baseball. Because baseball, you don't have to be on the best team.
No.
In baseball,
Mike Trout's won it for so many years and been in 4th place. Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, I do because I think he's the best player, and it's not his fault. But there's also
it's an individual sport. But I'm more so
9 players. It's different.
I reward winning. I reward winning, and Tatum did a lot of winning. SGA did a lot of winning. Giannis and the Bucks, they disappointed in the second half. You know, Jalen Brunson, they did a lot of winning in New York City. He deserves love.
Would anyone have been upset if Jalen Brunson won MVP this year?
I wouldn't have been upset.
Did you see his performance yesterday after having that foot injury in that first half and then coming back?
I got OG Anunoby with a hamstring injury. The New York Knicks is running. Tibbs is running these guys.
I'm telling you, the Celtics are going to cruise to the finals.
Well, I think the Knicks have a shot, but they're not.
Well, they're just going to get too hurt, Bonte.
Yeah, I know. Tibbs is running these guys into the ground. But I wouldn't have been mad if Jokic, which he did with it, SGA, Luka, Brunson or Tatum won the MVP award. Those 5 guys, I would have been cool with that.
It was a very deep class this year. Usually, there's a guy that's just far and away the best. Last couple of years, it's been Jokic and Embiid. It's been kind of back and forth. But you just look at the stats, and I thought Ernie Johnson, who was obviously the host for Inside the NBA there on TNT, did a great job checking Shaq there. He's like, well, if you just look at all the stats, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's the stat king. And then he's like, what are you talking about? Go to Jokic's stats. So I'm looking at him right now.
Right.
He averaged 26, 12, and 9 this year.
Wow.
26 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists. And Shai, to his credit, he averaged 30 points, 5 boards, and 6 assists. Like they're just, it's drawing hairs here. It's like, I don't know what you want from Jokic there, Shaq. Like, did you want him to say, oh, yeah, Shai, he was better. He should have won. He's not going to do that. He's just
he's been unbelievable. He played 79 games this season. He joined Wilt Chamberlain as the only players in NBA history to finish in the top 5 in points, rebounds, assists in multiple seasons. Elgin Baylor is also the other player to do so once. He's the second player to record 2,000 points, 900 rebounds, 600 assists in a season, joining Oscar Robertson, the Big O. He had 25 triple-doubles, second only to Sabonis.
This is
come on, man.
This is like 4 or 5 years now in a row where we're having the top 1 and 2 in the conversation not be Americans.
I mean, yeah,
hey, that's
true.
We got the Canadian Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Come on, USA baby.
Give Tatum some love. Give Brunson some love. All right, more coming up here. We'll talk more MVP. We'll talk about the game last night between the Knicks and the Pacers. Rick Carlisle going off on the officials. Rick Carlisle. We got Flip coming up at 8:30. Talk a little baseball again. We got Mark Medina to give us the lay of the land down in L.A. with the Clippers and the Lakers. What is going on down there in terms of the basketball teams? We'll get that from Mark Medina. A lot going on here on the roast. And by the way, I got something on the other side for you guys. Watching the game at Madison Square Garden, it kind of made me wonder. I wonder, Spino.
Like Kanye?
I wonder. Not like Kanye.
Ooh.
Just wonder. I don't want to do anything.
That.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Although he tried to jump into the hit him up rap beef for what?
Just stay away from everything, Kanye.
What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Talk about the Knicks and Pacers and more of the Shaq situation with Nikola Jokic on the roast.
Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
Not. What up, Klay? You know your boy, Bonte Hill, the Klay Thompson apologist, part of the Klay Thompson fan club. We'll never roast you, Klay. Come on, the way you played this season, post-All-Star break, shooting 41 from 3, 46 from the floor, 19 points a game.
Same old Klay to me.
Same old Klay to me, baby. He liked that, huh? He loved it.
Same old Klay to me.
Hey, when he said, love me goes, so that interview, I asked Klay, I was like, hey, it looks like the same old Klay to me. And he's like talking, and he goes, Bonte, this and that. And Love me texts me right away. He goes, I could feel you smiling through the television when he said that.
That must be fun.
I think I was the fastest I ever texted Sterling in that moment. Grab that interview. I need that same old Klay to me.
Same old Klay to me.
Same old Klay to me.
By the way, you brought in Tony in Oakland. She tweeted me yesterday. Bonte, been missing our interaction. And in the Chronicle today, Purdy, in parentheses, best quarterback ever, best quarterback soon, best ever quarterback soon, is getting buff. I told you, singular energy, M&F, I don't know what that means. Not the Bay Area. I don't know what the rest of that says. All the brothers I know totally agree with me.
Sounds pretty accurate.
She just said, all the brothers I know totally agree with me. So I like the tweet. You can find it, Tony Reed. We're not hard on Brock. No, we're not. We're not hard on Brock.
I don't like Brock Purdy getting buff. That's not a good sign for me.
No.
Buff guys don't do well in the big games. You gotta be slim. You gotta be a little thick. Wow. All right, we saw the dad bod for Patrick Mahomes. We've all seen Tom Brady's combine. That's the body you need. I don't need any buff guys out there.
Well, Brady was pretty cut at the end.
Well, no,
he started eating the avocado ice cream.
He was trimmed. That was the avocado toast and the Botox. All right.
Tony here, I'm looking at
and her. The lack of strawberries.
I'm looking at her replies on Twitter. The lack of strawberries. I need some strawberries right now. Lack of strawberry fields. Tony replied to a Shasky tweet on Easter. He posted him and his family on Easter. Happy Easter from the Shaskys.
JC.
And Tony's reply to the tweet, Ned, Alcaraz, and Sinner have the X Factor secret in their boxes. Next to Juan Carlos is a shorter, older dude who could mirror the zone, the electromagnetism, the flow to him, and a young Italian helps Sinner in the same way. Find a flow master and beat them. That was her reply.
To Shasky?
To Shasky and his tweet that said, it was 4 pictures of Shasky and the family. Happy Easter from the Shaskys.
He doesn't like the tennis as much as Bonte and I do, Tony.
He scoffs.
Yes, that's not his thing.
That's not in his zone.
It's not in his zone. It's an outside pitch in the dirt for him.
It's not his zone. No. Like horse racing.
Which is okay. We all have different zones.
Yeah, we had Tosh Troop on. Shasky wasn't into it. No,
if I was Shasky, I would have fully leaned into it. So, tell me about the horses. Are they male? Are they female? Give me a 101.
How does one tame these horses?
Exactly.
Dude, you know what?
Spirit.
I gotta play that. I gotta play that race for Shasky when he gets back. 2 minutes to change. I mean, I trust me. I wanted to play that race.
A week removed from the
I want to play it every single day.
Let's just play this to start the show.
No.
Well, when the race happened, our thread was blowing up. He was part of what was blowing up the thread, so he was definitely into the race.
He didn't reply.
Oh, did he not? I
don't think he replied. By the way, Phil Mike hit me up and was like, "Hey man, hey blood, that Kentucky Derby." That was sick. So I know somebody appreciates
Clean cut Mike, too.
Clean cut Philbo Mike. This segment, he was on KTVU the other day with the Wu-Tang sweater.
Dude, I'm seeing Tyler Miller. I'm seeing Philmo on TV.
Tyler Miller got on Crown 4. How the hell
so we just doing features on roasters? What are these guys doing?
If you want to get on TV, you call into the roast is what happens.
We're the breeding ground for you to elevate your career. How the hell did Tyler Miller, and I watched him on Crown 4 with a girl, Erin. How the hell did he get invited to studio? He's been on Crawl 4 every week. Every week. Tyler Miller.
Seriously, what does he do that he's getting these spots? He's got to be important in something.
It don't matter what he tweets.
Tyler getting his Trey Lance takes?
Tyler and I have a lot more in common with our nerd stuff than I think I realized before. We were both into anime, both into Star Wars.
Yeah, he's a big nerd.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, one of the
Star Wars stands, man.
Yeah, one of the great Snapchat stories of all time just last week.
Oh my, no, this is an Instagram story.
It's an Instagram story.
Oh my God.
One of the best all time. I mean,
I think I have it recorded on the phone because I sent it to a bunch of people. I was like, "This is what's happening in San Francisco this morning." We can't really discuss it too much. People were having fun, and it was in full view on a Monday morning.
I can't believe.
Hey, Monday morning, you know what? And you're getting after it like that?
Hey, I'm not mad. That's why it's the best
don't
day of
knock
the week.
the hustle.
That's why it's the best day of the week.
Hey,
you start off a Monday like that.
Talking about setting a tone, Bonte. That was the ultimate tone setter.
Oh gosh. Hey, look, Tyler, he gets his hair done and stuff. Look how he gets up there with the blazer. He's got the fresh braids going on.
All the gym selfies.
Film on Mike on KTVU, man. Brothers are winning right now. Let's go. I got
a joke for you, Bonte.
Oh, and Big Pud. You can't forget about Big Pud from South City. What is Big Pud? Is Big Pud Mexican? Is he white? I think he might be Mexican, but he's got the voice, man. He
does. Has a great radio voice. He has. If you ever, I don't think he cusses. Maybe he has to be on a Sirius XM or something.
Yeah. He cusses too much for this program. The segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to play. What we're going to do? The Ernie and Shaq back and forth. But watching the Garden, Spinoni, and that was just during the break. I was like, man, Walter White was in the building. And I don't even know his real name. I just know
Brian Cranston is the actor's name. I always think of him as Hal, the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. First.
Oh, that's classic. A good call.
Frankie
He
Muniz.
was Hal. Yep. He was him.
So I always think of him as the comedian. He was also, who was my guy? Tim Watley in Seinfeld. He was the dentist.
Yep, he was a dentist. And
he converted to Judaism just for the jokes.
Yep. So, you're looking at the Garden, and you see all those celebs. Spike Lee. Yeah, Chris Rock. Yeah, Ben Stiller. You got Fat Joe sitting next to the Knicks bench, even though he's not fat anymore. You get Walt Frazier. I
keep seeing Stephon Marbury there too.
Ben Stiller sneaking in there.
Yep. I said Ben Stiller. Yep, Ben Stiller. Marbury's been up to the hoop.
Yep.
John Starks has been there. Melo's been there. It's been a who's who. So just start thinking. And Roasters could chime in on this. 888-957-9570 if you want to have some fun with this. Who is the person, if you go to a game, and you had the choice to sit next to somebody, who would that person be?
Ooh.
Because I think about Denzel Washington. How cool would it be to sit next to Denzel Washington watching the basketball?
And you got to make sure they're a hoop head too, because we're deep diving. All of us that are working here, we're deep diving to sports. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be working here. But I can't be sitting next to someone that's just trying to shoot the breeze. For a little bit in between, that's fine. But you got to be locked into the game as well. Because I always think of that picture of Justin Bieber when he was dating Selena Gomez, and they're watching LeBron, Dwayne Wade, they're courtside, and my guy's just slouched, just checked out immediately. And there's Selena all she's all into it. That's the energy. I need a Selena Gomez type next to me, not a Bieber.
I think Selena Gomez is deep.
Bad Bunny.
No, not Bad Bunny.
No?
Benny Blanco or something.
Oh, excuse me.
Benny Blanco, the guy with the curls. He was in. You watched the show Dave on FX. Hi, I'm Dave.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking of the wrong BB. Yeah, Benny Blanco.
So I think he's dating Selena Gomez, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, thumbs up. Look at me into pop culture. Look, I'm telling you.
TMZ, baby.
TMZ. Lil Wayne always wears the headphones over his head. I don't know if it'd be fun to watch a game with Lil Wayne.
Hey.
When Prince came to Oracle Arena, rest in peace, Prince. I remember Joe Lacob said, I couldn't really say a word to him. He was just in his own world.
Well, because he was locked in. He used to play back in high school, and obviously the famous skit of Chappelle's show, obviously the pancakes and whatnot with Prince and Charlie Murphy. Rest in peace to both of them.
Rest in peace to both of them. UC Steve said he would like to sit next to Spike Lee because all the players would come over to talk. So you can hear what they're talking about. That's a good point. Spike would be interesting. He gets into the game. We know that.
I was thinking of the Lakers because you have there, but you have also all the West Coast elites always at the Lakers games, right? Mm-hmm. So you have all the New York elites over in New York City watching the Knicks. Juxtapose that with the Lakers. Jack Nicholson would be one. Yep. The amount of movies that guy's been in.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson would be a really good one.
Leonardo DiCaprio would be interesting. He loves his Lakers. That's one for me.
Would anybody want to sit next to Kim Kardashian?
I was going to get to that. Meg the Stallion, Kim K, Bonte.
I watch basketball games with Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah, I watch a hoop game with Meg the Stallion.
You sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I do that with Meg. She's got a concert coming up, by the way.
Does she? Chase Center?
Yeah. Anna wants to go.
You can get me tickets?
Is it June 23rd, I think?
I was just pulling my Shasky. You're going to get me tickets? I'm going to just
do a roast trip to Chase Center for Megan Thee Stallion?
Y'all, you would know what to do.
Live?
Yeah, it's live. You would know what to do.
Well, it's a Sunday night concert, so we'd all have to call out the next day.
Is it a Sunday night concert?
I'll do the pregame show from there.
Damn.
Early edition.
Sunday night?
Yeah.
Megan Thee Stallion joining us the next morning on the roast?
I may have to make an executive decision.
Well, you'll be asleep still because of the bed. So.
Yeah, sleep pod,
Yeah,
ultra
sleep
pod,
pod
4 or whatever it's called. Whatever the hell this thing is
Not
called.
Pajemski.
I'd never heard of this.
Hey, Pajemski needs to get on that, by the way.
Yes, it's like a fitted sheets, Benoni, with the mat. Dude, it literally vibrates when I wake up.
I'm looking at it right now. It looks like futuristic. This looks like it should be in Dune, whatever.
Dude,
it's like curved.
I was sleeping so good. I got the sleep mask. I got the mattress, man. I feel like $1 million. Feel like I'm getting 8 hours a day now. This is what it feels like to get 8 hours of sleep.
So who's the person, celebrity?
Yeah.
Who's the person for you, Bonta? You want to be said? You said Denzel?
I said Denzel Washington. That's one. That's my first choice. I would love to sit next to Denzel.
Is that going to be at a Warriors game for you?
Yeah, it could be any game.
It could be any, doesn't matter?
Game. Yeah, it could behind the plate, 50-yard line seats at a football game, box seats, whatever you want, courtside at an NBA game, sitting next to Snoop, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line.
Fascinating.
That would be great. Adam Sandler from the 707.
He loves his hoop, and he's a funny guy.
He does love his hoop. 510, Spike Lee, brother, mayor of the Garden. Got to be DiCaprio from the 209. He enjoys sports and knows where the party is at with the females. After party with, if you play your cards right, rolling with DiCaprio out at Crypto.com Arena, you know where the party is.
Yeah, if you're over 25, though, and you can't be there, unfortunately. That's just how it goes with Leo.
What Leo? Oh, boy.
You haven't heard that?
No.
Once the females get to 25 or over, he's done with them.
He's never dated a woman over the age of 25.
Are you serious?
Correct.
In his life ever.
And he's what, 45, late 40s now?
Oh,
yeah.
He's Leo DiCaprio.
We can move on from that, but I'm just saying.
Mike Tyson. Yeah. I'm seeing Mike Tyson.
I don't know about Mike. I don't know about Mike.
Yeah, I don't know about Mike.
That intimidates me.
415 wants to sit next to Ice Spice.
Okay. Well, Taylor Swift did at the Super Bowl.
Someone's thirsting there.
Yep. Super Bowl there. T Swift. Okay. She was at the box at the Chiefs-Games.
You sit next to Taylor Swift, you're going to be on TV a lot when they pan the camera over her, so make sure you're dressed up nice.
Jay, would you want to sit next to Floyd Mayweather? I don't know if I would.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of good off Mayweather.
Well, a guy that would be interesting, because Floyd likes to bet his money, a guy that would be very interesting, but I don't know if I have the money to hang out with him because he'd probably make bets with me, is Michael Jordan. Sitting next to him at any sort of sporting event, because Michael's got cash on whatever game is going on, and he'd be super into it. You may be able to pick his brain and stuff like that. That's a guy, one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, picking his brain.
And if that Michael Jordan isn't available, you can always sit next to Michael B. Jordan, who apparently is also a Warrior fan based on this website that I'm looking at.
Oh, he's a Warrior fan now? Well, he's always in Laker games, too.
Oh, yeah, it might just be he was at a Warrior game and someone took a picture of him and said, look, he's a Warrior fan. But I Googled famous Warrior fans and he was on the page.
He's always on that list.
I scrolled up to him as soon as Spadoni said Michael Jordan, so it felt like,
The real question is, though, Bonta, are you sitting next to Drake or Kendrick Lamar? Ooh. If you had to pick between them.
Well, somebody just texted in 650. Don't forget, Xfinity Mobile text line, Bonta, don't forget about the real world scenarios. Like if you just sat next to Drake, you would have to worry about getting shot. Not in the basketball game. But I'm sitting next to... I'd probably sit next to Drake in a basketball game. I think Kendrick's a better rapper, and I've enjoyed Kendrick Lamar's hit him ups against Drake. I think he's roasted him. Showed him
in the court of public opinion, I think Kendrick has officially won.
Yeah, he got number one streaming in Toronto, Canada.
Yeah.
He's dominating in Canada.
Oh, that's his hometown. That's tough.
Drake likes to talk trash in basketball games. He gets into it in basketball games. I would rather sit next to Drake in a basketball game than Kendrick. Kendrick, I think, would just be chilling, be watching.
You'd have a good time with Drake. It'd be a fun experience. Okay.
I'd have a good time with him.
Fair enough.
Fort Row 40, he 40. Oh, can't go wrong with that.
Well, you just can't play at Sacramento. He can't be there, unfortunately.
Nah, he would not go back to Sacramento either. Forget Sacramento.
That's why the Warriors lost. They needed that energy.
They needed that 40 water energy?
They did. That was tough.
That would be good. 888-957-9570. Who'd you sit next to at a guy? I was just watching the Guard yesterday. It's like, wow, look at all these celebs. I wonder who are they looking forward to sitting next to? It'd be interesting.
John Daly, I'm getting from 860.
Did you see the first pitch he threw out in St. Louis the other day?
No.
Was it a strike?
He strolled right up to the mound, casually strolls to the mound. It's like wearing like a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops.
Flip-flops,
so very John Daly, steps up to the mound, just immediately turns, fires a strike right in, and then just walks off. Literally is on the mound for maybe 2 seconds. It was one of the most impressive, nonchalant first pitches you'll ever see.
Grip it and rip it.
Straight up athlete, that guy.
And for baseball. That's his phrase. Grip it and rip it, man.
Grip it and rip it.
There you go.
Grip it and rip
now
it.
Everyone's doing that. Like for John Daly back in the day, and for those of you who don't know who John Daly is, He's won multiple majors in golf. Obviously, you've probably seen him. He's always at the Hooters, at the Masters and stuff like that. The guy likes to party. That is his persona.
Right.
He's the hillbilly golfer, if you will. But that guy used to just always just crush it, 350 plus yards. And now every single golfer, it doesn't matter if they're 5'11" and wiry like me. All these guys are crushing it 350 plus yards, but he used to be the OG guy. So it does not surprise me that he walked up there in flip flops with his gut hanging out and threw 100 miles an hour down.
He still got the crazy beard too.
Of course.
I love him. His son was ripping him too.
Little
John Daly.
Yeah, little John Daly. No, he's legit. I think he's got the Hooters sponsorship too.
By the way, Zucci May. What up, Zucci May?
Zucci.
Said I'm sitting with Ja's dad. We turned up. Where is Ja? Where is Ja?
T. Morant, that's his name, right? T. Morant.
T. Morant with the glasses.
Where is Ja?
He's always got something in the cup. Always got something in the cup. You know he's going to have a good time. You may even get in a fight with Shannon Sharp. You never know.
Less Shannon Sharp.
By the way, it's called 8 Sleep, the app. 8 Sleep, Anna's telling me. 8 Sleep. It's awesome. You'll love it. She loves it. Because Big Dog City is now asking about it.
Like the number?
Yeah, like the number. That's
you're
the name
supposed
of
to
the
get
app.
8 hours.
Yeah,
that's
8
why.
hours, 8 sleep, and then you get the
It's
pot
time to do the
4.
legal.
All right, Phil Ball, we'll do the legal. By the way, shout out to Candace, Big Dog's wife, my sister from another mister. It's her birthday. Happy birthday,
happy
Candace.
birthday.
Happy birthday. Hopefully your birthday is booming. And Big Dog, spend some money, man. Don't be so frugal today.
Hey, I need to meet Big Dog City. Like, this guy feels like synonymous with my Raiders fandom soul.
I don't know if you want to meet Big Dog City.
Is it like meeting your heroes you don't want to?
Yeah, I mean...
We can't get him in studio?
I don't want him in studio. He wouldn't stop talking. He'd see these microphones and you think you...
Big Dog, if you're listening, call in 888-957-9570. I want to hear your takes from Brock Bowers to Michael Mayer to Antonio Pierce. I want to hear it all.
The Raider Hour, Spadoni and Big Dog.
Well, they're trying to...
he likes every draft. I told him, I was like, Big Dog, you like every Raiders draft.
Yeah,
he goes, yeah, I do.
When you told me he talked himself into Darius Hayward Bay, I knew he was a real one.
Yeah.
That's only fans can do that sort of thing. That's tough, man.
Phil Mike chiming in.
Serious mental gymnastics.
Phil Mike chiming in. He's sitting with Marshawn Lynch and Patrick Mahomes' dad. Well, I don't know if you want to lower Patrick Mahomes' dad's been
not
on the
his
spotlight
brother,
for
not Jackson.
Not Jackson Mahomes.
No.
Pops.
Not Rashee Rice either. Tough.
Yeah, this sleep mattress is something else.
You can't stop
I can't stop thinking about it, dude. It's like the best thing of my life. Not my Madden franchise. I drafted this quarterback, Zach Smith. I moved up in the draft. This guy is already at 95 in year
Zach
3.
Smith?
Yeah, that's his name. He's
the
this white
AI
guy
generated? Yeah,
dude, he's
white
number
guy.
8 white guy, and he's got a rocket arm. It's my first white quarterback I've had since I've owned the Cleveland Browns, and he is by far and away the best. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Before we play the back and forth that we teased before the break, real quick, last chance. Lubman, who you sit next to in a game? Carter, who you sit next to in a game if you had a choice?
Yeah, I was thinking about that a lot last
Meg
night.
Stallion?
Well, yeah, no, her, obviously, she's up there. But the name I came to is Will Ferrell. I feel like sitting next to him during a basketball game, especially if you're courtside, like, there's going to be some shenanigans there. And, you know, Will Ferrell, he has a direct link to my funny bone, so I feel like I'd be laughing a lot during that game. We may not be as locked in, but I feel like we're having a good time.
I like that. Carter, who you sit next to? Carter, who you sit next to? Is it Beyonce? You sit next to Jay-Z? Who you sit next to? Ben Stiller? Seinfeld? Get your mic out, Carter. Get your mic out.
No, that was crickets.
Oh, man, it looked like such a great take, Carter.
Sorry, someone messed with the board. Let me
sorry, it must have been a terrible take.
It's all right.
Lubman dumped it.
It's all good.
All right, Carter.
I think it's Snoop Dogg. It's got to be Snoop Dogg.
Oh, you want to do some Snoop Dogging, huh?
Definitely.
So you basically want to sit next to Snoop, go to a game, and not really watch the game. It'll be a nice little cloud over you.
No, you watch the game. I don't know if you'll be processing it.
What is it like, Bonte, now that we're talking about this? Because you get a up close and personal view of this when you have Chris Mullen next to you. So being able to watch a game of one of the greatest players in the history of the sport, a guy that played with Michael Jordan on the Dream Team, what is it like watching a game, and a Warriors game specifically, with a guy like Chris Mullen?
It's kind of unexplainable. You know what I'm saying? You're sitting there in a gay house.
Absolutely incredible.
And the world is like, man, can I talk basketball with him? And you're just having a basketball conversation. I'm having a basketball conversation with a guy who lived on the court, and all the stories about going to Harlem and playing hoops and then watching the game and seeing little things. I pick up things so much quicker now by watching it, just not only just from Bully, but Festus as well, and D. Wright when he joins us, Darrell. The wealth of knowledge about just little things that you see, and then you see it play out. They see things before we all see it. They see things a quarter ahead. It's like, okay, yeah, this team's not winning because of this and this and that. Watch this. This is going to be a trend. And you're like, wow. So I pick up on so many little things and the details. It's one of those pitch me moments, right? I'm not going to lie. Sitting there with Chris Mullin. Guy's poster was on my wall. Dream Team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's Chris Mullin. And I'm sitting there watching hoops with him, and we're going back and forth. We're agreeing on things. We're laughing and joking about some of the plays. I'm like, wow, I'm fortunate. And not only that, I thought you were going to ask, because when we do go inside the Chase Center, all the people who flocked to Bullet.
Oh.
Leon from Above the Rim, who played the security guard.
Yeah.
You watched Above the Rim.
Yes.
Walks up. Bully, what's up, man? I need to take a picture with you. Jaleel White, Steve Urkel. Bully, what's up? Like, the respect he gets from everybody. The stars are stars. Whether it's A-Rod, whether it's Kubo D in the building, whether it's LL Cool J. He's respected worldwide. And you're like, damn, I get to meet all these people by just sitting next to him. And you're like, hey, what's up? What's going on? And so he's
so approachable too.
I am very fortunate. And he's approachable, and he's such a down-to-earth human being. We text every day, me, him, and we got a text string going on. And look, you don't take it for granted. And I am fortunate. I've been blessed. I've been lucky to be put in that position, so I don't take it for granted. So it's one of those moments like, damn, I am watching Hoops with Bully. It's me and Bully. We're watching the Warriors game.
Man, I think about him too. If he played in today's NBA, he would be getting paid.
He'd get buckets.
Oh my God,
get paid.
buckets.
His shooting. Oh my gosh.
We're talking about Klay. Like, he would be like that kind of a player, right? Defensively, that wasn't his strong suit, but offensively, my goodness. Like, I just think about certain guys in certain eras, and maybe they just missed their window. Not saying he was a Hall of Famer in his, obviously, but what could have been if he played in today's NBA without all the hand checking and all the stuff that he had to deal with. Right. But you know what? He's from New York. He wasn't scared about the physical level of play.
He's tough.
He's tough guy.
It's too late to play the back and forth. We got a break. All right, we'll play it on the other side. Sorry,
we're
playing
on the other side. Yeah.
Just if you want to chime in, I'm seeing a lot of good stuff on the Xfinity mobile text line 415. John Stewart. 510. Obama.
Okay.
Watching the game with Obama. 415. Dave Chappelle for me. 925.
Cat Williams.
925. Sit me next to Beyonce.
Oh, God.
Good luck getting through Jay-Z. Hey, babe, I know you're listening right now. I would rather sit next to Jay-Z than Beyonce. Just saying.
Kim K, Beyonce, Meg Thee Stallion, half the people, they don't know what to do when they're sitting next to them. Half the people, actually, no, 90% of you don't know what you're doing if you're sitting next to them. Your voice is going to crack. You're going to look at your feet, and you're going to look at your phone. You'll be too intimidated. Please.
Crack. You sit next to Meg Thee Stallion?
Yeah. Come on. Love you, honey, if you're listening.
Yeah, me too.
She doesn't care.
Me too.
I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems.
More coming up, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. All right, we're having some fun on a Thursday morning. The week is flying by here. Shasky will be back on Monday. Spadoni in for Shasky. Doing a hell of a job. Spadone.
I just got a reminder in my Instagram messages from the missus from 1 a.m. last night. I don't know why she was up, probably the baby. Don't forget to get me this for Mother's Day.
Oh, God.
And it's just
speaking of
Mother's Day on Sunday.
Oh, my.
All you sons, husbands.
You know what?
Anyone that's been a mother figure to you.
I think I blew something here.
Oh, no.
Gosh. Oh, man. I was supposed to get this cake made.
Oh, no.
And I forgot.
And now you're trying to do it right now when we're on there.
Shut up.
Whole Foods, always a good backup.
No, I don't know. Maybe it may have to. But Ashley, what's up, Ashley? From Batch's Bakehouse, 298 4th Avenue. Ashley, you know what we talked about? I need to get this rolling here. I'm sorry, Ashley. Maybe I'll stop by there today and maybe I'll just give him a call. Anyway, Mother's Day is Sunday. Damn, I forgot. Oh my gosh.
I think a lot of people did.
It just slaps you in the face. All these holidays, birthdays. It's too much. It is too much out there. To the calendar gods, why? Why do you have to space things out like this? And then Father's Day's in June. We won't get anything. We won't even get a peace of mind. And then so you know it's Valentine's Day all over, and Christmas, and birthdays, and more birthdays. I want to do this for my birthday. Oh, Mother's Day. No, Valentine's. It just never stops.
Every day is a day.
It never stops.
It's so funny whenever Father's Day approaches, and it's obviously like the busiest golfing day of the year probably, so everyone wants to go golfing, right? So you go golfing. It's like, all right, so how long are you going to be? Honey, you've been with me for a decade plus. Golf is anywhere from 4 to 6 to 7 hours. That's how long it's going to be. I'm out with the boys.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me. Don't text me. Don't do anything.
You know.
Oh, okay. Well, I was like, yes, is this my day or is it not? That's just what I want to know. Or is it your day?
Yeah, no, well, the funny part is, so last year, Anna goes, hey, baby Chaz and I, we're going to meet the in-law. We're going to go with my parents to Calistoga for a weekend. Give you the weekend to yourself. I must have got a call every 90 minutes, man.
It's just...
They say, what are you doing? What's going on? I'm doing the same thing I was doing 90 minutes ago. I'm trying to get high and play Madden while you guys are gone. What the hell you want me to do?
It's just, you've learned this now as a father and as a partner. You'd never have any alone time anymore.
No.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
You get an hour maybe at tops, and then that's it.
Maybe.
And then you got a poopy diaper in your face. So there you go. It's great.
Or you just got to poop you in the potty.
Exactly.
Baby Chaz was pooping like crazy yesterday, boy.
Shout out McDonald's for me last night.
Dropping some bombs. Anyway, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube streams. Catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews. You missed two, like with Ramona Shelburne, Joy Willard, and Dibs yesterday. We'll get to that in just a second. Ramona Shelburne, because the Klay stuff will not go away. We'll play a couple of those quotes. But the back and forth that we were teasing for so damn long, Lubman, if you could pull it up, what was it, the back and forth between Ernie and Shaq? Here it is on Nikola Jokic winning the MVP, and Shaq was not pleased about the voting process.
Because, again, I felt I was robbed 2 or 3 times, right? And I played my ass off, stat stuffer, won championships those years. But again, no disrespect to Joker, but me personally, I would have gave it to Shaq.
You keep throwing stat stuffer out there.
No, because that's my criteria for MVP.
Does Nikola Jokic not stuff the stat sheet?
Yeah, but not like Shea.
Really?
Shea is one of the few players that had 30 points in 50 games, Ernie.
Well, but when you're talking about stuff in the stat sheet, look at all the triple doubles for Nikola Jokic, and look at his ranks in scoring, rebounding, and assists. I don't think stat stuffing is an argument.
Okay, but even doing all that, OKC was the number one.
They had
only by one game.
They had identical records. Okay. It was a division record tiebreaker. That was the separating factor.
All this is subjective.
Yeah, it is. Well, and you're certainly entitled to. If you can make a case for any of those three.
I love Ernie Johnson checking him on that. It's like, because if you're using the stats argument, which was Shaq was doing, then Nikola Jokic, he wins that. I know that Shea had more points. He averaged 35 and 6, but Joker averaged 26, 12, and 9.
He's second in triple doubles,
Come on, man.
Second in triple doubles. So Shaq,
he almost averaged a triple double this year. He's an assist to shy away from that.
Shaq did get robbed of a couple MVPs.
Yes.
The fact that he only has one, even the year Kobe won it. And I do think Kobe deserved an MVP at some point during the course of his career. But the year he won it, I thought Chris Paul was having the best regular season with the Pelicans. Now, Kobe gets his credit. But the Pels, he had the Pelicans/Hornets. They're the 2 seed that year. They lost to the Spurs in 7 in the second round of the playoffs. And I thought Chris Paul was the MVP. So it's always getting
the narrative.
Like, the narrative stuff. And like James Harden complained and he was whining about the MVP. Finally got it. Started taking shots at Curry, taking shots at Giannis. Oh, he just run it up. What skill? Like, it was just like, come on.
What did he say? He's just tall? Is that what it was, right?
He's just tall. Like, just to hate.
When you go back to when Giannis won it too, Harden averaged like 36 that year. Giannis averaged like 30. They take into account the whole picture way more than just the points.
Right. It's the other side of the court. Got to play some defense. Got to block some shots. Got to stand in front of somebody. Got to be an impact player, well-rounded player. So, Shaq came off as small. I didn't like that. And Shaq is a funny guy. I love Shaq. But when he gets into these modes where he just gets a little insecure about some things, it's not a good look.
Well, it's just not a great product, I think. And obviously we're talking about it, so they got their wishes and stuff like that, and Shaq was upset. But he's airing his personal problems and throwing them at the doorstep of Nikola Jokic, where this guy's down 0-2 right now. He doesn't really care about this. He has to do this.
No.
Like, do you think he wants to go on inside the NBA, Bonte, Nikola Jokic?
No,
No, he'd rather be left alone. Like all of us would like to be, we were just talking about, he would like to be left alone with his horses in Serbia. If they could somehow fly him to games from Serbia to Denver every single day, he would do that. He's not about the MVPs or anything. Shaq clearly is, and that's fine. If that's really what you care about. But I think that separates some players, in my opinion, from others. When we look at the longevity, we look at all that, the stats and stuff like that. How are you as a basketball player? But how are you as a person when there is, tough times that you get into? Because I look at Shaq, when he had to go through some adversity with Kobe and all that in those years, he did not handle it well.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. That's going to be a lasting image for me.
Yep.
Him in his time in Los Angeles when they should have won 4, 5, 6 championships.
They could have won 8 championships.
Yes.
They could have dominated that decade. They could have won 8 of 10. That's how dominant they were as a duo there, Kobe and Shaq. By the way, we're wrapping this up. Anybody watching Madison Square Garden, the Knicks Pacers, we'll get into it in just a second. But watching that game and watching everything that's going on, what's a celebrity you sit next to? I got 415 John Stewart, right? Xfinity Mobile text line. 650 says, what IG model was Guru and Shasky picking?
Oh, my.
That's funny. 209, Riri. John Oliver, Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene chiming in on the Xfinity Mobile text line. John Oliver, quick story about John Oliver. I don't know if I'd sit next to John Oliver, but true story. When I used to work at Cobb's Comedy Club, when John Oliver was on the rise, he was ascending.
He was on
sold out shows.
He was on with Jon Stewart, right?
Yep, with Daily Show, right?
Daily Show.
One time, John Oliver's first set on a Friday night. He's about to go back to his hotel room. We chopped it up in the green room a little bit. Then he's waiting. He didn't even ask for a cab. He just walked back to his hotel. We're talking Mets baseball for about 10 minutes outside the street. Cobb's Comedy Club.
Big Liverpool fan, John Oliver.
Big Liverpool fan, too.
You can hear in his accent,
He was a huge Mets fan as well. And I was like, wow, this is really cool, John Oliver. Then he just took off. This is like in 2010. Then, like a few years later, he just took off, and now he's a star.
He's had Last Week Tonight, which is obviously on HBO. Yep. 11 seasons. So, that's about right.
Love John Oliver. Good dude. Really good dude. He was great that whole weekend.
Well, you know who I'm not sitting next to? And I don't know if you guys heard the chants last night at Madison Square Garden. I'm not sitting next to Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller.
Just kidding. It's been 30 years. Right. 29, right? 29, we just did this.
Yep.
29 years since that infamous day in New York City in which the Indiana Pacers came back. 9 points for Reggie in those final 20 seconds, whatever it was.
How about this from Josh Hart?
Right to say. Right? It's my boys. I think that's a Josh Hart coming over.
They still hate Reggie, but Reggie loves it.
They were saying
Reggie
F
loves
you,
it. Reggie was on TNT inside the NBA before the game, and he's sitting there talking to Ernie, Shaq, and Kid. He goes, I love this arena.
Well, they still hate me, but I love when a lot of New Yorkers come up to me, whether it's in the airport or just walking around the city, the first thing that comes out of their mouth, Shaq, is I hate you. I really do detest you, but I respect your game and I respect how you approached it. So I feel it's a badge of honor.
It's weird because sports hate is endearing in a certain way to me. When it crosses a line and it gets personal and stuff like that, that's when it's too far. But like good old sports hate, like that sort of stuff, because I'm sure half those people said it with a smile on their face. Right? Like, God, I cannot stand you. Like if I ever saw Patrick Mahomes, Bonte, and I'm sure a lot of Niners fans would say, Pat, you kill my team every single time. I cannot stand you on the field. But you say it with like a smile on your face. I would kind of like to be the villain. If I was ever like in that role, and I don't think everyone's built for that. Reggie clearly is. Certain players are like, I don't think Dylan Brooks is really built for that.
No, but he loves it, though. No, he loves it. He loves it.
He's trying to be that, but he's not.
Draymond's embraced it.
Draymond has embraced it, but I don't know if he likes it, Bonte. I don't know if he likes that.
But listen, though.
Because he's trying to be buddy-buddy.
Draymond had a great line when they got into it with Grant Williams. And he said, Grant Williams, you need to pick a lane. Are you going to be the president of the Players Association or whatever he is, vice president or whatever he is, or you want to be a bad guy? Because let me tell you, on this side of the tracks, it ain't easy, homie. You sure you want to be on this side?
Well, he's finding out how hard it is because he's trying to do the media thing while also having that villain persona. And it's it blurs some lines there a little bit because a lot of people tune him out for his on-the-court antics at times. And I think we might be seeing that lately. But to your point, would you rather be the hero or the villain? I think that's kind of interesting. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, that is. 888-957-9570. Would you want to be a villain or a hero?
Because I view Stephen Curry as a hero. Like
he is a hero.
But I view LeBron James as a villain. Why do we do that? Because I don't think LeBron off the court, he's not a bad person. I think since he's been 16, 17 years old, this guy has had a microscope on him, Bonte.
Yeah, he has.
And what's the worst thing he did? The decision, raising money for the Boys and Girls Club of America. Yeah. Come on.
Well, Shaq, I'm just thinking about Shaq too and his insecurity. Sorry to bring it back.
No, you're good.
But just the MVP thing, he just feels less and less relevant. But no, I would much rather be a villain too. How cool would that be to walk into a gym, 19,000 fans screaming at you?
That's what you love. That's what sports is.
That makes you
great,
thrive. Like
right?
when you get in there, they're boo. You're like, give it to me. Like walking into Philadelphia, they were booing me. I had the time of my life in Philadelphia.
Right.
And I can't stand those damn fans, but walking in, get booed like that, and them cheer, I felt at home.
Yes.
I felt great. Same thing in Dallas. And I went there by myself into the Star in Jerry's World, and Cowboy fans said, I'll take those ugly colors off, and I'm doing this. Come on, get loud. Get loud. Let's go.
Yep. There's something about
there's something about that.
And even when you're a fan, because you turn into a villain, right? If you go into a hostile environment, something I always love it, and it's unfortunate because this is kind of be like the last year and iteration of it, but like, the Bay Bridge series, whenever we'd have the A's versus the Giants and going from being an A's fan, going to Oracle Park, or being a Giants fan, going to the Coliseum and just ribbing each other the whole time. Playful stuff like that. Now it gets too ugly. We don't need to go into what's going on, when the Niners and Raiders got too physical and stuff like that, when we couldn't have preseason games. Like that sort of stuff is just a childish and clown behavior. That's goonish kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the fun and playful stuff. I'd be the villain.
Yeah.
And maybe because I have 5 older brothers, and I just love to troll them when I was a little kid. And that's maybe, we all have a little troll in us at times. But I go back to Memphis, Bonte. Remember it was Draymond going nuts and stuff. They were getting blown out in round 2.
WWE.
And he went full Hulk Hogan with it, right?
Full Hulk Hogan. Listen, winning a road game. So I don't know if you've ever watched your team on the road.
Yes.
Lakers?
Yes, I've seen the Lakers at Chase.
Did they win that game?
Yes.
How good did it feel?
It felt good, but I'm respectful on the road.
Yeah, all right.
I'm respectful. Because I was also with a little kid. That was different.
No doubt.
Yes. But if I was with my homies, might have been different.
Watching your team on the road and watching your team win on the road in another environment, and when you take that environment over, there's nothing like it. There's not, and I love home games for the 49ers, but there's nothing like going on the road. When they go on the road and they win a game with all those Niner fans, and you're talking that talk in the bleachers saying, try to stop that. And you walk out of there with a win, and Debo's just dancing, and Kittle's doing his little first down thing, and Warner's going sideline to sideline, just smacking dudes. Or if it's the Warriors, like going to Boston in the playoffs and winning the finals game on the parquet floor and watching Steph Curry after the first quarter of game 4, look into the crowd and flex on them and yell. There's something special about winning a road game. Being the villain on the road and shutting up 20,000, or if it's in football, shutting up 80,000. Spadoni, there's no feeling like it.
There's a phrase, Bonte, and I think it goes hand in hand with that. Silence is deafening. There's that certain feel you get when you silence a crowd, whether it's a buzzer beater, whether it's a walk-off touchdown, whether it's a home run in the top of the 9th to take the lead. Yep. There's just something about it that hits different.
It does.
And it almost feels better than your own home court going nuts because you're silencing everyone that was talking so much smack. Like, I love it in baseball when some guy hits a jack, right, throws the bat down, turns around to whoever was talking smack, and then trots around the bases slow as possible, too.
It's nothing like it. Our boy Zucci Man, 510. Speaking of villains, watching Major League Baseball 2 yesterday, Parkman was a great villain.
Parkman.
Love Parkland, too. Somebody's late to the conversation here. 415 says, I'm late, but it's Selena Gomez. Warriors-Spurs game. She gets hyped and interacts. I'm intrigued about her NBA knowledge, and
she gets into it.
She's nice to look at. So are you going to watch her or are you going to watch the game?
It's eye candy.
It's like the girl who was the escort at the Warriors game not too long ago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. The guys in the photo as I think Pods is hitting the buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter.
No, it was when Steph hit the shot.
And
then Steph was doing his little golf swing.
Yeah.
And then you got the picture of Steph doing the golf swing, and then the guy is in the background turning around and looking at the woman.
Yeah, she's looking at the woman, not even looking at the play.
Great meme, by the way.
And her price went up. Her price went up that night.
Talk about disrespectful, by the way. There's nothing more disrespectful than practicing a golf swing when you're a basketball player on midcourt. It's so disrespectful.
For a 10 seed.
He's like, I'd rather, for a 10 seed, right? I'd just rather be on the course.
Fellas, 913. That's why we wore silver and black at Arrowhead every Raiders-Chiefs game when living in Kansas City. Gruden did do a victory lap around Arrowhead. Remember they beat the Chiefs and they took the team bus and drove around Arrowhead?
I was just talking about, because they beat them in Kansas City on Christmas.
Oh, my. Antonio Pierce was talking that talk.
Talking about the greatest Christmas gift a Raiders fan could receive, Brittany Mahomes holding Taylor Swift. And unfortunately, that was the last loss they ever had because they just ran the table after that and won the Super Bowl. But in that moment on Christmas Day, it was tremendous.
Kathleen Taylor was the San Francisco-based escort.
Oh.
I was walking to the bathroom to dumpling time at Gatehouse. Somebody's on YouTube. Shout out to Brandon.
I'm not going to search that on
shout out to Brandon. Shout out to Brandon.
I'm not going to search that.
She charges $900 for 1 hour experiences. Now, the price went up to $1,500 after that night. I saw her. I was going to the bathroom getting ready for the post-game show. I was like, she's got to be cold. Because, everything was just out. I was like, it was 50 degrees at night. I was like, she got to be cold.
That's the first thing that came to your mind.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fair statement. I walk around some of these Giants Friday night games where I go to, especially the night ones, you walk around, it's chilly out there. I'm all bundled up. Some of these women walk around in, tank tops and whatnot. And
it's like,
that's my same thought, too. It's just how are you not freezing right now? Come on. Let's be practical.
From the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, when Klay hit that long three over Westbrook in Game 6, you could feel OKC fans' fear through the screen. There's just nothing like that. Even when you're watching it on TV, too, and they pan to the crowd. I'm one of those people that rewatches buzzer beaters in opposing arenas, and I keep searching all around the arena, different angles and stuff, just to see fans' reactions, Bonte. I zoom in and just look at the little 12-year-olds, just heads drop, or the older dads and stuff like that, and reading their lips, and just how people digest it in that ways. How do you feel? If you lose on a buzzer beater, Bonte, what's your reaction? What is as a fan, what is your reaction?
Deflation.
Now, you're more of that.
Deflation.
Are you yelling? Are you pissed? Or it's just...
Well, I've had those situations on the post-game show where you think that, okay, who are we going to interview? Who's going to be the post-game interview? And then Jokic, for example, when he caps off that 25-4 run.
Not ridiculous.
And I've seen the Nuggets hit a couple game winners against the Warriors. One before the All-Star break of the championship season. I think, who was it? Monty Morris? Hit the shot. Was it Gary Harris? I think it was Monty Morris.
You saw Sadiq Bey do it.
And Steph was laid off the screen. And it's just damn. It changes your entire mood. Now, if I'm at home, you lose by a buzzer beater, I got to take a walk. I've got to take a walk.
You're somehow more, for me anyways, I'm somehow more angry when I am at home than in the arena. Maybe because I'm surrounded by a lot more strangers and stuff like that, and I want to make a fool out of myself. Or maybe because I'm on the high of the game, and my mood is already up as it is. But when I am at home, to your point, I turn it off. Or if I'm seeing it slip away anyways, I can't handle it.
Yeah,
I don't need the mentals. I don't need to get upset.
I do watch the post-game show, though, and I watch to kind of see what's going on here, what's happening.
I can't.
And I'm just
there's days where it hurts me, Bonte. I can't even turn it on.
I watch the losses more than I watch the wins.
Wow. You're a glutton for punishment.
I am. I watch the losses more than...
No, you guys talk about this a lot, and I want to get into it. How do you guys watch the Super Bowl losses that many times?
Oh, my gosh.
You are sick individuals having to watch that constantly.
I watched it in Cabo.
Yeah, remember? I know. You were texting us about it.
You guys stopped texting me. You guys made a special thread to start texting And you guys left me out the text thread. That was shady business.
Well, we have a separate text thread right now because Shasky's out this week because we don't want to bother him.
Yeah, you're on your downtime. We don't want, your phone blowing up when you're on vacation.
Okay.
I was on vacation watching Super Bowl 54. Can you believe that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's you doing that to you, but we didn't want to add on to that. So we started getting those texts from you. Oh, my God, Super Bowl 54, Super Bowl 54. We're both like, he needs to relax. If we respond, he's not going to be able to relax as much.
I'm not going to be able to relax
us being your teammates are trying to set you up,
right.
but,
All right, thank you very much.
You're just well-rounded that way.
Thank you very much.
So how come you like watching those things, though? It's just
I don't know.
You think something's going to change when you watch it? It's like maybe if I change this part.
This time Jimmy will complete the pass to Emmanuel Sanders.
You know why? You know why? I think it's guilty. I'm guilty. When you get into these debates with people about why they lost the Super Bowl, I need to make sure that all my I's are dotted and all my T's are crossed.
Well, so you're prepping. You're show prepping.
I'm basically
Okay.
Like we talk about the Super Bowl in Atlanta, right?
All right.
We talk about Atlanta 28-3. My boys, I remember watching the Spence Crawford fight. And people were still adamant that Kyle Shanahan blew that Super Bowl. And I will argue with you until the day I die that he was not the reason the Atlanta Falcons lost the Super Bowl. Actually, that's a lazy reason to bestow on to Kyle Shanahan. He was the offensive coordinator. Dan Quinn was the head coach. You're up 28-3 against Belichick and Brady. How about you play some damn defense? And two, when you watch the game long, because everybody says, well, you should have been running the ball. Well, you're in field goal range. One of your linemen gets hurt, gives up a sack. Okay, fine. You get the yardage back, but one of your linemen gets called for a holding call.
Stops the clock.
Shanahan was not the reason. So I watched that game over and over just to make sure that I know every single drive of what happened. They had an onside kick. They had first and 10 at the 32-yard line. Next thing you know, Tevin Coleman sprains his ankle. They get called for another holding. Then Matt Ryan gets hit for a sack. And all of a sudden, you're out of field goal range. You would have got up 31-9. You would have got up 31-9. Game over. Game over. So that's why I watched the
You got to have tremendous patience for that, too, because you already know what happens. There is something about just watching it live, and it's very difficult for me to record something having already seen like the final score and stuff like that and going back and watching the whole game. Now you have to at times, especially during like the regular season for football, because there are certain plays and things that you might have missed while watching it because you got kids and stuff around and you try to be solo dolo and doing it, but there's a bunch of stuff happening. But you have to have patience going back and rewatching games like that. Mm-hmm. You have to.
It's embracing the pain. You have to embrace the pain to get through it. The more you duck it, the more painful it gets.
Speaking of embracing the pain, is that what Warriors fans are going to have to do coming up in this next season?
What pain?
What are you? You already numb?
Pain?
You're already numb?
What pain? Pain? Warrior fan pain?
You might have to move on from Klay Thompson.
Well, Ramona Shelburne joining Willard and Dibs yesterday. She said it could benefit Klay to play elsewhere.
A lot of people around the league have said, I think he would benefit from a change of scenery, right? Like a lot of people, when you talk and think and watch Klay Thompson. I also, though, I think that he really is a fighter, and I think he's really proud of the legacy he has with the Warriors. And so I think deep down, he's a Kobe guy. Kobe stayed. Kobe stayed with the Lakers. Like he still ate first. I know teams were really bad at the end, but he stayed. And so I think if they approach him with respect, with an admiration for what he's done with the organization, if they approach him like ownership level, let's go to lunch, make him feel really good about, we appreciate everything you've done and your sacrifice. We understand, you'd be taking less here. Like, it's got to be on thick.
That's Ramona Shelburne. Brandon Kravitz, 96.3 in Orlando. The Game also does their pre- and post-game show. What? Klay in Orlando? How do they feel down in L-Town? Here's Brandon Kravitz on Klay Thompson.
In like a best-case scenario, he's the perfect fit for the Magic. He has a championship pedigree. By all accounts, from what I understand on the East Coast, good locker room guy. I mean, he's played second fiddle or third fiddle his entire career, which is what you don't want to bring in somebody that's going to usurp Paolo Banchero in his rise towards an all-NBA star. Klay Thompson would not get in the way of that. He's still a knockdown three-point shooter. He's better than anybody else that's on the Magic roster in terms of three-point shooting, even in a slightly diminished state. So the answer is yes.
So that's yesterday when Brandon Kravitz joined us from Orlando down to 96.3 The Game. Klay Thompson, would it benefit him to have a change of scenery? I don't know the answer to that. It's all what Klay wants to do. He's comfortable here. He knows the settings. He's got everything. And you can end it. If he does care about that, with the big three. Well, what does the money look like? Does he want the years? From what I've heard, there has been no talks between Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors as of yet. The only deal that was offered was the one before the season, which was 2 years and $48 million.
And they can negotiate now.
They can negotiate. Yes. But what I've heard is that there has been no negotiations. They've kind of just all taken a step back. So does that mean anything to Klay? Will that bother Klay Thompson? And no, we're not inviting Catherine to the negotiations, Brandon. No,
relax.
That's not going to help.
It might.
Klay does well for himself.
Klay Thompson, and you heard it from Mona Shelburne there, he grew up a Laker fan. He idolized Kobe Bryant. He was his favorite player. And yes, Kobe stayed a Laker his entire career, and that means something when we look back on the greats of the greats and them staying in one place.
But how did those last 6 years end?
It did not. It wasn't great. It wasn't good.
Last 5, he missed the playoffs?
Missed the playoffs. He had the Achilles injury. Wow. Obviously, that was the last year they even made the playoffs.
That. Kobe Bryant missed the playoffs his last 5 years of his NBA career.
Yep.
No playoffs with Kobe Bryant in it for 5 straight years.
Obviously, the Warriors are going to a bunch of finals. They are going to the playoffs. You got the Thunder in there. You got the Spurs,
LeBron and the Cavs.
LeBron and the Cavs. So, like, the league was okay, but we kind of forget, like, it was not a great ending. Dirk Nowitzki, after he won that title in 2011, it was not a great ending there. And Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker Tony Parker was on the Charlotte Hornets. Yeah. Like that happened. Now, would that look the same if Klay Thompson chose the Orlando Magic? I'm not sure. But I don't view Klay Thompson any less as a player or his legacy in the sport if he chose to go to another team.
No.
Would you?
No, absolutely not.
And you're a Warriors fan.
No, I would love Klay to be in a Warrior uniform, but I get the business.
Yeah.
It's rare that a player does stay with an organization. Now you're going to try to fit 3 guys.
Exactly.
You know, Steph Curry, if he moved on and he was wearing another uniform, it would look weird. But I've seen this before. I've seen Hakeem Olajuwon wear a different uniform. I've seen Michael Jordan wear a different uniform. I've seen Scottie Pippen wear a different uniform. Charles Barkley wore a different uniform. Karl Malone wore a different uniform.
Shaq wore like 7.
Yeah, Shaq wore. I mean, he went from Orlando to L.A. to Miami to Phoenix to Cleveland and then Boston. I mean, Kevin Garnett wore different. So it happens. It happens. But something just dawned on me because you brought this up on our show call yesterday, and I was laughing about it. Yesterday's show, we're the Warriors flagship station here at 95.7 The Game. Kerry Warrior Game's been doing this since 2016-17. And I didn't think it would come up so soon, but we actually had 5 people call in yesterday and give us the opinion that the Warriors should trade Stephen Curry. Now think about
Number 5.
And these aren't like crazy, like Casey Morin, these are some regulars calling in and being like, you know what?
Intelligent basketball fans.
Yes.
And we got 5 calls yesterday, which I thought would be impossible. Impossible. We don't even talk about these things. We don't even want our minds to go there. But we had 5 callers yesterday, which blew me away, saying that, hey, we should trade Stephen Curry. I'm just like, wow. Some Warrior fans are just broke. But I just can't, we've gotten to that point with the Golden State Warriors where people are ready to have that opinion and ready to say, you know what? Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and let's just rebuild now.
It's gotten to the point, and he's of the age where it's no longer a crazy thing.
Wow.
That's kind of the reality of this. LeBron James is 39. It's not crazy if you trade him. Now he's a free agent, be a sign and trade, something like that. But it's not crazy for the Lakers to consider that. It's not crazy for the Phoenix Suns to consider trading Kevin Durant. This is just age and reality.
Yeah.
You're looking at the rest of the West and the rest of the league, and the guys are all just young. We were just talking about the MVPs. How many of those guys are 30 and younger?
Yeah.
Jokic, he's 28, 29. SGA.
Mid-20s.
Mid-20s. Luka, mid-20s. Like Jason Tatum. I mean, I feel like Jason Tatum's been 19 his whole life because we keep bringing back, he's just so young. He still is so young. Like, that's just the reality here. You have these older players, and if you're not even making it to the second round, let alone the first round, then it's not crazy to think about, hey, maybe we do take the OKC approach. Now, I don't think people are ready for that because it might sound all well and dandy. I think we blow it up. I think we get all this, these assets, stuff like that. Just look how long it took for the Oklahoma City Thunder to reach where they are now.
Right.
It took a long time. And I don't know if Joe Lacob and this market are
I don't know if they have
enough.
the patience. Yeah.
It's easier said than done.
Yeah, you sit there and say, let's rebuild. You get through the first half of the season of a rebuild and things are not going well. Well, we saw it in 2019-20 when Klay was out for the season and Steph got hurt in game number 4 against the Phoenix Suns. People checked out so damn fast, it wasn't even funny. I mean, for crying out loud, the Warriors, they gave us a box here at 95-7 game. Remember that?
I do.
They gave us a luxury suite.
They did.
I mean, they're trying to get anybody to come to the game. This is the first year Chase.
Come see Eric Paschall if he can make the all-rookie team.
They actually won that game, too. They beat Orlando.
Oh, my God.
They beat Orlando that game. So
Eric Paschall. I'll give Steiny credit that. He knew immediately in that whole season, he's like, yeah, this guy's not cut out for the NBA going forward. But on this team, he made the all-rookie.
Who called us yesterday? Made the 5 heartbeat reference about Eric Paschall?
It's a great question.
Somebody called us yesterday.
I was too busy looking up the movie.
Somebody called us and made a 5 heartbeats reference to Eric Paschall as he's the heartbeat who got drugged up and was drunk and was out the crew, was begging and trying to sing.
Maybe he should go to the Knicks. He's a Nova guy.
Well, that's what he was saying. That he's the one Nova guy who's left out.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Oh, speaking of being left out, guy who's never left out of a Warriors conversation. Down in Palo Alto. It's BPA.
Hey, Brian.
Good morning, BPA.
Hey, good morning. I mean, I think it's crazy that anyone would encourage the Warriors to trade Steph. Is there any historical context to an organization where the narrative is for a top 10 player ever, and still a top 10 player, in my opinion, in the league, rather than like, hey, let's get this guy some help of any kind, which he had none last year. I mean, he didn't even have a third option. Let's trade him, the best player in the history of the franchise, who's made us a multi-billion-dollar valuation and one of the most valuable franchises in professional sports. Like the Lakers, if LeBron wants them to go all in, they're going all in. The only way they trade LeBron is if LeBron demands he's out. So it's like, why don't you, gosh forbid, just give the guy some help and see what he does. Give him a little help.
What's the help look like, Brian?
Prioritizing.
What's the help look like, though? What's the help look like? Because I feel like the options are kind of limited in what the Warriors can do this offseason.
I think that there's roughly going to be right now 10 teams that are over the second apron, that are even teams that are still playing, that are not going to have the money to pay the freight on that, including the Timberwolves. There are going to be options. There are going to be players available, and good GMs get things done. Look at what Stevens did with the Celtics last offseason. What did they give up to get Holiday and Porzingis?
Yeah,
almost nothing.
Yeah, you forget what they brought up.
It can be done. Milwaukee gave up almost nothing to get. Not that I don't want Lillard, by the way, but it can be done. But you got to be light years, Joey.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see.
You're cutting out there, BPA. Thank you.
Good call. And that's why we're going to talk to Mark Medina at 9:20. The reason why we're talking to Mark Medina, because we want to know what the hell is going on with the Lakers and the Clippers, and who could be had, who's going to be out, who's going to be in. What could be had from one of those two teams? And is there any player that interests you from those two teams? Like Warrior fans, are you really interested in Paul George? Are you? I'm not. I'm not really. I would take Paul George, but if that's my first choice, no, I don't want Paul George.
How much is he going to command? I would think he wants max money still.
He wants max money, which is the problem with the Clippers. He wants max money. The Clippers like, hold up. No.
That's the problem kind of right now around the league. All these guys, you can't have multiple max guys and have the depth. That's just the rat on the table here, brought to you by ATCO. And I know what Brian's trying to say. He's like, yeah, all these other teams, they're not going to be able to pay. Well, I don't know if the Warriors are going to be able to pay all this money either. That's just the second apron thing really hampers you going forward. And if you're trying to look down the road still, the Warriors are in a very tricky spot because how much longer do you have with this core? 2 years?
Yeah, I know.
So you don't want to hurt yourself after that.
And do you want to get older? That's the thing. I look at Paul George. He's 34 years old. Could be 35. I'm good. I'm good. I'd rather have a Brandon Ingram, who is not the perfect player, is flawed, but he's younger.
Or Kyle Kuzma, 28.
Kyle Kuzma warming up to that. But you have to get younger and more athletic. Are we watching the playoffs? Aren't we watching Anthony Edwards? Aren't we watching Luka Doncic and Kyrie and Shea? Aren't you watching the New York Knicks and Brunson and DiVincenzo and Josh Hart? Aren't you watching folks Halliburton in Indiana? I don't want Paul George. I don't. I've come to that conclusion. I have to get younger somehow, some way. And what young asset could be available for the Golden State Warriors? We shall see. But real quick, before we get to the injury report, a little funny here by Ed Edwards.
Oh.
Sam Amick, our boy from The Athletic.
Love Sam.
Was asking Ed Edwards about, Kevin Durant, looking at some of these veterans. Funny little back and forth between Ed Edwards and Sam Amick.
Hey, you talked in that Phoenix series a lot about the way you saw Kevin and how that motivated you. And at your age, it's got to be fun to see all these OGs right in front of you. Is there anything like that in this series? Like what's your...
Nah, these guys 3-4 years older than me, man, yeah.
I mean, Jamal been around for a minute. Is that a guy that you've been tracking at all?
Nah, hell no. Like I said, what is he, 27? I'm finna turn 23, dog. Yeah, KD 36, 35. Yeah, come on, man. There's no disrespect to Jamal. I don't know what you're trying to start, but he's not at all.
I love Anthony Edwards. He's just so funny. He gets it. His game translates to the television product. He's got a great smile. Like, he's the face going forward. That's what you want if you're the NBA. That's the guy. And Jamal Murray, by the way, dismissing questions after he answered one question about the heating pad, saying he's not going to talk about it anymore. Get out of here. You're so soft. You could have hurt Karl Anthony Towns, hurt his other meniscus, and you got fined $100,000. You should have been suspended. Whoa. You're lucky for that. And good luck tomorrow in Minnesota, because if you lose that game, you're done.
Yeah, you're done. But $100,000 is a steep fine. Very steep. It's as steep as you could get. By the way, Baldy just posted a picture on Instagram.
Where's he at?
Mike Piazza on the beach
back in the
90s.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Baldy's looking good. Listen.
The mullet?
I don't think he should have got suspended because he doesn't have any priors. I think the heating pad, if somebody got hurt, he would have been popped. Nobody got hurt, thankfully.
How many heating pads have to be thrown before the injury report starts?
I don't know. Ow! Hey, it's Joe Hawks. Hey, Joe, what's going on? He's always got a take, too. He's always got takes for us.
Well, he's a Joe. He's not average. He's just Joe.
He's not an average Joe. That's not an average Joe. You're right about that.
There's too many Joes in this building.
Damn, Joe Hawk. I'm just start calling you Hawks. Hawk, get back here, Hawk.
Hawklana.
Really good.
Hawks.
I don't know, Joe.
I know you got takes.
Joe.
Brock Purdy for MVP this year? Yeah? Thumbs up? There it is. Thumbs up.
Too buff.
Giants. They're owning the injury report this week. Jorge Soler officially placed on the IL yesterday, retroactive to this past Sunday, May 5th, due to a shoulder strain. He's been out of the lineup the last few days prior to moving to the IL. And Heliot Ramos is now up for the Giants. Hopefully he doesn't go back down. But there's no timetable for when Soler is expected to return. In the meantime, again, they'll turn to Ramos to fill the void at the DH spot. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Insurance, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Get to the Knicks and Pacers. Also, Klay Thompson, we know about the offseason with the Golden State Warriors. Yesterday, we asked people their number one priority for the Golden State Warriors. After the number one priority, what would the number two priority be? We got a lot going on here on the roast. Mark Medina 920, Dave Fleming 830.
Number two.
Yeah, all that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Oh, baby! That's how we're feeling on a Thursday. Let's go, folks. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Even Ron in Hayward, the truck driver, we haven't heard from him because the Lakers bowed out in the first round. The Dodgers are actually...
They're really good. Don't start on them.
Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Everybody out there in traffic, hopefully you're driving safely. Be courteous to the other drivers, all the cops, all the firefighters, all the students cracking them damn books, teachers, counselors, everybody getting ready for prom season. Going to Celix Men's Warehouse and get your tux. Hey, go do it. Go look dapper. Go do the damn thing. It's your time. It is your time, especially YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Let me not forget about Twitter/X. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We're having a lot of fun this week. Spinoni in for Shasky. Shasky will be back on Monday. We got Takata. Takata's back on the board. We got Sam Lubman in here. He's got his U shirt on. Let's go, baby. It's a Thursday. We had a great game yesterday with the playoffs. The Giants have won 2 in a row. Sports. Oh, and we're getting little leaks about the NFL schedule.
Oh, you excited?
The 49ers maybe opening up on Sunday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys. That may be week 1 Sunday Night Football.
Reportedly, or rumor has it, that Jerry Jones is really pressing for that game to be.
And Jerry Jones says he wants to get that game, and he wants to show the world that this is a different Dallas Cowboys team.
Anything but Giants Cowboys on Sunday night, which I cannot. If Daniel Jones is on my TV on Sunday night, week 1, I'm going to throw it out the building. I don't need to see any of that. I don't care about Malik Neighbors, who does not want to be there, by the way.
He does not want to be there.
Who does not want to be with Brian Daboll, who's going to get fired. Daniel Jones, who's going to get axed. Ugh.
Well, I guess the other one that I saw, and I don't know if this is true or not, I guess is Niners-Bills on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I saw
that. That's the rumor. I don't know. So it was on the Twitter account NFL Schedule Leaks. I don't know how legitimate that is, so I'm going to just kind of hope that that's not going to happen. But
I'm so disappointed because the Warriors will probably be playing on Christmas Day. Which, therefore, I will probably have to work. And it's Christmas Day in Buffalo. I wanted to go to Buffalo this year.
I wanted to go to that one too.
Very disappointed. Now, we may still have to make that happen. However, the Niners may be playing in London.
Ooh.
Who's ready to go get their passport stamped?
You going to go watch some Premier League action too, or what?
Oh,
yeah?
Oh, Spadoni.
Come on.
Oh, Spadoni.
Roast trip.
Don't do that to me, Spadoni.
Hey.
Don't do it to me.
Get some fish and chips, man.
Hey, Carter, man. Hey, man. London.
There's a pub on every corner. Come on.
I don't care about the pubs. You know me. I'm not a big drinker.
Well, that's with all the singing.
You get the food there, though. They got great food there. Actually, it's not known for its food, really.
Yeah, no, I think great food is literally the opposite of what they have over there.
They got great Indian food there. So if you like Indian food, tikka masala, that's the unofficial dish outside of fish and chips, is tikka masala in London.
All right. I didn't know that. You've been in London?
Yes, I have.
Oh, wow.
I did a Euro trip when I graduated high school.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You went all over.
I went to London, England. We went to Paris, France. We went to Assisi, went to Florence, went to Rome. It was awesome.
Oh, wow. That was,
bunch of 18-year-old guys. Yeah.
Dude, London, the roast in London. Hell, I go by my damn self.
Roasted in London.
Roasted in London.
I like that.
Has a theme to it.
The British roast?
Yep. The British roast.
I like that. The Sunday roll, they're known for their Sunday roast.
from London. And let me tell you, back in London, we're watching the 49ers play the Chicago Bears. Yeah, fish and chips.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
That was like Vince Scully. You were trying to do like a Vince Scully impersonation.
I don't know what
turn into better than your Trump, I think.
Monday. It's Monday in London. All right, that's terrible.
Yes, I like you from London.
Oh my God.
Hey, I like my tea and crackers from London.
Tea and crumpets, I believe it is.
Got to work on that British accent.
Hey, well, you'd meet the other king, right? 2 kings collide.
Who?
King Charles and King Bonte.
I'm going to kick my black ass out of there so fast. You know, I'm not.
Well, Meghan Markle's already, she's persona non grata over there. So.
All right, that was terrible.
Hey, by the way, real quick, before we get back to actual sports, we're all just chopping it up in the little kitchen we got, the community kitchen.
Yeah,
so
lobby.
For those of you that don't know, we share our building with other stations, our sister stations, we call them here at Odyssey. We got Live 105.3 down there. We got Q102, Chewy doing his thing. We got Sarah and Vinny 97.3. We got KCBS with the great Stephen Langford. So we all, they have stuff playing from multiple stations out in the lobby, and you can listen to it. You can listen to Sarah and Vinny. You can listen to the KCBS updates. I have not once heard 95.7 The Game's airwaves out in that kitchen.
You imagine,
what's wrong with us?
You imagine.
You don't want to hear Steiny and Goo?
No,
or
listen.
your boy at 5 a.m.?
Listen, imagine that old baby hitting those speakers at 8 o'clock. I don't think people want that.
Well, they need to wake up.
I mean,
That's
like,
why we
what
do
the
it.
hell is going on in there? What is going on in there? By the way, Uncle Ludi is right. My accents, they're terrible. I get it. I lead into it, though. My accents are all-time bad.
510,
You're right.
it sounds
They're
like your
awful.
Trump impression. Which is
it's this big water.
Well, you're American.
Puerto Rico has water. Big water. Lots of water. Yeah.
You're American. You're not supposed to have a British accent.
That's true.
That's what the whole revolution was about.
Yeah,
so you don't have to talk that way.
It's just awful. It is awful. I get it. I can't know everything. I can't know everything. I can't
thought
do
you were
everything.
just well-rounded. We have to drop that.
But he's also humble, too.
Well, yeah, I'm humble. I know what I don't know.
Kendrick Lamar.
And I know that my accents are terrible, which is why I shouldn't do them, but I do them anyway.
That's fine. You know,
by the
pivot,
way,
don't panic.
Oh, quick shout-out. I know Sylvia's shout-outs is tomorrow.
It is.
Put Marvin from Izzy's Cheesesteaks. He hit the text line yesterday, City Mobile text line. My stomach started growling, and all of a sudden, this text came in. It's like, yo, it's Marvin. Izzy's Cheesesteaks. I'm going to be at Spark Social, man. I've been trying to drop off some cheesesteaks in a roast for a long time. I'm at Spark Social. Come through. And your boy had a meeting with the boss man yesterday, which is why I had the button-up shirt. Long meeting. You know, I was in the principal's office. And I was starving. And I was starving, like Marvin. And I went down to go see him at Izzy's Cheesesteaks. And let me tell you, Marvin, thank you so much. And yes, I paid. I paid because I'm a man.
Of course.
I'm a man of the people.
Yes.
I'm not looking for
You're
freebies.
contributing to the local economy.
Exactly. Let me tell you, Marvin whipped that cheesesteak up in 3.5 seconds with the French fries.
Oh.
And I threw the Champions League on my cell phone, Real Madrid and Bayern Munich. And I killed that cheesesteak. And you know what? I didn't even have dinner yesterday. I ate some fruit because that cheesesteak was hitting so hard. So, Marvin, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Okay. He loves
that
you.
That cheesesteak was great. Sorry, I forgot what to say.
No, you're great. This is great. No, what do you like on your cheesesteak, by the way? Is it just traditional for you? Some people like the hot peppers on there, some jalapenos.
I got the classic.
Okay, what does that entail?
Classic meat, onions,
peppers.
I don't think it had mushrooms in it.
You get the cheese whiz on there? Okay.
Marvin, text in. What is in the classic? I don't know. I just devoured it.
No, I think that was what
it could have had anything. Yeah,
you should be doing the cheese steak commercials, unlike Alex Dickerson a couple years ago and Stephen Piscotty. Yeah. Remember when Alex Dickerson was crying about the cheesesteaks because they were just so good?
Yeah, that was good.
Ponte crying about the cheese. It's just so good. It reminds me of my childhood.
You're too much. Who thinks you remember Spadoni?
I remember weird stuff. This is why I'm doing this job right now. Because I remember
why'd you have to bring that up,
things
man?
are useless. I remember things that are just useless sports knowledge and pop culture.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm talking to all you lovely people here at 8:11 a.m. May 9th, 2024, the year of our Lord.
Enrique says that Bonte finished it off with strawberry ice cream. No, I didn't. But Baby Ches and I did go to Lenardi's yesterday, and they got the little baby strollers for her. And she always loves her little Haagen-Dazs small strawberry ice cream.
Haagen-Dazs, only the best and the finest for Baby Ches.
See, now Baby Ches she's learning how to lie as a 3-year-old.
Oh, they know. They're master manipulators, Bonte.
Oh, she manipulated me.
Yes.
So she didn't have so we have this little star chart of when she brushes her teeth, morning and night.
The chores. Yeah, the chore charts.
Sure, yeah. So she goes, Papa, I didn't get my star for this morning. I said, well, did you brush your teeth? Yeah, I brushed my teeth. I said, you sure? Yes. So she put a star on there. I was like, okay, fine. I'll ask Mama later. She got her ice cream. Now Mama comes home at night, says, why is there a star here? You didn't brush your teeth. I go, wait, you didn't brush your teeth? And she goes, I told you, if you didn't brush your teeth, you're getting no ice cream today. And she lied to me. And she got her ice cream. And she's manipulating Papa.
Won't be the first time, and it won't be the last time, Bonte. They will lie to you.
It was the first time she lied to me, and I felt heartbroken.
Well, that you know of.
She tricked me. She duped me into getting ice cream. So now today, she loves this slime, right? You know, kids love slime and stuff like that.
I hate slime.
Well, the slime
Cleaning it up is so annoying.
Well,
I try to avoid it.
The slime that she's had for over a month went bad until it was stuck all over our head. So it took us like 10 minutes to wash our heads and stuff like that.
This is why I hate it.
I said, so we'll go get some new slime tomorrow. But she didn't want to brush her teeth last night. So I said, you know what? No slime for you today. And Mama said, well, we're going to see about that. How soft are you, Papa? She's going to test me. It's going to test me.
See,
like the all-season with the Warriors is driving me crazy, but later on today, she's going to test me. Papa, I want to get slime. I want to get slime. I want to get slime. And it's going to be a long day for baby Chaz.
We'll get back into this Warriors conversation in just a second, I promise. 888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do this summer? Should they even entertain?
What's priority number 2?
What's priority number 2 right now?
We went through priority number 1 yesterday.
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson was mostly everybody's priority number 1.
In my household, in the relationship between Jade and I, the missus, she's the one that caves in constantly.
Oh, boy.
She's the one that has to go and, go to Target. We're not going to get him a toy. This Target trip, we're not getting him something. He's going to see something that he wants. We're not getting it. I stand firm by that. But Jade, she was an only child. She didn't have a bunch of siblings. She got everything she wanted. So what does she feel? Benny, look at this Pokemon, Mom. I've been really good today. I was like, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. It's in the checkout line. It's $20 later. We're done. It's just, what can I do, Monte? What am I supposed to do there? I just let it go? I don't want the kid to be spoiled, but he's already spoiled. Is it too late?
You know what?
I don't know.
Here's my philosophy. If you're not going to spoil them, somebody else will, and it may not go your way.
But that's the grandparents. That's what they're supposed to do.
I get it. But I'm sorry. I try to give Chaz because I know how my childhood was, and I try to give her everything. I can't help but spoil her. My default is to spoil her. I can't help it. I'm going to make sure she's got everything she needs.
This kid's ego is out of control. It's rivaling his father's. It's not good. It needs to be checked is what needs to happen.
Speaking of egos being checked. Oh, man. The Pacers' ego needs to be checked.
Well, Rick Carlisle, are you serious?
Rick Carlisle yesterday went off on a rant after the game, and I get it. They've been getting jobbed. And he said in game number 1, it kind of reminded me of when the Rockets said that the referees missed 81 calls in the Rockets-Warriors game. Well, Rick Carlisle said the referees missed 29 calls in game number 1, but he didn't send the clips in. Well, he will send the clips in for game 2. And you know what? They are getting jobbed a little bit at Madison Square Garden.
Are you insinuating there's a bias happening right now?
No, but Reggie Miller said it before the game, and I do believe it. You're playing 8-5 at the Garden. The celebrities are on top of you. The fans are on top of you. It's Madison Square Garden. It's loud. It's deafening.
Is it like the Laker effect with crypto? There's just something there. Whenever we talked about it last year, right? You have LeBron. You have the stars. It's the Staples Center on crypto.com. You have the lights dimmed. Is it the same thing? We're saying there's a little extra incentive for the refs maybe to swallow the whistle in these locations. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Crypto.com is Detroit. We know.
But that's also playoff basketball,
though,
right?
You're playing 8-5 when you play the LA Lakers. That's a fact.
I mean, it didn't help them against the Denver Nuggets, but I understand what you're saying overall.
Didn't help them.
I mean, I don't know. Are they actually having a clear bias? I'm not sure about that. Are they swallowing their whistle in times in which it needs to be blown? Potentially, but that's playoff basketball, right?
Yeah.
They're allowing for more physicality. Now, the kicked ball one the other day was atrocious.
Oh, it was atrocious.
That was bad.
The moving screen on Miles Turner.
In real time, it's hard.
Miles turned down. That was such a flop by DiVincenzo.
But by the letter of the law, he flopped because he knew he would get the reaction. But there was an illegal screen there. I know by the letter of the law.
I'm not saying this stuff is fixed. I'm not saying but it does. Like Indiana, Halliburton got pushed in the back a couple times yesterday. It was just a play on. I was like, what? 5:08 mark when Rick Carlisle chronicled. He pinpointed it. 5:08, third quarter. Halliburton dribbled the ball. He got pushed twice by Josh Hart. What's on defense and what's on offense? It's like, what are we doing here?
I don't want my head coach, though, Bonte, going out and complaining like that because it comes off as soft.
Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to protect the team.
Then let someone else, let a bench player do it or something like that.
But he's going to take the fine. This is leadership right here by Rick Carlisle. Taking the pressure off his players and saying, look, you guys, I know what's going on here. We have to play better, but I'm here to protect you. And he got ejected in the game late in the game. He got ejected. Now, I would say to Rick Carlisle, you need to play TJ McConnell more in the fourth quarter. Know what you're doing. Your rotations need to be tightened up. You know what I'm saying? You got to play him. Right now, Nembhard is getting cooked. Neesmith at times is getting cooked. You got to play TJ McConnell to slow down Jalen Brunson. That's on Rick Carlisle.
I don't think that's leadership. I think leadership is what your leader on the court said, Tyrese Halliburton, after the game, quote, they outplayed us. Let's not pretend like the refs are the reason we lost. we just got to be better. That's leadership to me right there. Stop talking about the refs. Control what you can control. Dominate the controllables, as Robert Saleh like to say.
You don't like coaches going up there kind of taking one for the team?
There's ways to do it, but when you come out with a number, that means that's in your dome and you're letting it create space in there, and you need to just try to get better on the court.
You need to get better on the court.
Phil Jackson was the master at this, the Zen master.
I'll give you that. You can't be naming plays. But I do respect the fact that Rick Carlisle's protected his team in that situation. Because they are getting jobbed at some points. I mean, now, when you give up a run like they did yesterday where the Knicks, I swear, I went to the laundry, Spinoni, put the clothes in the dryer, me and Baby Chess. Knicks were down 10 at the half. So I was like, all right, I'm going to run laundry. We get back, Knicks are up 5. I'm like, how? They were just down 10. You got to play better if you're Indiana. But I do respect the coach for protecting his team. Now, naming plays and saying that there's 29 clips and we didn't send it in, now we're going to send it in, the league needs to do better. I respect the fact that he is protecting his team. However, the Knicks are hustling. They're getting to the 50-50 balls. They're hitting bigger shots. They're playing defense. I saw Indiana in the first quarter, for example, transition defense, non-existent.
Well, it's
made baskets. The Knicks are getting layups. The New York Knicks under Thibodeau. Come on now.
It's been non-existent all year. I mean, Rick Carlisle's not known for his defensive prowess. He's an offensive guy. Now, the ball movement when it's on offense, at times it's great. At times it kind of reminds you of the Warriors and their ball movement. But they don't have Warriors players right now. And I just think their depth is getting tested right now. I think the Knicks are just better defensively. I think they're more gritty. Now, it shifts to Indiana, and we'll see on Brunson's foot. Like, that is a big question mark.
OG Anunoby in the hamstring.
OG Anunoby in the hamstring. So
the hamstring, he may be out. That's huge.
That's massive. That's the second best player.
I think Brunson being hurt is obviously the biggest issue with the Knicks right now. But if you don't have OG Anunoby, and you get past the Pacers and you don't have OG Anunoby against Boston, because, Boston, we all believe they're beating Cleveland. I don't see any way.
I think Boston's going to roll with just
5-game series at the most.
Yeah.
That could be a problem for the Knicks, because I do think they have a puncher's chance against the Boston Celtics. But you talk about depth being tested. Right now, the Giants' depth is being tested. The San Francisco Giants, that is. We got Fleming coming on at 8:30. And their depth, without Jorge Soler, they already don't have a lot of power. All right? Matt Chapman's trying to find his bat. We'll see what happens there. The pitching depth. Blake Snell, that's already been tested. Camilo Duvall's pitching left and right. He's pitching in non-save situations, giving up runs left and right. They're non-save situations. Their depth will be tested. This lineup will be tested, especially today against Colorado as they go for the sweep. And then over the next 6 when you got the Reds and the Dodgers, Spinone. It's a big 6-game homestand coming up.
This is a defining point of the Giants season thus far.
You think so?
As of right now.
You think this determines the way they go the rest of the way?
This could potentially be that. If they can sweep today, get back to 3 games under 500, maybe take care of business, win a series against the Reds before setting it up against the Dodgers, that would be massive.
And then you have the Rockies, so it's a 9-game homestand coming up, not a 6-game homestand.
Yes,
you got
exactly.
Reds, Dodgers,
and
Rockies.
Then that's just it. If you can get close to 500 against, because the Dodgers are the Dodgers. Like, if they get swept against them, you're going up against the best team potentially in all of baseball. It's tough. We all know that. But if you can just handle your business today, and then against the Reds, and then you got the Rockies after LA, and just stay around 500, I think you can get through this tough part of the season and potentially build things going forward. Hopefully Snell comes back strong. Hopefully you get, whether it's Cobb, whether it's Robbie Ray down the road. But even the pitching, I'm not worried about. It's just the hitting. You got to get the bats going. If this is what it took, just being in Colorado, get the bats going, great. That's awesome. But you got to translate it at home, because at home, they've just been putrid. And at home, you're not going to get the benefit of the elevation. You're not going to get the benefit of the ballpark or anything like that. It's going to be the opposite, in fact. Now, hopefully the hot weather stays, because that would be great if you're at Oracle. Let that
ball fly.
Yes, let that ball fly. Carry that stuff over. And it's been windy. It's been really windy this morning around the bay. Be careful on those roadways and along those bridges. But I think this is a defining point of the season thus far, and I can't wait to talk about it with Dave Fleming coming up here.
Dave Fleming coming up here. Susan Slusser caught up with Farhad Zaidi the other day. She, has some interesting quotes where he's like, these guys just got to play better. I'm not going to do anything right now, but basically Farhad said, look, the slow start is hugely disappointed in Farhad Zaidi. I don't necessarily see any immediate moves on the horizon, but I think we're getting to the point where the sample sizes start being more meaningful. So he's got his thoughts on Blake Snell. We can dive into that, because now the heat started ratcheting up for Farhad Zaidi. Were we happy that the Giants spent money? Sure, but they spent money the previous year. Spending money has not been an issue for the Giants. It's how they spent their money.
I'm also not going to. I'm not going to give you kudos. Yay, you spent money. Oh, but you fans, you wanted that.
They've been spending money.
That's great. Spend it wisely.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the job too. You can spend the money all you want. You have to spend it wisely. Otherwise, you're just going to be like we were talking about the Lakers when they were giving money to Timothy Mozgov and stuff like that. Like, great, you signed a guy that shouldn't have been signed for that much money. I get it. There's a Giants tax to be paid somewhat. But I'm not going to give you credit for that just because you signed the big name.
No,
they have to contribute.
No, they've been spending money. Spending money has not been an issue for the Giants. It's who you're spending your money on and who you're able to land here. By the way, some quick news. NBC closing in on an NBA package at $2.5 billion per year unless TNT increases offer to $2.8 billion. So it's a lot going on in terms of the NBA where they may call home and whether or not that's the end of Inside the NBA. Before Hans Heide, man, what's going on with him? Let's get to Fleming. We'll talk about the Giants, how they can try to erase away this rough road trip, play in Colorado. We'll get to Flem on the other side here on the Morning Roast, and it is brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. Wow. Hello. We here?
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, we're here. Okay.
What's up,
I
bud?
can't hear myself.
You got no stereo in your headphones? Your thing was turned down. That's
the thing
why.
was turned down. I got a little worried there. Sorry, Carter. Good beat coming back.
Did you hear Brandon Pajemski? He says hi. Good morning to you.
Brandon Pajemski.
He needs the Pod 4 Ultra sponsorship.
Somebody brought up, they spent the super chat on it. I forget who the name is, but shout out to the contributor there. Said, could Pods be Josh Hart? Can he be Josh Hart? He does rebound. He does hustle and rebound. That's not a bad comp for Pods. Josh Hart playing really well for the New York Knicks, playing 48 minutes a night for the Knicks. Tips is running these dudes to the crowd. I was just looking at something here. We could pull this. But Julian Edelman says the tension. He's on with this podcast, Games with Names. But Julian Edelman says the tension in the room with Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft present at Tom Brady's roast. You could cut the tension. Could cut effing glass. That's how it was.
Yeah, because Bledsoe was on it yesterday. That's Julian Edelman's pod. Yeah. So Bledsoe was on talking with him.
Yeah, he was like, the tension in that room, though, could cut through a glass.
Oh, dump that.
I was watching Coach, and I tried to give Coach a heads up. Dump. Oh, boy. That's going to get clipped. I see Kraft walk in. I'm like, yo, Coach. Oh, like some locker room. Oh, 5-0. Of course, he didn't freaking see it. And Kraft came in. I was just like, oh, bleep. That could be some fireworks. I just walked away. So, yeah, it was an awkward situation. Love it. Get off the damn phone. Let's go. We got Dave Fleming coming up here in just a second. Make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area. Period. Every week, all season long, win or lose. Also hear exclusive interviews with players like Kyle Harrison. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to your podcast.
All right.
And now we have Dave Fleming.
I'm excited to talk to Dave.
Are you?
Him and Hunter Pence have just such a great chemistry. I just want to ask him how much of a joy it is to work with a guy like that who just brings such infectious energy. Because he came to the studio, I want to say a couple of years ago, Bonte. First of all, did not realize how large he was in person. Because when you see him on TV, he's tall. I always thought him kind of a wiry guy. Oh. He's like all muscle, man.
Well, there you go, Flim. Somebody saying nice things about you here in the Morning Roast. How about that, Flim, as you say good morning? Let's go ahead and get Flim up on the, let's get a call on. Let's get him on. Let's go. Slipping a little bit here.
It's all right.
Call in.
Oh, there it is. Now we got you, Flim. We didn't have you on. We didn't have you on.
If you guys want to just keep saying nice things about me while I sit on hold, I'm good with that. That's cool.
We got
Joe Spadoni. Shasky would never.
We were saying glowing things about Mike Florio a couple weeks ago, so I wanted to make sure Dave heard the glowing reviews that I had for him on these broadcasts.
I appreciate it. You know, it's funny you bring that up about Hunter because I think I've told you guys this story before, but I'll repeat it since you've talked about how big of a duty is. When the Giants won the World Series in 2010, and then the manager gets to go manage the All-Star team in 2011, Bochy goes to do the 2011 All-Star game, and he comes back, and we're sitting in his office the first day of the second half, and kind of the natural question he always asks is, okay, how was it? And who impressed you? Because I think one of the cool things about the All-Star game is players get to size each other up in a way, and coaches and managers do it too. And I'll never forget, Bochy said, the guy I couldn't believe was Hunter Pence. He was so much bigger than I thought he was, and I want that guy. and the Giants, what was it? About exactly a year later, made the trade to bring Hunter Pence to San Francisco.
Wow. Javi Lopez, not bad either. I read it to him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Monday night when Brian Sabian got his due. Real quick before we get into the team and winning 2 games in Colorado, I don't know what Colorado's plan is. At organization, it feels like they have no direction, especially after giving Chris Bryant all that big money. But Sabes finally gets his due at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I think people slip up and forget how well he did with the Giants. He came in right away, a couple years into it. He trades fan favorite Matt Williams, and he gets in Jeff Kitt. They bring in Darryl Helmington and all those guys, Jose Vizcaíno. The run Sabian had is one of the more underrated runs for an executive in this market, Flip.
It's almost impossible to have success every single year. When you do that job for a long time, the competition level is just so high. And fans get frustrated. Teams don't have good years. You have a down year.
guys get hurt, you make a mistake in the draft, it's easy to just sort of say, oh my God, this guy sucks, or he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just like, I always try to emphasize how hard it is to win at the highest level in pro sports. And Brian Sabean orchestrated two different eras. Now, they were sandwiched on both sides by struggles. Mm-hmm. And I think some fans remember the struggles, but two different long stints of winning at the highest level, mm-hmm. playoffs, pennants, going to the World Series, winning the World Series with two totally different groups of players. I think someday Brian Sabean, who had a big part of the Yankees dynasty too, when he was their scouting director, I think someday Brian Sabean should be in the Hall of Fame. And I'm glad he's happy and doing what he wants to do with the Yankees again. And congratulations to him.
Dr. Dave Fleming here, voice of your San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. And Dave, obviously there's been some struggles with this offense on the field right now. They've kind of woken up the bats a little bit, but how much is that, their approach is getting there, and how much is that it's Coors Field?
I think the approach has been good. Coors Field has not played like a wild hitter's park these last 2 days. This is not normal Coors Field. Like last night, it was a little more. The ball was carrying pretty well last night, but it's been cold and windy, and this is not summertime Coors Field. So I think most of it is the Giants have had a good couple days. Now the Rockies pitching isn't great, so they're taking advantage of a team that is struggling in a lot of different ways, but they deserve some credit for 2 days of better offensive performance. They got to get it figured out. They have to. I mean, the offense just has not been good enough, and it's not one guy, it's not two guys. It's a lot of players who really have underperformed, and they have to be better because this team still has the potential to be a very good team. The pitching staff, I know the pitching numbers don't look great.
Right.
The Giants pitching staff can be elite. Like they are putting it together now. So it's taken a month, but I think now everybody kind of has a sense of roles, and you have a couple of guys healthier in a more comfortable role. The starting pitching's been overall excellent. Giants have a chance to win a lot of games with their pitching. They just need something from the offense. And if they can score 4 runs a game, that is not a high bar. If they can score 4 runs a game, this is going to be a playoff team.
Yeah, they got to get better, though, with the lineup, as you mentioned here, Fleming. One guy who's going to get it reset is Jorge Soler, went on the IL with the shoulder strain. We know about the numbers, him not hitting with runners on base. He's got off to a slow start. Matt Chapman's got off to a slow start. What are you seeing here? What the approach is at the play? I know Spinoni just asked you here, but we're going to see the Reds coming up, and they have a really good starting rotation right now. The Dodgers, of course, who are winning every game, right? They got the Stone kid who's throwing 7 innings yesterday against the Marlins. What is it? How simple of a fix is it for this lineup? Because you do have some guys who have career numbers that are not great, right? Matt Chapman is not a career hitter when it comes to batting average. His career numbers, what is he, a 240 hitter career-wise? But it just looks bad. He's late on the fastball. He's starting to swing early. What is the fix for this lineup? Because I'm with you. With this pitching staff, they can win a lot of games. They're going to stand a lot of games with this pitching staff, but you got to get some good at-bats here. I don't know what's going on with this lineup, Flynn.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, they got to get it figured out. This is big boy time. There's no... You can't mess around anymore. You've frittered away a month, and they haven't buried themselves, but they've cost themselves a lot of games. And so they're in more of a hole than they should be based on the starting pitching they've gotten, the defense they've gotten. So they got to get it figured out soon. My guess is, and this is just purely a guess, now I'm around these guys every day, so I feel like it's an educated guess, but if you look at the chase rate for Chapman, it's much higher than his career number. If you look at the chase rate for Michael Conforto, it's higher than his career number. Jorge Soler, same thing. You have some veteran guys right now who, whether it's because they want a contract because it's an important year for their careers, or because they're in a place where they know there's big expectation and they're a big part of those expectations, and these guys they do care. This is a team that really deeply cares about being good. Whatever the reason, you have some guys who are trying to do a little too much right now. Like they are going outside of their normal hitting comfort zone, and they're chasing. And so whether it's chasing early in the count or chasing late in the count, they're just not swinging at the same pitches that they usually do. And I think if they do that, if all they do is that, just clean that up, the normal career results are going to come for those hitters. So I truly am of the belief that this is a group that is just pressing and trying too hard. Mm-hmm. And whatever it is, whether it's 1 week of good baseball, whether it's 3 days of good baseball, whether it's a little winning streak, they haven't had one. Today they have a chance for their first 3-game win streak of the year.
It's crazy.
Crazy. Whatever it is to alleviate some of that pressure, I think you're going to see the more normal production from those guys. And there have been some good signs. Like, I know Chapman's not piling up hits, but the last few days, to me, less chase, better hitters counts. He's hit the ball a little harder. Conforto definitely last night, taking more pitches out of the strike zone, swinging at the ones in the strike zone. Tyro's cleaned that up a little bit too. We'll see when Soler comes back. I think there's some decent signs there.
Talking about pressure, a guy that's not feeling any pressure, and it's kind of surprising considering he's a rookie, is Kyle Harrison. Going to Fenway and doing what he did there in that place, and it's like a pinball machine out there. You're getting hit left and right, but he calms the waters there at Fenway. And then going 7 scoreless, Dave, out in Coors Field. That's nothing to scoff at for the young rookie.
No, he's been really impressive. I just think, if you're looking for positives, he's right near the top of the list. Kyle has taken a big leap in his development. He told all of us at the start of the year, his number one goal was to pitch deeper into games, be more efficient, throw fewer pitches so he can go deeper, be easier on his defense, not be a guy who's ball 1, strike 1, ball 2, 3 and 2, every single hitter. Like there were times last year it felt that way. And man, has he lived up to that? He's done exactly that. His poise, his lack of fear of the moment. Fenway Park can be intimidating if you've never been there. Coors Field, a lot of pitchers walk into Coors Field. I don't care what the record of the Rockies is. A lot of pitchers walk into this place and are defeated before they throw a pitch. They just have it in their mind that it's going to be a bad place to pitch, and they try to be too fine, and they dig themselves into a hole right away. And that was obviously not the case for Kyle. Giants fans should be excited about this young man. Some other time we could have a bigger debate, because it is interesting. Like, he's doing it. Jordan Hicks is definitely doing it. He's backed off a little bit of the full bore, 100% all out stuff at all times. And he's really pitching as opposed to just trying to blow every pitch by everybody. And I bet you some of the analytics people around the game don't like that. I mean, I think a lot of people right now think the avenue to success in today's big leagues is to just get as many swings and misses as you possibly can, chase velocity, chase strikeouts. That's how you succeed. And the Giants are kind of tacking away from that in a way.
Yep.
And it's a really interesting phenomenon with a lot of guys on this staff. And I would say personally, the results so far have been very encouraging.
Yeah, 3.20 ERA for Kyle Harrison, 3-1 on the season, have a defined rookie season. He's in the early conversation for Rookie of the Year, but we have a long way to go. And Keaton Wynn, the guy we'll see on the mound today, kind of pitches to that process, as you just mentioned, Flynn, where he's laying off the fastball. He's just pitching, just throwing and just pitching and getting grounders here. I'm really impressed with Keaton Wynn. But the other rookie I thought Spadoni was going to bring up is Jung-Hoo Lee. This kid, I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know about the power, but he is a joy to watch every single night. And last night, you see it again, the way he plays center field. How about Fenway Park in that getaway, Dave Flem, where he loses a ball in the sun, a couple batters later comes up with a big-time play. You see the passion, you see the emotion. He's really going to be a fan favorite here as the year plays out. Jung-Hoo Lee, that is.
I think he is, too, and I think he's going to have a great Giants career. It's been interesting. The Giants the last couple of days have tried to kind of pump him up a little bit, because we've noticed the last couple weeks, this is a guy he's used to walking up to the plate in the KBO and seeing a 350 batting average. I mean, he was the best player by far in that league. And it's hard. What he's trying to do is really hard, and the process has been excellent. He's if you go pull up his StatCast page, and the colors are all shades of red. Like, all the indicators are he's having good at bats, hitting the ball the way you want to hit it, and he just has not had as much to show for that as he will over a longer period of time. Stick with what he's doing is going to work, but we've all noticed he's been a little down the last couple weeks. I mean, I think it's wearing on him to look up there and see 250, 240, 301 on base average, all the just raw numbers. And I'm encouraged that the last couple days, I think he's kind of, to me, the body language looks better again. Like, you just have to keep yourself in good spirits. It's so hard to do at this level, but he's going to be really good. I love watching this guy play, and I think the Giants got a really excellent player who, once he comes into his own here, and whether that's another couple months or the full year or whatever, I think he's going to take off.
And, you know, we've been having a conversation about what connects the city with the players, connects the team with the city or whatnot. And I think that's been the issue with the Giants over the last few years, is that we haven't been able to connect with the player because we don't know if he's going to be here for long. We do know Jung-Hoo Lee is signed long-term with the Giants, and I think that's what helps the connection, because we as fans know, okay, in center field, batting leadoff is going to be Jung-Hoo Lee. For a long time at Farhad Zaidi, we don't know who's hitting where. We don't know who's playing. Are we platooning today? And I think that matters, Flem, the connection. And that's what's been missing with the Giants here, the connection with the city. Having some players we know is going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just purely like the Giants. It's not like the Giants want to have a team of mix and match parts. Like, you know, a lot of that has just been circumstance. Like, at some point, you have to have some anchor players, some star players. And obviously they made an effort to come up with some of those this offseason, and Jung-Hoo Lee is probably number one among those, and he will be that. You have pitchers who are definitely that. I mean, Logan Webb is that. Kyle Harrison is turning into that. And there are others. But you're right. The best formula for a combo of winning baseball plus engagement with everybody who's coming to your park and who cares about your team is exactly that. And Jung-Hoo Lee, like the hat flying off, the helmet flying, diving in the outfield, crashing into walls, running around the bases. He's just so fun to watch. He's going to be that guy.
So, Dave, we just saw the Philadelphia Phillies, best team in the National League. They are as advertised. They are legit. We're going to see the Dodgers here coming up. How big of the gap right now is it overall when you compare a team like the Giants to those top dogs in the National League?
It's less big than it appeared in Philly, which is always the case in this sport. I mean, this sport is just weird. You can't evaluate this sport the same way you evaluate football and basketball at the pro level. You can't, because players, teams run hot and cold in baseball way more than they do in those other sports. And there's just so much variance in how you're playing at certain times of the year. So I agree with you. The Phillies are really good. They're really talented. But give me a series later in the year when the Giants can take that team on where Logan Webb doesn't have a 102 fever and is sick. Keaton Wynn was shaking with almost like seizures. He had such a high fever when he was trying to pitch in the rain. When Patrick Bailey is healthy, when Jorge Soler is healthy, when Michael Conforto is swinging the bat good. If they can just go toe-to-toe, the Phillies are healthy and flying high right now. Everything's clicking for that team. The Giants are a team that they struck out 17 Phillies in that game on Sunday, which, did they come up short? Yeah, they came up short, but they showed off they've got the weapons to go after that Philadelphia lineup. And they're closer to those teams than it has looked. That doesn't mean that they don't need to play a lot better. I mean, two things can be true. The gap isn't that big, but they are not happy with the way they've played, and they shouldn't be happy.
Real quick, Dave, I got to pivot off baseball for a second because I'm getting a text from my big boss man, Matt Nahigian. Make sure you ask Fleming about the flight from Philadelphia to Colorado. A lot of people saying it was one of the worst flights and scariest flights they've ever been on. What the hell happened, Dave?
Your boy Joe Rizzo thought it was over for him, Flem.
Yeah, well, go down, as a big leaguer, I guess. I don't know. It was that that whole line of storms, you were hearing about all the tornadoes in Oklahoma. I mean, we were trying to fly that day from Philly to Denver. So we went the pilot took us way down south and then to turn back north again to come into Colorado. And when we hit that line of storms around sort of the bottom of Oklahoma or Texas, first of all, you could see it coming because out the window, the lightning strikes. I mean, I'm not kidding when I'm saying there was a lightning strike like every half second. It was just, it was like flash, 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 all as far as you could see. It was incredible, the size of that storm that we were trying to go around, but we couldn't go all the way around it, so we had to go through it a little bit. And at first there were a few bumps, and then for about a good 5 minutes, it was the bumpiest I think I've ever been on an airplane. I mean, it was massive drops and bumps and back up and turning sideways, and drinks are flying through the plane, and people were shrieking. There were screams from people on some of these bumps. I was sitting next to Darren Chan, our radio producer and engineer, and Darren, I think there still are fingerprint marks in the armrest, so that he was gripping so hard.
Don't tell me Darren did that. He's a Washington Eagle. We went to the same high school. So he was shrieking the loudest, huh?
Wash high, man. He wanted to go right back to high school. Get me off this plane. It was.
Wow, that's hilarious.
And the pilots did a great job, and from there it was still really windy and bumpy, but it was about 5 minutes where every team has players who are not good flyers, and we have a few of them, and it was a little ugly for a few minutes. We survived.
Totally. No, it sounds like Oceanic Flight 815 from the show Lost when they get lost on that island. Oh man, crazy.
For all of your movie knowledge and television show
Pop
knowledge,
culture, baby.
It's very, very impressive. Flem, we'll see you when you get out to the yard. I heard you yesterday in the broadcast. You said, boy, this has been such a long trip. I forgot we were in Boston. And Hunter Penn's like, I remember, because I'm trying not to remember the Philadelphia trip. It was good stuff. Good banter between you two there on the broadcast. We'll see you when you get back home. And look, it doesn't get easy. 9 games, and you got the first 6 against the Cincinnati Reds and the LA Dodgers or the Reds. They got the big boys pitching in that series, but hopefully you get a win today with Keaton Wynn on the mound. He's been pitching well. You guys get in the road trip on a good note. Flem, thanks as always, man. We'll talk to you next Thursday.
Talk to you next week. We might have to adjust our because I'm at the PGA Championship next week, so we might have to do a little tweaking as to when we're going to catch up next week. So I'll be home for the weekend, and then it's off for a week of golf for me.
Just know at the PGA, you don't have to worry about buying Shasky anything, okay? He's got plenty of money. He brags about his houses and everything. You're good, Flem. Don't use the credit card on Joe Shasky.
Houses, plural?
Houses. He flexes. He doesn't like what we doing, but he does it himself. So you gotta. I'm sure you will get the invite to Russian River one day, Flem. I'm sure you will.
I'm sending him a bill for all this other stuff I got. Forget that.
Thanks, Dave.
We'll see you next week from the PGA.
That's great.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game.
PGA Championship next week at Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, Valhalla, the golf course. Last champion there 6 years ago, Brooks Koepka.
Wow.
May he do it again this year? This time with Live Golf, though. Let's see.
Brooks Koepka. He's been struggling a little bit, huh?
A little bit. He's won a bunch, though, too. He's been at a lot of the Florida Panthers games. He's a Florida guy.
Yeah, they throw the rats out there in Florida.
Yeah, they're having
By
a good
the way,
time.
Florida, Boston.
Big win yesterday.
Big win yesterday, even up the season.
Yep.
Big brawl. And the Florida Panthers coach was like, hey, I love it. The Boston Bruins coach was like, yeah, it's a rivalry. And the Florida Panthers has been giving it to the Bruins. They came back from 3-1 last year in the series, 1-7. They've scored 6 goals against the Bruins 3 times. The last 6 opponents to do that, or the last 6 times the Bruins have done it, gave up 6 goals in a playoff game. 3 of them been to the Florida Panthers.
Man.
Florida's got their number.
Hey, don't tell us we're not locked into playoff hockey, all right?
Hey.
Just because the Sharks got into the number 1 overall pick, the station was talking about it. Don't come in here flexing your hockey knowledge on us.
Hey, this is what we do. We're well-rounded, and we got some big games today.
I think you're playing something on your computer over there.
Oh,
on your phone.
My volume's up. No, my computer value was up here as I was clicking on an article.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had speakers over there for the computer.
The Oilers last night was up 2-0 on the Vancouver Canucks.
They were up 4-1.
4-1. There you go. It sounds like somebody has some money on this. Listen, and I saw some tweets from my boys up in Canada saying, the Oilers just got their number. And the Canucks come back with 3 monster goals in the third period to win 5-4. NHL playoffs are on fire. How about Champions League?
It's in fuego right now. We got Dortmund v. Real Madrid from Wembley Stadium in a couple weeks for the championship.
Real Madrid. How do they always do this, Badoni?
They're inevitable, man.
I'm a novice soccer fan. I get it. I just started following soccer really in 2016. Way I follow it.
They're just one of those clubs that the way we think of teams like the Lakers, teams like, if you want to go the Celtics, the winning, you want to go the Warriors last decade, they're just one of those teams that have they constantly produce and they constantly get great players because they are the greatest club in all, and I'm sorry, Barcelona fans, in all of España. They do the TH there in Spain. They do their little accent. It's España.
I do feel like Bayern got jobbed. We talk about referees. They called them offsides when they scored the equalizer in extra time, and they said they were offsides. And I was like, that doesn't look like they're offside.
Well, they went to VAR, didn't they? They got to go to the little booth.
VAR.
Yep.
That's how Real Madrid took the lead, is they went to VAR.
Mm-hmm. You call it VAR? I kind of like that. I think it's just VAR, but I kind of like VAR.
I call it VAR. I just call it VAR. I mean,
VAR ball?
it was, you want to talk about coaches ripping officials. Bayern Munich's coach is done. He's out.
That's Thomas Tuchel, I believe.
Tuchel. Yeah, Thomas Tuchel.
Formerly of Chelsea, who won the Champions League a couple years ago during the pandemic year when Christian Pulisic, the American, put Chelsea over the top against then Real Madrid in the semifinals. Dude. Again, you're trying to flex on our knowledge here in the Champions League.
Hey,
come at me, bro.
Come on.
Hershey's own.
Come on.
Christian Pulisic.
Come on.
I know Dibbs is listening.
Real Madrid.
He's out
coming through in the clutch.
Pulisic.
Coming through in the clutch. Like, I mean, sports is great right now. So you got soccer. You got the Champions League. I hate Dortmund. I want Dortmund to lose.
Really?
Yeah, I want them to lose.
Still like them? They're just like nobody's
team? They beat PSG. I wanted PSG to go to the Champions League final.
Because you visited them, you saw them, you're kind of a sucker for them.
I went to the team store and spent a lot of money.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
They also don't really have a player that you can really like cling on to, like a Kylian Mbappe or Jude Bellingham for Real Madrid or anything like that. So I get it.
No, Morelli, I'm talking about the one with Bayern. They scored the goal. They called it offsides, and then they went to VAR to double check, and they said, yeah, we're going to keep the call. Call stands.
There you go. They also have sick uniforms. I always Real Madrid so clean. You always think of some of the greats of all there. Cristiano Ronaldo, obviously. Ronaldo of old, the Brazilian Ronaldo, R9. Yep. Just some great history there. Who was it? Freaking David Beckham played Real Madrid.
Yeah, Real Madrid. They're fun. How about that stadium?
Oh, yeah. You love the stadium. You and Shasky are suckers for all the amenities in certain stadiums.
Gotta have.
Because I haven't visited a lot of them like you guys have.
Outside of it. I mean,
you guys glow about SoFi, about Allegiant, It's going to be pretty cool when the World Cup comes here in the Copa America and our stadiums get to get shown off to the world. But I do think they come up just a little small in comparison to some of these like Wembleys and stuff like that.
So my boy Easley. Shout out Easley. He's a mailman now. I believe you're still a mailman, Easley. See him out there working around downtown.
He's a mailman.
My dad went to Washington High School.
My dad, who you met, Bob Spinoni, former postmaster of Monterey and Seaside.
Oh, I love that. I love that. A lot of respect.
Yep.
Jude Bellingham revenge game against Dortmund. Bellingham, yeah, that is true. They were talking about that on the broadcast.
Dortmund's had a lot of good young players leave them. They're kind of like the farmer team for the rest of the big clubs. So it is nice to see them in the finals. Erling Haaland, obviously with Man City. He was from Dortmund. Gio Reyna, the American, he went on to Nottingham Forest. Yep. And then Christian Pulisic, obviously, when he was with Jurgen Klopp, who is now in Liverpool.
I love soccer.
There you go.
I love this stuff. We can talk soccer.
I'm sure Nahigian's loving this soccer conversation.
Probably not.
But it's time for the legal. We could pivot.
Yeah, no, we could pivot. But I do want to get into this article with Farhan Zaidi. We got Nick and Berkeley on the line. And then we got Mark Medina coming up at 9:20 to figure out what the hell is going on with the LA basketball teams and how it pertains to the Golden State Warriors.
Speaking of new stadium, the Clippers, they're going to have one. Who's going to be playing there?
Into a dome.
They got a lot of toilets there, Steve Ballmer, the owner says.
Into a dome. Got to go into a dome.
Tell me about the toilets, because there's like 1,000 of them, apparently.
I'm not going to use one of them. Do not use public bathrooms to, maybe to do a number one, but not a number two. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMJ. No, seriously, you can't do that in the public bathroom. We don't do that.
Already had this conversation.
We're just talking about it.
We've already had the conversation.
I'm not lifting the toilet seat up. I know how dirty you guys are around here. I see the way you guys dress and the way you guys smell.
You use the foot is what you use.
Yeah, use the smell. You guys, smoky in here.
I smell good. That's Dolce & Gabbana light blue for you.
There you go. Really? You wear the Dolce & Gabbana? Oh, I got the
I'm bougie. I got a little bouginess to me.
There's nothing wrong with being bougie, man. You got to embrace it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Let's get to Nick and Berkeley, and then I want to pivot to this article from Susan Slusser on some quotes from Farhad Zaidi, and we'll end the Giants conversation there. But a lot going on with the Giants right now as they are underachieving in the eyes of many. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Hey, man, I just want to say, man, I really love the way Melvin is coaching the team, man. Having a great manager, a seasoned veteran manager, man, who's been there, done that. I mean, I really love the squeeze. I can't remember the last time I seen a squeeze, like Billy Martin maybe. But, man, the Giants are balling right now. Yastrzemski's lost his mind. It's great to see, man. We're battling early, you know what I mean? So as long as we can keep going like that, man, it's on and cracking. And that flight to Colorado, when you come from the West Coast, man, they drop down like a helicopter, man, when they hit that mountain. I mean, it's like 37-degree launch angle in reverse, dude. You got to strap in your seat, buddy. You'll fly out of your seat, man. It's crazy. But hey, man, my Albany High softball team, we playing Salesian today for the league title, man. About to do it.
Let's go, Albany. Hey, I'm pulling for you, Nick and Berkeley. I love Salesian, but I'm pulling for you. Let's go and I want another. I'm gonna figure out the results on Twitter or whatnot. We'll bring it up tomorrow. Let's go get that softball title. Let's go win that league title, Nick.
Baby.
You're all about winning, Nick.
Right,
Let's go do something that Shanahan and Lynch failed to do, which is win the Super Bowl. We got to win the league, Nick. Come on.
Oh, man, got to get that banner hanging in the gym, baby.
I need it. We need it.
Super Bowl? Super Bowl versus high school softball.
No, I didn't know why. John Lynch, if you're out there listening, Kyle Shanahan, I apologize.
Not disrespecting any of our high schoolers out there, all going to prom, all doing this stuff. Congratulations.
I apologize, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. I didn't mean to take a shot at you like that.
Yes, you
I didn't know where to go.
Hey, you want excellence, Bonte, from your teams. You strive for that.
I want excellence for Albany High. Let's go, Nick and Berkeley. Go get that league title. Go beat the big dogs in Salesian. I already read the legal. So this article, Susan Slusser, she caught up with Farhad Zaidi, the team's top baseball executive. And the Giants,
bless you.
That was out of nowhere. They finally get a couple wins here. So now they're, 5 games under 500. Great. Awesome. Right? In the NL West, 17-21, 4 games under 500. Now 8.5 back.
Don't shortchange them.
I'm not going to shortchange them. This article was printed out the other day. They were 15-21 at the time. They've won 2 straight in Colorado. So Farhad said this. The start overall has been hugely disappointing because we obviously invested a lot in the team. We've had a lot of changes that we expected to show up in our record and on-field performance. Even in spring training, we saw a lot of positives that we expected to carry into the season, and it hasn't happened. We haven't hit our stride. When you're the San Francisco Giants and you go on a road trip and you lose 6 out of 7 games, there's going to be frustration and disappointment, as there should be. It's fair to say we put a lot of chips in this year. We spent a lot of money. We signed guys that led to forfeiting draft picks and international pool money, all with the expectations that we will be really good and competitive this year. So I don't think there's more at stake, and the expectations are even higher for us than they have been in the last few years, when they've been justifiably high as well. That's Farhad Zaidi. Noted that most of the players and staff have been with teams that have had rough month-long stretches before, come out of it, and poor results can start to snowball in all areas. San Francisco's defense should be top-notch, for instance, as it was in the first few weeks, but as the offense went south, some issues arose afield for decorated defensive players, such as third baseman Matt Chapman and shortstop Nick Ahmed. So they did spend over $350 million plus for players in the offseason. And Farhad added, all we can ask for is consistent effort and preparation, which I see on a day-to-day basis. I can't criticize the effort or preparation from our players. I think they really care. It's why you're hearing a lot of frustration from them. I think we just have to grind out this stretch.
The interesting quote there for me in all this, and I'll read it again, it caught me. Quote, I do think there's more at stake, and the expectations are even higher for us than they have been in the last few years. Do Giants fans feel like that? Are you feeling like there should be what's at stake for the Giants this year? That's what I guess where I'm coming from. Okay.
You have to get to the playoffs.
Or what? Like that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like when you say there's something at stake, what's at stake? Is it your job?
I think it's his job.
That's okay.
I think his job. I think there's a lot of people around the Giants organization who are not high on Farhad Zaidi. They're waiting for his philosophy to kind of take shape here. And one playoff berth in 6 years, when you're spending this type of money, I think Farhad's job, and it won't be publicized. I don't think that's not the Giants' way. But I do think his job is on the line if they underachieve. I think he will be as good as God if they do not make the playoffs and they underachieve with all the money they spent this offseason and all the resources they put into this baseball team. And with the fans coming in and out, the attendance numbers being down a bit. I think his job is on the line, Spadoni. Wow. So those are the expectations are high.
It's just, I guess because you never really hear from the owners that much of the Giants, I don't know whether to believe that or not, because they've been disappointing for years now. Now they just have a new manager. So you hire a new manager and you thought that would maybe reset his time there, but you bring in Bob Melvin and then you don't make the playoffs and then he's gone. And then do you clean house again? Do you keep Melvin? It's just, I just don't know the direction of the team right now, I guess. So yes, making the playoffs would be great. Right now I'm having a hard time visualizing. Again, it's 1 month in. We'll see there. But when I heard that there's more at stake this season, it just rings a little hollow to me, Bonte.
Yeah.
Because there just hasn't been a lot at stake because there's been no repercussions with anything. I mean, Gabe Kapler was the fall guy, but we all saw that. Like, we knew that wasn't Gabe's fault, the product on the field. Now, I mean, there was some situations there for, if we're talking about, bringing in the wrong pitcher, bringing that, there were some flubs here and there, but on the whole, I just thought Gabe Kapler was just kind of the guy that just had to take the fall for everything within the last couple of seasons past 2021.
There's some other quotes here, because I'm with you here, but there's some other quotes that caught my eye. Farhan said, I don't necessarily see any immediate moves on the horizon, but I think we're getting to a point of the year where the sample sizes start being more meaningful, and you have to at least start thinking along those lines. And then it becomes Austin Slater. It turns into Austin Slater, right? And Austin Slater batting 118, and obviously, he kills left-handed pitching, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, wait a minute here. He's 34 years old. Austin Slater, is he really keeping Matos and Ramos down? So Farhan said this, I don't think his timing at the plate is quite where we expect it, or he expected to be, and I don't know how much of that is the inconsistent playing time. He's taken some swings where I've just been genuinely surprised that he swung and missed because he looks really on time, and those are pitches he usually hits. And in general, he's doing a really good job of staying in the strike zone. He's in a platoon role where he's been really successful the last couple years. When guys have a track record like he does, I think it's important that they feel supported by the organization. When they're in a tough stretch, they don't feel like they're looking over their shoulder. I mean, it's a really hard game to play if you feel like every bad stretch puts your job in jeopardy. He's a really big part of our success and part of what makes our team tough to play against, tough to strategize against. So it's important for us to get him going. So it sounds like Farhan is going to have a lot of patience with Austin Slater. And I don't think that gets fans happy.
Well,
I don't think that gets fans excited when you say Austin Slater, you're going to be patient with him, and we believe he has a track record. It is a big part of success. I don't think Austin Slater is part of the success of his 2024 San Francisco Giants.
Well,
I'm sorry.
What I didn't really like is he lumped in everyone all in one big blob, and he's like, well, the entire team isn't hitting well. It's like, all right, well, then there's got to be something wrong within the coaching, right? Because it can't be every single player that's slumping right now, right? Well, then he goes on to say, I'm very happy with our hitting coaches. So, like, we're just going to let it ride out? Like, it is what it is kind of a thing. There just needs to be some sort of jolt in here, and maybe things are changing again. They've won 2 in a row now. They won the series against Colorado. Let's see if they can go for the sweep, carry that momentum back at home against the Reds. Huge series against them, and then the Dodgers, your division rival, before getting the Rockies again. So I'm looking at this. If you can sweep Colorado, get back into the groove of things, maybe touch or sniff around 500, stay above water against the Dodgers, and then try to sweep Colorado again, or just at least win the series, because you're getting greedy here a little bit. Yeah. Just win some series, start stacking those together, and then good things can come. So, I mean, I don't know.
I don't get the Austin Slater thing, though. He's part of the success of this team. What success is he a part of?
There's nothing.
He's a platoon player.
Austin Slater is just so low on the totem pole for me. Like, why are we even bringing that guy up, kind of a thing? Like, why? Like, what? Like, what is it?
That's right. We're going to give Austin Slater We're going to be patient with Austin Slater and keep Matos or Ramos and Luciano down for guys like Austin Slater. What are we doing here?
They've been too patient.
What are we doing
That's why I'm actually kind of happy we're going to be switching into basketball here and talking to Mark Medina, NBA insider for Fox Sports Radio, because there's no patience with the Clippers, the Lakers, the Warriors, teams like that.
It doesn't exist.
None.
The 49ers, it doesn't exist.
No.
That's Farhan Zaidi. We'll close the book on that for today. Farhan Zaidi. He doesn't infuse confidence into me as a fan.
No.
He doesn't.
That was a whole lot of nothingness for me, what I just read.
Ryan Sabian, just got honored in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Great point by Dave, by the way, Fleming, who we just had on. He said he should be in the Hall of Fame.
He should be. I mean, he had a great run with the Giants. Great run. And then you got Bob Myers. And then you got John Lynch. And you see the way the guys work the room and the way they get deals done. And Farhan, I hear that, and it inspires nothing to me. It says, oh, boy, we're going to have to ride this out with this current crop of players here. And Austin Slater, we're going to be patient with Austin Slater. At least Yaz is hitting something and play some defense. Slater is the only option he is, let's get him against a left-hander. What? And we're keeping him on the roster? I need players who can hit from both sides of the plate, not these platooners and specialty players where, only hit the right side, only hit the left. Like, come on, man, what are we doing? Anyway, let's get to Mark Medina, our big friend, Mark Medina. Got to go bye-bye and talk to Mark Medina down in L.A. That's coming up, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, bud?
What'd you just say to me?
Well, I got a buddy of mine, my guy Matt. He's listening for the first time. He's seen us on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, following us everywhere. Look. Brought to you by First Norcon Credit Union. Not that Matt. But he said, you look like the kid. Now, is it Miro or Mero? I didn't listen to the show.
Oh, Desus and Mero? Light-skinned guy. He's now doing the podcast with Carmelo Anthony.
But he's got the beard. He's got the chains. He's a light-skinned guy.
Yeah, not all light-skinned people look alike.
No, but I'm kind of looking at him now. You're more svelte than he is.
Yeah, I think so.
Slimmer in the face.
Yep, there you go.
But the beard, the complexion, the face,
I wish I had his money.
Well, yes, that would be great.
I wish I had his money.
Well, I'm looking at the picture right now. I don't know. We can do a side-by-side of this on Twitter.
Now. They're funky
yeah,
now.
No, they did not have a great ending. They did not have a good ending.
Yeah. Merrill's talking about it on a Mellow podcast, and Desus, I think it's Desus, the black one.
Yes.
The dark-skinned one, I should say. And then Merrill, the light-skinned cat. And then
because they love their New York sports, because I'm seeing them a bunch too and stuff like that.
And Desus basically was like, cap.
That's too bad.
That is too bad. Once their show moved from Vice Sports to Showtime, it was not the same.
Not the same.
It was not the same.
And sometimes that happens. Yeah, that happens with certain networks. They want to push a certain audience. They get they use the word gentrified there. It's unfortunate. I hate when duos like that break up. We were just talking earlier about Shaq and Kobe breaking up, stuff like that. When you have such sweet music together, when you're working so well, why does it? Well, egos get involved. That's the personalities. It is what it is.
Mark Medina has an ego. You know that?
Mark Medina? No, Mark Medina knows who I am. I used to run the board during Warriors This Week.
Mark Medina walks around.
I hope he remembers me.
Like a superstar, because he knows he's a superstar. He's wearing $1 million suits. Well, $1,000 suits, I should say. He's got the button up. He's got the LA lifestyle. And now he's still an NBA insider for Fox Sports Radio, Spectrum Sports, Fox Sports 1. This guy's got about 15 jobs. And he's tapped in on everything in LA. My main man is getting married soon. The superstar of them all. Mark Medina on the Morning Roast. It's been too long, Mark.
Bonte, I love talking with you, but I got to disagree with almost everything here. I don't walk around like a superstar. That's you.
No, Mark. You are the superstar.
No, Mark, he's the self-proclaimed king.
No, I'm not the self-proclaimed king. They call me king.
I proclaimed that to him already. I've already submitted my ballot that he should be running the city.
No. See, Mark is out there working with Jim Hill in L.A., the legend Jim Hill. Every single time I see a clip from Mark, I'm like, wow, he's with Jim Hill.
Yeah.
He's with Jim Hill. Has been down in the L.A. sports scene for over 60 years, it feels like. Mark Medina's the real star, and he's going to lay down the law on the LA sports teams here when it comes to basketball. Look, we're doing our off-season tour, Mark, and when I think of LA sports, I think of you, because you're tapped in. You know the Lakers, you know the Clippers, and you know everything about the Golden State Warriors, and it feels like this off-season is going to be a bit chaotic in terms of movers and shakers, teams trying to get under the second apron, the first apron. So the first order of business, I want to get your thoughts on Klay Thompson before we get to LA. What do you think Klay Thompson's going to suit up at? If you had $1 to bet, and you had to bet on Klay playing somewhere, would it be the Warriors or would you take the field?
Yeah, if I had a bet on it, which thankfully I don't, but if it's $1, I'm willing to think that Klay Thompson's still with the Warriors at a much steeper discount than that max deal that he got. Technically he can go to other teams like Orlando. I think that they're a real contender here. But I think the thing that's going to hold it back is, one, the Warriors, unless they make dramatic moves or they're suddenly under the second apron, they can't do a sign and trade with Klay. But I think the other thing is that both parties will feel like, even with all the imperfections and question marks, let's figure this out together and hope that some relative discount will at least make some difference in rounding out the supporting cast. That's not going to solve everything, but I think that that's ultimately what's going to happen. But look, as you all know with free agency, anything can happen. So I guess you never rule anything out about Klay going to Orlando or anywhere else.
To that point, would the other team, you mentioned Orlando, is there another team out there, Mark, that we're not talking about that could be a potential suitor for Klay Thompson?
That's really the only one, only because I'm thinking of teams that have quote-unquote cap space, right? And again, we're not expecting Klay to command max salary as he did in his last contract, but he's still a player that means has a lot of value. And I think for a young up-and-coming team like Orlando that sniffed the playoffs, challenged the Cavs to 7 games, his value comes from the championship equity, the veteran, locker room experience, as well as the ability that he still can make some shots and, he can still have that competitive motor. Not the same Klay, as you all know, pre-2019 injuries, but he still has that value. But I think where the Warriors have more equity is not just the relationship, but knowing that Klay Thompson has a value as an individual player, but he also has value with how he fits into the ecosystem with Steph and Dre. But again, as we saw this past year, that only goes so much. 10th place in the standings and losing the play-in tournament's not going to be satisfying. But the Warriors have so many things that they need to address, but it's just hard to pull off because of the second apron stuff.
No, it's a great point. We're talking to Mark Medina here, NBA insider for Fox Sports Radio. And Mark, a team that Klay has been mentioned and linked to in the past because of his father playing there, and I wanted to ask you this specifically because you're tapped in down there in the LA market, the Lakers, could they potentially be a team that Klay looks at and be like, you know what, I grew up a Laker fan, my dad was a Laker, Kobe was my favorite player. Is that a potential team that they could be looking at if D'Angelo Russell decides he wants to decline his player option?
Yeah, I think that theoretically could be an option, and it also helps that the Lakers have some first-round picks at their disposal starting the NBA draft. But again, they would have to sign Klay outright, and so they do have some cap space to work with, but not a lot. Maybe that is okay because Klay is not going to be commanding the kind of salary, but the Lakers will certainly welcome it. They've wanted to have a better supporting cast around LeBron James and Anthony Davis, but I think if they had to prioritize, it's about finding a ball-handling point guard. So, yeah, he would certainly be in the mix. I know Michael Thompson would be obviously beating that drum very loudly, but, again, I would be surprised. There's always been all these windows for Klay to come back to L.A., and he's only come back to L.A. when it's a road game for the Warriors.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see, Mark, what happens with the LA Lakers and the Clippers for that matter. So let's start with the Lakers since we're talking about them. We'll get to the Clippers in just a second because they're just as intriguing, Mark. And you know it from being down there in that market. They're opening up a new stadium next year, the Intuit Dome in Inglewood. It's going to be dynamic. Well, we don't know who's going to play there. But who's going to coach the LA Lakers? Darvin Ham fired last week. LeBron James with the player option. AD, you mentioned the Lakers needing a point guard here. What are you hearing down there? Because is that a job? I know it's the Lakers and it's the brand. And we talk about some of the best jobs in all of sports. Lakers, Yankees, Celtics, whatever. But how attractive is that Laker job right now, Mark?
Well, the Lakers are always going to be an attractive job because it's the Lakers. But I think to your point, the Lakers' attractiveness is much different when it's a championship caliber roster versus a roster that has a lot of question marks, and they're in this weird stage. They're not a rebuilding team. They're still having championship expectations because that's what you have when you have LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and, especially coming off a season where they played as reasonably well as you can expect, and they were mostly available. So I think with this coaching search, it's a little complex because if they had their druthers, they would be hiring Ty Lue yesterday. But the Clippers aren't going to allow him to go anywhere. Lawrence Frank earlier this week made it clear that they want to keep Ty Lue for a long time, and Steve Ballmer has the pocketbook to make that happen, and also Steve Ballmer has the relationship with Ty Lue to make that happen. So I think that you can X him out. Now, where do the Lakers go from here? The sense that I'm getting is that they're leaning toward more, proven, experienced head coaches, simply because of the fact that, when they tried Darvin Ham, that didn't work. And usually when you fire a coach, you're looking for qualities that are the opposite of that candidate. But there's always question marks whether you go for that proven head coach or up-and-coming assistant that has a proven track record like Kenny Atkinson with Golden State or J.J. Redick. Like, every bucket here has its pros and cons, and so I think with the Lakers, they don't have necessarily a wrong answer on which lane they have to choose, but if whatever lane they do choose, they have to fully commit with safeguarding against the risks and making sure that they have the right coaching staff around him to protect that candidate's blind spots, as well as putting together as much of a good supporting cast. But not similar to the Warriors because it's a different dynamic, but as far as solutions go, it's a lot more complex because the Lakers are limited on what kind of moves they can make with making it a better team.
Are you of the opinion, Mark, and you're really tapped in down there, that LeBron James, he's definitely come back to the Lakers?
Oh, he's definitely coming back. I mean, I know you all saw the soundbite where he declined to say if this was his last game with the Lakers, but remember the soundbite last year when he was saying that he might retire, after the Lakers lost the Nuggets in Game 4? Immediately, like within an hour of that, people around LeBron James were telling me, look, I think he's coming back. There's no way he's retiring like this. He's just fried and all that. So I think that's the feeling. He's trying to exert whatever leverage he may still have. But I think we have to keep in mind that since the Russell Westbrook trade, the Lakers really haven't listened to what LeBron James has wanted from a roster building standpoint.
Interesting.
So that, just because he's, trying to exert his leverage doesn't mean the Lakers feel threatened by it. I think he's coming back. Really the question mark moving forward is, does he exercise that player option for the final year, or does he try to negotiate a longer-term deal? And I think the Lakers are open to both because LeBron is still playing at a high level, and let's be frank about it. He's good for business, and the Lakers are about that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Mark Medina here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, our old friend from the Bay Area News Group, and now he's an NBA insider for Fox Sports Radio, Spectrum Sports, and Fox Sports 1. All right, down the hallway. They won't be playing down the hallway no more next season. That's the LA Clippers. You mentioned Steve Ballmer and company, and they're going to keep Ty Lue. But what about the players on the floor? We were kind of taken aback, Mark, when they gave Kawhi the big fat extension. What was it, 3 years, $153 million? We're like, wow, he can't stay on the court.
Yeah, it's Bonte Hill money right there.
Yeah, I wish it was Bonte Hill money. Hey, trust me, if that was Bonte Hill money, you and I would not be talking right now, Mark. My ass would be in bed, sleep. But trust me, so big time money for Kawhi. He's got the big money, and he obviously couldn't play in the playoffs with the knee inflammation. He was struggling. Paul George sounds like he's going to become an unrestricted free agent. Is Paul George as good as gone from the LA Clippers, Mark?
It very well could be, but I think that it's telling what Lawrence Frank was saying. On one hand, he's saying that they want to bring back Paul George and James Harden, but they both could be free agents. James Harden definitely. Paul George could opt out, but then he's also saying we're not naive to think we're okay with just running it back. That's not how we try to build a team. So here's what I think is going to happen. They're going to follow the same plan that they did with Lob City, where I wouldn't be surprised that they do technically retain Paul George and James Harden, but don't be surprised that's for the intention down the line that they ultimately trade them, maybe leading to the trade deadline next year. So anything can happen with Paul George or Harden, but if I had to guess, I think because of the fact that there's not going to be viable alternatives and Steve Ballmer wants there to be as much of a product to sell lead into Intuit Dome, it's not about what the final roster looks like. It's about having assets that can serve as a bridge toward opening into a new arena as well as serve as a bridge for the next deals to be made. So I think that's what's going to happen, and we'll have to wait and see if that comes true here.
So with the Golden State Warriors, what is the one thing, or I should say the one move that they should be focused on more than others this offseason? Yeah. Is it Klay Thompson, making sure he stays in a Golden State Warriors uniform? Is it figuring out a trade partner with Andrew Wiggins? Do you keep Wiggins? Chris Paul? Do you try to bring him back? What is the number one thing, I guess I would say, with lack of a better word, that the Warriors should focus on this summer, Mark?
Yeah, I think it's really seeing what kind of trade you can cobble together with putting together Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul in a deal. I think that they're better off keeping Klay as long as the number's reasonable, because we just know, even with his up and down season, he still can be a value as long as that they're not leaning on him as big of a role as it was during the championship season. Obviously, we saw that play out with him coming off the bench. But I think the bigger thing is they got to make deals to round out the rest of the roster. And because of what we were mentioning about the second apron limitations, it would be very surprising to me that the Warriors can pull off any kind of sign and trade with Klay. So if they're going to make a deal, they got to cobble up their other assets together and see what they can get. I don't know what that's going to look like, but that's the main priority.
All right, some quick hitters for you, Mark, before we let you go. We know you got to get out and be the superstar that you are in Beverly Hills. So real quick, Russell Westbrook, will he be a Clipper, yes or no, next season?
I don't think he will be. He won't get a big contract, but I think that ship has sailed.
Oh, wow. He's not happy with that bench roll. I never thought he was happy.
He
with that
says on the IG story that it's otherwise. He's always a great teamate.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. IG tells us all. Tells us the truth at all times, Mark.
As he goes to his fifth team in 5 years.
All right, Jokic. Your thoughts on Jokic winning his third MVP in the last 4 years? Should it have been SGA's award or Luka Doncic's? Do you have a problem with the MVP?
No, I think Nikola Jokic certainly deserved it. Yeah, Shea and Luka are the real deal, but Jokic has played a dominant level. I never like the timing of the MVP awards because it's during the playoffs. But this is a regular season award. So just because the Nuggets are down 2-0 to Minnesota has nothing to do with it.
Speaking of Minnesota, do you believe they'll be the next champions of the NBA? I think I'm having a hard time feeling like one of these teams that are left in the playoffs could beat Minnesota 4 times in 7 games. That's where I'm at with Minnesota. I think they're that good. What about you, Mark?
I believe it. I thought that it was going to be the Nuggets, but now that they're up 2-0, they're in commanding position. They're going to win this series. I think that they'll actually win the championship. A month ago, I gave a leap year prediction for the next leap year. I said that Anthony Edwards would get a championship with Minnesota. I didn't think it would happen this season, but I think it will.
Nostradamus, Mark Medina, that's why you're a superstar, and that's why we have you on the Morning Roast. Checks in the mail, Mark. We love you. It's always good catching up with you. Thanks for that, man. This NBA offseason, doesn't it remind you a little bit of 2019 with all the movers and shakers? There was so much happening. Kevin Durant, his last season with the Warriors, everybody talked about him going back to New York. Well, he does. He goes to the Brooklyn Nets. Paul George gets traded. Kawhi leaves Toronto. It feels like this offseason is setting up to be that chaotic like it was in 2019.
Can't wait.
I think it'll be that chaotic, but not to douse any bad news to the Warriors fans, but I don't see the Kevin Durant reunion happening. They just don't have enough assets for Matt Ishbia's liking in Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't see that happening either. No. I never saw that happening. It was a pipe dream.
Yeah, for a week, Mark, we were talking about LeBron, Kevin Durant, and Laurie Markkinen, everyone, right? Everyone
you can put that team together on 2K.
Yeah, the Photoshops are out of control. It is live season. Mark, always good catching up with you, Brad. I'm proud of you, man. Keep doing your thing down in L.A.
Right back at you, and you got my vote if you ever run it for anything.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a politician. I don't want to lose my hair, Mark. That's too stressful.
Thanks, Mark.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Anytime. Mark Medina here on the Morning Roast. So a lot of things happening. Westbrook with the Clippers. Paul George, what's going to happen? The California teams, man. Sacramento, the Clippers, the Lakers, and the Warriors. Going to be a lot of things happening in the state of California when it comes to basketball.
A lot of question marks for these Cali teams, but I never question Mark. You like that? You like how I did that?
That was...
Come on, Bonte. Come on, that's a 5.
That was so bad. It was
You
good.
can use that next time you have a Mark on your show.
That was so bad.
Next time you talk to Mark Spears of the Undefeated or whatever.
That was so bad. It was good.
That was so good. Got a lot of question marks.
That was so bad.
Never question mark.
Oh,
come on,
man. That was
a 5.
Where Worldwide Wef is chiming in. Worldwide Hef, if people don't know, is the guy who I went to college with, and I don't know how he graduated college, considering he never did any homework and he cheated off my test.
It's an associate's
my projects. Degree. So, I'm guilty by association.
There you go.
Worldwide Hef. But he says, Spadoni's too good, man.
Oh.
Spadoni's too good.
Thank you.
And I'm like, Worldwide Hef, man. You never said that about me.
He's worldwide. He knows, man. Some call me the pit bull of the station, Mr. Worldwide. I don't wear the white pants, though. Too tight. I'm not a white pants guy. You got white pants, Ponte?
I don't have white pants. I'm scared of white pants.
No, you can't do it.
I wore white pants one time in middle school. I was like, never do. White jeans.
No.
It was like, white jeans.
Or like
it was
jorts.
terrible.
You can't rock the jorts.
Oh,
come on.
I can't rock the jorts. I can't do the white.
No.
Maybe an all-white party. I'm willing to go to an all-white party. Okay. The guy who owns the Sixers, what's his name? Fanatics. He throws the all-white party with all the celebrities.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah.
That all-white party looks wild.
That was when Tom Brady and Kim K were rumored to be hanging out, and then it was actually revealed it was Odell Beckham and Kim K. And now they, I guess, have split. It's very disappointing.
Shocker.
When did OBJ come into this conversation with Kim?
Dude, you haven't been around, Loveman. It's been a thing.
I don't pay attention.
Kim K moves fast.
There's too many boyfriends in Kim's life.
She's collecting the Infinity Stones like Thanos.
The Infinity Bros.
Oh, my gosh.
That's right.
Oh, no.
She was. I kind of felt bad for her at the roast. I said kind of.
Oh, they booed her.
She got booed for saying. She literally got up there and got booed. I was like, man.
She got booed. She didn't care. She loved it.
It's always a fun game.
Oh,
must be fun to have that much money.
You love that, Trump.
Getting booed and just like
you love that so much.
I wasn't there to react the day after because I was dealing with some personal stuff off air. But
did you watch it live? Watch it live?
I watched the game after it, and then I tuned in at 6 a.m. because I couldn't sleep just to watch you and FP talk about it and FP having your back. The great FP Santangelo.
Yeah, he's in Colorado.
He is.
Freezing his butt off.
He is. They're wearing the blankets. I saw that in the broadcast. It was so funny.
Flem dropping a little. Well, at least Joe Rick's going to say he went out as a big leaguer. I was just like, man.
Hey, Flem, sneaky Stanford bully. All right, sneaky
Stanford bully. All right, we got some fun out here. Chris Sims. But first, you got what Mark said about the value Klay brings to the Magic and the Warriors. I guess, obviously the value Klay Thompson brings is that he's a shooter and he's going to space the floor. And he's a homegrown talent and business is going to be booming when you got those number 11 jerseys. What if Klay does move on? And I'm not, I saw some people on Twitter yesterday are like, oh man, 95.7, all you guys trying to do is get rid of Klay. No. We're just talking about the situation. The situation with Klay Thompson. I want to see Klay retire and go to St. Warrior. That's my guy. That's my guy. I want to see Draymond retiring. Remember, how cool would it be to have the big three retire as all Dubs? So that's what sports is about.
I'm trying to think of another situation where that happened. I know McHale stayed a Celtic, correct, his whole career. Bird, Parrish wasn't a Celtic.
Parrish moved on. He was with the Bulls and everything like her.
So, I mean, it doesn't usually happen that way. I'm trying to think of some other ones. I mean, Kareem was a Buck. James Worthy, I think he stayed a Lakers whole time. Magic, obviously, his career cut short because of HIV. But man, that would be special. The big three staying that way, because it didn't happen with Manu, Tim, and Tony Parker. No, it just didn't. Kawhi left. It just doesn't happen in sports anymore, man. And you're not going to expect that to happen with football. Do I expect Brock Purdy to stay a Niner forever?
Right.
It's early. It's Brock Purdy. He's not on the same level as those guys. But no. Do I expect Brandon Ayuk or Debo? No. It doesn't happen. In the Bay, just think Jerry Rice, Raider, T.O., Eagle, Joe Montana, Chief, right? Buster Posey's a rarity. And it felt like he left early because he was still on the top of his game.
Those are facts, Benoni. I can't dispute that. It happened. So we'll see what happens with Klay Thompson. I want to pivot off that sound though. I want to play that. I want to get to this. Chris Sims. He's with our boy Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
Tight with Kyle Shanahan. Played with him at Texas when he was the quarterback.
That's his
Kyle
boy.
Shanahan. They have matching tattoos.
Matching tattoos.
Yes. And Chris Sims, obviously the son of Phil Sims, who moved on from CBS. By the way,
he was with our boy Ahmed Fareed.
Oh, Ahmed Fareed. For NBC. Okay.
For NBC. Chris Sims. Wow. He talked about the Ricky Pearsall pick and the dynamic, the power structure with the 49ers. I want to get your thoughts on this. Here's Chris Sims with our boy Ahmed Fareed discussing the 49ers power structure when it comes to the draft and free agency.
This is much respect for John Lynch, right? Big part of the organization. Now, this is the thing where I've told people this sometimes and I still think they're shocked about this or they don't understand this, right? Kyle Shanahan's picking the players. Kyle Shanahan is the GM of the 49ers. He has absolute total power, right? So it's not the way to take away anything from, a John Lynch or just like a Brett Veach with Kansas City. Andy Reid gets final power call, right? There's a few of those in the NFL, right? So it ain't Peters or Lynch. It's Shanahan, then it's Lynch, and then it was Peters when he was there.
Interesting.
So...
And again, Chris Sims is tight with Kyle Shanahan.
He's very tight, but we don't know. They've been wrong about a lot lot of things.
Well, he did say Mac Jones was the guy, too.
The fact that he said, you think that John Lynch made the call on drafting Ricky Pearsall at 31 when nobody in the freaking world, make sure I get that right, freaking world, because it doesn't say freaking, thought he was worthy of that pick? I mean, we've all thought Shanahan has the final say on these picks. He gets the players that he wants. Now, what's Lynch's role? Do they do the collaborative effort? Or they do, group project here where we all decide that hey, let's pick straws or raise our hand.
Is John Moore into the defensive side because that's the side he played with? Is Kyle Moore the offensive side? There's always a give and take. I mean, but it's symbiotic. So they're both going to get credit. They're both going to get blame when these things fail. But part of the thing is, you know, and kind of you can liken this with the Warriors and stuff like that. I know it's a little different. I know Steve Kerr is probably not as involved as, you know, Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy was there. But Joe Lacob and his sons were having some say in there. Whose pick was James Wiseman, right? Stuff like that was a conversation for a long time. So, yeah, it's always going to be, and it's funny when this happens because I feel like when they fail, when the picks fail, I do feel like we do pivot to the head coach and saying that was Kyle's guy, Bonte. When they hit, John Lynch, man, that was tremendous.
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Oh, my gosh.
We do that a lot here, it feels like.
Well, Shanahan was hired first, and he got to choose the GM that he wanted.
That's true.
And they wanted John Lynch. So it doesn't surprise me. And I'm with the 925
That doesn't always happen. That doesn't always happen, by the way. Sometimes the owner wants to hire both
GM
at the same time.
Yes. Yep. So 925, Xfinity Mobile text line. And I'm with them here. Chris Sims has been consistently wrong about the 49ers. He has. He has, which is why we don't really take things that Chris Sims says seriously. Now, if it's Uncle Phil Sims, we take it seriously. We love Uncle Phil. But when it comes to Chris and the 49ers, he has been consistently wrong about them and his takes. Like, I'm not going to lie. So, like, does this even, at this point in their tenures, they're about to enter year number 8. Does it even matter? Does anybody care who is making a final say on draft picks? Do you even care that it's Lynch or Shanahan? Because I don't anymore. I don't care.
They've gone to 2 Super Bowls, so conventional wisdom, and they've been very close, and they were leading in the fourth quarter in both of those Super Bowls. Conventional wisdom would tell you know what, they're doing a pretty good job drafting players. Now, they've missed a bunch. They've hit a bunch. It is what it is at this point. And they have only re-signed one of their first-round picks to an extension, that being Nick Bosa. Obviously, they're hoping to do that this offseason with Brandon Ayuk, obviously a first-round pick out of Arizona State a couple of seasons ago. So, man, I really don't think it matters that much in today's age. Like Belichick, was Belichick a great drafter?
No.
I
mean, but yeah, you could say he has. I mean, first look at all those players he had on.
But a lot of those were
holdovers from Parcells or whatnot.
He liked to attack the free agency, but stuff like that.
He did groom some of those DBs when he coached with Parcells as an assistant. Al Grove was a D coordinator when they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Packers.
The amount of credit we're giving the 49ers for finding Brock Purdy, we got to give the same thing to finding Tom Brady, I guess, because he was the guy in charge when they made the draft pick.
Right.
But to your point, Bonte, overall, I don't think it matters if the head coach is making that decision. Right. If they have the track record that they've shown to getting you to the Super Bowl, then what's the problem here?
Yeah, to me, I don't
if people do 888-957-9570, that's fine, but I don't.
I personally don't even care anymore because we're in year 8 and whoever's making the decisions, whether it's Lynch or Shanahan, whoever has the final say, like to me, I don't care because they put together one of the best rosters in the NFL. And whoever gets the credit for it, whatever. But Lynch is still here. Shanahan's still here. Adam Peters has moved on. Rand Carthon's moved on. How much credit are you going to get? They all have their priorities, right? They all have their scouting expertise and they like this guy. Maybe one guy likes this guy more than the other one. And they're just like, you know what? Let's roll with it. But at the same time, at this point in their tenure, I personally don't give a damn no more who's making the final say. All we care about is, are they going to win the Super Bowl? Yes or no? And it doesn't matter who plays quarterback. I said this all season last year when they signed Sam Darnold. I said, man, I don't care if Sam Darnold, Brandon Allen, Trey Lance, or Brock Purdy's playing quarterback. I don't really care. I just want to win. At the end of the day, I just want to win. I'm not a player stan. I'm a team stan. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny because this is hypothetical, but that's what we do on Sports Talk Radio. We talk hypotheticals. If Brock Purdy didn't hit, if they didn't have that and Trey Lance was a bust, then there would be a conversation. Because then you are talking about Kyle Shanahan trading all that draft capital and then drafting Trey Lance, a guy who, you know what, he was your handpicked guy for this offense, and it didn't work out, and it would have failed. But you know what? You hit on Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, and you know what? He gets credit for that.
And quietly, they had Jimmy Garoppolo as a backup plan, and they were starting to roll with Jimmy Garoppolo there before he got hurt against Miami.
Yeah.
So
Christian McCaffrey, they made that move.
I mean, and we don't know what happened with Trey if he didn't get hurt. Who knows? But listen, this organization with Lynch and Shanahan, under Lynch and Shanahan, they found you Fred Warner. They found you George Kittle. They made the shrewd move to trade for Trent Williams, right? You signed Kyle Juszczyk from the Baltimore Ravens. He's been one of the best fullbacks, if not the best fullback, over the last 5-6 years. He's a perennial Pro Bowler, right? You find all these running backs. You make these running backs work. You find linemen. When everybody's banging the table for first-round picks on linemen, they go the other way, and they find linemen. They average 29 points a game on offense. They found Ayuk. They found Debo. You know what I'm saying? You look at Drake Greenlaw, who's coming back, 5th-round pick. Hufanga, late-round pick. So whoever is making the final decision, who cares at this point? Why is it still a talking point? It feels like this should have been it was a talking point like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. But now, I bet you if you polled all these Niner fans walking down the street, hey, do you care who's making the final decision, Lynch or Shanahan? Like, Carter, you're a Niner fan. Do you care anymore who's making the final decision?
No, I mean, I think their picks have been decent. I mean,
they've got one of the best rosters in the league.
Yes.
So I don't think anybody really cares anymore about that. Maybe Chris Sims still cares about it.
Well, maybe you just bring it up, and we're reacting to it because it's 49ers news, and you know what? Maybe it's not news at all. Maybe it's something we've been talking about ad nauseum, as you've pointed out here for a while. I'm just thinking about this team right now and where they are at, coming off a Super Bowl loss, another one to the Kansas City Chiefs in overtime, and you got Brock Purdy in this contract looming. I do believe now more than ever, though, you need to be hitting on some of these picks.
Yep.
Like Ricky Pearsall better work out because you're going to start paying a guy an exorbitant amount of money. We think. Now I know you and Shasky are a little pump the brakes on this because this is a massive season for Brock Purdy.
Oh,
we're not just sliding in that he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL after this season.
When the owner comes out and says that he's going to reset the quarterback market, we all go whoa. Let the season play out first.
He had one full season under his belt. Let's get that second full season as starting quarterback under his belt before we start talking about Patrick Mahomes type of cash, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. Now, he was an MVP candidate last year. I get that. But I do truly believe if they pay Brock Purdy, Monte, like we think we're going to pay him, that's going to be the toughest task and test for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan when it comes to rebuilding, retooling, and reshaping this roster around him because you got to get that financial Tetris going on.
Well, let's see how it works. The NFL season could play out completely different.
You never know. That's why I love the NFL.
And that's the expectations, too, with Brock Purdy. Are the expectations for him this season? Is it going to be to match what he did last season? He had one of the best seasons for a 49ers quarterback in the history of the franchise.
Set the bar high.
Most passing yards in a season. The touchdown passes, the lack of interceptions. Does he have to meet those expectations? Because resetting the quarterback market, we're talking Joe Burrow, we're talking Mahomes, we're talking Josh Allen. That's big boy money. We'll see about that.
It's a lot. And then I'm looking at those teams right now, too. When you don't win it all and you're paying the quarterback that much money, it starts to get very tough. Hard feelings are going to be met. You're looking at the Bengals right now. T. Higgins, think he's happy right now with his situation? But you got Jamar Chase and you got Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Don't get it twisted. The light is going to be shining on Justin Herbert now. There are no excuses. I don't want to hear that there's no Mike Williams or Keenan Allen or stuff like that. You got your guy and your head coach that you wanted forever, Jim Harbaugh.
Well,
all right.
Here, hold on 1 second.
So let's see with Justin Herbert with all the legit expectations now this season. I know you got the lad McConkey out of Georgia. That was their second-round pick. He's been highly sought after. So we'll see.
Harbaugh will turn that program around. All he does is win. I mean, I know he didn't win the Super Bowl.
Are you expecting the first season they're going to be a playoff team?
I think they can make the playoffs. I'm not going to lock it in yet.
Okay.
Not yet. But it's all on Justin Herbert. How good are you? How good are you? You're tasked with elevating players around you.
Last year was the year. If you're going to win the AFC West and you weren't the Chiefs, that was the year. And they left it wide open. The lead. I'm so sick of the Kansas City Chiefs, too, because it was on a silver platter for the league to knock them off their high horse.
But I don't want you to go there. I lived it, okay? I lived it. I lived it to the point where I say this again. If the Niners are in an NFC Championship game, and I see Kansas City on the other side of the AFC Championship game, and the AFC Championship game is later than an NFC Championship game this year, I don't know if I want to win and go play the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
I don't want what?
I don't want to go through those 2 weeks.
To be the man, you got to beat the man. That's what we're saying. Is that man unbeatable is what you're saying?
We're risking going 0-3 against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? 0-3? I don't want those problems.
You're entering like John Elway Broncos territory early on in his
I
career.
think we should
there.
be entering Fast Five territory.
I like
right now.
that.
All right.
I got a Fast Five. Good morning to my lovely wife, Jade Spadoni. She's listening right now on the just the radio dial. Hello, Jade.
Hello, Jade.
She says Jade would like to do a pop culture hour with the roast. No, she's negotiating with herself. I didn't respond, so she said 30 minutes. And she said, fine, 15 minutes. Just tell Matt Nahigian, and I can do a pop culture segment on the roast. I don't know about that, Jade.
I'm not mad at that. We can do some pop culture.
She's all about it. She's all about it.
What about pop? She's a Kardashian fan?
No, she used to watch the show. She's not like a stand for that.
Not a stand.
Big Swiftie though, loves
Big
Swiftie.
Okay.
But also like respects Beyonce. She's not part of those different
not the Bayhive or the Taylor Swift.
No. But she respects everything, and she is very tapped in with the TMZs of the world and stuff like that.
Loco Moco. Bonte started it to the equivalent of Sausalito Shasky regarding the Chiefs. You damn right I am. I'm scared of Patrick Mahomes, okay?
He's left scars.
All right?
He's left scars, hasn't he?
I am mentally damaged when it comes to playing the Kansas City Chiefs. You think I'm having a meltdown now? Gosh, they got to come to Levi Stadium next year. Got to see the Chiefs.
Oh, no.
Think I want to go to that game? I'm selling the tickets to that game. I only want to go to that game.
Xavier Worthy, you're going to have 2 touchdowns.
Don't even want to go to that game.
Burning everyone.
Not going to that game. I'm selling my tickets for that game. I'm watching that game on the couch. Not doing it. 209, the City Bubble text line. If we don't have Brock and Trey's a bus, Kirk Cousins is our starting quarterback, and that would be my final thought. Thank the heavens Kirk Cousins is not quarterback in the San Francisco 49ers. Much rather have Brock Purdy on my football team quarterbacking.
What if there's a scenario next year?
Oh, don't do it.
They got Penix.
Don't do it.
He's playing well. They got Kirk on the bench.
Don't do it.
Something happens with Brock. Maybe he's out for the year.
Why would you say that?
And you trade for Kirk Cousins.
Why would you say that?
And it all works
Why
out.
would you say
and
that?
Kirk takes you to the Super Bowl,
Why would you
wins
say
the
that?
Super Bowl. You don't have to pay Brock. You got Kirk, and it's all a happy ending. And Kyle Shanahan had his guy. That is what I am rooting for next year. Kirk Cousins winning it all
You're an evil
with the
person.
49ers.
You're an evil
person. You would
person.
love Kirk Cousins if he won you a Super Bowl.
You're evil. Yes, Chris Jones is still with the Chiefs. Sorry, love it.
I'm same thing as you, man. I will not go back to a 49ers Chiefs game. Just not happening. Absolutely not. And I got both the home teams tonight, NBA.
Oh,
lock it in.
Lock it in. Carter.
Lock of the day.
Carter, so you know what he told me? I hope his mom's not listening.
Uh-oh.
Because I don't know if his mom knows he gambles. You may want to dump this, Carter. But Carter goes, yeah, I made about 30 bets yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Sounds like me.
Sounds like a slow day from Carter.
Oh, I love that. You're just betting on. You don't celebrate the wins. You're just looking for the next bet. That's what we do in the gambling world. I like that, Carter. My type of guy.
Been hanging out with Shohei Ohtani.
All right, now I know my final thought here. I know we love talking Giants baseball on this show, but I got to get a little A's final thought in here because I have to highlight the crimes that Brent Rooker has been doing to baseballs over his last 7 games.
I like that.
He is 12 for his last 26. That's a 461 average, 4 home runs, 11 RBIs over his last 7 games. Dude just hitting tanks out there.
Wow.
Brent Rooker, I got him on my fantasy team. He was my Mr. Irrelevant, my last pick of my fantasy draft just because I wanted the home runs, but he is doing some numbers for me. So
you know
shout out to Brent Rooker. Better than any 2 hitters in the Giants lineup
Shea
right now.
Langlier's catcher for the A's set an Oakland record, and there's been a lot of guys in Oakland. That's Mark McGwire, Ricky Henderson, amongst others. 8 RBIs yesterday in a doubleheader, the most ever in Oakland history for a doubleheader.
Wow.
Breaking Reggie Jackson's record of 7 RBIs in one day.
Hey, how about those A's? And how about this show? It's over. Tomorrow, Friday, we'll do better. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Thank you for participating in the show. A lot of fun day. We're all over the place. We'll be all over the place tomorrow. NBA, enjoy the doubleheader, everybody. Let's see if the Giants can get to sweep. But in the meantime, as that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Guru, alongside Evan Giddings, as Steiny decided to take a couple days off. Hey, it's going to be a fun show anyway from 10 to 2. Have a good day, everybody.
simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
All right, what is going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yes.
Oh, it feels like a day of change, Goo. I know that you're literally changed because it's payday for you, but change around the Bay Area is what we're getting into
No
today.
doubt about it. And I'll tell you what, Evan, you don't know this. Confessions early. Shout out Usher Raymond. When I'm out and I hear you and Steiny, and I love my guy, he's having a good time.
Yes, he is.
All right, nothing's going on with him, so he's good. I get a little jelly that he's rocking with you, and now I got you for 3 days. Let's get it, baby.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. We got to get our time. Me and Steiny got to rock a little bit. He's out golfing in Pastorland, God's country,
yeah.
Eastern Washington, the rolling hills up in the Palouse. I was taking a look at it yesterday. It looks beautiful up there. It's going to be like 85 degrees. It's beautiful out here in the Bay, man. We got an 80-degree day in the city, and I don't know what to do with myself.
Well, you got a date today.
Go.
You got action tonight. Yeah, baby.
I'm trying to get back up off the canvas.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Look
Gil.
at my guy.
It's a transition period for
There
us
you
all.
go.
That's I think where we want to start today, right? Shout out to everybody on the YouTube chat. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. And this is kind of the question I think I want to start with today, Guru, because it feels like, no, not just in my life, but we're in a transition period with our Bay Area sports teams. I'm talking all 5 of them, not just the Warriors, the Giants, the Niners, but also you could throw the A's, the Sharks in there. And it just appears, Goo, to me, and the question I want to ask to Bay Area fans is, are we in the midst of a transition in Bay Area sports? Because it feels like one to me.
I love the question. And, life is about change, and there can be positive and good change, right? And there can be bad change. But for me, I'll put the right on the table early. Evan, shout out Atco. The Warriors are the biggest one to me when you talk about transition. And what scares me about my answer, because I'm trying to put my finger on it, and we've talked about this, is I don't know what they're transitioning to. But I know the players are the same. The big dogs, and that's Steve Kerr, that's Joe Lacob, that's Steph Curry, and we'll talk about where I feel like he's taking some shade. I don't want to call it personal shade, Evan. I just feel like, you need another guy better than him in here, and we'll get to that because I think there's a lot left in the ketchup bottle. But the ketchup bottle's the basketball bottle, right?
Exactly.
So you don't need another bottle. There's a lot left. But I am worried about, is this the norm? And when I say is this, them not making the playoffs. Because if this is the norm, Ev, then what you just said, they're transitioning off of their dynasty run. And that's what has me, not melancholy, but your boy's a bit sport nervous about what's to come. And that's why I think Joe Lacob, we've talked about it ad nauseum. What's he going to do? Is he going to do this? And nobody's wrong with their opinion, but Evan, he's the one that controls. It's Joey Light years, and he'll let us know if he's going big game hunting.
Well, I got something left in the optimism bottle that I do want to get into with the Warriors later on. Of course, we're also going to have Sam Amick of The Athletic. Right now, he's covering the Denver-Minnesota series, which appears to be the best series left remaining in the playoffs. We'll have him at 12 o'clock. We're going to talk to him about the Warriors. We're also going to talk to him about, he had kind of a funny interaction with the new superstar to be, which is Anthony Edwards. That baby's been born.
Man.
So we're going to get into that at 12 o'clock. But you mentioned the Warriors, and I think just to kind of go down the list again, why I believe that we're in a transition as Bay Area sports fans is, number one, because of the Warriors. To me, their choices between young uncertainty and old certainty, knowing what you have in the big three and not knowing what you have in where the league appears to be going, which is getting younger, getting more athletic, and leaning into the 20-year-olds as opposed to the 30-year-olds. So that's the Warriors. The Niners, to me, I mean, this stat just hit me like a ton of bricks. The fact that since 2010, they have the 3rd most playoff wins in the NFL, and they're the only team with 5 or more to not have a Super Bowl. So their transition right now, to me, Goo, is between whether they're a team that's getting over the hump or a team that's going to be forgotten and lost amidst 2 dynasties between the Patriots and the Chiefs. And then the Giants, I mean, they've been in a transition for a few years now, talking about their front office with their manager. They just got up out of here, bringing in Bob Melvin. And even, of course, the Oakland Athletics transitioning to Sacramento, and the San Jose Sharks, which you brought up yesterday, transitioning from whatever they've been, which is missing the playoffs for 5 years, now to the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah,
so we got a lot to get into, I think.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what about the your take on the 49ers. Dude, sports is about competition. Sports is about legacy. I don't have to tell you that, Evan. You're doing your young broadcast career. You see it. There's natural pressures, and some step up and meet that. Some don't, and you move on, and you try to do it as long as your career allows you to do it. But you got me thinking about the 49ers. Evan, I saw John Taylor bloop at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame ceremony, and he was kind enough to talk to Bonte and I for about a good hour, and I'm looking at him like he was part of the regime of the 49ers that when they went, Evan, they won it. You know, when they went, they won, undefeated in Super Bowls. So I bring that up only to say I don't have to tell Kyle Shanahan anything he doesn't know, but Evan, they have had a great run for the last 5 years. You just talked about it. 2 visits to the Super Bowl. Now you got a young quarterback out of nowhere, Rudy and Brock Purdy, who could have actually had a Super Bowl the year before last, but his arm got wrecked in the championship game against the Eagles. My thing is, on the Guru computer, the window does not stay open forever. And if you allow me just to say, with the same cast of characters, the kind of guys that we've gotten used to with the Fred Warners and the Bosas for this run, Evan, I cannot wait to see how they're going to respond to their second Super Bowl loss in 5 years. And we know the NFL, not for long. Evan, I want to see how they meet that because, again, you don't just, we're the 49ers or any team and say health is going to be on our side. We're going to get to another Super Bowl. At some point, some things you got to hit the pause button, and because sometimes that pause button is out of your control in regard to injury, but I cannot wait to see how they and where they go this year because tomorrow is not promised.
It's not. It's a very important season for the 49ers. Well, no, and I feel like the last 5 years have been in that same place. And I just wonder with people looking at the sports franchises now, the Warriors, the Giants, and the 49ers specifically, we can leave the A's and the Sharks out of it for now because I think that the main 3, those are the 3 teams to me in transitions. Does that make you feel compelled, impassioned? Does it make you feel scared? Does it make you feel like we're in a place of unknowing? Because it feels like also, Goo, just kind of watching the NBA playoffs, and last night it was a great game between Indiana and New York. It also feels like the league itself, the NBA, is in a period of transition. I think that's what has kind of captured me the most in the last couple of weeks is just thinking about where we're going to go, where we're going to be, because everything, especially in the Bay, has been so concrete.
Yeah.
It's been understood that the Warriors have been kings of this league and that they're going to be in and around every single conversation up until potentially next season. Now, if Lacob takes a big swing, if he brings in someone that is star-studded, star-worthy,
I'm hoping
they'll be back in every single news outlet. But I wonder, Goo, if that's the way the Warriors are looking at the league. And that's the way you guys talked about it yesterday, this idea of either leaning into young or old. And to me, Goo, I think it's complicated because there's a needle that needs to be threaded. And I think that the Warriors are in a position to where with their decisions between Klay and Kuminga, and Ramona Shelburne was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday speaking about both, they have choices to make with those 2 guys. And I just believe that the direction the franchise goes will be tied to those 2 players.
Yeah, great call. And you know what, Evan? For the Warriors, and I've used it when you first asked me and came to me, fear is the number 1 feeling or emotion I have right now for the Golden State Warriors because, Evan, if they don't win another chip, I know this decade, this Steph Curry era, the Big 3 era, how many teams really get to fall in love with the Big 3 and have them win the chip 4 times like the Warriors have? I don't know if they have the guys after the main characters, the new Steph, the new Dre, the new Klay, and the new Klay, if he decides to go somewhere else, that will be the immediate feeling that we have of, wow, this thing's over. How do you build it back up? And Evan, I hope you know when Steiny asked me that yesterday, would I trade the chip or get a chip a year after or ride it out with the big three? I always go Sopranos or just the mob movies, the loyalty. And I got to tell you, until we find out we have a new Steph Curry or somebody you can hand the baton to, your boy's nervous. I am scared. I don't think Steph is done here for the next 3 to 4 years, but it is odd, and I do fear watching Steph Curry not play meaningful basketball in the months of May and June, which have become, we've all been accustomed to that. So that's fear for me. I'm being real. I think Klay, once he leaves, then now we're taking it's like, okay, here we go. Get ready. It's not a divorce, but it's symbolic of maybe the end is here much sooner than anybody thought.
There's always fear of the unknown, but I do think I got a couple things that will make you feel better, and we'll get into it at about 10:30.
I need it.
Well, it's important. I think it's where everyone is kind of stuck between right now. But sticking with your comment from yesterday on Curry, I understand that everyone wants to be Bill Walsh, right? Everyone wants to find the player before the player. Everyone wants to have the plan in place before you actually need it. I don't know if the Warriors have that, though. To me, it's easier to trade Montana when you got Young waiting in the wings. There is no Young right now for the Golden State Warriors that I can see. There's only a couple of players and pieces that I think could create something special, but you don't know anything definitively. I think Bill Walsh and the Niners knew definitively they had the second coming. And to be fair, he cashed in with a Super Bowl. Right now, the Warriors and I think, again, just the Bay Area, everyone's looking for that next thing. It's the reason why we spent an hour talking about Celebrini's kid, Macklin. It's because he might be the next big thing. The Bay Area has not had one of those since Steph Curry and the Big Three delivered 4 championships. And right now, people are wondering what's going to happen. And for me, I'm excited to watch because I think this is the best time in sports to be a fan, where every single storyline is going to be different. Sports delivers when it's just completely unexpected. Yeah. And the Warriors right now, to me, got choices to make, but in a way, that gives them freedom to do so.
I love that. And, when you say choices, I go to Willard and Dibbs yesterday in the conversation we had. They did a damn good job on their show just talking about, the power of a guy like Steph Curry or LeBron James at their age. And I kind of disagree with Willard because I believe there is a platform or a venue or an avenue for those dudes to be sought out after. But Evan, I guess when I talk about the youngsters, I would be fronting or telling you a bald-faced lie if I didn't tell you I thought Kuminga might be a star. Like, that's the ceiling, not superstar. And hopefully I'm wrong and he blows past that. But as far as Moody, as far as Pajimski and TJD, those guys are going to have good careers and they're going to be pieces. But, excuse me, I've been spoiled with not just Steph in his prime, Klay and Dre. Each of them brought something different, a different ingredient. So I guess what I'm asking you, is it okay for me or any Warrior fan to say, Joe Lacob, if you asked me or called me or dialed up my digits, I'm giving you a license to kick the can down the road to bring in a seasoned guy that's already established just so we could prolong ripping the Band-Aid off. So that guy that comes in that's established can make Steph's job and even Draymond's easier, because the day is going to come where it's going to be a straight up real rebuild and you got to tear it down and start from scratch. I just don't think they got the necessary guys in place now to hand the baton to.
But that's what you're trying to avoid, right? The idea of a rebuild, the idea of tearing it down to the seams and building from the bottom up. There's a few teams right now that are left in the playoffs that I don't think have done that. There's been teams that have been competitive repeatedly and have done it for a long time. There's also the OKC model, which is stockpile a bunch of picks, trade for a young upcoming star, hope he blossoms into what was now the runner-up MVP. We can get into that as well. But I think the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants are in a transition period. And I just wonder if that makes people feel nervous or excited. Because to me, I would feel excited about it. I'm excited about what's to come. I'm excited about the next chapter. And I think a big reason why people are fearful of the unknown is because what was known, especially with the Warriors, was nothing but winning. That's all it was. There was no reason to feel doubt, to feel like Curry, Klay, Dre, KD, all the rest, however you want to slice it up. There was no reason to feel like that team couldn't get back to the mountaintop. And now there's finally doubt creeping in about it. So to your point, there are a lot of people that want to prolong that want to kick the can down the road.
Are you pro Kevin Durant? Like, would you be okay with that? Would you understand that? Like, if they went out and Lacob tried to get a guy like that to bring him in to kick the can down the road?
I would understand it, but that to me would signal that you're setting yourself up for a full rebuild.
Yeah.
Because everything could align this offseason. Like, let's say you trade for KD. Well, you're packaging off, Kuminga, all the rest of your young guys, picks, yada, yada. You got 2 years left to KD. You got 2 years left to Steph. I think you bring Klay back on a 2-year deal at that point.
Go.
Draymond's got 2 and a player option.
Kerr's got
2 years. That, to me, is the natural inflection point that you would set up to then completely tear it down to the seams. I just don't believe that the Warriors are a franchise that wants to go through a full rebuild. They may be.
Can you really
They may have to
can
do
you
it.
do a soft rebuild and be successful, Evan? I'm asking.
Retool. That's the word. I think now how you do that is the difficult part, but that's the goal to me. The goal is to not set this thing up to ride it out to the end and then be left with nothing. Their goal is to figure out how to transition, which is the theme of today, how to transition into whatever the next iteration of Warriors basketball is going to be.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, I'm starting from the bottom like Drake. Shout out Drake.
And we can get into him too.
Yeah, if you do that, Evan, I'm sorry. At minimum, you have to make the playoffs. These can't be the last years of the big three or the big two, and Steph averaging 26 points a game, and you telling me this is normal. Like, Warrior fans, hey, the playoffs have started, not the play-in, and the Warriors aren't a part of it. I'm not ready for that. I don't think Joe Lacob is either. The revenue and the gate that he's missing out on, and we know he's made a bunch of buku money, but Evan, if you're going to do this soft reset or transition, but you still got to be competitive. And that's why this year is so shocking and alarming with the games played and the non-injuries of the big three. And with Draymond's a different thing, but I mean, they held up, and we're not watching Steph play on the biggest stage, and I can't do it another year.
No, but the word you mentioned was playoffs, not championship. And I think that's 100% understandable because the goal next season should be to make the playoffs. I don't know if people felt like the goal before this season was to win the title.
I had my hand up. Even that was a reach, but go ahead.
But you also said before the season you didn't see them winning a championship.
I did.
As currently constructed. I got that receipt in the back pocket.
We were where were we at? We were on
well, you guys were out somewhere.
Yeah, I got the shirt. Monte might remember.
I was watching on YouTube.
Yeah, that's when Steiny got the Steiny.
Yeah.
What was that for? He said so. Draymond will be traded.
Yeah, well, he said something about how Chris Paul would be on the team. Draymond wouldn't.
You're right.
That take ain't
I got to
aging too
remind
well.
him when he gets back. Yeah.
He'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, you got us the next 3 days. Evan and Goo, 95.7 the game, 10-2. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start this thing out. Kick us off in Pleasant Hill.
The Hill.
Yeah, it's hot over there. What's up, Roland? Roland, you're on 95.7 the game. How are you?
Good. Hey, as far as, the transitions for these programs, I think you can also say that on the collegiate level in the Bay Area, they're also in transition, whether it's Stanford, Cal, San Jose State, St. Mary's. So I just wanted to throw that in the mix. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Roland. Well, you're right. They're literally transitioning conferences right now.
God, I don't even want to talk about it, man.
Yeah, don't like it at all whatsoever. This is from the Xfinity mobile text line. It's a fair question for the 415. Are you ready for pods to JK and TJD? And I'm going to throw Moody in there. Combination for the next decade. I'm not looking at that 4 as being the core of the next decade, but I look at it as being pieces.
Right. And that's okay, right? There's no shade in that.
There isn't. I'm looking around the NBA. Goo, last night, for example. So what stood out to you from the Knicks in the Indiana game, for example?
The Indiana Pacers, led by Rick Carlisle, will not trap and get the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hand. I know it's hard, but damn, they're not even trying. Jalen Brunson, you are phenomenal. But I'm like, what are the Sixers doing? Nick Nurse and Van Gundy was on the call like, why are you waiting so long? But the Knicks are scrappy. And then the rat on the table early, brought to you by Echo. Did the Warriors miss out on Dante DiVincenzo?
Well, they couldn't bring him back.
I'm just asking.
They didn't have a mid-level. That's one of the reasons why you got to get out of the tax, is because you got to be able to have that available to you to maybe keep a player like Dante DiVincenzo.
How, man?
Well, I think was in top 3 in three-point makes this season, reset the Knicks record.
And will take and make a big shot. Not scared at all in a D-up.
He'll play 45 minutes. Yeah, he will.
Yeah. But that stood out. Go ahead, Evan.
Well, what stood out to me was the fact that there's not a starter on either of those teams above the age of 30.
Now that's heavy.
Not a single one.
What can you do with that, though, if you're the Warriors? And I keep hearing Steiny and others say, are you watching how fast Minnesota's playing? You got to work on what's in your home. You can't look across the street and down the street. Evan, we know what it's going to take, but you got to master what we do. We can't worry about, they're going up and down. And you're right. It's going to take some of that, but you can't tear it. If you're not going to do a total rebuild or tear down, Evan, you're not going to be Minnesota no matter what you do this offseason. You got to focus on the motion, beautiful offense that you run. And of course, you got to run, Evan, but you can't. I keep hearing too much. You see how fast Minnesota and everybody else is? Well, you can run and gun and still lose, Evan. You can't. I guess what I'm saying is you don't go into a boardroom and say, how do we become the Timberwolves? Because let me tell you, you're not.
Not right now, and you won't be next year, and you probably won't be for a couple of years. That team was built specifically to beat the Denver Nuggets.
Damn.
And now it might be the Western Conference trying to figure out how to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves.
This will be wow.
I don't think that series is over yet. But what we're seeing right now, Goo, is a transition from old to young, from aging stars into budding stars. And there's more parity in the NBA than ever before. But I think, and I'll talk about it on the other side, I think that's a reason to feel optimistic if you're the Warriors. The fact that there is so much parity, because it does mean, yes, there's a lot of teams that are really good. And there was 5 or 6 50-win teams in the West.
Yeah.
It also means you might not be as far away as you think. And the fact that Steph Curry believes that there's tweaks, I understand why he's saying it. But the more I think about it, the more I watch, I'm coming around to it. I am coming around to it. So
I love it.
We'll get into that on the other side. Also, we're going to talk about that with Sam Amick at 12 o'clock.
Sammy!
National NBA writer for The Athletic, and is covering that series, by the way. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. We're talking about transitions. Does it make you feel nervous? Does it make you feel excited? The Warriors are in a period of transition. To what? We don't know, but I'm excited about it. I also think the Giants, the Niners, the A's, the Sharks, apparently Cal and Stanford. The Bay Area is in a period of transition, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear from you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Tiny Guru Tiny Show. Let's go.
Not quite a Freestyle Friday, Goo.
Can't say the lyrics or I'd get fired.
24 hours. Gangsta. That's what we're
Look
talking
at Whitley in her Yankee hat. Looking fresh.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back next week on Tuesday. Daryl the Goober Johnson rocking with you as always. We're talking about transitions because it feels like Bay Area and their sports teams are in the midst of one right now. And how does it make you feel? Does it make you feel nervous? Does it make you feel excited? We're talking, I think, mainly about the Warriors, Goo, because they seem to be in the middle more so than any other franchise, just between, of course, the highs of the highs and what people are trying to avoid, which is the lows of the lows. But, I mean, right now, Goo, it's a place that I find fascinating. I find exciting, personally, but I could understand how it might make someone feel nervous.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'm fearful, because as much as I love, and you tell me what you think, Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know if he's worthy to transition off of Steph to him.
Yeah.
Now, I could be totally wrong, but if we were sitting with Anthony Edwards or some young gun like Wemby, I'd be like, oh, man, the transition is going to be smooth. So with all that, Evan, I ask you right now, through the Evan Giddings computer or metrics, is the dynasty over for the Warriors? They won in 22, followed that up, lost conference semis to the Lakers, 6 games, didn't get swept. I don't need to tell you. And then no playoffs. Are we done, or is there still next year we need to see for me to give you a 100% full-fledged answer?
I mean, winning a championship is the odds are stacked against you, just in terms of Father Time fighting you, swinging from both sides.
I hate Father Time.
I mean, the lack, I think, right now of certainty from young players is also something you're pushing against. You got the rock in a hard place, which is, are you too young and inexperienced, or are you too old and over the hill? And I think we've seen from around the league that the younger players, they're on the rise. And I think that creates more parity in the league than ever. And I just wonder for the Warriors, to me, that if you're going to look at the dynasty as being over, I think it's been over. I mean, it ended last season. When
I just hear Austin from San Jose voice go when you say that.
Yeah. So I think when we look back in history, and the fact it's been 10, 12 years of the build-up, the championships, and then the fall-off towards the end, it's miraculous. And it's something that we'll probably never see again. But that doesn't mean, Good, that I don't feel optimistic about the Warriors' chance to compete.
You got some good news,
back in the playoffs. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to hear why people feel nervous or excited at 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Here's the reason, Goo. I don't know if you noticed the trends of the last, let's say 5 years in the NBA. There's been 5 different champs the last 5 seasons. From 2019, the Raptors, bubble championship with the Lakers, the Bucks in 2021.
Oh, man.
The Nuggets, and, of course,
the Warriors.
The Warriors, right. Thank you.
Yeah, got you.
That hasn't happened since the 1970s. There have been no 5-year period since 1979 or 75 to 79 in which there's been 5 separate individual champs.
Wow.
That says to me that the league, more so than ever, is open for a team that can get hot. It's not a dynastic group right now. The lay of the land, and look, Minnesota could be coming. They might have something. They got the defending champs on the ropes right now.
Who I said were a modern-day dynasty, thinking they were going to walk through this.
And that's part of where we're at, I think, is we're always looking for the next dynasty, the next big thing. I think it's one of the reasons why, and we'll talk to Sam Amick about it at 12, people are putting Anthony Edwards already in the Michael Jordan category. How people in New York are talking about Brunson as their Jordan. Everyone's looking for the next big thing, the next thing that they can grasp onto and feel comfortable with, knowing that there's an extended run of success on the way. I don't think we can look at the Warriors like that anymore. And I think that's unhealthy to look at the Warriors like that. We need to take each individual season for what it is. Last year, they were better than they were the year before. This year, can they be a little bit better? Can they get to the postseason? Can they try and make some noise and figure out where to go from there? I don't want to look at this team, Goo, like an expectation of all of a sudden catapulting themselves from a non-playoff team back into a finals team. If that happens, that would be incredible. But to me, Goo, that's unrealistic.
Wow, Evan, and you got so many emotions aroused in my stomach and in my mind of, well, if you're talking to me like that and you make a lot of stellar points, in life and in sports, you have icons, Joe Montana, the Jerry Rices, guys and gals worthy of what do you want us to do for you? And Evan, I guess if you are correct and signs are like seasons gone by, and this last season of the Warriors not making the playoffs is a sign of things to come, then Evan, I don't ever want to, close my eyes or plug my ears of talk about, well, it sounds like the Warriors can't really start over until 30 is not here. And to me, 30 is still playing at a high level. He still wants to win. So I guess, how do you accomplish everything you laid out and tell the fan base we're done winning chips? Not that it can't happen. We're done winning chips. But the one part of that equation to me that what I believe to my core is that, forget the fans, that's not going to be good enough for Stephen Curry. So that's why I'm thinking they're going to go big game hunting and try to expedite the downtime or the year or two like Steiny talks about, and guys grow and go through their puberty. I'm thinking, no, throw everything at NOW now, and maybe you take another run at it.
But the run to me is not going to be anywhere worth the hole that you'd potentially dig yourself. And actually, I do disagree a little bit from the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steph is living in fantasy land. I don't think he is living in fantasy land. I think Steph Curry is as competitive as anyone we've ever seen.
Believe it.
I think he's a killer. But I also think he's watching the playoffs, and he'll be playing with a couple of these guys in Paris in a couple months. I know you don't like that.
I love you, Steph. Come on, man.
But I also think he's looking around and not saying, how do we get over on these teams, but how do we get in the mix? I think the days of the Warriors being the favorites are done. The days of them winning titles might not be over, and that might be foolish to think, but I think you have to at least give them the benefit of the doubt from that standpoint that they might be able to conjure something. Is it likely? No. And might the title come after Steph Curry? Potentially, more likely than not. But Goo, it's not about getting to number one. It's about being one of the 5, one of the 6. We didn't think about the Dallas Mavericks as a contender until midway through this season. The Indiana Pacers are in the second round after making a big trade at the deadline acquiring Siakam. Are they going to beat the Knicks? Potentially not. But they're one of the final 8 teams. That's, to me, how we have to look at the Warriors, and why I think that the league, the way it's set up, with the amount of parity and equality that there is, I think the Warriors have reason to believe that they're not as far away from being in that mix.
Not mad at all.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. I do want to bring in some callers here. Big Smooth going to hand out in Oakland. Big Smooth, what's going on? You're on with Evan and Goo on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, peace and blessings, man. I got 4 quick points I got to get out of me, man. Nowhere else. I cannot talk about this anywhere else. People look at me like I'm crazy.
Go ahead, baby.
Look, they got Ant-Man, we got Wise Man, and it set us back, all right?
Man.
Looking at DiVincenzo, it makes me say, GP2, you got to give us more, baby. You got to give us more. You got to give us more. We were expecting more. So let's just be honest about that. Draymond, you really messed us up, man, in terms of really not knowing what we have. 20 games, man. We could have evaluated better. Even if we would have made the playoffs, we could have made an early exit. We just didn't know because Draymond's knuckleheadedness robbed us of really evaluating this team. Because the second half, when Draymond came back, we were a different team. But how much better, I don't really know because Draymond didn't give us the luxury of finding out. And then one more point is that looking at what's out there, you got 3 bigs just stifling Denver. We may have to adjust. We will have to adjust from a small ball to more of a medium ball because we're not the team that can shoot the lights out like we used to be. We used to hang our hats on, we can shoot the lights out of any kind of game. We haven't really been doing that in a couple of years. Steph goes nuclear every now and then. Klay will have 1 or 2 or 3 games, but we need to go get some shooters. We need to get a little bit of size. I don't know why we can't get Robert Williams. It's no reason why we can't get Malcolm, the dude who looks like
Brogdon.
Obama.
Yeah.
We can't, Brogdon. There's no reason. Come July, we all remember that great July when Durant and the Hampton 4 or 5 or whatever. We can't come with small. We got to come big in July. That's all I'm saying. Y'all be blessed.
Yeah, but Evan, there's a lot of restraints. I feel his pain. The DiVincenzo, we kind of had fun with it.
Yeah.
But I was going to say this just a second ago to bounce off his call. You're a part of the show. You hear me every day. And
4
I'm
hours.
sitting up here 20 hours a week lobbying for change.
Yeah.
And if Kuminga's name was John Calhoun, I would still want his future to be on somebody else's watch because I'd rather go get the established veteran. All that I'm saying to you, and it's what I said to Steiny and I meeting, Evan, if what you just said poetically about the Warriors is true, I feel like Draymond's suspension robbed us, the whole fan base and the Warriors essentially, to really find out how far they are off. And where I'm going is I told Steiny, hey, they might have lost to OKC, but I would feel better knowing how far we were really off as opposed to, well, some could say just put on the film of the playing game. Now, the playing game was fluky. And the reason I'm going to say today on this Thursday was fluky, Evan, is Draymond's not suspended. You're in the top 6. You're going to get a 7-game series. So for all the people in the back that are saying run it back, maybe we would have a better idea of what we're running it back with. And that is the one caveat that if the Warriors re-sign Klay and they kind of just shock the world and don't do anything, Evan, your boy's not coming in here saying, oh, the Warriors don't have a chance. I could see them a top 6 seed because we've seen things, bits and pieces, and I would love to see, yeah, they're going to be not favored if they tangle with Minnesota first, but I would love to see the finality of in a series where this team really is at and what they could achieve.
Yeah, I think that's the most disappointing part about not making the playoffs is you don't get the literal gauge. You can try and jump through hoops to say, well, they lost to Sac, who lost to New Orleans, who got swept by OKC, but you never really know until you know. So that's the disappointing part to me about the playoffs is not seeing how far the Warriors are literally away from a particular team, 5 games, 6 games, or they could have got swept. Who knows? But unfortunately, that's where we are. And that's why I think the transition that they're trying to figure out which direction to go in or whether to prolong or whether to kickstart immediately is a fascinating discussion because I'm looking also at the league, Goo, and I mentioned the fact that Indiana, New York don't have starters over 30. That's something that the Warriors will have no matter what because of number 30. But the Warriors also have to figure out, okay, how patient can we be? Because one thing that I think is a discussion around this summer is you're in this position because I won't say necessarily because of the title, but because they made decisions based on their previous success, based off their previous system. And we've heard Steve Kerr, and the caller was talking about it as well. We got to get bigger. We got to get more athletic. I think the choice they're going to have to make is whether they try and adopt a Minnesota-type style, which is a lot of size, a lot of interior length, disruption, or do we want to lean into more so, or do we have the capability to lean into more so of what, for example, OKC does, which is spread the floor, put 5 shooters out there, put 4 shooters out there in particular lineups. How do you acquire those pieces? I think whichever way they decide to go, they're going to have to make multiple moves. And that to me is the big change. I don't think a big change is coming in regards to a superstar, an established veteran, but I think change is coming in regards to the starting lineup being shaken up, this roster looking wholesale different.
Taller. That's what
ideally taller.
Okay.
But then again, they were a pretty good defensive group with Trace at the 5 and Draymond at the 4. So the Warriors don't have a ton of flexibility, I think, right now, or at least until they decide whether they're coming off of Klay, what to do with Chris Paul's contract. But I think that the question I have for them is, are you setting yourself up for this year, or are you trying to set yourself up for what is left of Steph Curry? Because you've said right now, you've said on the show, if he's got 4 more years, well then maybe this year isn't extremely important because you don't want to dig yourself a deeper ditch and then end up in the same place you were where you don't have a pick, you don't have the ability to get below the second apron, and you got 3 or 4 albatross contracts. I just don't want to see the Warriors continue to dig themselves a deeper hole.
Wow, Evan. And all I can go back to is, and you were here when the great Joe Lacob and Raymond Ritter were out there, and we got to chop it up with them before the show. And I think of Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. And the Warriors' plan was, let's bring in the adult in the room. Jordan Poole, you're gone. We're bringing in Chris Paul. And those men, and Joe Lacob specifically, looked us in the eyes, and I could feel it oozing off of him, Evan. And I'm not saying he was wrong, but he was proven wrong. He thought he had a team that could compete, at least make the playoffs. And you don't bring in Chris Paul to your team unless you think, the benefit is going to be when it's go time. And to think about that thought process, to find out you didn't even make the playoffs. The reason I bring up the Mike Tyson line of the plan, the Warriors got hit in the mouth. So now when you talk about a front lineup, I think of Looney. Evan, he's got the size, but he doesn't have the dynamic athleticism. But he was good enough to help you get 3 of the 4. I love TJD. You talk about Draymond, but his thing is not athleticism. It's helping you get the offense going. So, Evan, everything that you speak of, if they decide they want to do a Joan Rivers makeover or facelift, my gosh, where are you going to get those wings that I'm seeing, not just in the West? Minnesota's got like 8,000 of them.
Yeah.
Denver's got 8,000. Where do you go find those guys?
They got to figure out a place. I don't know if it's overseas. I don't know if it's plucking a player off the bottom of a roster that you think that you can reshape and remold. They're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to get creative more so than any other point since the beginning, I would say, of how this thing started.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they put themselves in the position to be dynastic because they were creative. So they're going to have to get back to basics from that standpoint. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Oakland, talk to Raider Drew. Wants to discuss the Warriors versus the West. What's up, Drew? How we doing, my man?
What's up, Evan? What's up, Drew?
Talk to us, baby.
So I understand Drew's position. Like, you got to be able to get up and down with these teams, of getting up and down, playing with this pace, got all of this length. But my thing is, the Warriors' problem was never offensively. Outside of that Sacramento game, my thing is, in the future, how are you going to be able to guard the length? Because late in games, third and fourth quarter, if you got defense, if your offense is struggling a little bit, but you got defense, you're always in the game. Especially if you got Steph. But how are they going to guard these teams in the future?
Wow.
I mean, I think defensively the Warriors solidified themselves towards the end of the season. That's a reason why, for example, some people don't want to move Andrew Wiggins.
I was one of them. We keep thinking about, real quick, offense, but Wiggins might be your best defender. Tell me I'm wrong, Evan. Okay, if he's not 1, he's 2. You know what I mean? It ain't just offense with Wiggins, but defensively, if you're telling me Bag of Nickels is coming back and some now-laters, be careful, because whoever comes back, or if it's multiple, they better be able to defend, because you were weakened without 22 on defense. We got to give them that.
Some nights you were.
Wow.
Other nights you were better off. I mean, I remember doing pre and post for a game in San Antonio. I think it was the 4th game of the series they played against him. Andrew Wiggins was so bad in the first half. Moses Moody started the second half. Those were some nights for Andrew Wiggins. There's other nights in which he was fantastic. I remember in Philadelphia, he had a 20-plus point game, was playing two-way Wiggs, was guarding Maxey. There are times in which he's been fantastic. I just think that the idea of what a player should not be what we expect them to be. So the idea of Wiggins is, you got a two-way perimeter defender, point of attack guy, all the rest. But how often do you get that from him? And to me, there's too many inconsistent pieces on this roster. There's too many players that are up and down at this point that I'd rather relieve myself of some of those older guys, the older inconsistent players, the more expensive players.
Is he one of the guys you're talking about?
Yes, I think he allows you to get creative at that position. I think he allows you to see what you have in the Moody and Kumingas. I think he allows you to figure out if you can upgrade at that position, if you can get some more shooting at the 3. Maybe that allows JK to play more of the 4. I think the Warriors, one of the reasons why we were so frustrated with them this entire season is because there were so many players, 2 through 12, that sometimes were the 2, sometimes were the 8, sometimes were the 6, sometimes were the 12.
That's not good, man.
And that to me breeds a team that is going to be a roller coaster ride. And to their credit, they managed to roller coaster their way into 46 wins, but as we found out, that wasn't good enough.
Wow. I'll tell you what, if they jetson Andrew Wiggins and, I'm just making names up here, Paul George or somebody of that caliber is not coming back, and you're going to trust Moody and Kuminga, I mean, good luck with that, Evan. And that's my fear. And obviously that wouldn't happen because you're not going to give Andrew Wiggins away from free. But that's my biggest fear for the Warriors. You started this show, we did this program with the word transition. And right now, if we're going to transition off the big three or Steph Curry, I don't know. And I'm going Mark Willard here. The answer is not in the building. That's how I'm looking at the Warriors. And that's why if you run it back, then Wiggins is a part of it. And I'm here with my popcorn. But other than that, if you make moves, Evan, I think you got to go get an established big boy to kind of give Steph Curry and company the best chance to compete in the West.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's squeeze in Mark in San Francisco. Wants to talk about the Warriors keeping a particular player and not the other. What's up, Mark? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Good, Evan. Thank you. Hello, Guru.
Hey.
I think that, they need to keep Wiggins. I mean, after the championship season, it was evident to mostly everybody that guy was legitimate number 2 on the championship team. And what happened the next year is they didn't engage Wiggins. Kerr learned that this year, late in the season. You got to engage him. He's like the kid in the classroom that's staring at the wall. If you don't engage him, he doesn't participate. If you engage him, he's like a genius. You have to engage him. Klay Thompson, I love him, but you see in the playoffs, traditional defense is what's killing people. Minnesota is fast. We got a few guys on our team like old men that can't catch a bus. And unfortunately, one of them is Klay. They got to go. I'm sorry, it's that time. I understand loyalty. I understand love, but hey, everyone's got an expiration date. That's the way I feel about it, though.
Appreciate it, Mark. Yeah. Well, I'd like to think I'm pretty young. I almost missed the 12 this morning. So.
The 12?
Yeah, the number 12 down full. So, even young guys can miss the bus.
Is that a rough
while.
bus? Because I was chopping it up with Bob Sargent and Bonte. I think it was the 17 they used to catch.
Depends on what time of day.
And they said, boy... So yours is dependent on time of day.
Well, yeah, it depends on the time of day. There's only a few owls in the city, and those ones can get a little spicy if you're going out on the west side.
Oh, boy.
Taking the number 1 up and down California. That can get a little dicey sometimes, but the 12 in the morning is pretty easy.
Okay,
People are cool, grabbing some coffee.
Leave E-Dog alone.
Yeah, please get off me. I don't know. I'll just bring my book on the bus, keep to myself. That's how it goes. But what are the Warriors going to do? That's what we're going to figure out this summer. And I think it also speaks to a larger transition that Bay Area sports teams and fans, quite honestly, are going through. Whether it's the Warriors, the 49ers, the Giants, the A's, the Sharks, apparently the college teams we've heard from. How does it make you feel about this transitionary period that we're in as a Bay Area? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We'll get to Mark, the other Mark in San Francisco, on the other side. It has something interesting, I think, that we can dig into. Also, what does the parity in the NBA say to you? Does it make you feel better about where the Warriors are at? Does it make you feel like they're further away? Because to me, I think it makes me feel excited. It makes me feel like there could be magic that is captured in a particular bottle because we've seen so many teams recently do it different ways. And how are the Warriors going to do it? That's what we're going to figure out on the other side as we move on. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
talking. Farhan made some moves. I think it's too early to say if the stew is, you don't like it. You could kind of taste it, but you still got time to put more pepper or more seasoning in it. But I think they're going to be okay. But I'm sorry, man. Coming off the Super Bowl loss, and I believe you should have won it again, and you got contract gate going on with Brandon Ayuk, and, we've been down that road with Debo, no Greenlaw, who got hurt in front of the world in the Super Bowl. And Evan, I'm not doing anything or making things up that nobody else has thought about. But the right on the table is, hey, Kyle, you're a damn good coach and play caller. But when you going to close the deal, bud? Like, that's what this season is taking on for me. And then the bigger rat on the table, Loveman, brought to you by Atco, is how is Brock Purdy going to perform in a year that you're probably going to make him your franchise quarterback? But what if he regresses? Then how many M's are we taking off? Like, all that's coming into play. You got a first-year defensive coordinator because you jetson your other guy. I'm going to build for this. Well, you weren't. They ran you. It was kind of foul, but you're gone. They got a new coordinator without arguably one of their best players who got hurt in the bowl. I cannot wait. I don't know what to expect, E. Well, I really don't.
Their season is for sure the most promising of the three. I mean, trying to figure out if they can finally get over the hump. It feels like we've been stuck in that for, 5 years, basically?
Yeah. 11 wins ain't going to get it to me.
Well, they got 13 postseason wins, I think, since 2010.
Yikes.
They don't have a Super Bowl, though.
Man.
So that's what they're trying to figure out. And then the transition for the 49ers, to me, is between a team that's going to cement itself as a champion or the team that's going to be forgotten. Because the Niners have a long list of championships, and is this just going to be another dead period until whenever the next successful run comes, and we see if we can get it done then? Is Kyle Shanahan going to be known as someone that came close but didn't get it? Or is he going to be a guy that is revered because I think he's respected?
No doubt.
But among Bay Area fans, I don't know if he's revered. So the transition to me is between a team that is a champion and the team that just gets lost in NFL history.
Evan, I love that. And, I tell Steiny this. I think about it. Andy Reid is a god now. And I threw shade at him because what he didn't accomplish in Philly, had the opportunity, won Super Bowl, Evan, but a million NFC championship appearances to get back. But what have you, I still knew he was a good coach. But whatever I was feeling that day, I came in and was like, he's not that guy. He's not of Belichick quality. And I do wonder, Evan, how long this window's going to stay open for the Niners. And again, they control a lot of that. But I'm sitting here with my popcorn like, Evan, I watched the Super Bowl, and a majority of the game, I thought the Niners were the better team. And for whatever reason, me not blaming Kyle, you're the Captain Kirk, the William Shatner. You didn't get it done. And then I go back and say, Arsenio Hall, things that make you say, Eve. I say, your offense didn't look prolific against Green Bay, and it damn sure didn't look prolific against Detroit, and it did not look prolific in the most important game of all. I have questions as to why. Enter 2024, the draft, Ricky Pearsall, a wide receiver, not a DB, not an old lineman, because a lot of people say that's why they lost that game against the Chiefs, the Super Bowl. But Evan, I'm sitting there like, well, maybe I'm right. Maybe he says he needs more dynamic play at the wideout position and another guy to make it prolific when it counts most.
Well, unlike the Warriors, the Niners are actually in need of tweaks. I mean, there's no wholesale changes that I think you could argue the Niners need to make. I mean, you'd like to upgrade certain positions. You'd like to get players to play better in particular spots. But good, I mean, they were right there. They lost in overtime of the Super Bowl.
Overtime.
They got closer than they did in 2019.
They could have won it.
Because they got an extra period of football.
Yeah.
They could have won it. And that's, I wonder how much of a toll that takes on a team.
That's deep.
Now, 2020 was derailed due to injury, so it's a little bit different. But as we're seeing with a team, for example, like the Denver Nuggets, or even the Golden State Warriors a couple years ago, in football, unless you have the guy, unless you got a Patrick Mahomes, it is very, very difficult to get back to where you were. Exhibit A, the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that they were
good call.
I think that they were tired by the end of last season. I think that they were mentally exhausted, and I think they knew that they just didn't have it, and their season went in the polar opposite direction of where it started.
Wow.
I wonder if the Niners, because they're still bringing back most of their team, I think they're going to re-sign Ayuk and extend him this offseason. They're going to have their dudes. I mean, everyone is pretty much going to be back for that team outside of a couple characters that they let walk for monetary purposes. How do the Niners, I think this season to me is about how much mental fortitude the San Francisco 49ers have. Because if they don't have it, if they're not a mentally strong team, then we're going to see something that we did not expect, which is them fade and potentially not even be back to where we expect them to be, because in my opinion, Goo, it's NFC title game or bust.
Yeah, I love that, and I appreciate that, and I'm from that cloth, and I don't think that is too far-fetched. I don't think that's unfair, and, I keep calling this roster the happy hour roster because they're loaded. They are, and they should have a chip, Ev, and I'm going to sit here and say, if let's just say the mental fortitude that you talk about with Philly takes its toll, then, and I know I can hear Steiny's voice right now, Kyle's not going anywhere. I'm not advocating for him to go anywhere, but in the court of public opinion with the fans, that means something to me because I'm a fan. You're a fan, Evan, too. So it does mean something. And I'm reading the YouTube chat now in the text line. A lot of people blame Kyle. If you want to say, the Finkster muscle got tight here and there on decisions, what have you.
Shut up, Puckering.
But no doubt. But Evan, Kyle can ill afford to have his team go south at the most important time. And Philadelphia, there's no way anybody could tell me, I wasn't on the scene, the Howard Eskins, that there wasn't anything going on with Brown and Hurts at the like that dying. Something was going on in the locker room. Bottom line, I don't think that's happening here. But, Evan, there is pressure. What if I said more pressure on Kyle's neck than ever to get to that game that you talk about? Because if we rewind, Tiva, and go to the Green Bay game, you were the number 1 seed at home on a Saturday rainy night, and you were this close to losing. And my thing would have been, what would we be talking about now, Evan? Now, had you won the Super Bowl, I'd be a fool to bring that up. But you didn't. Then Detroit came, and you were down 7. Talk to me, E.
They were. Who do you think more pressure is on? Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, or Kyle Shanahan, the general manager?
I think Kyle Shanahan, the head coach.
Well, the only reason I asked that is because there was a piece of sound from Chris Sims earlier today.
Oh,
if
his
we
buddy.
can get that dialed up, Sam, appreciate you. And he was discussing the fact that Kyle Shanahan is the czar. And it's something we kind of already knew. Let me know when we got it. We do. Here's what Chris Sims had to say about Kyle Shanahan.
This is much respect for John Lynch, right? Big part of the art.
Every year that you get close to the mountaintop, but you don't see the promised land.
And you know what, Evan? And the more I hear, and that was Sims, and I appreciate that sound, the more I hear Kyle talk, I kind of want to give him a bro hug or a dap. Like, he's doing it. It's like pig Latin. He's accepting the pressure. Like, he's okay knowing that people are saying his team has had great success, and he's not running from that. And that's why the quote a couple weeks back about we don't want to take 2 steps back now for 3 years forward later. Like, guys like me, Evan, and all I can bring to the table is my opinion. I can appreciate that because I feel like what Morris Day. You know what time it is. And the great John Taylor, the last time I bring up, I was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction Monday with Bonte. And the great John Taylor said this to us, and I'm going to say it to you because I've said it to Steiny, and I've never fronted and came in here like I'm Ron Jaworski or I know more ball than anybody else. But damn it, Evan, I know that George Kittle is better than the production or the way he's being utilized. And he basically was a 0 throughout the playoffs. And for me to come in here and share with Steiny, my question is, I don't have the play call. I'm just wondering why. And you know what I've been told, Evan? Oh, he's in there to help the O-line. Well, if the O-line is that much of a problem and it's taking away my tight end and his ability physically to be a mismatch, and on a good day we see it, that's a problem. problem. But you know what I did? I just shut up because Steiny was like, "Goo, that's how they decide to do it." The great John Taylor said, volunteered, they need to get 85 involved more in the offense. And I do wonder with this Pearsall addition, does Kyle know maybe, you know what? He's not an offensive lineman. We need to utilize just as a threat, 85 downfield. I wonder, because you've been this close. This close, Evan, if we see that. And I'm excited for that.
I mean, I don't think Kittle was the problem in the Super Bowl or the playoffs, but you're right. He wasn't featured too often on offense. And it might sound unfair, for a second-year player to kind of put it at his doorstep, but I think if you're looking at Kyle Shanahan, you also have to look at his quarterback. I mean, you have to look at the guy that's the orchestrator of Kyle Shanahan's system, or is playing the notes that Kyle Shanahan is giving him. And he's a young guy, and he's going to get better, hopefully, and he's going to be back in the same position that he was last year, hopefully, with a chance to win it all. But Brock Purdy's got to be better next season than he was this season. I don't mean statistically. I mean, 49ers fans watched the games. He was damn good throughout the majority of the regular season. Had a couple bumps here and there. That's going to happen. In money time, you have to be better. I mean, that's what every player or every team demands of their quarterback nowadays. Josh Allen has not been good enough for the Buffalo Bills to get over the top.
Dak Prescott.
Last year, Dak Prescott won. Lamar Jackson was not good enough in the AFC Championship game to beat Patrick Mahomes. Brock Purdy, you could argue, got outplayed in the Green Bay game, but he was good enough on the final drive.
Right. That's big, Evan.
In the second half, he was incredible against Detroit. That kind of non-60-minute effort, in my opinion, is not good enough to win it all. So I think there has to be some of that put at Brock Purdy's doorstep as well.
That's phenomenal, and I'll just ask you this, because I think I can remember your answer, but not vividly, because we've been in the offseason. How do you think Brock played in the Super Bowl? And before you answer, Evan, the reason I bring that up is I think it was his best game of the playoffs.
Well,
he didn't shoot you out of that game. And I know, an O-lineman coming unblocked. I'm sorry, I ain't going to be able to get it to Jesus if he's open. But all in all, I looked at Brock like you weren't the reason they lost that game.
No, but he wasn't the reason they won. I mean, he did not do enough to get them to win. That's just how I look at it. And so I think also in regards to transitions, Goo, they are in a position where the 49ers, I think, have chosen Brock to be their guy. I don't think that there's something he's going to do next year. I don't expect him to fall off a cliff, so I think he's going to continue to be their man. I think they're going to pay him. I think the decisions around this offseason are geared towards how we keep Brock and at what number we can keep him for. So they're transitioning into an era of cemented quarterback play.
Oh, my gosh.
And I feel good about it, but it also means that he's got to continue to get better.
And how much is that deal going to come due if he balls out, Evan?
Well,
because you're getting married. They're going to marry him.
I think it was 2 weeks ago, Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN said that he doesn't think he's getting $50 million.
Oh.
Where Jed York says we expect him to reset the quarterback market. I don't know if Brock Purdy's got that in him, but that might be the going rate. It's the same reason why Brandon Ayuk might make close to $30 million per year on the wide receiver market, is because it's the going rate. And that's a lot of money. It's the same thing we're talking about with the NBA. And how much is a player worth? Draymond Green's not worth 25, is he? Klay Thompson might not be worth $25 million. Hate to break it to you, but there's someone in Boston who makes $60 million a year. So Klay Thompson might be half the player that Jaylen Brown is.
Wow, man.
There's a lot of money that is being handed around to these athletes nowadays. And in the Bay Area, it feels like we're trying to search for one that you feel comfortable giving big bucks to, because there's a lot of people that don't even feel comfortable with giving Brock Purdy $45 million. They don't think that he's worth it.
No, and I understand that. That's why I feel like this is the biggest, as crazy as this sounds, 2 years under the helm for Brock, 1.5, when he took over for Jimmy in year one. Evan, this is the biggest and most expensive audition I can believe ever. Man, and I honestly believe had they won this Super Bowl, the blank check would already have been signed. Just think about that. He's won a Super Bowl, whatever number you want, we're going with, young man. Now I wonder if Kyle, and I keep bringing Steiny up because he keeps thinking, Goo, Kyle's so finicky, I'm paraphrasing, you never know how he's thinking about said quarterback. So what if we see the Niners go 10-7, Evan, and he looks just normal? That's not $40 million I believe the Niners are going to give him. And, 22 touchdowns to 12 picks. And that's okay for some, but you know what I mean? Like, there's so much at stake. So when you say transition about the Niners, I'm looking at it through a championship prism, but there's also another layer of franchise quarterback at play.
Yeah, but at the same time, in his first 2 seasons, he's been to 2 NFC championship games. He's been to 1 Super Bowl. Not many people can say that throughout their career. Nevertheless, in the first 2 seasons as starter, as a rookie in his second year. So if you're telling me they go 10-7 next year, yeah, we'll probably be disappointed because that means they're losing more games than we think they should. But if they get in the postseason, they win a playoff game, Brock will have won a playoff game in his first 3 years as starter, which is rare. I know that people don't want to hear anything except for, you got to win a Super Bowl.
Well, we did it with Jimmy, his win-loss record. He always had that. And people hated on him so much, they're like, oh, that's different.
I think that's because of how it looked.
All right.
And
we know how it was bumpy.
It was bumpy.
Okay, he had help.
No, the prettiest thing about Jimmy Garoppolo was his face. So, that's really what it comes down to. Brock Purdy is a superior passer. He's a superior quarterback. And he also has the system to help get him to that next level, I think, which is why Brandon Ayuk coming back is the first thing that I thought of this offseason. The first thing I think that's going to happen, in regards to the Niners, I don't know, making a move. I don't think they're going to trade anybody.
Yeah,
I think they're bringing it back.
No doubt.
They're running it back.
Are you, I don't want to say surprised, but is it curious to you at all, or just par for the course, or just normal, no Ayuk, all quiet on the set with Brandon Ayuk and his contract status?
Well, I would rather have it be all quiet as opposed to him
because he got loud,
making a fuss or stinking it up and going full A.J. Brown. Yeah, I would much rather hear that. And I also think Ayuk is a smart guy. His agent's trying to figure out where he fits because there's a bunch of wide receivers that have gotten paid or will get paid this summer. And he's trying to get his dough. He's trying to get his bread. So
and rightfully so.
He should.
And I just keep going to Michael Silver because we both know he's tapped in. And Evan, during the draft process, Silver's piece had me thinking, good God, one of these guys might get traded. And it didn't happen. And I think the Niners are better for that.
Well, might get traded is different than expected to be traded or asking for a trade or wanting out or making it known that you don't want to be a part of this team, because I think most of these players, regardless of whether they play for the Niners or not, I think most of them do want to win. And then you figure out that you can also get paid and win, and then you want both. I mean, it's the same thing that I think Klay Thompson is kind of going through right now. It's how much can you be paid, but also where are you going to be able to win? Because I think he does want number 5. I think Steph wants number 5. And how is Klay Thompson going to figure out what's best for him?
Wow.
I think the difference is Brandon Ayuk, what's best for Ayuk is also what's best for the 49ers, in my opinion. I think keeping him on the team is what is best for the 49ers.
Totally.
And him getting paid is what's best for him. Klay, there's more of a question of what's best for him is what's best for the Warriors.
No doubt.
And the more I continue to think about it, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game. Do people out there believe that what is best for Klay Thompson is what's best for the Golden State Warriors? We're talking transitions today. It's a transitionary period in Bay Area sports with all 3 major teams. Hell, with every team in the Bay, it feels like we're in this middle ground. Which way do they go? Which era is next? Who's next up? Who's the next big thing? Who's the next big team? Does it remain the 49ers who've been stuck at the top but haven't gotten to the mountaintop? Is it the Golden State Warriors who have been to the mountaintop and are now on the decline, on the back end of whatever you believe is left of this dynasty? Or are you the San Francisco Giants who are just stuck right now in the middle of everything and are literally up in the mountains because they're in Colorado? So,
that's a 3.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's sneak a call in, Goo, before the break here. Mark's in San Francisco has been hanging out patiently. Mark, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing well. You know, I think the team you got to watch are the San Jose Sharks. Mike Greer has rebuilt that whole organization, and he's got the best young talent coming in. I'm really excited about where he's going and the job he's done. He's got a lot of good young prospects, and I think the Sharks are the team you're going to have to watch going forward. They're going to be really good.
Yeah, we talked about it. We talked about it yesterday, Evan. A new era of Sharks hockey. Scar.
I think if they're exciting, people will want to watch them.
And I'm excited. Now, if I ask you, Evan, and I'm not putting you on the spot, who's their best player now? Do they got another young dude? Because he had mentioned young player. Yeah. Do we know? Or is that still up in flux? And they need to get the.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Goo. I have not watched a Sharks game since they lost. What was it, 10-0 or 12-0? Their second or third game of the season.
That's a lot of goals.
But that's part of it. Is the fact that they got the number 1 overall pick. It appears that they're going to get a generational talent.
Yeah.
That means that there's interest back in this team. People are looking for the next generational talent around the rest of the teams. Brock Purdy could be that guy.
But the Warriors aren't, because they got that and they're not done. It's not expired with Steph. They just need some help.
I think Jonathan Kuminga is a really good player. Do I look at him like a generational talent? Absolutely not. Could he blossom next season into something that I believe is a major piece moving forward? Potentially. And that's why I don't necessarily want to give up on him. You know, kind of getting back to what we've learned throughout this summer, and particularly from the NBA playoffs, Goo, I think that is where I want to go next, and I want to know what people that are watching these games are taking away in regards to the Warriors, in regards to where the NBA is going and where the Warriors fit, and where your fandom fits as a team, as a fan that is trying to, I don't know, transition from one era to the next. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, you can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
There is a part of me that will never die.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. We got a piece of news from the NBA, Goo. One of the best podcasters in the league, not named Draymond Green. Actually, I'd take that back. He's not one of the best.
We'll get to it, and then I'm going to tell you why I'm mad at Netflix, but go ahead.
Okay, Patrick Beverley has officially been suspended by the league for 4 games, which will, of course, be taken off his ledger next season for throwing a ball at a fan. Well, actually, a ball twice.
How about
a fan, right?
how he treated the young lady? None of that was in it, huh?
I mean, his actions after the game to me were less.
You follow my podcast?
I mean, he was a flat out D-bag to her.
He was a rich.
Yes, he was. But the fact that he threw a ball at a fan twice, that I think goes longer with the league than anything else. You cannot, in a way, he would have been better off punching his own teammate. Shout out Draymond. Like on the court.
And they only gave him the Brett Favre. Wow, 4? I thought
I
was getting more than that.
I thought it was too. But then again, I mean, Jamal Murray didn't get suspended from his series after throwing a heat pack on the court. So
that was weak. Looking like a
throwing
little
things from the bench is all right.
And Jokic, somebody could have tore somebody could have tore their ACL or got really hurt, Evan. The ref even trying to take off and run down court. That was he didn't get us. And Steiny said, "No, I don't like it. Oh, Goo, it's what you got in your file, priors."
Well, yes, but now that does go in his file. So the next time he acts out, it's funny too. Like watching the Denver Nuggets,
they are getting ran.
Well, they are, but in a way,
at home,
it kind of makes sense because they haven't really been tested. Like,
they were, and the test gods were on their side against the Lakers. They were able to overcome being ho-hum or thinking we're the big man on campus, and when it's go time, Evan, we'll close it out. I think that was a bad omen. Like, they just were. Were they really playing good ball against the Lakers? I just know the Lakers are a pretty good team.
This year or last year?
This year. And then now it's catching up to you where you got these young bucks where they ain't doing the LeBron will walk it up. And LeBron, if you're listening, you're phenomenal. My point is, this is a whole new dog you're messing with. Wolves. And they're howling and they're running you out the gym.
Well, I think it's because they're not as battle-tested as a lot of defending champions are. You look at what happened to them last year, and they had their full set of guys. I think they pretty much ran through the playoffs. I could argue their toughest test was in the first round against Minnesota last year.
Wow, man.
And they always had a built-in excuse. For example, the year before when the Warriors beat them in the first round, they could look at their roster and say, well, Jamal was hurt, MPJ was hurt.
I watched those games.
They've always been, quote-unquote, injuries away from doing what they did last year. This is the first time I think they've finally been punched in the mouth by somebody, and they're wondering, are they actually good enough?
Yeah, I'm hearing Jokic is tired. I haven't seen it, but he's dealing with trees.
He's blocked by Naz Reid.
Dude, but Naz Reid is tall. He can block a shot. Then you got Gobert when he ain't being daddy. And you got, what's that, Cat? Like, I look at Jokic and I know he's like, God damn it. The Lakers they had Davis, but other than that, I could navigate. He's just like, I think it's mental fatigue too. And then Murray is like, all right, I get past McDaniels. There's an ant. Like, Minnesota are dogs, man. And I don't think it's over. But Evan, tomorrow night, if they're on the road, and maybe that's a good thing, Tupac, us against the world. But the dynasty that I thought could be going to Minneapolis. Like, I got to slow my roll. They got to do it first. I don't like what I see in Boston. I know they're playing Cleveland. You didn't ask. I don't like it, E.
Well, but before we get to Boston in the East, I do think that the conversation between Ant and Jamal is something we can get into at 12 o'clock with Sam Amick, senior writer at The Athletic, because he himself actually asked Anthony Edwards this question, which kind of blew up yesterday.
Hey, you talked in that Phoenix series a lot about the way you saw Kevin and how that motivated you. And at your age, it's got to be fun to see all these OGs right in front of you. Is there anything like that in this series? Like what's your...
Nah, these guys 3-4 years older than me, man, yeah.
I mean, Jamal been around for a minute. Is that a guy that you've been tracking at all?
Nah, hell no. Like I said, what is he, 27? I'm finna turn 23, dog. Yeah, KD 36, 35. Yeah, come on, man. There's no disrespect to Jamal. I don't know what you're trying to start, but yeah, he's no. Not at all.
So we can ask Andy when he was trying to start at 12.
It is his world. He said he's Kendrick Lamar. Like, the culture is on it. Like, he said, I don't know what you're trying to start. He got his point across about why he said hell no. Basically saying Murray ain't on them level or mine. And he kind of did it in a way to where it wasn't arrogant. It was just, he did it so well too. The whole, I don't know what you try to start, Sam. My point is, Evan, this dude is prime. He's got it all right now, man. And he may have a ring in about a month.
It's his world, and we're living in it right now because they got the defending champs on the ropes on the road. And I think the only other team that I can recall, I'm sure someone's done it, I think Milwaukee lost in Phoenix.
They were down 0-2. Yeah,
they were down 2-0.
Yep.
But the Rockets in the mid-'90s had that. I forget if it was 94, 95, but they were down to, so I think Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns. They lost the first
Kenny
two.
Smith always talks about it.
At home. So, that's something where maybe Denver could come back in the series. But you're right. Like, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves look like that next team. And it's because of Ant, I think, more so than anything else. They're built fantastic. They're big. They're long. They're athletic. But Anthony Edwards is the driving force of everything, and that's why people are talking about him like he's Jordan.
No doubt. And I'll say this. I'm going to, is it Smitty or Mitty? Where did Aaron Gordon go?
Archbishop Mitty.
Okay, Mitty. Yeah, there you go. So he's been damn near a mismatch for everybody they've played thus far, and now he's just one of like 4 of Minnesota's trees. So it negates Denver. And, hey, Jamal Murray's a beast. The 2-game winners. But I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco. I don't think the calf issue is hampering them, but I don't think that's but they are D'ing up in Minnesota. And I'm sure he's not, 100% Ev, and to his credit, he hasn't said this is what's slowing me down. It's Minnesota's team defense.
Yeah, well, they've been the number 1 defense all season. And it also goes to show how much that can free up what you do offensively. Like, I think that the Timberwolves have their offensive rating in the playoffs been like 120. They've been the number 1 offense and defense pretty much. So that's why they haven't lost a game yet. They swept Phoenix. They're up 2-0 on Denver. And are you looking at it like this, Scoot, where instantly you flip from the Warriors got to match up with Denver to the Warriors got to match up with Minnesota? I know there's a lot of playoffs left to go. And in the Eastern side, Boston looks like they got some to say. We'll see. New York's up 2-0 on Indiana. We'll see what happens on that side. But in the West,
they don't scare me. Yeah,
I guess who do you measure the Warriors against at this point?
That's a great question. And Evan, if we were at a bar, I'd tell the bartender, give me a double. Give me a double. And the reason I say double is, yeah, it's still Denver because Denver's antidote, Denver's DNA. You guys, they have owned you. But now, what scares me as a Warrior fan, Evan, I appreciate the question. Is now. There's another level. Now we got Minnesota problems. So those are 2 teams. And OKC, I don't know, physically, do they scare me? Athletically, they do. But the physical thing is not what Denver and Minnesota possess. They are just, before the ball's tipped, we got major problems, So now that Minnesota's come out of nowhere, it's not that they knocked off Denver because, Evan, we still have Denver issues. Now we got Minnesota issues too.
Well, and that's why looking at the Warriors this season, I didn't feel like they were athletic enough or big enough. So can you get both? I'm not sure.
Wow, man.
Can you try and lean into one or the other? I don't know. This is from the great Rich Mitchin on YouTube, donating $2 to say, can't stand Kuminga. Daily dose of anti-JK. I would not, at this point, I would not move Jonathan Kuminga. And it's not because I think he's going to be a future MVP, but because of what we've discussed in regards to the transition that the Warriors are going through, which is I don't want to necessarily prolong this expectation and this reliance on players that, as we've seen throughout the league, can no longer carry you to even potentially a conference finals, nevertheless a finals. So the Warriors right now, I think, have some good young pieces in place. Are they going to be starting players? Are they going to be rotation players? Their roles will be determined. But the Warriors, I think, looking around the rest of the league to bring it back to, again, the 5 champs, they're different the last 5 years. That also says to me that you might be a team that could catch the league by storm, that you could come out of nowhere the way that some of these teams have. Did I expect the New York Knicks to be a 2 seed into the conference semifinals this year? No.
Well, the East is different, but you're right. I can't rain on
They were still a 50-win team, though. The Dallas Mavericks acquired a couple of big pieces at the deadline. The Warriors might position themselves to be one of those teams that could get better at the deadline next year. I think a reason why they didn't make moves was because there wasn't a move out there that I thought was going to get them back into the top 6 or the top 4. They were trying to make an internal run with what they had.
Well, Joe Lacob tried to deliver LeBron. If you take that at face value, Evan.
You think that would have helped?
I do. And I would say I would never say no to LeBron as opposed to what they went with. I would have went, and that's the thing I think people keep missing, Evan. Whatever move, like you say, and I appreciate you because you're telling the truth about Jonathan Kuminga. Do you think, and I'm asking you, do you think it's easy for you to say that, or anybody else say, you know what, I'm not moving Kuminga, maybe because we don't have a name or we don't know what would come back? Do you think if, and you still might sniff at what was coming back and say, I'm still out, but do you think it's easier right now today for people to kind of say, I'm not moving Kuminga when you don't know what would be coming back, to kind of entice or make that decision a little more difficult?
I mean, it's not even about Kuminga so much as I feel like I do know what's coming back, because the players that you would be trading for are established veterans.
Older.
I mean, the KD thing to me would make the most sense just because contractually you align everyone and then you figure out what to do. But overall, Goo, I just don't feel like the league is telling you right now, with what we're seeing in these playoffs, that getting older is the way to go. And I know the Warriors don't have a ton of stockpiled talent like OKC and Minnesota in their early 20s, but they have to at least position themselves to move in that direction, I think.
So and I'm asking you guys, what are we calling the 4 youngsters on this team? And that includes TJD, Kuminga, Pods, and Moody. I thought we're excited about that, or can we be excited about their youth and what they grow to be? But you're telling me, hey, Goo, that's different than OKC or other teams' youngsters that might be better.
Well, those players have already been empowered. I mean, and I think it's wild that Minnesota is a team that's taken the leap from a first-round exit to now people are talking about them like they're going to run the NBA.
Man.
But, and again, we can talk to Sam Amick about that, national writer for The Athletic, in about 15 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. The Warriors are in a period of transition. We've discussed the Niners being in somewhat of a transition period. The Giants are obviously right in the thick of kind of an irrelevant transition. I think the Warriors are the most interesting, Goo, and at least I'm excited about what's going to happen next season, because I do think that the empowerment of younger players is on its way. And getting to see what they can become, I would rather put my eggs in that basket than the known, which is a team that could be a playoff team, might not be a playoff team. I think that the young players can catch or can make up enough of the slack of whatever leaves this offseason, whether it's Klay or Wiggins, I don't know, Chris Paul, whoever. I think that they can make up enough slack to at least keep you at where you are, and you might even be a little bit better. Wow. I don't know. I'm not looking at it like Steiny, where he's saying they're just going to continually take steps back. This year they were 46. Next year they could be 44, 43 wins. I'd prefer to look at this with a glass half full, which is to say, if the Warriors get younger, I think the league is telling you that will be rewarded.
Wow. Now it feels like when you say that, we're playing the birth certificate game. You could get younger and still not better. And the Warriors in this year, from a win total, was Exhibit A. You won more games, but at the bottom line, it wasn't enough. Everybody else did too. You were a 10th seed. So, Evan, you know what I need? The fact that the Warriors aren't in the playoffs, I need clarity. And that's why I'm kind of lightweight. It's a good exhausted, but we're going to find out here in a few months what Joe Lacob's going to do. If he's going to do what you and a lot of fans want him to do, kind of lean on the youth and protect assets, the young assets that you currently have, or if he's going to pick up the phone and be that guy they called Genie Bus at one point last season, I think or the Steiny model. And I'm not saying which one is right. I'm telling you which one I prefer, and that's punting on the future of what I think Jonathan Kuminga could be, so I could go get a bona fide number 2 2 best player on this team and pair him with Steph Curry. And no, even if that's not good enough in the playoffs, Evan, we did everything under the sun that we thought and our superstar Steph Curry thought would be the way to go and get us closest to the throne. So we're going to find out that answer, because right now we get mixed signals. And I'm bringing up the Kawakami podcast. It's older. But, he told them, hey, if we flame out, there's going to be, some changes. And I wonder, how he's feeling now, because he's been relatively quiet. But I guess the proof's in the pudding, Evan. And I'm excited to see, by their moves, which direction they're going to go.
This is from the 408 and the Xfinity mobile text line. The Warriors have to look at the Timberwolves now. The T-Wolves have size, athleticism, maturity, a combination of youth and vets, a good bench, and just overall a great recipe for success. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think they're kind of where the Warriors were when they were trying to figure out how good they could become. For example, in 2014, a lot of the Warriors' stars were in their 20s, but a lot of their vets were older. And the Timberwolves right now are led by one man, and that's Anthony Edwards. But everyone else around him, they got young athletic wings. They got some veteran bigs. I know Cat is not 30 yet, but he's been in the league for a long time.
And he's good, too.
Mike Conley is obviously in his late 30s. So they do have a lot of the recipe that you see in dynastic teams and championship teams, I should say.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I know I'm being overzealous here, Evan, because there's a long way to go, including that Minnesota series. But, Evan, if you tell me right now, just looking at the landscape of the playoffs, I don't think anybody right now today, and we'll ask Sam, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say, looking at the Minnesota's position, that if I said they're going to win it all, somebody would scoff at it.
No, I mean, I'm still waiting to see, just because I also am curious how much of the heart of a champion Denver has, for example. If they get back in this series, do they lose tomorrow night and essentially position themselves to just be an easy out? Yeah, I mean...
And that'd be a shocker for me.
It would be.
It's been a shocker.
Or if that series goes longer and takes a pound of flesh from whichever side comes out, does that mean that OKC, who's got an easier potential matchup on their side of the bracket, does that give them an easier in line to the finals because the other side, or vice versa, maybe Dallas gets back into this series quickly, and that's going to be tonight. So I think there's a lot still to learn from the NBA playoffs, but what we've seen so far, and again, I'm just looking at the age of the starting players, of the best players on these teams.
Yeah, I can't do that. You guys got me.
Oklahoma City, the New York Knicks, and the Indiana Pacers all do not have a single starter above the age of 30. And so I think moving in that direction, more so leaning in on older guys, yes, talent, I think is the wrong direction. Wow. I think it just sets you back further. But
you feel like a prerequisite is you got to have some youth in that star. You don't want to get multiple 30-year-olds in your starting lineup.
I think that's what the league has always told us. But the LeBrons and the Stephs have kind of, or even the KDs to some extent, they've kind of recalibrated our thinking of how long players can remain in championship form. I think Steph Curry can still be a part of a championship team, but do I think he's going to be, as important as he was even in 2022? I'm just not so sure anymore. 888-957-9570, go.
No, I was just like, whoever they bring, Evan, Steph's your closer. And it's all dependent on who they bring and what type of caliber player. But, for people to think somebody's going to show up here and be the closer, that's not how I envision this new player if a blockbuster deal is done. Like, Curry's going to be your closer, and the thing is, and the incentive to make the move is to get somebody that can make his workload on a daily basis lighter, But I'm going to still close, or it could be like when they got Durant the first time, close by committee, because, we got options. But I'm not saying you're saying this because you're not, but a lot of people I feel like think what Curry has, the spectacular part and the closer and killer part of him has kind of gone away.
I don't think it's gone away, but you got to get to the finish line in order to get there. And then I just
they didn't get in a race this time.
Well, I don't necessarily want to rely on the four other pieces around him to get him to the finish line. And if you do, maybe that's a reflection of where you're at as a franchise. So again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Xfinity mobile text line 510. The only move is to get KD. They were trying to figure no one on the Warriors outside of Curry is even the top 30 in the league. If you get KD, you'll have two players potentially in the top 10. And, they work together. So that's someone that wants to lean in on getting older to get a more established star and at least to get someone you can help give a running mate to Steph Curry. But before we get to Sam Amick at noon, national writer of The Athletic, let's talk to Al in San Francisco. What's going on, Al? You're on with Evan and Guru on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks for putting me on. Hey, the Warriors offseason, they need some bigs for sure. They need somebody in the middle to protect the paint. J.D. Davis is coming around. He needs another year or so to develop into a strong perimeter paint protector, rim protector. You got Rudy Hachimura coming off of the Lakers, maybe, and Reeves. All these guys are coming off that could be used in the power forward. And Moody should be, given a chance to start. A lot of those other players on OKC and the Timberwolves, it took them a couple of years, but now they're dominant players. So I think Moody and Kuminga should have a chance to come up strong and then just get some other bigs to back them up. And that's all I have to say. And happy Mother's Day.
Back at you. Yeah.
Thanks, Al. Well, yeah, so getting bigger appears to be the way a lot of people want to go.
It's just, where do you go? I keep acting like people, where's the basketball Walmart? Oh, off High Street. Let's go in and get, I need a big, I need another big 6'8", 6'9", 3-and-D. It doesn't work that way, and that's why what you said earlier hit me, and Steiny and I kicked it around, Evan. It's no secret. This is the most difficult task of the Joe Lacob tenure to me.
Yeah, it's because there's no easy choice.
There's no doubt about it.
You're going to have to get creative, and that creative move might fail. But I think you have to be willing to be patient at this point, which is what no one wants to hear.
And I want to real quick here put something in the cap.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are saying Klay's going to Orlando, but the Lakers are a sleeper team for me, Evan. I just really believe they're going to jetson D'Lo and get rid of him. So I don't want Klay to leave, but if he were to dip, Evan, I really believe if the Lakers were a player, I could see LeBron. They don't have that right now. D'Lo was supposed to be that, but just put that in the cap, Lubman, that your boy said if he were to dip, the Lakers could be a player for his services and play in front of dad.
We can run that by Sam Amick on the other side. National NBA writer, The Athletic. He's covering Denver, Minnesota right now. He asked Anthony Edwards the question about Jamal Murray that's been going viral. So we're going to catch up with him on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Joe the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. That segment was sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Getting you locked and loaded here. Talking about transitions. The Golden State Warriors are going through one this summer, trying to figure out, do they lean into the old? Do they go into the unknown that is the young? It feels like in the NBA playoffs, that's being rewarded. Minnesota, OKC, a lot of young and up-and-coming teams go around the league.
I can't wait. I am excited, but I do want to tell you one thing, E, and you're younger than me, but I'll still get home. I just want the Warriors to perfect the way that the Warriors play and that they play, that beautiful motion. I'm not saying don't go up and down. That's dumb. What I'm saying is they don't have to mimic or be like everything that you're watching in the playoffs right now. E, does that make any sense?
Well, let's talk to Sam Amick about that. Senior NBA writer from The Athletic, kind enough to join us. Sam, I saw you were covering Minnesota, Denver. We just played your cut and your interaction with Anthony Edwards a couple of minutes ago before the break. It looks like you're having, I don't know, your hands full with two teams that appear to be the cream of the crop in the Western Conference. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, I did. I jumped on the first two games of the series. Admittedly, I snuck home, so I'm not there for 3 and 4. And I'd be lying if I didn't admit that it was partly because we tend to track very competitive series, and right now this one looks fairly one-sided. But yeah, and a pretty impressive couple games for Minnesota.
Well, obviously the defending champs got their backs up against the wall, but it's something we were kind of tossing around earlier, Sam, is this idea of if you're Golden State and you're trying to figure out, kind of how you measure up in the Western Conference, do you feel like they are looking at this series as the series to gauge where they should go, where they're at? Or do you think that it's going to be determined by the rest of the playoffs? Because it appears to me that Minnesota and Denver are the two teams that everyone is kind of really hot on. They are the cream of the crop right now.
It's funny. I agree with that in a vacuum, but I would probably quickly add in, we are just overlooking Oklahoma City like crazy. They've won 5 in a row. The Timberwolves have won 6 in a row, of course. But, OKC and the dominance with which they took care of Dallas in game 1, I think has got to be, something you pay attention to. And if you're the Warriors, you just, it's all of it, right? Like all 4 of these remaining teams are problems for a team like the Warriors. And the irony is that Denver all of a sudden might be 4th on that list of the remaining 4 in the West. And, the theme among, I would say, 3 of the 4 teams, taking the Nuggets out at the moment, is that the physicality, the versatility on the defensive end, the size, the length, that's what is getting it done in these playoffs. And that's something that the Warriors certainly don't have enough of these days.
Yeah, Sam, good to talk to you, man. I fought the good – yes, sir. I fought the good fight all year long, but I was telling Evan and the listeners, that play-in game, that was alarming to me. I still watch it at times like, oh, my God, that was the first sign to where I said, oh, boy, I was wrong. But I'm telling Evan, Steph Curry is not the problem in the sense that I believe he needs more help. So if the team went the direction of maybe getting him a bona fide number 2 guy, would that make sense to you? Or are you thinking, okay, Steph might be on the decline to the point to where you got to get somebody better than him? Help it make sense for me, Sam.
No, I don't think we're to that latter scenario, Guru, at all. It's funny, I actually just got off the phone with a colleague of mine. You guys probably know the name. Dan Wicke covers the Lakers for the LA Times.
Yeah.
And we were chatting about LeBron and the idea, and I'm not talking out of school here, but that LeBron, as great as he is, that on the defensive side of the ball, you got to remember that he's 39 years old. And so Steph is a few years behind LeBron, and he is still elite. He's still incredible, but you are going to have to accept some realities that come with having a guy who is doing, unprecedented things at this late stage, but still not, as good as he was before, especially the defensive side. So to me, you can still build around Steph, but you got to be careful, going star chasing for another number 2 and having that be your only focal point, because I think these playoffs are showing the value of depth. They're showing the value. I mean, look at the Timberwolves, for example. It's not a real complicated analysis of what they're doing to Denver. The Nuggets' 2 best players are Jokic and Murray, and they have the Wolves have guys like Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns and Kyle Anderson, all 6'10 and above, who they can throw at Joker, and they're slowing him down. With Murray, you're throwing Jaden McDaniels, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and a bunch of wings that have so much length at Jamal. And you're just absolutely, kind of just vetoing everything the Nuggets do. And so the point would be that the depth matters a lot. It's, look at the Lakers have themselves a 1-2 punch. They've got a number two, the likes of which that the Warriors would dream of, an Anthony Davis or whoever you want to give it to, if LeBron's the number two. But, they're home just like Golden State. So I don't know that chasing the star is the way to go.
Sam Amick with us here on 95.7 The Game, and he is a senior NBA writer for The Athletic. Sam, you mentioned the depth and how that has sort of stood out along with the youth and athleticism and versatility of not just Minnesota and Denver, but also OKC. In regards to Golden State, does that mean that star chasing for you is off the table? Because even though the Warriors' crop of young players, Kuminga, Podziemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, can even throw Moody in there, might be able to fetch you something, do you think that I don't know if it's a core four, but a young four is not worth giving up on at this point, even if it means another year of waiting and seeing as Steph Curry ages?
It's tough because, it's almost, Evan, like, we got to be able to talk about who that player you're getting back is. So I just think the list should be relatively short. Now, one guy who, I kind of feel like could be on the bubble, so to speak, like let's say, and this is hypothetical, but he's in the news these days, that there was a scenario where they could get Paul George. Like Paul's still an elite all-star level player, and I think he's got, a fair amount of gas left in the tank. Like you would certainly have to look at something like that. An even greater example that is not going to happen that's been talked about forever is obviously Giannis. Joe Lacob is widely known to have kind of dreams of pairing Giannis and Steph. I don't see that happening, but that, I'd be giving up the farm to get Giannis, to be clear. So it's just a matter of who it is. And, I'll bring up the Lakers example again. There's a lot of chatter about them going after Trae Young this summer, right? And like, to me, Trae represents the type of star that is going to send you down the wrong road. I don't think that he would elevate the group to the degree that would justify losing. For them, it's guys like Austin Reeves, right? And some of their young guys. That's what you have to look at, is making sure it's worth it if you're going to give up those young players.
Sam, I got so many questions I want to ask him, Evan. It's Jalen Brunson, but I want to stop in Boston real quick. One, whose team is it? And there's just something about watching them play, and I know Porzingis wasn't out there, where I'm worried for him, Sam. Does that make any sense? I'm worried about Boston. I can't put my finger on it, but some nights I'm like, Jaylen Brown is better than Tatum, and then some nights I'm like, Tatum is better than Brown. Whose team is it, and what are you seeing from them?
I mean, they're still getting the job done. They've been fairly dominant. And that's the kind of the embarrassment of riches they have on the roster just hides a lot of the issues that you're highlighting, Guru, because it is a little bit unorthodox or rare to have a team that good where you're still wondering on some nights who the best guy is. But the flip side of that is, you've got a guy like Drew Holiday who might be a fourth option.
Wow.
Who's still an incredible player. Even the Horford thing, it's funny. I'm sitting here, I had an interview with Mike Conley that I'm going to put out tomorrow, and I was trying to figure out who the oldest starter was left in the playoffs, and it's Al Horford in his fill-in duty for Porzingis. But even at 37 years old, Horford's still getting it done.
Right.
They just have an incredible roster. I don't see the Cavs certainly beating them. And, I'm going to grab my popcorn for a likely Knicks-Celtics series, but if I had to handicap it, I think they get through the next two.
Sam Amick with us here on 95.7 The Game, senior NBA writer for The Athletic. To kind of stay there in a league-wide conversation, we were discussing this earlier, Sam, about how there's been 5 different champions the last 5 years in the NBA. It's the first time it's happened since 75 to 79. And it speaks to the amount of parity that's in the association right now. Do you feel like that's something that is good for the game, or do you feel like there might be less attention on the league just because people are accustomed to either 1, 2, or 3 teams consistently being the spotlight?
I don't it's a question that gets asked a lot. I don't know the numbers like the back of my hand from a rating standpoint. You do consistently hear in the cynical media circles that the league, has a way of kind of glossing over their ratings numbers and kind of, hiding the fact that the numbers are down from past years. But, they continue to give a thumbs up for the most part on the audience. But, as you guys know as well as anyone, because we all kind of lived it together, like following the Warriors dynasty and watching the Warriors and the Cavs go at it in the finals for so many years in a row, that was appointment viewing and the kind of stuff that you knew was going to be there every June. And it felt like a soap opera that you just had to tune in for. That's very different than, right now it looks like Denver's not capable of defending. So we're probably headed towards another champion in another market, but the good side of that obviously is that during the times of dynasties, the criticism is that 80 or 90% of the league is irrelevant, that there's all these fan bases that don't really get up in the morning truly thinking they have a shot. And that's different now. I mean, Oklahoma City just went from rebuilding to, they could win the whole thing. And that was in pretty short order coming from a small market. So, I think that's the part that the league likes.
Sam, I don't want to sound soft, but I told Evan last night I got a problem with the MVP result. And the reason being is I don't want to sound like participation trophy guy, but I thought it was about, growing the league in regard to showing off our young stars. And Jokic is incredible, 26, 12, and 9, but he wasn't the number one seed, his team. That went to SGA, who was averaging 36 and 6, and Jokic has won it twice. And I guess, Sam, I was just thinking this might be a time. Say it again.
I said 3 times, Guru.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah. So I'm saying, did we really need to see it 3 times as opposed to giving it to SGA one time when his team was the first seed and he averaged 30 points, Sam?
I hear you. I do. I really do. I voted for Joker, full disclosure, and I'm going to lose points with you, Guru, because I actually had Luka second. My thing with SGA, and there's a theme happening. It makes voting kind of hard, I'll be honest. First of all, they tied, like the Thunder had a tiebreaker. So as far as like winning the West, I get it. But like you're literally talking about the same exact records between Denver and OKC. And my thing with SGA is that, and Tatum faces the same problem, is that there are so many good, the word that gets thrown around is heliocentric players, like guys like that are the absolute, epicenter of their team's offense. And Joker's playmaking is, if you're just putting a value on it and quantifying things, it's literally, roughly 2x what SGA is bringing to the table. And his scoring is about 8% below. And that's where it gets hard because, SGA had a great year. He's incredible. But that team, like the Celtics, is deep, is complicated, is nuanced. And you can win on nights if you don't have one of those guys. You just can. And you take Joker off the Nuggets, and they might not make the playoffs. That's just a fact, I think. So, but, we'll see. The conversation is going to shift around Joker again because it's another one of those MVP years where the guy raising the trophy is about to, get sent home in the playoffs, which is always a tough look. So, I hear what you're saying, and the young kids are coming, man. SGA and Edwards and these guys, they're going to be the faces of the league pretty soon.
Oh, Sam, one more for you. Talking about a lot of young players, but the Warriors have a 34-year-old to make a choice about in Klay Thompson. What does your gut tell you happens there? Do you feel like he comes back? Do you think he walks? Do you think it's mutually beneficial? What do you think happens this summer with Klay Thompson?
I'm curious. I don't have a great feel for it right now other than where we left it at the end of the season, which is, we know how much Klay loves being a part of the Bay. I'll even say that, before the Warriors. I think I wrote about it a few months ago. He's had issues with ownership at times this season, not necessarily feeling respected all the way through this process. And those types of things have to get ironed out relationship-wise, and I think they can. So the question becomes, does he have it in him to try something new, mainly like an Orlando situation? And there's other guys involved, Paul George, Malik Monk. There's only so many teams with a bunch of cap room, but the Magic have a bunch. The Magic have interest. So what does he think and feel about his life if you're going to, take that boat that you have in the Bay and and maybe now you can only use it on Disney World lakes and lagoons out there by the Magic. I think at 34 years old, like, quality of life matters, and I think Klay has obviously got a lot to think about.
Well, we appreciate your insight.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the playoffs. We look forward to it.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
National NBA reporter or writer Sam Amick joining us here on 95.7 The Game. I think a lot there, Goo.
Yeah, I mean, he's great, and I can't wait for the piece to come out tomorrow. And the oldest player left, that's amazing.
Al Horford.
Tito.
Yeah.
Is, I follow his wife, is pretty good, Anna Horford. But, Evan, I guess I'm irritated a little more about the MVP.
We didn't talk about that. How come? Because I didn't text you this in the Vine yesterday, but I'm with Sam. I would have had Luka second.
But I guess it's,
like, SGA
if we're
would have
going to do what team would flame out without their best player, then Jokic is going to win it every year. I thought the number one seed, I know he was right, it came down to the end, but the fact that this would have been, instead of a guy winning it for his third time, this would have been a young man's first time, averaging 30 points and his team the number one seed. I just felt like that would have been better for the league. And I love Jokic than, giving it to a guy for his third time when his team wasn't even the number one seed. But if you're going to hit me with kind of ignore the 82, the regular season, and if you take Evan off of 95.7 The Game, then they're not a playoff team. I think all the times just Nash, Rob, Kobe, and Jordan could have got it every year. If we're going to do that, then...
Well, Jordan did get it quite a few times, but I'll even leave seeding out of it. And not just about record. I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, if you look at his numbers, he's had pretty much the same season as he did last year. He just played more games. I mean, he averaged slightly more points last year. I think he shot it a little bit better from the floor in three this year.
But he is their best player. He is of a young team.
But the difference between OKC last year and this year to me was the rest of the team got better. He also got Chet Holmgren, who he didn't have last year. I think SGA came in fifth last year in MVP. Yeah. So he's still an elite, one of the best players in the association. I just don't think he's the best.
Wow. And that's 30 points a game, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. I just thought, if we go the old traditional method, I thought that was, being the face of a young team, and you get the number one seed and you go from fifth. I guess, Evan, where I'm at is, I would have did it on a curve. Like, I don't want to give it to a guy, even if let's just say it was Kareem, for a guy to get it the third time and a young man averaged 36 and 6, and this team, you know what? We're going to give him his first one. Because at this point, when's he going to ever win it then?
But the thing is, too, if you take any of the top 3 players off their teams, I don't know if they're playoff. You take Luka off the Mavericks, I don't know if they make the playoffs. If you take Jokic off Denver, maybe they have enough of a cushion to make the play-in, but I don't think they make the playoffs.
What about SGA off OKC? I could make the argument that...
But he came in second. So he's the second best player in the league. I don't think that's a slight. But you do.
Yeah, I do. I can't... The way you just worded it, there's praise in being the second best player in the league.
I think so.
I guess, Evan, I thought his portfolio in regard to who had the better overall season when you include, so I thought, team success, even though we won it by a hair, that this team got the number one seed, I thought this was a time to reward a young man that basically, and I know you're saying that Gooey didn't come out of nowhere. He was fifth last year. I just thought it was overkill with giving it to Jokic for his third, even if Jokic's name was Tom Thumb, then giving it to a guy that got his team to the number one seed and kind of brought home, we're on our way and we arrived. How about cap it off with the MVP season, even if it could have went to 3 other guys?
Well, in a weird way, to me, the fact that we're talking about this or that people are discussing who got snubbed and that Jokic didn't deserve it affirms Jokic's place among greats, because what do we talk about all the time with great players? We nitpick how great they are. I mean, we talk about, was Curry the MVP in 15 over Harden? Should he have been 15 in 2021 when he came in third? All of those things, to me, contribute to the conversation about the group that Jokic is in. The thing that I would be concerned about with Jokic is he Giannis Antetokounmpo? And I was talking to a member of the media yesterday about this very conversation. And I think it speaks to the Warriors and a larger point about the league that there's this inflection point that we're beginning to see of which direction this thing is going to go. Amick brought up the fact that we're probably, if Denver gets bounced, going to have a 6th straight year with a different champion. That means that it might mean to some that it's more competitive than it's ever been. It also tells me, Goo, that it's open season, that it's not as dominant, it's not as one-sided as we've made it out to be. The league awards is something else. You win it 3 out of 4 years, you're the best player in the league.
I'm crying.
Well, no, I don't think you're crying. I think you like SGA more than Jokic, which is fine. I think he's a fantastic player, and if you could make the case that Jokic isn't the MVP, it would be the fact that he has not played very well in the first 2 games against a team that could eliminate him from the playoffs. Meanwhile, SGA went out there and absolutely lambasted Dallas in game 1.
Yeah, and that's game 1. I hear you.
I mean, I just think we make a little too much about regular season awards, especially when a player in the Bay Area is not even in the conversation, at least in the NBA. I know
but 30 in the league is 30, and I can hear Snotty Goo, you care about points, but that team had to, like, they did what you always want. They took the necessary next steps, and they were the number 1 seed. I know it's kind of flukish, Denver lost, but damn, Evan, I guess rather than you get something for the 3rd time, break me off 1 if you know I'm kind of worthy.
The thing
you know what I mean? Like,
shout out James.
Did we need? Yeah, there you go. I'm slipping him all day.
No, the thing
that's what I think's irking me.
You want to know what really irks me about SGA? Is the fact that he does post-game interviews on the court with his entire team.
What is that?
I don't
it's so
like that at
whack.
all.
How could you go there?
It's more a reflection of his teammates than him. Like, can you give him some space?
Think about the
next question.
What are we doing?
Like Chet Holmgren, quit lurking over him like he's a massive shadow.
Whack, Evan. I saw it. Yeah, I go. This is whack.
They got both Jalen Williams is in there. Arkansas and Santa Clara. Is it Lou Dort's around? Just kind of like, are they going to talk? Is the sideline reporter going to ask him a question? Or are they just there for moral support? What are they doing there?
All right, we don't got enough time, Evan. I got a story, and I think maybe it hits home because it scares me. But you know, I had a niece that graduated high school, and they had a party at her house.
Okay.
And we were supervising. And I saw the guys in like a mosh pit. And I go, in my area, you go ask the young ladies to dance. What are you guys but they were having a good time. Go dance. That's what and they were just all together. Like, dude, what happened to the 70s, Evan? Go over there and ask her to dance. And they were just all like, oh my God. And the girls were looking to me, Evan, like the young ladies, beautiful, just like, I would love to dance, and that's what that reminds me of. Like, dude, one guy was the star, he does the interview, and you guys can celebrate in the line. What are we doing? That's what it reminded me of.
Well, I don't get why, we do have to hit a break here. I don't get why you would do an interview as a team on the court, but then in the post-game press conference, there's only one of you at one time. That I just don't understand. If you're going to be a unit, be a unit.
And they're like, and dude's hanging on this. It's just whack. Thank you for bringing that up, Parker.
I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. Well, we got to transition off of that. We also got to transition back into what we're speaking about, which is how the Bay Area right now is in this place of a middle ground. And how do we get to one side or the other? Do you want to see them go one way or the other? Does the fact that the Warriors specifically are in a transition make you feel nervous? Does it make you feel excited about what's to come? Does it make you feel like you might not watch this team next year? I'm going to be locked in because I cannot wait to see where this thing goes and the rest of the summer takes us as a fan group. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt's time. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this 95.7 The Game.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. They're the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike any other app, with Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. No sharp.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
There are some things that should not be put in group chats.
Oh, boy. You talking to me and my homies.
Feet pictures, keep them out. I don't want to see anything that has to do with the bottom of your foot. I don't care how weird or gross it looks and you think that it's something I might want to watch. Keep it out.
And now you're going to get 20 more of them.
I know.
I can't even tell you what I see. Just stop it, like Fitz said.
Tom looks like a boomerang.
Evan, I'm irritated real quick here. We had the Niner talk about a couple segments ago, and I called Kyle out in regard to the pressures on him, and I thought the Super Bowl was Purdy's best game out of the playoffs. My boy Tone, you out there giving passes, no accountability. I said the pressures on the Niners and on Brock Purdy to have a good year to get the bag. I just hate that people hear things that I didn't say.
What is giving a team or an athlete a pass? What is that?
Basically said, the Niners had
bad luck, or
they shouldn't have won the Super Bowl. It was taken from them. They got beat.
They did.
But I feel like they blew it. Yeah, but I feel like they blew it.
For the second time in 5 years.
Oh, my God. It's the same way at the end.
I mean, it's like saying, I guess, giving the Warriors a pass would be saying this season was, successful because you found out a couple things about the young guys. No, like this season was a failure.
Well, what about if Draymond did get suspended? That's what I would give to you to say, how does that process in these computer of, it wasn't that bad if
but that's
you take
part
that
of
away.
It, though.
Okay.
That's part of why the season failed, because Draymond Green missing 20 to 25 games was a part of them not making the playoffs at all.
Damn.
So we don't even get to see how far the Warriors are away from the OKCs, the Minnesotas.
That's what I said
Denvers.
to you. That's what I keep telling. I just wanted to see it where you knew we were going to it was chess, not just one game, and you lost to Sac.
But let's say they were New Orleans. All right, they get to the first round, or Phoenix.
Then
they get to the first round, you get swept.
Inventory. You really know what you really know, Evan.
Would that have made you feel better about wanting to make wholesale change?
No doubt about it.
I find it interesting, though,
I'm yearning for that feeling.
But the fact that they didn't make the playoffs, it sounds like you want to lean in more, as opposed to if they had gotten in and gotten swept, then you would want to break this thing up.
I see how you get there.
It's counterintuitive.
No doubt, but it's on me because, Evan, you're right. They didn't win that game to earn a trip to the playoffs, but I can make an argument the reason they were in that game is because Draymond's absences. But I do believe they're better than what we saw the last time they took the floor against Sacramento, but that's neither here nor there. It's what Steiny said, too. I wanted to see the youngsters get that experience. I wanted to see if Jonathan Kuminga could meet the moment, and that didn't happen. And, Evan, I don't think if they just run it back, I'm shocking you here, not to contradict myself, I still think, we might be surprised at how that series against whatever team it would be, obviously not Minnesota or Denver, how that would go. And Joe Lacob and company, Dunleavy, would know exactly what they feel they have, as opposed to, if you want to meet me at a restaurant and have a chicken Caesar salad and tell me, I think the Warriors would have action, I could kind of understand that.
I mean, you could have action, but how much? And I think that's what we're trying to figure out, is what the transition needs to be. I think as a whole, the Bay Area is in a place where a lot of their sports teams are amidst transitions, and they got to figure out not necessarily which way to go, black or white, up or down, but if they want to remain fixed on what's gotten them to this point, which is leaning more towards the past than into the present or the future. And that's why, I've thought about this a lot, Goo. And in regards to Klay Thompson, I love Klay.
Yeah.
And everything he's given to the Bay Area, I don't know if it could repay it in terms of money. But it just feels like there's a natural inflection point here this summer to me that mutually it might be better for both if Klay Thompson takes a walk, goes and finds the next stage of his NBA career, and the Warriors could benefit by having financial freedom and flexibility moving forward, moving in one way off of the past towards whatever the next iteration. We're not talking about Steph. We're talking about one piece of yesteryear. And I just feel like for both sides, the more I think about it, I think it could be mutually beneficial if the Warriors and Klay Thompson parted ways.
You know what, Evan? I'm not mad at you, but I will say this, and good God, if I had $1 for every time I had, I'd be a rich man. Evan, I mean, the guy is not putting up goose eggs. He still is a 39% shooter from three.
Well,
year before last, he made the most. He took the most. But good God, Evan, how do you replace that? It can't just be like Moses Moody. We hope you can do it. You're going to get a chance. It can't just be Podge. You're going to get more shots at it. Like he is bringing something to the table that every team needs. And if he walks and he decides to leave, Evan, I am scared. I can't say the word of how they're going to replace his ability to shoot from deep.
I don't know if you can replace it, in just one player. And he's a volume 3-point shooter. Like, I'm not saying that they can't coexist. And if Klay's on the team next year, I think they'll find a way to make it work. But what Ramona Shelburne was talking about of ESPN yesterday with Willard and Dibbs just kind of got me to thinking as far as what he can be, what his role needs to be, and how that is essentially, I don't know, what's going on with Klay Thompson.
I think he should listen. I think he should, because I think if he stays with the Warriors, it's going to be for a bit of a discount. He's not going to make as much as he would in Orlando or Philly or whatever team comes after him. I mean, I think his market is going to, they can pay him more, and they would probably offer him more. And then he obviously needs to see what the Warriors are going to discuss with him and what their plans are. I think the Warriors, anything and everything has to be on the table for them. With the way the season ended, with the length of time left on, in Steph's career, I think it's something they've really got to, look long and hard at. And I'm sure Klay will wait until they figure things out. We'll probably have a better idea around the draft where they're going and what they're doing. But he's got to listen, right? If you're him, like, what if the Magic throw, $30 million at him a year? Like, he's got to listen to that.
I think he has to listen. I think the Warriors have to listen to everything.
But what about what she said prior, though, Evan? Do you agree? And I don't want to speak for the great Ramona Shelburne, but she said the Warriors have to be open and listen to everything. And wouldn't that mean the possibility of the future of Kuminga, if he could net you something that you seek in regard to, get next to Steph Curry? That's how I took what she said, Evan. Like, I agree. Everything outside of 30 should be on the table. And she kind of mentioned that as the Warriors as a whole should be their mindset. Now, that's not specifically Kuminga, but she said the Warriors should be open to listening to everything. And to me, I include Kuminga in that. Not saying that's what she meant, but that's what I took from it.
So that applies to Klay Thompson. Is there a number, though, that you feel like there has to be met? Because I don't know if it's just dollars, Goo. I think it might be respect. Man. I think it might be role.
Oh, no doubt.
I think it might be the love that he does or doesn't feel. I think all of those are just as important to Klay Thompson as getting paid, because I think wherever he goes or stays, he's going to get money. I mean, he's going to get close to $25 million because I think shooting is still a premium in the NBA. I
think that gets it done here, man.
25?
With everything that, him wanting to keep this thing going. But now when you go, I thought of sushi rolls when you said his roll, Evan, that's where I think it gets more. If they were like, hey, we can't guarantee you a starting position, then Evan, he doesn't need to come back because that's probably, why he might have resentment to begin with.
Possibly. Let's get out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Thomas in San Ramon who wants to bring up something in regards to emotion. What's going on, Thomas? You're on with Evan and Guru on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
T.
Good. How you boys?
All right.
So, I think I'm not from the Bay Area originally, so I don't have a lot of dogs in the fight, but I think everybody's being a little overly attached to the previous regime. I think the best thing you can do for Steph is to let him pick his next spot, let him go with a thank you and a hug, and have him come back and retire as a Warrior, and then get rid of Klay, get rid of Draymond, and just start anew. Or if you keep Steph, everybody has to accept that they're just going to be bad and probably not win a chip and just sort of be, a 10 seed for the next 3 to 5 years, and then it's just going to be worse after that, I think.
Well, that I don't necessarily subscribe to.
I don't either. But
I don't think they're just sitting in the 10 seed and just letting this happen.
And he's saying it like they're just going to rot. Like if you keep Steph, you're signing up for non-playoff seasons to continue. I don't subscribe. I'm with you, Evan. I don't agree with that.
I don't think that's even a conversation until
this year, though.
Next summer.
All right.
Well, that's when he's contract extension eligible, and you'll figure out how much you want to get. I don't think it's a question of whether you want him back. It's just a question of how long he wants to sign for. It might keep the franchise in a particular place, but again, you brought it up. I think it's a great point. You cannot move off of what has gotten you to this point in regards to Steph Curry until you feel confident that there's something that's coming after him.
All day. And that's the transition word.
Because otherwise there's an abyss either way.
Oh, my goodness. And to be honest, I think if we saw Steph get old and gray and we knew it was the end, we'd all feel better about the next phase. But to tell me you can do both, Evan, I don't think you can. And that's why I just think a ready-made, already proven bona fide star over one of your young players' future, Steph's earned that. And I don't think there's any scenario, I could be totally wrong, where Steph's saying, you know what, Joe, we won 4. I get it. You got the young. I'm watching all these new guys. I'm scoring 26 a game. I'm okay not making the playoffs. Just, hey, year 3, you think two or three more? That's fine. We'll just play, show up. No way. This dude's a killer.
Well, I think that's the most important part of this, is he's still a very good basketball player. The reason why we're talking about Klay Thompson potentially leaving this summer is because he's not as good of a player as he used to be. And is he still worth the kind of money that he's going to command? That's why we're talking about him. We're not talking. If Curry was in the same place that Klay was,
it'd be a no-brainer.
Well, no, but we would have a discussion about when or how to move off of him. That's not the case. Curry's going to be an all-NBA player this year. He's still, in the words of Sam Amick, elite.
26 a game.
And while he might not ever get to the point where he was 5 years ago, it's not as if he still isn't a great NBA player. That's
LeBron
why they want
James, him. Right. Not what he was 5 years ago, but still phenomenal.
I mean, it is about nostalgia in a sense, but it's more so about business, which is how competitive can you be? He's still your best player. You can't move off your best player, and I don't even want to talk about that.
And the operation to me then, with everything you're saying, and I got my fist balled, Devin, like preach. Okay, what's the goal here? Let's get better around him. Now, there are restraints. It's not that easy. We might have to make some uncomfortable decisions. We might have to part with things we don't really want to part with. But if it's that clear across the board that the chef, it can still bake, Evan, we got to go get him more groceries or pots and pans.
The one thing about Klay Thompson I do think is interesting, because we're starting to see more of a trend, I think, from younger players in regards to a certain member of the NBA fraternity that's passed, and Kobe Bryant, is, do you want one player, multiple players? How many can be Kobe guys? Because Ramona Shelburne also spoke to that in regards to Klay Thompson.
a lot of people around the league have said, I think he would benefit from a change of scenery, right? Like a lot of people, when you talk and think and watch Klay Thompson. I also, though, I think that he really is a fighter, and I think he's really proud of the legacy he has with the Warriors. And so I think deep down, he's a Kobe guy. Kobe stayed. Kobe stayed with the Lakers. Like, he still ate first, and those teams were really bad at the end, but he stayed. And so I think if they approach him with respect, with an admiration for what he's done with the organization, if they approach him like ownership level, let's go to lunch, make him feel really good about, we appreciate everything you've done and your sacrifice. We understand, you'd be taking less here. Like, it's got to be on thick.
Wow,
Could
a courtship.
I mean, they got to show him they love him.
No doubt about it. And Laurie Matthews, the great Laurie Matthews, was like, but does Klay want to be here? I get that.
I think he does, though.
I don't know. And I'll tell you this, Evan, when he sat and we saw not bringing up the negative, I'm bringing up what we saw because it's part of this story, him throwing a hissy fit, mad that he wasn't in the game. Those feelings may never go away. You kind of, what, I'm going to go to work and I'm going to have a better attitude, but I'll never forget when they told me the great number 11 to come off the bench. And then you had to put me back in there. I'm just saying, if he didn't, Evan, I would understand if somebody looked in the mic or told us, you know what, that cut me. I couldn't get over that. I deserve better. And who knows if he's thinking that. But let's not act like it was all, and I'm not saying you are, but all the fans out there, that it was just smooth. Okay, I'll go to the bench. I'm fine. No, he's a competitor. He's a champ, and he was showing his frustration.
I think he's all of those things.
Yeah.
But I also think that if Klay Thompson had the choice, and maybe I'll just pose this to listeners, 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I think if Klay Thompson had the choice between ending his career in Golden State but coming off the bench or going to another team for roughly the same amount of money and being a starter, I think his loyalty would keep him in Golden State.
Wow. I hope you're right, man.
But it sounds like you think he's that much of an alpha still.
No doubt.
That he is only going to go to a place or remain with the Warriors if he can start.
No doubt. And how did the season end? He was your starter. Right or wrong, he got back to that place. And I think when you got pride, rightfully so, like Klay Thompson, and you've been through the noise of the fans saying, a couple years ago you should come off the bench, I think that's a deal breaker, E. You could meet my number, but you're telling me after I ended last season, starting, after going to the bench and being a good soldier per se, I got to come off the bench. I'll go to Orlando if they can I'll go wherever if they can give me a starting gig.
But if Klay Thompson's smart enough, I think he also can look at how good he was as a bench player versus as a starter. He was not as efficient. He was not as good of a player this year when he was starting, a.k.a. playing into the mid-30s in terms of minutes. When he was kept around 28 or 29, he shot the hell out of the basketball. And I think that's also part of this, too, is I don't know if the Warriors bring back Klay Thompson, I don't believe long-term it can be as a starter.
Wow.
Because that means you're not good enough.
And Sabo on the YouTube chat, Guru Daryl, he went 0 for 10 in an elimination game. Come on, man. I'm like, okay, I get that. We all saw that. But what about the rat on the table? I believe, and I'm coming from Egoville. So you're telling Klay you got to come off the bench on a team that didn't make the playoffs? I'm just throwing that out.
I mean, I would ask him why he thinks they didn't make the playoffs.
And I'll ask you, do you think, I want to hear your answer, but it can't, I'm thinking, Evan, I'm assuming, it can't be 100% Klay Thompson.
Not 100%, but the beginning of the year when he was shooting 35% from three, that didn't really help. I mean, his inconsistencies, the first half of the year, we talked about were as big of a problem as Andrew Wiggins being a no-show or Draymond Green getting suspended. I mean, he might not have been the number one reason the Warriors were in the hole that they were. But again, this was a team last year, Guru, that was a 12 seed for more days of the calendar year than they were a top 8 seed.
Man.
And Klay wasn't a part of the solution enough for me to look at him and say, all of a sudden, you are going back into the starting lineup and you are going to be a different player. I think if the Warriors can find someone to be a new starting shooting guard, they should absolutely explore that, whether Klay is on or off the team.
Now that I feel that, and that helps you for the immediate and the future. I feel that he is just.
I also don't want to look at Klay Thompson. I don't think he's, and I'm not saying you're saying he's selfish, but
he's prideful.
He is prideful, but I think he wants to.
Are.
But if you can convince him that coming off the bench and being a six-man gunner is going to help this team win more than him as a starter, I think he'd be open to that.
I like that, but I guess, Evan, and this is an unfair question, what portfolio or what picture or what canvas can you paint that picture on right now if you don't go get a Durant or something? How can you tell him, hey, we think Pods and Moses, and no shade at these youngsters, we did. Like, how do you paint that picture without making a monumental move with a player to where he might be like, okay, all right, now I get, okay, you got him coming in? Okay, you know what? I got you. I see you. I'm going to come up. Hey, Evan's coming. Hey, I'll go to the bench gladly and come off firing if you got him coming. But as currently constructed, I think that would be a bitter pill to swallow for Klay. That's just me, a guy hoping he stays in town.
I think it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow no matter what, because either he's going to be on this team and his role is going to be relegated, I believe, or he's going to go somewhere else and he's going to have to swallow the bitter pill of no longer being a Golden State Warrior. So Klay Thompson's got some hard decisions to make this summer. I think the Warriors do too. The other thing about getting a big boy in here, let's say, for example, it's Kevin Durant. You're probably sending Wiggins and Kuminga, right? And whatever else they want. So that means Klay Thompson's going to have to start. He's going to have to start. If you mortgage pieces on your team for, even if it's a Paul George or, I don't know, someone else.
I'm not against that. Klay starting is not all bad.
It's just a numbers game. Klay Thompson's going to have to start. And I don't think that's best for the long-term future of the Warriors. And I also don't think it's best for the long-term future of Klay. I think if Klay wants to continue to play 77 games a year, which he's been apparently the most proud of this season, not necessarily a shooting percentage, it was the game that he played. Well, if he wants to elongate his career, I think, again, it's a mutually beneficial decision for him to come off the bench. If he does not want to do that, then I look at it as mutually beneficial for Klay Thompson to go be a starter somewhere else.
Yeah. And sometimes relationships end, Evan, on a good note. My track record doesn't show that, but there are people. No, seriously, you end on a good note. Right now it's been a great run, blah, blah, blah. But Evan, I just don't see him coming off the bench staying here.
Well, the other guy that's attached to all of this is Jonathan Kuminga.
JK.
And I don't know where people necessarily fall on him, but that's kind of to bring it back to the theme of the day, which is a transition in these franchises. Where are the Warriors transitioning to? I don't know if it's necessarily transitioning to Jonathan Kuminga, but it is transitioning to the idea of him, which is a young player who has the archetype of what we've seen be successful in the playoffs. He's athletic, he's long. Even though he hasn't been as productive as people would have hoped by this point, I'm more inclined to empower him than to trade him for something that I don't believe is going to net enough return, right? So if they go out and, I don't know, Amick brought up Paul George, for example. Does that get the Warriors to the playoffs? Perhaps. Does it get them deeper into the playoffs? I just saw Paul George get eliminated in the first round by a Dallas team that's having trouble with OKC.
Couple meltdowns, and I'm a big PG-13 fan.
He had some great games. But I also look at that Clippers team as being where the Warriors don't want to be, which is cash-strapped, financially committed. I mean, I guess they got a new arena coming, but a team that has nowhere to go but getting older.
Yeah.
And the Warriors, I think, have a chance this summer to move in the opposite direction. And it's not necessarily just to get younger. It's to get more of what the league is telling you that is successful.
Man, I love how you say it. But, Evan, I guess I'm just from the show me state. Show me how you're going to – because they can go young, but how it's going to equate to being better on the court.
That's fair. And we can move into that on our final hour coming up on the other side.
Fast.
Exactly. We've been moving. 3 out of 4 down, 1 to go. We're in the midst of a transition in Bay Area sports. What is that transition making you feel? Is it making you feel scared? Is it making you feel nervous? Is it making you feel how I feel, which is excited about what's to come, even though it is unknown? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. That segment, by the way, was brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
You ready to unload on me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
It's not a Drake beat.
Kendrick.
Don't get too excited.
Are we going to get it? What? The world stopped.
Yes, it did.
KTVU tweeted out, Kendrick drops another one. I go, what? Incredible, man.
I was talking about the Giants.
Drake's still my favorite rapper all time.
Yeah, and you can have that opinion.
Right.
Nothing wrong with it. Who you like is who you like.
Family matters.
That does. Shout out Urkel. Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons with Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the transition period that I think all Bay Area sports teams are in their own ways, but specifically the Warriors right now are the poster boys for that. 888-957-9570 and the number is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson, and one of my guys, Doc in Antioch, wants to talk about that very subject.
You call games with a guy named, is this him?
I believe this is him.
No, let's see it. The doc.
Let's talk to the doctor. What's going on?
What's up, Evan? How you doing, man?
Oh, good to hear from you, Doc.
Hey, Doc, I got to introduce.
What's up, man?
I got to introduce myself. I'm gonna tell you what's up. Evan posts these pictures, and I'm a pretty good judge of character, and a picture can tell you a lot. And I said, Evan, that dude seems like a cool cat that you're with. Who is that? He goes, "That's my guy, Doc." So it's a pleasure to talk to you, man.
I appreciate it, man. I've been telling Evan all along. I said I hit Guru on the tweet. He never tweets me back, so I guess I'm not at his level.
Oh
yet.
no, never.
But,
what's the handle, Doc?
I'll send it to him, Doc.
All right, there we go. I'll get back at you.
Make sure you get it to him, man. I appreciate that. But I just wanted to kind of chime in on this conversation. I do believe that I like what you said, Guru. The fact that if Klay respected the guy that's coming in,
man,
he would be more able to acquiesce and say, okay, you know what? I'm cool with that. I can come off the bench. I can get your buckets. That's all I need to do. But I do believe it's going to be a conversation that they have to have, and speaking of the brass of the Warriors, on how they're going to handle this. Because as fans, we know we want them to play forever.
Yeah.
But Father Time is undefeated. I mean, we know that. And if you take a look at the Western Conference right now, there's a particular theme that we see. They're young, they're long, they're athletic. That's the Western Conference. And so I think the Warriors do have to consider we may have to move on to be able to compete at that level, because if you're not at the top 1 through 4, I think it's going to be a challenge. And you also have to remember, you got San Antonio coming up behind. You got the Rockets coming up behind.
Yes.
You got the Pels there. I mean, the Kings going to do whatever they're going to do as well. You got Ant-Man who's going nowhere. You got OKC, Denver. These teams are extremely young. They're athletic. And as fans, we want to hold on to the nostalgia of, hey, this is how it once was. But at the same time, I think they're going to have to figure out how to make it work. And if it was a person, I do believe that Klay is like, okay, yeah, I respect this game. This is all good. I can come off and get you 20.
Yeah.
Or 18 or 20. I think he's cool with that. But if it's someone that is not to that level, I don't know if he's going to be able to roll with that. That's my opinion.
That's a good point, Doc. Yeah. Give me his handle, Evan. Good point.
I got you, Doc.
But Evan, I believe and I don't want to say, or I talked about pride, these guys are competitors, and Klay, we know, is a competitor, ego, but it has to be a guy to where I'd be like, you know what? Okay, you want Stephen A in here? I kind of get you telling me, oh, you know what? I could come off the bench.
True, but my question is, how long do you want to let these guys prove it to themselves that they can't perform at the level that they used to? So the last 2 years, you were 6th seed, got to the second round, maybe a game or a play or two away from getting the conference finals. Okay, understandable. You bring them back, you lean into them. I think we learned throughout the course of this season the direction they need to move, which is not necessarily, and I know we made a lot about getting younger, but more of the fusion, right? So I think the most successful team right now, as it appears in the playoffs, is the Timberwolves. We've broke down how they have a combination of youth as well as experience. Even Boston, who's got Horford in their starting lineup, has a lot of experience.
37.
Drew Holiday's 33 years old.
I like him.
So there's a combination that you can find that I think is still there. My issue is that if the Warriors run it back next year and your starting 5
give it to me
is Steph, Klay, I guess Wiggins.
There we go.
Dre and TJD, which was their starting 5 in the play-in. You're cool with that?
Yeah. If that was
I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not.
And the biggest reason is Klay?
It's not Klay so much as
you're not. Yeah, I hear you.
It just doesn't feel like you learned what from your mistakes. It doesn't feel like you learned anything from last season then. And again, the theme of this show has been transitioning, not necessarily jumping wholesale into the future, but trying to figure out how they can blend both young with old, because they still have a great core of older players. They just don't perform as consistently as you want them to. And I think there needs to be more empowerment of the younger players at the very least, because we saw what happened when Kuminga was inserted into the starting lineup. Is he a perfect player? No. But he had his double
moments.
digits in 48 of the last 50 games that he played or something like that. So if you can empower some of these players and then find a mesh of the two, I think that's best case scenario for the Warriors, because you're not moving completely into the future and you're also not beholden to the past.
Yeah, you make some stellar points, but I'll say this to that, Evan. When you say mistake, and Steiny kind of alludes to it, or learn from your past mistakes, are you considering the Draymond Green contract a mistake? And then 2, if you really want to do change a lot and become younger, it's bigger than just Klay Thompson. You know what I mean? Like, you can't run from what and who you are. And if Klay goes somewhere else, you still got Draymond at his age, Steph at his age. You're still never going to, the goal is to get to the playoffs and get a chip. It's not to be the youngest team in the league. And I'm asking,
no, it's not.
You're always going to have Steph and Dre if Klay kicks rocks. But I'm wondering, like, when you say mistake, is it, and Steiny said it, and this is why I keep going to this, Joe Lacob thought something differently when he signed Draymond Green. Now they had this year to kind of comprehend and process. They're not going to let that same thing happen if we give 2 for 50 for Klay.
I think
a guy that can shoot 38% from deep.
Well, I think the Draymond contract, in addition to being kind of a choice between him or Poole, I think was granted with the understanding or assumption, which is off the table at this point. I don't know how much you can assume about the Warriors now after last season, but the assumption that you would at least make the playoffs.
And
not that you would win a playoff series.
I got you.
Not that you would get to the second round or that you'd get further than you did the year before, although you'd love to do it. The assumption when you gave Draymond Green 4 years is that you are going to be a playoff team.
No doubt. And I was one of the people. Nobody would tell you any differently. They were going to make it.
I mean, I thought they'd be a playoff team too. And I think it's ironic that the guy that they gave a large contract to might be the biggest reason why you didn't make the playoffs. So, assuming Draymond Green's on his best behavior this year, I don't think there's reason to doubt that they couldn't be better or that they couldn't get, 47 or 48 wins. And that's good enough to get you into the postseason, or at the very least 2 cracks at the postseason.
Yeah.
But I just think that the Warriors are right now, this season was evidence to me that the way that they've been operating is not the direction that they continue to go in or should go in.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this, Evan. I ain't going anywhere, but I just feel like we keep having this conversation about the young. Yeah. I could make an argument that you need to get better young players as well.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed. So, but okay, that actually has my mind thinking, Goose. So
that's what that's the rat on the table.
Well, everyone's bringing up the stars, the established veteran stars. Is does Brandon Ingram fit that mold for you? Is that a young enough, talented player?
That would be perfect. I would be excited to see and have him play as easiest basketball here with Steph and the rest of the gang in the Steve Kerr offense.
See, God, my mind's racing right now. I do think that, hearing that, I would be more inclined to move or trade Jonathan Kuminga for a player that's in their 20s.
Wow.
That has potential, because I just don't want to move him for a guy that's
the Paul
north
George
of 34.
Type. The Paul George.
Paul George is a good player.
And I'll sign off on the George as opposed to, like, Ingram's not what I want back. Because that's still, I don't know if he's Paul George, you're going to have that success. Curry and the rest of the gang need that right now, Evan. I feel like you're trading Kuminga for Kuminga, if that makes any sense. Like, Ingram hasn't done it long enough for me. I like his upside, but I'm not willing to give up Kuminga for what I believe is an unknown still, or a puppy in Ingram. I would do it for the model of Paul George or something of that caliber.
Well, and that's why, yeah, I mean, Ingram is
crazy, man.
Ingram's a flawed player. He's not perfect by any means, but the idea that if I'm going to mortgage my future, it's not going to be for something that has
an ex date in a couple years,
2-year rental attached to it.
Man.
I mean,
that's
maybe
where our
Kevin
star
Durant,
players at. That's right on the table too. How much does Steph have left? I mean, top tier basketball.
How much does he have left?
Yeah, well, and we know the coach has 2 years on his contract. Like, maybe that's what's not settling for you and a lot of people. Like, the reality is maybe there is just a 3-year window left of this thing, and that's why it's all system go on what we can get, and we'll deal with the past we'll deal with the future when it's time.
And look, there's going to be bleak times no matter what, either because Stephen Curry doesn't play here or Klay or Dre, whatever. I guess I just am trying to minimize that dark age.
Wow.
I am. I would like it to be, the least amount of time as possible. And so maybe that does mean keeping Kuminga around to figure out what he is. I think Podziemski's a player you can build on. To me, they have to build more gradually than moving in an extreme manner. And that's where I think at the beginning of the summer there's got to be change. And I was shouting from the rooftops. There's got to be change and there's got to be a big move. But the more that I see these teams in the playoffs succeeding, they've all built themselves gradually. And I know that sounds like you're not taking advantage of Curry's last couple of years, but I do think that they can operate maybe more so than ever on a 2-timeline approach and have some success with that. I don't think that it has to be one or the other.
All right. Okay. But you know what? Go ahead. I hear you loud and clear. I just wanted to throw something at you because I know where Steiny's reaction's going to be, and I kind of know yours, but I'm going to do it right here. So let's just say, Evan, hypothetical, because Steiny hit me with one of those yesterday that you put up on the IG for us, social media.
Yeah.
If they got LeBron, and let's say it cost you Kuminga, Pods, or Kuminga and Moody, would you come in here and say, you know what, Goo, I disagree, I got my popcorn ready, or I'm shocked because I don't think that's too far-fetched that the owner gave us a glimpse inside his his psyche of what he was trying to accomplish. So if he tried something like that and pulled it off, would you be like, oh boy? Or would you be like, they might have action? LeBron and Steph.
They might have action. The reason why LeBron does not interest me at all is because no matter where he goes, he holds a franchise hostage. And that's one thing that I've always appreciated about Curry is that he doesn't do that, is that he doesn't demand things, that he doesn't ask for things to be given to him. He just plays. And he competes, and he's done it at the highest level for a long period of time. If LeBron James comes to the Warriors, it's about LeBron. It's about what he wants and what he needs at all times.
Do you think Curry should tap into that? And maybe we are embarking on that naturally happening here in Golden State when we say Operation Do What We Can for Steph. Not being a diva, but the natural, we've kind of talked about it without saying it, you have to appease your best player and what he's built. Like, does that come with the territory? And Bron is just one of those guys, Evan, that he's no shame in his game. He's doing it. It's worked for him. But maybe Curry, it's happening naturally now that it's imperative that you get him more help ASAP.
More help, but I don't know if...
That hostage you had, you got me with that one. That hit me like, Steph can kind of do it just by his gravitas and him just being where he's at in this organization, and they got to move accordingly to kind of, hey, we're doing everything we can. It might not work, Chef, but we're doing everything we can to get you as the most immediate help possible as fast as possible.
Well, I think that the reason why we're asking for immediate help is because they've already tried to give him help, and that help hasn't worked. It helped produce a championship, and then they doubled down on it, and now they're in a position that they are. Also, the idea of LeBron, I just think
he called. I get it. It was just a call. But
I just think mercenary basketball is dead. I just don't think it works.
Wow.
I mean, the James Hardens, the Kevin Durant's, the LeBron James, at this point in his career.
The hired guns.
Yeah, when LeBron was 28 to age 35, it worked. Now he's almost 40. I just don't think playing mercenary ball is the way to get back to where you want to be. And I think it could set you back even further.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru
It's
Johnson.
interesting, man. Wow.
It is, because the Warriors are in a place where I think they also have to look around the rest of the league and say what's being rewarded, what has been on full display in these NBA playoffs. Amick brought it up. Our last caller just brought it up, Doc. I mean, it's younger players, but it's versatility. It's what the Warriors used to be, honestly. And
that is crazy. You are right,
the league's caught up to them. So,
and you got 4 trophies out of it. That's a lot.
It is a lot.
And you're still going with the same, basically, cast of characters.
I know, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. Let's get out to Austin, who's out in San Jose. Austin, what's going on? You're on with Evan and Guru. How are you?
Hey, guys, change it up today. You got Steiny on vacation, and my guy Evan and Guru's in there.
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a couple things to throw into the equation a little bit different. I like to do that with you guys, if nothing else, just to bring the conversation a little bit along. But one thing, Dunleavy was hired not to deal with the present, guys. I mean, Bob Myers left these guys behind. This is the way I look at it. He was hired to build the future. So we got to stop thinking. We got to look at it a little different way. If he didn't need to hire Dunleavy to just manage what we got now, and he knew that it was going to be difficult transition. Dunleavy's not tied to these guys the way Bob Myers was. So I think that you can expect some changes, which should happen, Guru, sooner than you maybe want to. I think that the Warriors got to start. They've already been reset. I mean, the league has reset the Warriors. So don't keep saying, hey, they got to talk to Klay and make sure he's okay. No, the natural order of things is that as an athlete, you get outplayed over time. Eventually, somebody's going to take your spot. Right?
No doubt.
Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, no doubt.
So Klay Thompson is no different than anybody else. Once somebody gets to a point where they're outplaying him, he's going to get moved aside. And that's the way it should be, guys.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be. Stop. We don't need to create all this artificial stuff for these guys because they won titles. That's not what it's about. It's about the future. The last thing I wanted to say was the young guys. Are we so sure? I'd be willing to bet right now. Look at the young guys on the roster. I bet you in 3 years, most of them won't even be here.
Austin, that was my whole point. That's what's concerning me because I've switched to that part of the portfolio. Do we really know how good these youngsters are to empower them and say, okay, night to the veterans thinking they're good enough? And that's no shade at where they're at, but that's a concern when you guys tell me every day, look around, and I'm looking at the young players in Minnesota and in Denver. I'm like, I don't know if we have that.
I think Austin dropped, but
you know what I mean, Evan?
But those young players also took time. It didn't just happen overnight, and I think the experience that they got, being empowered immediately, has fast tracked them to where they are now. And there needs to be a little more of an emphasis of that in Golden State. I'm not saying it's just leaning wholly into these guys. Is Kuminga on the team in 4 years? I'd hope so because it means he's probably popped. Is Podziemski? I think Podziemski is a good rotational piece. These aren't necessarily cornerstone superstars, but we also didn't know that Klay Thompson was going to turn into the shooter that he did. We didn't know that Draymond Green was going to be the generational defender that he was. I'm not trying to say these guys are going to just all of a sudden take the mantle from 3, statue-worthy Hall of Famers, but to act like we knew Curry as the 7th pick was going to be what he was going to be, to act like Klay as the 11th pick was going to be what he was going to be, Draymond a 2nd-round pick, all these guys were given time and empowered to eventually become what they became. I don't think the Warriors have dynastic players on their roster that are beneath the age of 25, but they might have players that could help you next season, the years beyond.
Right. And I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm reading a lot of this. Evan, when you look at Wemby, he's 8 feet tall, and we know he's nowhere near a finished product. When you look at McDaniels, and Steiny astutely pointed out that they were just throw-ins in trades, and nobody even, they didn't even register on the Richter scale. My point is Pods, who I love, is not 6'9". Moody, who I love, is not the So those are the type of wings that I'm looking for that I think are going to take this team into the next phase or chapter. So for the people telling me, and I'm reading it, OKC and Minnesota, Guru, were a joke 2 years ago, but their DNA was still there. You know what I'm saying, Evan? A part of this is size, and that is what I think Jonathan Kuminga has going for him. The specimen that he is, if he reaches that potential, watch out. But it's the others that I just scratch my head. How long can we go being smaller, Evan?
Being smaller? That I don't know about. But I think that they can get bigger and longer without having to just all of a sudden switch to, all right, it's all about the young. It's again, the fusion is how they get it done. It's not an easy task, but I think it's got to be gradual. Yeah. It can't be immediate. Them getting back to where they want to be, which is competing for a championship, I think the only choice is to do it gradually. To try and do it immediately is not going to get you to where you want to be. And in fact, I think it could set you back even further from that eventual goal.
Because TJD meets all my criteria. It is early. Size, like, check. You're not going anywhere. That's just me. Obviously, if you could get Shaq, a Shaq out there. But TJD is what, like that. The metrics are like, I get excited just the size, Evan. Before we even talk about his play and his presence and his maturity, it's the size.
Yeah, he's got size, but I think there's also some issues in his game. I mean, he doesn't have a post game. He kind of got played off the floor against Sacramento against a young,
he got an early hook, but I'm not saying he's
perfect. A rookie.
Yeah, he's a size, rookie. Evan. Size matters,
and he knows how to play, and I think he fits the system. No. He's a nice player, so it's not about what the Warriors don't have at this point. I think it's what they're trying to find. That's what we're going to figure out this summer. How close can they get to where the teams are that they want to beat, which are right now competing in the Western Conference semifinals. All right, one more segment coming up on the other side. The short segment before the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game, and that's what's coming up. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Tim. Evan in for Steiny. Guru as always. You know what, Goo?
Big pun.
I said it earlier.
Uh-oh.
I'm out on mercenaries. You know what else I'm out on? Coach killers. Frank Vogel just got fired in Phoenix.
No, you're talking to Durant.
I am talking to KD.
I'm out.
That is the 5th head coach in less than 2 years that has been fired
KD.
when Kevin Durant's on the team.
I knew he was fired, Vogel, when KD, not even hours after they lost, was like, all I did was sit in the corner. You're out. And he ain't coming now. He won't be a Warrior. That's what I hate.
We can also kiss that pipe dream goodbye.
Because Booker ain't going nowhere.
Probably not for the Warriors. I know I made the case for him over the weekend. I think, contractually things align, and then you put scorched earth in the ground. But no, I'm out on coach killers. That includes LeBron James.
I mean, if
talked about that. I'm out.
His list is good Lord.
He has a body count.
Yeah. I'll tell you this.
Like Kendrick Lamar right now.
I think it's a tie.
Oh, my bad.
No, I'm playing. Evan, where do you go? And this is why I'm mad at Durant.
Yeah.
You're just now telling the world all those plane trips, bus rides, dinners at the hotel, you talking to Vogel, you're just now voicing out that you didn't like the offense. That's what I don't like. And I don't know. Did you not tell, hey, coach, can I talk to you? I don't like you got me stashed off in the corner. Because, Evan, I was getting mad at Durant. But to come to find out, that was the offense. Frankie, what are you doing? Durant can do multiple things. You didn't have a point guard.
Well, Kevin Durant's a great all-time Hall of Fame basketball player, but he doesn't really seem to know what he wants.
Damn, Evan. That's
he wanted Steve Nash.
How'd that work out?
Not very well. He wanted, I don't know if he wanted Frank Vogel, but he wanted someone different. Who's my guy in Detroit right now? Got paid. Monty.
Oh, yeah, Williams.
Monty Williams.
I tried to fight you. He didn't play for him.
Played 8 games for him.
Oh, Steve Young.
Got to the second round with him, and then he was out.
Wow.
He doesn't seem to know. Apparently, he didn't want Steve Kerr, because he wasn't happy with how Kerr handled him and Draymond.
Evan, I just had something come to me. I wish Steiny was here, too. I got to dust off the Hope Mark Jackson.
Oh, boy.
Dude. You think that you're saying there's a chance?
No, no.
Well, you don't know, Evan. Why are you laughing? Seriously, he built the Warriors. I'm so sick of this world, man. You're
Jackson
laughing at him.
Coach in 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Well,
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
forget basketball.
No. Look, Mark Jackson is an instrumental part of what the Warriors became by his ability to empower.
And Steve Kerr says that. That's why I
younger
love Kerr.
players.
Right.
He empowered younger players. What we're asking for right now from Steve Kerr. So maybe he can put on his Mark Jackson hat. I don't know. But J.J. Redick's got a better chance of getting that job than Mark Jackson.
I'll give you that.
I think.
And is it because Mark's been off and untouched for so long?
No, it's just because he's not in the head coaching cycle.
Yeah.
Apparently J.J. Redick is. I'm not exactly sure why.
KD what if you're Vogel? I won a chip and I got fired by that team.
He's probably doing okay.
Give me the Joe Flacco.
He just got a 5-year, $31 million deal last summer.
It buys me 4 more years regardless of how good I am.
That is funny, though. He does have a chip. I don't feel like anybody really remembers or cares.
That's messed up.
Maybe it was the bubble. I don't know. I think it's also anybody that's attached to LeBron James, right?
And what about
Ty Lue's got a chip.
No. And they were talking about Ty Lue might be the Lakers. Look like he's coming back to
I think Ty Lue's
staying
a damn
in
good
LA.
head coach.
What about Atkinson on the Warriors staff?
He was linked.
Would KD want him?
Wasn't he linked to the Lakers? Like they had preliminary
It was Charlotte, I
conversations.
thought, he turned it down.
Well, he did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
I don't know. Maybe he's waiting in the wings for the Warriors.
Man, Bogey.
888-957-9570. Still got a couple minutes here before we get to the crossover. Let's get out to Madera if we can. Talk to our guy, Rich. Rich, what's happening? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
Rich. Guys.
Hey.
Yeah, so we got to stop this 2 timeline thing because we didn't get lucky in 21. We had some ballers around the core, and we don't have that right now. And I think, you could give Steph, they're talking, maybe they'll do a farewell tour next year, last year, the contract. But, Curry built this thing from nothing to the biggest franchise in the league. I think he's still playing great. he had more help, just having some better role players like we had in 21. I mean, he's going to play way better, and the team is going to play way better. I think you ought to give it to him, and then after we go for it, then don't worry about the future. Once we get either trade Dre and the core, or their contracts are up, we're going to have money for new players. We're going to be, the core's not going to be there, so there'll be space for young players who want to make a name for themselves still in a great franchise. And, I think we need to – Kuminga's not going to be a star. He's a waste of time and money. I think, Wiggins, all these guys, I'd be open to trading. That's all I really got to say. I mean, you can maybe get a chip or blow it up and go for it the other way, but don't stay stuck here because it's just wasting everyone's time.
Wow. So what I love about our job, and just the society, everybody has a mind, a pair of eyes, a nose, a pair of ears, set of ears. It's your opinion. But
it is.
The two timeline, according to who you talk to, Evan, was never, how do I say it, on purpose. It was never, it kind of just happened, all depending on who you talk to. So when I hear him say blow it up, the two, it's not something they were striving for. They kind of just ran into it, Evan. The stars and everything aligned, and that's what it was. And if you take Lake up at his word, he was like, I don't even know where that two timeline. I was like, Steiny, that's where it came from. But it's just interesting, man.
Well, it's strange because it sounded like the caller was almost advocating for something kind of like a two, which is
he wanted an answer: blow it up or go with the young.
But I don't think you can really do either completely. So if you wanted to blow it up, right, you could trade Wiggins, you could trade Draymond. You want to trade Steph?
I think that's blow it up. Yes.
That is, well, number one, I just don't agree with it.
But you would get a whole, forget U-Haul, you'd get a whole haul.
But I don't think you would actually, outside of Curry, I don't know what else people are giving up. Like, you're not just all of a sudden going to get a Donovan Mitchell 4 first-round, 4-pick swap deal if you include, like, just because you put multiple mediocre pieces together doesn't mean you combine them and get a gold nugget. Like, it's not really how it works. So unless you're involving Curry, and maybe that's his plan, is to just trade Steph, which we've discussed is off the table in my opinion. You can't just, it's not combining pieces to get something back. And it sounded like he likes some of the young guys, he likes some of the old guys.
Said Kuminga wasn't a star.
No, not yet. But
he sounded like he ain't gonna be. He'll be a good player. That's different than a star, and that's okay.
I just think a player that jumped 9 points per game about from his sophomore to junior season at age 21 is someone I personally don't want to give up on. I mean, I think that Jonathan Kuminga has the highest ceiling of anybody on the team that is young, and whether you like it or not, that's all you got. And that's why I think they can't move him.
That's the reality of a lot of
and they're not going to be able to bring in someone else to, quote-unquote, take the mantle from him as that young, promising player because they don't have a first-round pick. By the way, Brandon Pajemski is going to be representing the Warriors at the draft lottery.
Now, that's tight. And when do we find out, or is that already out? I know we got MVP, him making him and TJD, the all-rookie team.
I'm not sure if the all-rookie teams have been announced yet. I do know that Pajemski came in 5th in rookie of the year.
Wemby got that, yeah.
Yeah. So
Spurs are coming.
Yeah.
They get Chris Paul. They play hard. They're young.
They won like 30 games this year.
But they're young.
Yeah. But that's also part of it. Just because you're young doesn't mean you're necessarily good.
I've no doubt about it. OKC and Minnesota were like that a couple years ago, but now look.
I mean, I think it's why SGA shouldn't have won MVP.
I really think
he's the same player.
I got to be careful. Game tomorrow, Evan. I really think they're winning it all. Minnesota.
Who?
The team, yeah. And your boy's going to be finals MVP.
I'm afraid Boston's going to take it.
You think so?
Yeah.
They got more pressure on them. Good God.
They do have a lot of pressure on them.
Minnesota's in the first quarter of their thing. Boston, this the fourth.
It is. They need a buzzer beater. As do we, because we got to hit the crossover coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Hey, by the way, did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit ATCO Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
hoping for a 7-5.
Since he paused the guarantee over.
Totally. Medvedev.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's going on, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Boys.
Big E.
It's a payday for one of us.
We call me dog.
Yeah. Actually, two of you, because my partner gets it early, too.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I don't know why.
I don't like that.
either.
It will show up at some point during the show. I don't know why. I'd like if you want to do a buzzer or something, like you want some alarms to go off when it posts. I'll let you know. I don't think it's in there yet, but it's going to be there before we get out of there.
It says at 2:12.
I don't know what it just started doing that.
Wow.
It kind of ruined Payday Friday for me.
Yeah, I'm like
half of it's gone already by the time y'all are celebrating.
I like the delayed gratification that I get. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking.
No compromise.
You'll get it Friday.
Apparently no promises either.
No, you hit me last Friday. We had an early, usually we're there. Out the difference the bat signal.
Well, because, you owe us. You owe us a pop. And so Mark and I, we both passed by the cafeteria on our way back to the car.
Hey, we were
It was about 6:10, and I was hot stepping, and I was thinking, you know what? I'm a duck in.
Yeah, get it.
I'm a duck in and see if I can get one, but he was long gone.
Well, 4 hours or 3.5 if we're being generous. It's a long time at the ship.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yes and no. I've seen
it's doable.
I've seen your normal partner.
Doable,
I've seen your normal partner put in a shift, so to speak.
But when people come up to you, they're like, "Are you Guru and Steiny?" Then it's like you're working again, and we love the people. It's like, no, we just wanted silence, but it's a compliment. Can I share something that's bothering me? And I told
that's right. Coming up at 2. That's tomorrow.
Yeah,
it feels like Friday.
It's like payday.
I can do mine.
Yeah. It feels like Friday.
And I'm not participation trophy guy, but if the NBA is about growing your sport and showing all the new and upcoming talent, why would you give, and this is nothing on Jokic, I love him. Why would you give Mark Willard his 3rd MVP when he already has 2, and you got this young phenom in OKC who, by the way, got the #1 seed, averaged 36 and 6. Yeah. Let's break the youngster off his first MVP and show the world it's the super friend.
Did you not listen to Sam Amick today on your very program?
Go ahead.
He shut the goo down on 4 different fronts.
Yeah, it was tough.
I didn't like they backed into the #1 seed.
First of all, they were the 1 seed based on a tiebreaker. They had the same record.
That's true.
Oh, but they're still #1.
Number 2, Jokic and shots created. He created a lot more points based on his assists versus Gilgeous-Alexander's
Give the last one, which bothered me.
The fact that he voted him 3rd?
No, he said if you remove him off his said team.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if we're doing that
one,
Willard, that's the one that I'm like, come on.
That's the stupidest thing.
Meet me halfway.
The stupidest thing. This is why Russell Westbrook won. He won for 2 reasons a few years ago. Because nerds are into stats. He averaged a triple-double. Good for you. And also, everyone used that stupid point. If you took him off of that team, they'd be crap. I'm like, then you're voting and saying, we will vote for the person who has the crappiest teammates.
Right. Forget the season. Forget the season.
And the other argument that you're saying is like, why you got to give a guy a 3rd? Well, they did that last year to Jokic. They gave it to Embiid. So Jokic could have his 4th this year because last year was. I thought Jokic deserved it more last year than he did this year.
Can I answer it in a different way?
Go ahead. Feel free.
You're presenting it as if this is something the NBA is just like there's. Like Mr. God NBA comes out with white smoke and says Nikola Jokic wins the MVP. This is voting by 99 different people.
Yeah.
So how can you collectively be like, come on, NBA, you got to do this?
I got PTSD, Willard, from the history of the trophy. When
I got 99 opinions and yours ain't one.
That's a 4. When Nash stole the 2 from Kobe, Jordan could have got 8,000 more. I get it, but that's the one that bothered me, Evan and Dibbs. And Willard, thank you for having my back. And I didn't even know if you took him off the team. Well, guess what? He's on the team, and it was about this year, and I thought Shea balled out. 36 and 6 on a young and upcoming team who delivered. And you're right. There is no committee. They're voters. I just thought it was break the kid off his first.
Well, they're human beings, and I actually asked a voter yesterday, Ramona Shelburne. She goes by Momo. And I said, I think it was a parting question. It wasn't even really a question. It was more like a, hey, so Momo, what if you would have voted today? You think that would have gone a little bit differently? And she kind of laughed and said, oh, but yeah, boy. And so I do think going forward, if the Joker does go out like a lamb in this playoff, there's going to be some voter fatigue about voting for it. Yeah, because the lasting image from this year will be you got bottled up by Minnesota. Wow. You lost in 4 or 5. That's going to be imprinted. So if it's close again, you've already got 3. I think now going forward, you're going to look for somebody else.
Our fan base knows better than anybody what that can feel like. Like Dirk Nowitzki.
That was the worst thing ever.
That was the most embarrassing MVP presentation press conference in the history of sports.
The German Moses.
Yeah, absolutely. Like walking out there being like, dude, like you got knocked out of the playoffs like 3 weeks ago. Here's your trophy.
Man.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. I get that it's a separate award. I go a little back and forth. There's a piece of me that would love to see them just do it after the whole thing is over.
Well, to your point, the same thing happened to Giannis. I mean, it's why now I think a lot of people don't look at him as a automatic top 3 MVP guys because he's already won his trophies, both regular and postseason, and now he's been a first-round exit the last 2 years. So people are wondering, all right.
Evan, he's been injured, though.
He has. He still hasn't made the second round of the playoffs the last 2 years. So, I mean, that could happen to Jokic. But it's interesting you brought up the analytics part because, someone like Russell Westbrook did compile stats, but analytics darlings love someone like Nikola Jokic. And I do wonder that if he does get bounced and loses in the second round and the taste less in our mouth is this guy is not good enough to beat a Minnesota team, do those analytics still apply next year when he is probably going to be the most efficient player in basketball? Or do we not get our laptops out and go back to the traditional, which is you're the 1 seed, you're the best player, you're probably the MVP?
Well, I'm a big believer in what is the team doing. Like, that's what the word value means to me. Value is based on value toward what? So this is why, like, when we used to have the debates in baseball, even about, like, Shohei Ohtani does enough to where you're like, all right, fine, we get it. You're the MVP.
We get it.
But normally, if you're, like, I've been a believer of this for a long time. If your team in baseball is in 4th place, you're not even eligible. Like, I don't think the MVP should ever come from a team that's not a top 4 seed. And Denver, to go to the point you're making, a few weeks ago, I think we all felt like Nikola was not just the best player, but he was on the most important team.
Denver and Boston in the finals.
They had that look. They had the look down the stretch of just such a well-oiled machine. And so now I do think if we're frustrated about Jokic, it's a little prisoner of the moment because of how they've looked the last 6 nights.
I also think the other piece that hurts him going forward is the fact that only 5 players have ever won 4 or more MVPs. So if he gets another one, he's ahead of Magic, Larry, and Moses Malone.
With 100 years left in his career.
Yeah, now you're alongside LeBron, Wilt, Michael, Bill Russell, and Kareem.
Wow.
And I don't know if that's necessarily a fair way to look at it, but as a human voter, you think about the legacy part of it, and I think if it's close going forward, you're more likely to do what you think they would have done this year or should have done this year and give it to Shea.
Well, and especially if they do get knocked out in the second round, if they get swept here.
I don't know why I stopped. I didn't take that in consideration. Like, the regular season ended and I just stopped. Like, I'm not, Jokic, I wouldn't have said this is a stain to him because in my mind, I feel like the books were closed.
Were you expecting Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to win this award?
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought, Evan, that's why I was shocked.
Watch a lot of those post-game on-court interviews where Chet Holmgren's telling you he's the MVP.
What are
both
the kids
Jalen Williams
doing?
is.
Have you seen this? Where the whole team is doing the post-game interview now?
On OKC, it's like, TNT or ESPN's got their sideline
can we talk
reporters.
to you, Mark Willard? And the whole team comes over and they're all, and she can't even get her question in. It's so whack.
That's college. I haven't seen it.
No, it's a pro.
Yeah. No, that's a college thing.
Oh, yeah, it's so whack. I'm like,
apparently it's what a pro wants now.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm out. Good God.
The elder statesman, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Grow up. Let the guy, let the gal ask the
No, but that's who they are. are.
It's unity, Goo.
That's who the Thunder are.
Queen Latifah.
Bunch of
that's a 4.
That's a solid. Maybe a 5 from his
Willard is
demographic.
impressed on that one.
That came out before he was born.
Yeah, Ramona didn't even she didn't vote for shade number 2.
And Sam has said it too. He had Luka.
Yeah.
She voted for Brunson.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
I thought she had Brunson 3rd.
I thought she had Brunson 2nd.
Because I
thought
thought
what she said.
I'll have to check. I thought Brunson got 3 third-place votes, but I'll check the voting breakdown.
Okay.
I might have had that.
Why
one
are there?
wrong.
I told Evan this.
She's like, I'm one of 3 people who gave him that vote. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
MVP
I'm the
last
biggest
night.
Brunson fan, but Philly and Van Gundy's backed me up on this, and the Pacers are not trapped to get the ball out of his hands.
They got a lot of 3-point shooting though on the floor. So
I'd rather die that way than this dude just killing me.
second place. Okay, I apologize.
Three
Yeah.
Brunson,
two.
Jalen Brunson.
Wow.
Yeah, Momo was
That's a
one
2.
of.
Think Dallas regrets that trade or nah? They got Kyrie.
Yeah, they got Kyrie.
They went to the Western Conference Finals, lost to the Warriors with Brunson, and he wasn't even Brunson.
Right.
Or maybe you can't be with Luka.
Yeah, he's a breakout though, man.
He's wow.
He's something else.
It is nice watching the guard. My bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. No, I think you're right. I mean, well, what Brunson did last night was impressive. We were talking about this earlier, kind of what you took away from the game. I just was appalled by the fact that there wasn't a starter over the age of 30 on the floor last night. And when I'm looking at the Warriors,
oh boy,
it just feels like that's more and more the direction that I would like to see them go. But a lot of people might also feel, because Amick brought this name up, Paul George, who's still a productive all-star caliber player, doesn't necessarily do it for me.
Yeah.
But I also don't necessarily want LeBron James here next year. So,
wow.
Well, that's why I keep thinking part of this almost needs to be a little bit of an experiment that you're willing to take without totally crushing your future. It was interesting that Ramona said yesterday she thinks that Jonathan Kuminga's like
Evan played it. I couldn't believe it.
Off the table.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe that'll calm some people down with regard to them going all in on now and just totally mortgaging the future. But yeah, would you rather these two things? Let's say that you look at Steph and you're like, we're kind of out of options, and so we're going to bring Klay back, and we're going to tighten the screws a little bit, but it's pretty much going to be the same core team, and we'll go try again. Or is your big change, hey, we can bring you somebody, but this person's also going to be 35 or 39.
I like the latter. I like that right there.
Let's play old guy basketball and against the young guys.
And I'll sleep better at night, guys, knowing I told Evan this all day. We went that route and if it doesn't work, Dibs, we tried.
And maybe it'll work out like the movie Uncle Drew.
Yeah. But waiting for these eggs to hatch and they don't hatch, or they're just okay, then it's like you think about my life. What could have been?
Yeah. Well,
shockingly entertaining. I mean,
wow. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm like Kevin Durant. The one thing that he and I have in common is we don't believe in regret. So
I hadn't heard him say that.
Yeah.
Or head coaching.
Well, he said, I actually,
Vogel fired.
former head coach myself, I believe in head coaching. So, coached for about 2 decades, but you wouldn't know that.
Not for KD.
Born just a couple weeks ago. But, NCS championships in multiple spots. But I think when you look at how you're going to... I don't love the young people, Grant. Go ahead and play that drop of the young people. Yeah, thank you. It's much more appropriate. Where was I? Talking about the approach. I think that you would love to get younger, but can you get younger by bringing in 2 rotational pieces if Klay goes? And the key for me is, can you find somebody to take Chris Paul? If you can find somebody to eat and dismiss that $30 million, now you've got action. If nobody's interested in that, and Ramon actually said to us yesterday that the Chris Paul contract is more attractive than we think for a team that might just want to shed 30. So they give the Warriors $30 million worth of player. They take the 30 from Chris, and they say, Chris, don't even bother coming out here. You're gone.
What about the Spurs?
The Spurs might be a team.
Well, they need a point guard, too.
No matter what you do with Chris, you'd have to attach at least a pick to sweeten the pot for a team. But that might be a way to get a couple of 27, 25-year-old guys who might be ready to improve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a gradual thing. Whether there's a big move that happens this summer or not, I think their path to contention is not one that is flipped on its head in the summer. And if it is, it's because Draymond Green played a full season, was a really good player. Steph Curry's back to, top 10 type of production. And I think it's going to be because of their older players playing better than they did last year. Or perhaps some of the young guys catching up as well. I just don't know if it's a DeJounte Murray or a Brandon Ingram. These are players that are in their 20s that are projects, so to speak. They're flawed, but they have things you could use to retool. Maybe that's something that you consider, but I wouldn't want to mortgage even more of my future than I already have.
I just think that and I've said this before, I don't know that they're sitting there right now grinding over the X's and O's of how this team can be a championship contender again next year. I think they think, and Joe Lacob thinks this way, how are they creating excitement?
Yeah.
How do you get this fan base excited by October?
What if I said Steph Curry's still playing?
That's already a given. New excitement needs to be generated.
You got to go get something.
What is that? I'm not saying it needs to be one thing, but instead of they need a 3 and D, and they need how do you get this fan base excited about October? How do you do that?
I think Paul George would get fans excited. And I love PG. I just don't think it'd be a fit, but that to me would create buzz, I believe.
Probably.
To put him with Steph and play the best basketball or most easiest with him and Dre, to me, that's just my first answer.
Is that in place of Klay?
Now, that's interesting because we talked about it, and I want to run this by you two real quick here. If I were Klay Thompson and you told me it's not just the money, it's my role. And if you told me PG-13 or Kevin Durant was coming and Klay, we need you to come off the bench, I might be like, you know what, Willard? Oh, I get that. But if you're telling Klay that it's going to be Moody or Pods, that's where I'm like, Klay is like deuces. So I am interested to see. I really believe that's a deal breaker for Klay is the role of, if you want me to come off the bench, you better have a stud that I can say, you know what, I get that. I'll come off firing but if you're going to tell me these guys are what you did, I'm out.
There's a little bit of it sounds like there's a little bit of a sales job that needs to happen there. Wow. And he needs to, we get, I don't want to say we know Klay, but we know how Klay operates.
Down.
He needs to feel the respect. He needs to feel.
And that's okay.
Yeah, but he needs to feel loved. He needs to feel.
We all do.
He needs to feel acknowledged.
He needs to be seen. He needs to feel seen.
Seen and heard. Yes.
Right.
No, and that history, what he's achieved, needs to all be baked into how the Warriors present to him whatever it is they're trying to do. And is that wrapped up in money? Some. But I agree with you. I think it's wrapped up more in role. How do you see the remainder of this contract going, or this new contract going?
And how does he see his career? Because from the Warriors, it could present a sample size that says, Klay, if you want to be a 42% three-point shooter and you want to score just as many points as you did before, maybe we keep you at 27 or 28 minutes, and we can do that more feasibly by you coming off the bench. So you can be a better version of yourself. You can still have the best version of your life here in the Bay Area, but it's not as a starter. I mean, that's how I see him moving forward, helping the Warriors. And if he is a starter next year at the 2, I think it's because there's no other option that's better. And if there's no other option that's better, I think we're going to be probably sitting here next year in the same place wondering, well, how are we going to get an upgrade?
When are the play-in games next year so I can make sure I don't take those days off as vacation? To me, the interesting thing with Klay is, what does he prioritize number one on his list? Is it location, role, money, winning? Which one of those is the most important? Because
what would your answer be?
If I were Klay?
Yeah.
If I were Klay,
mine is role.
Mine would be location. And I understand quality of life. Mark and I talked about this yesterday. I now live in a different community than I did for more than 20 years, and I'm happy. It's quieter, it's safer, and it's really kind of what I've wanted for a long time. So even though my commute's longer and my expenses are higher, and there are certain things about my life that are more difficult. I have a 2-year-old baby. I'm not going to be able to retire at 56, for example. There are sacrifices that I made for certain things that I benefited from. So if I'm Klay and I live in Tiburon and I boat to work and I've made $250 million already on the floor and probably another $50+ million off the court, money-wise, I'm good. I've won championships. I'm good on my legacy. Can I still win? Probably. So if I'm Klay, I might be open to taking $18 million a year to stay in order for them to bring in a mid-level piece to help us win. I still boat to work. I'm still rich. We might have a chance to win. I get to play with my buddies. That to me would be the way I would prioritize it if I were Klay.
But you're watching the guys that you built this with still start, and you got to
still
come
make
off the
more,
bench,
right?
That would eat me. That would eat me alive.
Draymond's 25.
Wiggins is 23.
Everybody's got what would make them tick.
Yeah.
And the beauty of Klay is, I don't know sometimes that he knows what makes him tick.
Even his own father doesn't know because they don't talk about it.
I think he knows. He just ain't.
He came on our show.
I heard him.
Oh, we don't talk about it.
I was in the car
sarcasm noted. Sarcasm noted. But anyway, point being is I think that was his answer at the end of the year. He's like, I have to go figure out. I got to prioritize this. What is it? What is it that's going to make me feel good the rest of the way?
That's big.
I don't know, but I feel like money is not fully driving that bus.
Mine is roll. I think it's roll, man, especially here.
Yeah, I think it's rolled too. But we know that money's apparently driving your guys' Thursdays because it's a payday for you. We're gonna have to wait 24 hours.
Let me check.
No, I get it with them too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's half and half.
We do. Why do you get it
excluded?
Well, ask me. That's just the bank said 2 days early.
Is that a bank thing?
Yeah,
is that how it works?
Of America.
Did you say 2/12 or you were joking because that's when you're leaving?
No, he got a date. Ooh,
okay.
Why do you keep doing
that?
That's
my bad. I'm proud.
He's an open book.
I know he is. God love him.
I'm proud. I'm proud that someone near me.
I almost seen two hosts fight. They'll go nameless at this station because one was on Tinder app. And he had a girl, and then the other guy was doing the show. They were ending the show,
that we don't know.
And he was like, "Willard's on Tinder," and he gave him a warning, and then it happened again the next day. And during I can write a book, but it was great. Yeah.
Don't look at me. I've been married for 37 years.
You said two hosts?
Yeah.
I haven't worked here long enough.
Two different roles. Yeah. One
inside.
Was
yeah. Fisticuffs.
Pre-Nahegan. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just never
I've
know.
seen a lot.
But,
all right, gentlemen.
Good luck, Evan.
Don't hit us with an all right, gents.
All right, gents.
You don't have to go.
Well, I got to go enjoy this 80-degree weather. That's actually what I'm about to get into. It is a perfect day in the city.
I'm trying to figure out why Rick Carlisle is so mad. We'll get into it. 78 calls.
Coming up from 2 to 6. Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello everybody. How we doing today, Willard and Dibs? I'm in a reflective mood today.
Oh boy, one of these days. Grandy, get the tissue ready.
No, not like that.
Okay, you're not gonna make me cry.
But I want to get out ahead of something that could make you cry. It might make a lot of us cry. I don't even know how many people know that this is all going on because it's one of those stories that I feel like most sports fans, if you're really dialed in to the NBA, maybe you know what's going on. Maybe you've sort of loosely heard something about it. But a lot of you, this is one of those stories, it's going to drop one of these days, and 75% of the public's going to go, what? I didn't even know that was being discussed. The NBA contracts are up for renewal across broadcast networks right now, and there is a battle going on. There's a battle going on between NBC and TNT, and right now NBC is winning, and TNT has got to decide if they would like to come up with north of $2.5 billion to keep the NBA. And if they don't, and industry insiders are suggesting that they won't, if they don't, bye-bye inside the NBA. Bye-bye. Ernie and Chuck and Kenny and Shaq. Would you agree that right now in American sports content, where does that sit in terms of the most popular, the most recognizable, the most loved, the most iconic of all things that go on right now in sports media?
It's probably the most iconic and the most popular, the most beloved, and I would add the most unique of just content out there. The Manning cast has become unique and popular, but it's not nearly inside the NBA. Now, I guess outside of games, you have things like Around the Horn, PTI, whatever that Stephen A. Smith stuff is. I don't watch it. First Take, I guess is what they call it.
Sure.
First Yell, First Shriek is what I actually refer to it occasionally.
Okay.
But that to me is a different thing because that's not in and around a game. As far as pre, post, or in-game, it is the most unique. It's the most well-renowned. It's the absolute best. That four-man cast of characters, Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles, you just know. And, you know that Kenny's going to trot up to the board. Shaq's going to do crazy things. Charles is going to have wild opinions. And Ernie is simply the greatest point guard maybe in the history of studio television.
Might be the greatest human being, too.
He just might be.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I saw a story. I was reading a story on Twitter the other day about a guy who had his bar mitzvah about 30 years ago, and his dad called Ernie and just said, "Hey, Ernie, my kid's having his bar mitzvah. Would you send him a message?" Ernie not only sent him a message, but they did a mock, like, "Hey, we got a great prospect here, this 13-year-old Ezra Gold," or whatever his name is, and I'm making that up. But Peter Vesey jumped in, and it was a whole, studio thing that Ernie went out of his way to create for this kid. He does stuff like that all the time.
Not only that, and that has been really cool to follow on social media this week. I want to, and I think it's okay to do so, I want to share with our audience what happened less than an hour ago. We knew we wanted to have a discussion about this, and I said to Lucas, and Matt and I were sitting there talking about it, fire off a text to Ernie Johnson. TNT is off tonight. See if Ernie will come on. Let me tell you right now that if you, in the middle of contract negotiations, in the world of sports media, if you fire off a text to somebody that is at the level of Ernie Johnson on that day, when the whole building in which he lives could be crumbling, the percentage of people that would even text you back is less than one. Ernie is the less than one.
Yep.
But not just did he respond, this is what Ernie said. Absolutely, normally I would totally come on, and I know what you're waiting for. I would come on, but, we're right in the middle of these contract negotiations, and I just don't want to speak on it.
Right.
No, that's not what Ernie said. I'd totally come on, but it just so happens that my kids stopped by with the grandkids, and so we're going to be doing that this afternoon.
Jeez.
That's Ernie Johnson.
Right. And his tone was almost apologetic.
Completely.
I'm sorry that I'm going to have to choose my grandkids over two strange yahoos in San Francisco.
Correct.
It was close, but I'm going to go with the grandkids.
If Inside the NBA on TNT goes away, I will miss it. And there isn't a lot of that out there.
Things you miss.
And so we kind of wanted to throw this out. And in fact, let's go ahead and unlock, guys. Would love to hear from a lot of you. Inspired by the NBA on TNT, which is not gone yet, but it's down by 10 in the fourth quarter. 888-957-9570. What do you miss in sports? What do you miss in sports content? Like as we sit here today, because I will truly, I can't think of much else out there where I would feel loss. God, I had a really dark thought on the way to work today. FP is going to join us a little bit later. And some of you may have heard the story earlier in this week that the Giants' plane flight to Colorado was awful. It was awful.
Been a lot of wind this week around the country.
Right, no doubt. It was awful. And so some of the guys have shared what this felt like. And I thought to myself, okay, make it a little less personal. What if a plane carrying a sports team, and I know it's happened before, right? Marshall and whatnot. What if a plane carrying a team crashed? My God. Seriously, it really will send chills down your spine to think about. So we're not talking about anything to that level, but what is out there in sports or sports media right now that if it went away, you would really feel lost? And I know a lot of you want to line up and say Willard and Dibbs. It's so nice of you. I thank you for all those comments that are flying in right. No, but for real, the list is short. And inside the NBA, for me, is very near the top of that list.
Yeah, especially from a sports media standpoint. And, it's easier to talk about things that you won't miss as opposed to things that you will miss.
Oh, hell yeah.
I won't miss, if it went away, the in-between quarters coaches interview where, hey, after one, we go down and let's talk to Greg Popovich. And Popovich ices some poor reporter for 2 questions and then, back up to you, Mike.
Well, Pop is actually one of the only ones I will watch because I'm is he actually going to pop the media member? But we need to play better on offense and then we need to play better on defense.
All that.
And so we'll be back, and that's what we're going to try to do. All right, thanks, Coach, for the amazing insight.
Right.
Let's go back to you, Bob. Good God, thank you for saying that. That can go away now.
Sure.
Here's another one. By the way, a lot of you lined up to say this. You were going to miss it. You were going to miss it. You don't miss it. You don't miss the DH.
No.
Get the hell out of here with that.
You mean pitchers hitting?
You do not miss. Yes, thank you. You do not miss that conversation about the DH. You do not miss Johnny Cueto at the dish.
Coming up, 7-8 and an automatic out. Next.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Oh, crap. It's the 3rd inning.
You know what I do miss while we're in this sphere talking about the diamond in baseball? I miss managerial arguments because now you have to, you have the manager, you cut to the dugout and the manager puts up the stop sign to the pitcher or the first baseman does the double earphones thing. So now we got to go to the headsets and we pick up the phone and thumbs up, and now we're going to challenge. I miss the days where the manager could just come out and go, hey, you blew that one, and I'm going to give you an earful, and if I go too far, maybe I kick dirt on you, maybe I pull the base out, or whatever I'm going to do. It's a real human interaction. I miss humanity in sports because now everything is, we got to go to the monitor. And I mentioned the Pacer debacle with the 76 or 78 calls that they think have been wrong, including a double dribble. We got to go to the headsets now, and we got to look at the monitor to see if Hottenstein actually double dribbled in the backcourt or not. And after further review, it's not a double dribble. And so now Carlisle gets mad, and he gets 2 texts. I miss humanity in sports.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer, Dibbs.
Thank you.
It's a good answer. I threw it out to our group this morning. What do you miss in sports? And you sort of just gave an encapsulation sensation of what your answer is.
Yeah.
Cha-ching! Grandy wrote, I miss Buster Posey. You miss Buster Posey. Says Giants haven't made the playoffs without him since 04.
I looked it up. It's actually 03.
Okay.
Last time they made the playoffs without Buster Posey on the roster.
Oh, that's okay. Without Buster Posey. Yeah. I didn't quite get it. I'm like, didn't they make the playoffs a couple of years ago with Buster?
3 years ago, yeah.
But and I was driving. I was trying not to.
He was playing great.
Yeah. My phone was I'm in Bay Bridge traffic, and
And then he left.
So the last time they made the playoffs without Buster was
03.
Correct. They lost the World Series, of course, in 02, and then lost to the Florida Marlins in 03.
A kid born shortly after the Giants last made the playoffs without Buster just bought a beer.
He's actually going to buy his first beer a week from today.
Yeah.
He's my son, and his name is Keon. He was born in 2003.
Time to put his lips on a farmer.
I think he's going to.
All right. Here's kind of what I wrote. I miss Tiger Woods, and I know he's not gone, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
I miss that presence.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Yeah. I miss Tiger Woods. I miss the ability to go to 49ers games. Now, that may sound wonky to some. Let me explain. And I don't want to go too deep into it. A lot of it is just my current life, right? Like single dad, 3 kids. Sundays are on school nights. I've got a show on Sunday nights. If I want to go to a Monday night or a Thursday night game, I essentially have to take the kids out of school. Part of it is just where I work and where I live. But going to a 49er game takes months of planning and saving sometimes too. But months of, like, I'm not joking. They are begging to go. And the ease of going to a 49er football game for me, for my situation, is somewhat up a creek. It's not impossible. It'll happen.
Right.
Maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years, but it's really an undertaking. And so I miss that. You know, my dad and I had a season ticket package when I was the age that my kids are now, and we would get in the car and go to Candlestick, and so for your 1 o'clock game, we'd get in the car at 10:45 and go to the game, and we were home for dinner. That was easy.
Yeah.
Just drive there, and then we just drive home.
Yeah.
And now it is just a whole damn thing, and even if you do live down in the South Bay, you know, you and I were doing that show before the Giants-Niners game, the home opener last year, and we got the word middle of our show starts at 2, we're probably 45 minutes in, and people are calling and they're like, we're on the road outside the stadium and we haven't moved.
Right.
In an hour. Like, good Lord.
We got off the air early at 5:30 and there were people streaming down the street.
Streaking.
And the game had kicked. And you still had thousands of people clamoring and hustling to try to get in there. So you're not wrong. And I'm just going to tag that little bit with, I miss Candlestick. I miss it more than I thought. And I love Oracle Park.
Yep.
And I love Levi's when I'm there.
I thought of that and I'm like, that's a bad answer. No,
I miss Candlestick.
I do too.
I miss the parking lot.
That's weird.
I miss, being able to park down on Carroll Street and walk in. I miss the affordability. I miss the stick.
I miss that when a Dodger fan walked by, that Dodger fan got screamed at, not high-fived by all the other Dodger fans.
That's a good point.
That's what I remember about Candlestick. You'd be walking through there with a blue jacket on. You'd be about to get it.
I was there for fight night.
Were you?
Yeah, that doubleheader when there was hundreds of fights.
I got one more, but I need to put it in my hip pocket for a second.
Okay.
And I'll explain that here in a little bit. But we would love to take your calls. Is the NBA on TNT with Ernie and Chuck and Kenny and Shaq about to go away? What do you miss in sports or sports content? 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the Order of Malta Clinic. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Around 500,000 people in the Bay Area don't have any health insurance. But here's
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. I take my time cleaning the kitchen.
We were just talking about cleaning. And I know a lot of people who, what's the right word for it? I don't want to say hate clean.
Right.
But like it is something that you go do when you're like, I'm frustrated. You're getting a little argument around the house, whatever, something ticks you off. I'm scrub this counter. Right?
Totally.
I'm going to go do laundry. I'm doing laundry. I'm fine. Nope. We got the whites. We got the colors. I'm
towels,
fine.
Sheets. I used to pull weeds back in my previous life. Not that.
You go outside and pull weeds?
Oh, yeah.
When you were mad?
Mad. Go put the earbuds in and, get down there with my...
it's not that far of a previous life if you were putting earbuds in.
Well, the headphones, me.
Okay,
I don't do the wireless. And I'd put my Walkman on and just get out there and pull weeds for a couple hours, Feels good.
We've all got our things.
Yep.
We've all got our things. I walk the dog. I'm taking the dog for a walk.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. And they're like, no, don't walk out on this conversation. Bye. Anyway.
If you want to know how Knick fans deal with that situation, we might just go ask a Knick fan right now because OG Anunoby has a left hamstring strain and is officially out for Game 3 versus the Pacers. You saw him pull up lame last night in that win for the Knicks.
It's always a war of attrition. The NBA playoffs, it happens every single year.
Didn't Brunson get a little nicked up in that one too? Pun intended.
He didn't play, I think, the majority of the second quarter.
Yeah. And then obviously his second half was brilliant, but from Embiid being hobbled to Giannis being completely out to Lillard being partially out to now Anunoby, Kristaps Porzingis, Jamal Murray is not quite himself. Look at all of it. Who's super healthy? Oh, the Timberwolves. Super healthy.
Right.
Full health. Rudy Gobert had a baby, and outside of that, that's about it. So 888-957-9570. Inspired by the potential loss of Inside the NBA on TNT. It's not gone yet, but it's looking like things are heading that way contractually, where the NBA will move back to NBC. And if so, TNT's out. And so there's no more Ernie and Chuck and Shaq and Kenny. That announcement has not happened yet, but it's trending that way and could happen at any minute. And so with that, we're talking about what you miss in sports. We want to go to the phones, but I want to unveil the one other one that I had.
Okay.
I miss a Giants team that could hit home runs. I really do. And like we've talked about baseball and the difficulty of hitting these 100-mile-an-hour fastballs now and everything that you see out there, the changes in the game, all of that. There's a damn song. When the Giants come to town, it's bye-bye, baby. Like, this is...
It's ground ball, baby, is how it went. No? Sorry.
Yeah.
Strikeout, baby.
Sorry. That song was actually about what the fans are doing.
Geez.
Yeah, it's bye-bye, baby. So from Mays to McCovey to Bonds to even a plucky 2021 season where they were right up there, tops in the league in home runs. I can't stand. They just went to Coors Field for 3 days, and I know I heard Flem this morning. He's not wrong. By the way, if you don't know, the Giants got their butts absolutely whacked today by the Colorado we never heard of use. Yes, they won 2 out of 3. I'm thoroughly and still unimpressed. More to come on that. Final pitch with FP right around the corner. But they hit a sum total of 2 home runs in this series. Both of them were by Michael Conforto, and one of them was a classic Coors Field home run. Oppo Taco earlier today, tuck it inside the left field foul pole, kind of a never would be a home run anywhere else type of a ball. One of those. 2 home runs. And I'd have egg on my face right now if it weren't for some quirky ground balls that found space. They got to 12 runs yesterday by the 4th inning.
Yeah.
And then scored 2 more the remainder of the series. Final tally ended up being 14.
Ooh.
It wasn't
It was an ottoman.
It was close.
Yeah.
It ended up being close. It just happened a while ago, so it feels like an ottoman.
And the way they scored their first 4 was Giants-esque with
God.
2 bleeders, a chopper, and then a line drive.
Yeah, 1 hit.
Right,
and
one real hit.
One real hit and got 4 runs out of it.
Exactly.
Thoroughly unimpressed. These hitters are going to waste what I think is going to eventually be a fantastic pitching staff. A starting rotation that's already doing okay and stands to potentially acquire 3 all-star level starters between now and the all-star break. And if they cannot figure out how to hit the damn ball, they're going to waste the season. They're going to waste the season. I miss the hell out of, and it's why I said what I said the other day.
Right.
Second you fall down by 3 runs, we're right back to, well, ball game, what else do you want to do with your evening? And that's because they can't get the damn ball over the fence.
Yeah.
They can't do it.
107 win season, second in all of baseball in home runs. This year, you are sub 500, and you're 21st in the league entering play today in home runs, and you're averaging .93 home runs per game. And yeah, you play at Coors against the worst pitching staff in baseball, and you manage 2 home runs. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. But anyway, what do you miss in sports? How about referee Eric in Redwood City? Hey, Ref Eric, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Of course, I'm driving home. I want to go with you and say I do miss Candlestick before I get to my real I miss it. There's nothing can beat sitting at a cold Tuesday night watching the Giants and watching all the hot dog wrappers blown around the field.
Yeah.
That was special.
Shout out to chain link fences. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I really miss is when Monday Night Football was special, when it was the football game of the week. There wasn't any competition. You had the best broadcasting crew. You always look forward to that matchup. And now it's just kind of a meh. Don't care about the crew. Doesn't seem to be as competitive anymore. I don't know. I miss the specialness of Monday Night Football.
I get
Ref
that.
Eric, that was actually going to be my next one, I swear to God, because as a kid, it was Cosell and Gifford and Dandy Don, and it was the only time I was ever allowed to leave the dinner table was to watch halftime highlights on Monday night in the fall. That was it.
Halftime highlights.
My parents were strict about dinner. We always ate together.
Yep,
napkin in your lap and all the rest of that. They drilled it into us, but Monday nights at about 7:30, I could step down and run in for Cosell doing halftime highlights. So I'm totally with you, Ref Eric.
Has Sunday night not replaced that, though? Like, that's special.
Yes.
It's special.
It's better,
You know
but
what I mean?
it's not special like Monday Night Football used to be special.
I hear you. There's not the, I don't know, even, the iconic music. We know the Sunday night theme and the Monday night, but like that, right? That song, those broadcasters. Well, that's Sunday, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's Sunday. Yeah. No, the thing for me that always like got the hair on the back of the neck. That was when like you're like, oh my God, everybody stop. Stop what you're doing.
Totally.
Let's go watch the football game. But I still, I got all these young football fans in my house with me. They're all into it now. And they do. They gather. They gather at 5:30 on Sunday night. They gather.
Yes.
And it's like, who is it? What's going on in my fantasy game? Let's eat something unhealthy together. And so it's still an event. We still get that. It's just a different night.
Right, but it's not the specialness of Monday Night Football where it used to be you'd have the morning game, you'd have the afternoon game. There was no Sunday night game, and then you had the Monday night game. Now it's 7 hours of uninterrupted fantasy football updates starts now. And I love Scott Hansen, and I love the Red Zone. But by the time you get to Sunday, I'm a little burnt out after 7 hours of watching the Zone. It is cool to have another game on, and there's no Red Zone, and it's the game. But then you get to Monday, and it used to be the Monday Night Football matchup was the matchup. But now the best game of the week is usually Sunday night.
Yeah, Monday and Thursday sometimes feel a little bit like afterthoughts.
A little bit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, here we go, Thursday night, and the Panthers are playing the Bucks.
Yeah.
All right.
And also, I think it's the rotating cast on Monday night that's taken away a lot of the specialness. Sure. Just over the last 6 years, you've had 4 different play-by-play announcers. Sean McDonough, Joe Tessitore, Steve Levy, and now Mr. Economy of Words, Joe Buck.
Yeah.
So it used to be like, that was the pinnacle of broadcasting. You got that seat, and you were the dude.
Well, but I'm glad ESPN, look, there's nothing against some of those other guys. I think some of them are really good. Tessitore, McDonough, these guys are really good broadcasters.
No doubt.
But Joe and Troy, that has...
Well.
No, it's got a presence. It's got a presence because it even if it isn't that, it sounds to our ear like the game of the week. That for years was the Fox 1 o'clock game of the week. And so it was different. It was usually just a Cowboy game, but it was different, right? It would be like, okay, clear the decks here. So getting those voices on Monday night, I do think is giving it a little bit of an uptick. I do.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're together, and I get what you're saying, they're no Madden and Summerall.
No, nobody
And I don't think that Troy Aikman is necessarily that good at it anymore, which has given rise to the Manning cast.
He's solid. I mean,
He's
again,
all right.
no, but remember we did this last week when the Bob Fitzgerald and Kalena thing came out. Sometimes I wonder what that means in broadcasting. What does that mean? He's good.
Well, it means that he's teaching me something that I don't know, or he's going to be wildly entertaining.
But it's just not your cup of tea.
Troy Aikman is neither entertaining nor informative.
To you. I find him to be very, very listenable. And
I didn't mention listenable. I said entertaining and educational.
Yeah, but it's so subjective is my point.
Of course.
Right? Like,
of course.
All of us who have done this now for a living, if we are supporting other human beings in broadcasting, to me, you're good. Period. You're good.
Someone thinks you're good, yeah.
And then after that, it becomes subjectivity, and it's just like, what triggers us in life? What voices do we like? You don't like that voice? I have people all the time tell me, they're like, oh my God, your voice, it's very recognizable.
I get that too.
Some people think it's great. Some people think I've got marbles in my throat. Some people think I'm 78 years old. So
some people think you're a chain smoker.
Correct.
Yeah.
So does that float your boat or not? Do you know what I mean? Like all of you people who hate my voice, Christy thinks it's awesome. So how about that?
Scoreboard.
I
think it's nails on the chalkboard 20 hours a week.
Yours too. That's why I talk so much. I actually don't even like talking.
Touché.
I'm an introvert. Jim and San Leandro.
Score that one for Willard. All right.
Hi, Jim. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First thing is this. You guys are talking about broadcasters and missing things in sports. I miss Bill King, and I miss Greg Papa. I'm a Raider, A's, not so much an A's fan anymore.
Dump that. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Jim. Jim, go ahead. Go ahead.
I miss not being able to go to the games here in the town. But the one thing I really miss, had Raider season tickets for 10 years prior to them leaving. Going to the games was special. However, the tailgates for me in Oakland, California were indisputable the best tailgates in the nation. Getting there at 6:30 in the morning, waiting for the lot to open up at 8, being upset at the police department and the parking crew because they'd screw it up.
Yep.
But eventually, we'd find our spot. We would get there, we'd get our tailgate going, and the entire parking lot was an encampment of Raider fans that were just having the best time, very welcoming to fans of other teams. I know not everybody believes that, but it's true. And just people just having the best times. I've been to Vegas. Vegas is okay. It's fine, whatever. But the tailgating in the Oakland Coliseum parking lot is something that I just passionately miss. And it's just a shame that it's gone.
It's a great take.
Yep, Jim, thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Shout out to Bart Lott and Derek Petrak and Dawn. And we started heavy duty in the Bart Lot. And, there were times, Mark, that I would just go to the tailgate and then go home and watch the game on TV.
Really?
Yeah, I lived about 4 miles away from the Collie.
What if I sort of like, and maybe this furthers you bringing up Candlestick, let me just use that word. What do you miss? Tailgating.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many stadium environments where you can't do that anymore.
Chase Center.
Tailgating at a Giants game now.
Warrior game.
Dude, we used to go to Candlestick and we had one of those stupid, do you remember those little portable barbecue deals where you just stuck the newspaper down below?
The hibachi.
Right, but this one was really janky. But anyway, you go cook something and, get like the Sporting Green would actually be in the hot dog.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and you'd eat that and you'd grab, hopefully, a tennis ball if you had a baseball. Hopefully, you didn't hit a car. But like, whether it's Frisbee, whether it's lining up and acting like you're 60 feet, 6 inches away and being catcher for your buddy, and then you switch and you're the pitcher, and could you strike anyone out? Like, we used to sit there and do that, get to that game 3 hours before it would happen, and just hang. And part of what I'm talking about is just the pace of life now. But man, going to a game now, any game, and I know you go to a Niner game, if you're able to do this and get out there 5 hours ahead of time, that's a hell of a tailgate. A hell of a tailgate still happens down there.
At Levi's.
Yes, but for baseball, lesser degree basketball, that's not really basketball's thing. But the ability to not have to fight so damn hard to go to a game.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to cost $1 billion. You don't have to fight all kinds of traffic. You could just go early and hang out and eat bad stuff and be friends with people. That doesn't happen as much anymore.
No, and I'll play off that and just make this both general and also incredibly micro personal.
Okay.
I miss the Oakland A's. I miss the Oakland A's and what they used to be with Dollar Tuesdays and free parking Wednesdays, and I may have the days wrong, but you get the bit. Before John Fisher put his imprint on the product, when the A's were the East Bay's affordable night out, and we would do exactly what you're talking about. Tailgate, bring our kids and the Crawfords, the Quintellas, the Burrows, and whoever else was free, and it was an hour and a half of wiffle ball, and the kids are running roughshod in the lot, and we're playing ball, and we're throwing Frisbees, and a couple of the kids are on roller skates or skateboards, and yeah, you went to the game, and you enjoyed baseball, but at the same time, it was the beauty of the experience. It was affordable. It was, an underdog team that you could root for. It was an experience. I miss, Mark, the Oakland A's and what it used to represent.
Yeah, that one I get. I mean, for crying out loud, I miss the Oakland A's. I'm not an A's fan.
Right. I became an A's fan because I lived in Oakland, and those families I all mentioned, we all lived within 10 or 15 minutes, and it was like, hey, it'd be 3 p.m. Who's up for the A's game tonight? And then, bloop, let's go.
Yep.
And an hour and a half later, you're stopping at the liquor store, and off you go, and sandwiches or barbecue, and it was a great thing to be able to do.
And I know that A's fans, like true A's fans, don't want to hear this from a Giants fan, but like I will miss it on multiple levels, even all the way down to just the energy that was in the park when those interleague matchups would happen. And I know they're not over, but they're over. They're over. They're totally over. Like, I loved to hate the Oakland A's. That was actually a team that I really, like, they were not the Dodgers, but, like, that was a thing. Remember when Will Clark and Jose Canseco used to hate each other?
Yeah.
That was a thing. I used to dig that. And now it's just like, I mean, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Kick people when they're down? Like,
You won't.
There's nothing left.
Yeah.
There's nothing left. Is FP ready? Is that you? Final pitch with FP. Is that you?
What's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
FP.
I was doing better before that stupid game.
Ooh, that was a rough one.
Dude, I'm not impressed. I know they won 2 out of 3, but that whole, and I know you can speak to this. Tell us what Colorado was like, because I know Dave Fleming was talking about how the ball's not jumping the way that it normally does at Coors Field, but 3 days there, 2 home runs, both by the same guy, a rally 2 days ago that was based on dribblers down the left field line. Like, I don't know, man. This offense did not rally me back these 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, they had the rally yesterday, but other than that, it's been kind of quiet. And when you talk about what the Rockies did today, I don't know that I've ever seen balls fly all over the place that quickly. And with Keaton Wynn today, I feel like they knew what was coming. And even as a hitter, when you know what is coming, it's hard to do what they did here today. So it was a 7-run inning, and maybe the quickest I've ever seen an avalanche, I guess, if you will, in Colorado like that. It was violent. You know, usually a 7-run inning is a blooper, couple of walks, the guy makes an error, guy shoots one out of the yard, and all of a sudden it's a 5 or 6 or 7-run inning. But there was not a cheapie in the bunch today off of Keaton Wynn. And even in Coors Field, you're thinking, all right, it's 7-1. Conforto went deep. He's really the only hot hitter right now. That at Coors Field against a team that's won 8 games all year, there's a chance they're going to come back. But it was pretty lifeless today. And I don't know if it's because they were on the road for 10 days and they're just ready to get home. But, the bats were no bueno today here. And this is, I got frustrated a couple times on the broadcast today because guys were squaring around to bunt. I said on the air, I'm like, man, this is Coors Field. Bunt when you get home. Take advantage of this ballpark. Let it rip. And it just wasn't to be today. And, I think there's a lot of searching going on right now for a lineup that works. And if you're Bob Melvin, maybe you start tinkering with the lineup. If Jung-Hoo Lee's foot's okay, maybe you think about batting him second and Lamont Wade Jr. first and put Conforto third. And you start tinkering with the lineup a little bit just to shake it up because right now it's not happening.
I know 3-7 road trip versus 4-6 is just a 1-game difference, but psychologically, does today's loss make it feel like a complete disaster of a road trip as opposed to what a sweep might have felt like?
Yeah, I don't know about a complete disaster, but yeah, you're right. You're right, Dibs. 4-6 would have been a tremendous salvage from the way it started, 1-6 to 4-6. I don't care who you're playing. Obviously, it's all the big leagues, and yeah, the Rockies have won now 9 games this year, but I just felt today was big, and I said it last night after the game on air. I was just like, you've won 2, but tomorrow might be the most important game of the year because if you win tomorrow, I always think there's momentum in travel days. Like if you win on a travel day and you get on the bus or the plane and everybody's relaxed and it's fun, that momentum can carry into the next game. And when you have the Reds coming into town tomorrow night who have lost 8 in a row, they're hitting 209 as a team that's last in baseball. You got a chance to beat this team who you're supposed to beat the Reds who you're supposed to beat, and all of a sudden you're starting to think good thoughts. You're starting to have positive vibes. And I've seen really good teams that are playing poorly get jump-started by beating bad teams. So like the negative fan will go, oh, they just beat the Rockies, who cares? Or they beat the Marlins, who cares? Or the Reds have lost 8 in a row, who cares? But as a player, you got to get that feeling, that vibe in the locker room, in the clubhouse, in the dugout, that, hey, we're winning and we can win and we can win some games. So I don't know that today's loss is that big, Dibs, where you're like, this is the worst road trip ever, but it would have been on the other side of that coin had they won for sure.
Final pitch with FP. Giants get blown out in Colorado 9-1. FP, can you help our listeners with the Austin Slater thing? He starts in center field today. I know the injuries, right? Jung-Hoo Lee, but he starts in center field. The Rockies are throwing a right-hander. You've just called Elliot Ramos up. Why not go that direction?
Well, I don't know. I didn't make out the lineup today, so I can't answer that. But, I mean, if I'm guessing, you're trying to get Austin Slater going any way you can. And, he hasn't had many starts this year. He hasn't any continuity or rhythm, and it shows. But nobody cares about that. Really, when you're a player and you get your opportunities, you got to find a way. You got to hit today. But there's been some times when there's some hittable pitches that he's swinging through or fouling off right now, and I really, you'd have to ask him. I can't get inside his head and what he's thinking. But, as a player that plays sporadically, you can sit there and go, well, I'm not playing and this sucks. Or you can wrap your head around it and say, when I get my chance, I'm going to go out there and do one thing to help the team win. It doesn't mean I'm going to go 4 for 3 or, a lot of times when you're struggling and try to get 4 hits and 3 at-bats, meaning you're trying too hard, but just do something to help your team win. And Ramos is here. I watched his at-bats the last couple of days, and he's a guy that was hot in AAA, that was hitting over 300 with 8 home runs and 115 at-bats. But I don't know that he's the savior either. I mean, it's not like his at-bats were so impressive the other night that you throw him back in there. I think Bob Melvin's looking for offense anywhere he can get it. And Blake Sable caught last night, got 3 hits, and he put him in there at DH today. And how often do you see a manager put both catchers in the lineup, man? He's looking for offense anywhere he can get it.
Yeah, and didn't get a ton of it today. 7 hits and just the one run and a tough loss, 9-1 to Colorado. Keaton Wynn gives up 7, doesn't make it out of the 4th. I know it's Colorado, so you definitely color your thoughts about the outing that way, but it's 2 bad outings in a row for Wynn. What's your takeaway on where he is right now?
Well, he was really, really sick in Philadelphia. That's not an excuse. Apparently, he was just on his deathbed, and he said, I'll take the ball, I'll go out there, and it just didn't work for him. So give him a mulligan on that one. Today, I think the Rockies knew it was coming. I mean, you just don't get that many hits in a row and hit the ball in the barrel, meaning he might have been tipping his pitches, where you got the glove and you see something at the plate, word spreads like wildfire in the dugout, he's doing this, doing that. And the Giants will look at the tape and they'll try to figure something out. But also, and I don't know if you guys had a chance to watch real closely because you're doing a show, all those pitches are right down the middle.
Yep.
And I said on the broadcast, like if it was tic-tac-toe and the strike zone was tic-tac-toe, they were all center squares. I mean, belt high right down the middle, so there wasn't a lot of location there. And, it's back to the drawing board with this guy, and he's been given a wonderful opportunity. And all of my years of baseball, I never have seen something like what happened today, where a guy is just cruising along, and you're thinking, hey, it's 1-0, and that might be enough the way he's pitching. And then it's just 7 runs out of nowhere, double, triple, homer, single. All the exit velocities are triple digits. There wasn't a cheap one in the whole bunch. And just like that, it's 7-1 out of nowhere. And like I said, it wasn't bloopers and errors and walks. It was barrels and going to the wall and in the stand. So I think, you go back to the drawing board with this kid because he pitched so well early in the season, and the last 2 starts have been tough, especially today. I mean, nobody wants to hear an excuse, right? You were sick. Yeah, Cry Me a River. But he was really, really sick. Like, he just talked him into going out there. And today, there's no excuses, man. He was just throwing the ball right down the middle.
Hey, FP, before you go, what happened on this flight on the way there?
Well, I'm about to get on a plane again, so let me go back down to horrible memory lane.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, if you would. Let's freak you out.
Hey, I think this thing's taken on a life of itself, but like if you guys, there was like this line of thunderstorms that went from Canada all the way down to Texas. And there was really no way to go around it. So we flew from Philadelphia, and then we went the southern route by Dallas, and they told us it was going to get rough. And we were bouncing all over, and I looked to my right, and there were some people like levitating over their seats, and we had these big drops. But the bumps and the boom, 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 and the plane was getting sideways, and we were dipping. And I was not worried about dying. The thing that really, really scared me is that I spilled my wine. I kept spilling my wine.
Wow.
And I'm like, I'm spilling my wine. And in the post-game wrap the other day, I gave the pilot the player of the game because literally it was one of those where for 5 minutes, you guys, I mean, you're thinking about get the rosary out right now. This is nuts.
FP, who handled all of that the worst?
I really couldn't say, but I heard a lot of screams. Like people were screaming. There was a lot of screams and yelling and like,
Man.
Did any of them go like this? Whoop, woo.
No.
Okay.
It was checking. We were turning pale. It was tough. DC was the worst one. He's not a good flyer anyways. And Darren Chan, our engineer on the broadcast, he was white knuckling. At the dinner before we got on the plane, he's showing me this app. He had a turbulence app, and he's like, "Bro, this is going to be a bad one today. This is tough. Look at this. I've never seen red like this." And then my son, as we're getting on the plane, FP Jr. sends me a text. It's like this weather system over Denver, Colorado is literally sucking the ozone layer out, and it happens like once every whatever many years. I'm like,
wow.
Wait, are we going time travel on this trip? Are we going to land in Denver? It's going to be 1972. Like, what's going on? So yeah, it was gnarly. But hey, I'm just thankful to be on the charter and be with these guys. And I don't know, it was gnarly. So yeah, whatever. We're here. We're live.
No, this is the best way to wrap this conversation. Hey, FP, have a nice flight.
Well, I'll see you guys. Hopefully, I'll see you guys at the yard this weekend.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, buddy. There he goes. Right. Yep. See you, bud. FP. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. I didn't think I'd feel like this. Today ruined the series for me. It completely ruined the whole thing.
I walked in the middle of that fourth inning, and you were like, bah, nah, nah.
No, he's right.
And I'm looking at it now. It's triple on a line drive, single on a sharp line drive, double on a sharp line drive, double on a sharp ground ball, homer on a fly ball, triples on a fly ball.
That's how they usually go.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the description.
Dude,
a lot of sharp.
They were 7
like cheddar cheese
barrel balls.
Yeah.
I mean, things are flying all over the yard.
Tovar, McMahon, Diaz, Bouchard.
Exactly. Who?
De Bouchard. He's a female Canadian tennis player.
I mean, I know the pitcher is a who also.
Eugenie.
I mean,
Shout out.
I get that.
Shout out.
But, dude, this is a worse team in baseball. I don't want to hear the whole Coors Field thing. And I didn't look, they won 2 out of 3. I don't have egg on my face. That's wonderful. They scored 14 runs in 3 days at Coors Field, and they were very injured today. So their lineup. Look, you could tell. I tweeted it before the game. I'm like, look at this lineup. I get that this is injuries, but I wish the lineup didn't look like this. Your other backup catcher is your DH, and then we're back to somebody named Jackson batting ninth.
Reitz.
You got Slates out in center field.
Got a knock.
I wish the lineup didn't look like this, but they do, and I wasn't demanding a sweep, but here's why this ruined the last 2 days for me. You came out there with an opportunity to sweep. FP's right. There's something to be said for winning before you get on the plane. That is where camaraderie and good vibes are built. You win going away and you get on the plane together and you turn the music up and you order a beer. And then you hope it doesn't spill.
Well, you probably order a Xanax on this flight after what you've been going through.
And then you come out there and the only run you get was an accidental Coors Field home run, Oppo Taco from Michael Conforto, and your pitcher's cruising along with a 1-0 lead in the fourth inning, and you give up 7 straight barrels, and the game is over. Over. And it's like, how am I supposed to? You're going into the series thinking, all right, it's time to get the bats right. It's a perfect time for a trip to Coors. Mile high and a horrible opponent. You score 5 runs the first night. On Dribble Crystal.
Yeah.
Last night, that was actually a performance.
Had to hold on, though, for dear life.
As you always do.
Yep.
As you always do there. And then you come out there today and do this. And I'm like, look, I have to call this what it is. I'm not impressed. And that's all we want. We just want to be impressed. Farhan Zaidi said it to Slusser the other day. This is hugely disappointing.
Right.
Fleming said it to the guys this morning. This has the makings of being a really, not good, really good pitching staff.
Yeah.
And you are going to bleep it up if none of you can hit.
Well, today it wasn't really even about that. It was about, like you said, 7 straight barrels, and Keaton wins since he came on this program. Don't know if there's a correlation or causation, but he had a 3.18 ERA when he came on the program. 2 starts later, he's at a 5.63.
Yeah.
He's gone 4 1/3, and he's given up 12 earned. And 12 hits along the way.
Yeah.
I know he was sick in Philadelphia, which, okay, didn't even make it out of the first. Today, he was dealing into the fourth. And
he's cruising.
I wonder if maybe he was tipping pitches. Like FP says, you don't often see a guy go from cruising to hitting that much turbulence. So much turbulence that it sucked the ozone out of the building in the fourth inning.
I mean, I'm looking at NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt Chapman didn't even play today. They got his 23 and 24 numbers, like his analytics, up on the board. His barrel percentage last year, when he only hit like 217, was 17%. This year, it's 8.5%.
That's half.
Hard hit percentage last year, 56.4. This year, 45.3. Expected sluggage last year, 457. This year,
walk rate cut in half.
Yeah.
It's a struggle.
Dude.
And we had Tim Kirkshin come on too and say, well,
be patient.
Well, not only that, but he did talk, wasn't it?
He called him a collision hitter.
Yeah, a collision hitter who, the word's out on Chapman. There are places where you throw it and he's going to hit a home run. But other than that, you're going to get him out. And that's where we are with Chapman.
Can we hear from some of you on this? 888-957-9570. And this is a little bit of a take your temperature thing because I'm turning the tables on myself. I don't know why I feel the way I do right now after this road trip. You've said it a couple of times. This is out of character for me.
Yeah.
It's May 9th, and I'm really annoyed with what I'm looking at. I'm really annoyed. Can we take all of your temperature on Giants baseball? How are you feeling about this team? And really try, this is my coaching, try to take the last 2 years out of that answer. So if you're bothered by the whole just Farhan and Kapler and this, that, the other, okay, I'm not going to tell you what to say. But this year, this is a different group. This was supposed to be different. They went hog wild in free agency. They put together a lineup that looked on paper like it had a middle of the order. Wow, there are people in there who can hit the ball over the fence. And Jung-Hoo Lee is exciting and interesting. And their starting rotation, you can match up with anyone in baseball. This was supposed to look different. It looks worse. They look worse than the last 2 years. And I am finding that to be very unsettling.
Right? I mean, if you look at their 3-4-5, Chapman, 601 OPS, Soler, 655 OPS, Conforto, 784, the only guy in your 3-4-5 holding up his end of the bargain. Lamont Wade Jr. is playing at a near all-star level. And, Jung-Hoo Lee's been pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. Patrick Bailey's been fine.
He's been very
at
good.
the plate, but he's unable to play now, and with that second concussion, back soon. But that's a scary one because
especially this early in his
catchers
career.
with concussions, it can go south in a hurry.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. 888-957-9570. We'd really like to take some calls. Am I out on an island here a little bit? Am I the only one that is this frustrated this early overall with Giants baseball? Can we take your temperature on this? How are you feeling about the entire product? Let's take your calls. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures, lasting memories, and finding out what true freedom feels like with great deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. The Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever, providing adventurers with luxury and comfort on the go, while the trail-rated Wrangler
center field wall. Well, this is just remarkable what's happened here. 6 hitters, 6 runs in what, 10 pitches?
Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I tell you about a couple things I like?
I can tell you how much I like the rejoiner with Billy Squire's stroke.
Well,
as they stroke the ball into the gap repeatedly. Stroke it, Rockies.
Yeah. So,
what, that 6 hits and 10 pitches?
I mean, I love frustrated Fleming. It's actually very, very endearing. Because he won't come out and just be like, well, this is awful. But he'll just be like, well, this is just rather amazing.
Yeah.
Balls are flying everywhere.
You want to hear more frustrated Flem?
I sure do.
So that was the last batter, or one of the last batters that Keaton Wynn faced. That was a 3-run homer, made it 6-1. Then they brought in a reliever, and the very first pitch he threw, here's Flem.
After a shocking bottom of the 4th inning, Randy Rodriguez, the rookie right-hander, takes over against Tovar, and he pulls that one down the left field line. That's a fair ball. My goodness. That'll be another Rockies extra base hit. Tovar started the inning with a triple, and now he's got a double.
He's a homer away from the cycle. 3 for 3 for Tovar.
All right, that's this is all on NBC Sports Bay Area. There's Hunter Pence jumping in. Hunter is he's such a positive person that when the other team is racking the ball all over the place, he just starts to get into that. He's like, how about this kid? He might hit for the cycle.
Right. Wrong team, Hunter, but he loves ball.
He sure does.
Here are the counts. Tovar on an 0-1 pitch. McMahon, first pitch.
Yep.
Diaz, 0-1. Bouchard, first pitch. 0-1 to Brenton Doyle. He homers. Blackman triples on the first pitch.
Dibs, I'm telling you.
Maybe they hacked into the pitch comm.
You were getting on the elevator when the inning started.
Totally.
By the time you got to the 10th floor and walked in, it was 6-1.
It was crazy.
That whole thing happened in about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
All right, look, we really want to hear from you. Let's go straight to the phones. I do have a quirky, let me say it this way. Something that Giants fans really like is about to happen. I'm going to predict.
Slates?
No.
It is gone.
But I'm gonna let's take the calls.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna unveil this, but I don't want to lose everybody here because we really asked for
you struck a nerve.
Well, I'm annoyed.
If you're annoyed, then they're annoyed.
Well, let's find out.
Because you don't get annoyed.
Let's find out.
I think they did some good things today. That's my Willard. But I'm not hearing that from you. You're fiery.
Well, this stinks.
3-7 on the trip. Bad.
They look awful.
The worst team in baseball cuffed you around.
I don't want to hear that they won 2 out of 3.
Good little series win.
Watch the games. It's not good baseball. Not funny.
That's a 4 for your Farhan drop.
All right, Ben in Fairfield. Hey, Ben, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, guys, just driving over work. Mark, I hear you. I know how it feels. I'm a positive guy, though. I know that Chapman and Soler have been pretty much non-existent, and that hurts to watch. But I can't help but think about Lamont Wade, who's hitting like 350, and Jung-Hoo Lee, who's lighting it up, and Keaton Wynn, and some of these young arms who look so good. I think it's May, and we got to keep ourselves above water until we can get some of these guys back, some of these guys firing on all cylinders. I don't know. I just got to look at the bright side.
No, and Ben, listen, that 98.6% of my days, that's how I spend them. But I know you were at work today because if you're talking about how good Keaton Wynn is pitching, you missed the game, brother. You missed the game. He's had 2 outings in a row where he has gotten absolutely rocked. Loud, violent, awful rocked.
Just 2 innings worth. The first inning in Philly and the 4th inning today.
Well, he's only pitched 5 innings.
Yeah,
and in 2 of them, he got absolutely
4 1/3
shelled.
He got
shelled.
He's gotten 13 batters out, and he's given up 12 runs in his last 2 outings.
So,
that doesn't seem to be very good.
And if you want to do the whole Lamont Wade looks good, yes, he does. Jung-Hoo Lee looks good, yes, he does. That's not enough. You can't build sports based off, a couple guys looking good. That's not enough. That's not enough. I know no one wants to hear from him, but take Farhan's word for it. This is hugely disappointing. And maybe the reason I'm sitting here sounding like this on May 9th is because I do have higher expectations for this team, and the urgency is now. I don't want to see this team figure it out in August and make a plucky run to fall 3 games short. Don't do that. This has got to change now. Now. I said this last year, and you remember my point. You're not going to get Shohei. You're not even going to get him interested if you don't show him that you're a playoff team. And they just, we'll be better next week. No. No.
He's so stubborn.
Now. Well,
especially now when you've got Cincy and the Dodgers coming up back-to-back. And the Dodgers are going to be difficult no matter when you face them, but you don't want to go into the next Colorado series, which is after Cincy and the Dodgers, coming off a 2-4 homestand, hoping that you can, get 3 against Colorado and salvage a little bit of a stand.
Adrian in Danville. Hey, Adrian, what's up?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Good.
Like you guys, I'm very frustrated. And, early on, I think, Webb wasn't pitching that good. But, the starting pitching has been okay. The relieving, to me, is not good. And, they just don't hit. I wouldn't have brought in all these big name people. I know that's what the fans want to see, but I would rather go with homegrown talent. Remember, that's how they won the 3 championships. They were mostly just homegrown.
Well, they need both. They need both, Adrian, completely. Thank you very much. Of all the statements Adrian just made, spotlight one. Because, the bullpen I don't love. Well, portions of the bullpen we do love.
Yeah.
Camilo Doval is fine. Ryan Walker's amazing. I'm not terribly bothered by the Rogers twins. Through a season, they always put up numbers. I do think that their middle relief is too, young. It's too look, we got this guy. Get something that's a little bit more firm there. And their starting rotation is A, good, and B, injured. You're about to acquire Blake Snell, Alex Cobb, and Robbie Ray. That's not your problem. But the problem is that rotation, which should be able to win you half your games, is going to get wasted if you can't, as Adrian said, they don't hit. You got to figure it out. I don't know if you got to sell the farm for Pete Alonso right now or what, but you got to do something to get some life into this lineup.
Right. And, it would be great to have life in the form of your catcher who's having a good year, but he's out with a concussion, and your slugger that you just acquired, he's got a bit of a shoulder, and now he's on the IL as well, and the majority of your other hitters are underperforming this year.
We'll take some more calls for sure, 888-957-9570. But I do have something that you're going to like that I think is about to happen for the Giants. And I'll share exactly what that is coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
Lucky knows that moms have a special kind of magic. They just make everything better. So this Mother's Day, they'll help.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can't score runs in Colorado.
Well, they scored enough.
Their staff sucks bad, but our bats do too. And we tried. We can't score runs.
You done?
Striking out.
I went to Safeway yesterday.
Uh-oh.
I did not see you in the aisles.
No.
That's because we don't live near each other.
I was at my Safeway.
I went to Safeway and I bought eggs.
I went to Safeway just to give me something to do with baby Mai.
I remember those days.
Put her in the shopping cart.
If I could count the number of miles driven just trying to make people go to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, good Lord. Now, it's much easier. We have a podcast. You could just put on an episode of Willard and Dibs.
Gone.
Out like a light.
Totally.
Man, I remember those days. I do not envy you, brother. But I went to Safeway to buy eggs because I had to be ready. I had to be ready to fry that sucker. I was going to do overhawed. I was not going to do over
Thank
easy.
you.
No, I was, Grandy. Listen. We never had a stipulation for how the eggs needed to be cooked. I'm cooking the eggs. So they were going to be cooked how I wanted them.
I would have brought one of my own and just, slapped it on your forehead.
Slap it on my head.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I had promised that if the Giants could not score 12 runs in Colorado, and there was a reason behind the number 12, 4 runs a game, because that's the number they've not been able to achieve. It was one time in 11 games leading up to the series. So if they could not score 12 runs in Colorado, I would do today's show with egg on my face. They did. They scored 14. Yesterday, I'm walking home from the show. I hadn't even gotten to the car yet. And the Giants have a 7 spot on the board, and the 12 has been achieved. And they're blowing the Rockies off the field. From that moment, they had to hang on for dear life. Come out today to get one more run. If you had told me, because I was strutting through the streets I was strutting through the Fight Eye. I'm like, let's go. That's 12 runs in 12 innings.
13 innings, yeah. Yeah.
They scored 2 more. And got blown off the field the rest of the way.
And the fact that they had to hold on yesterday was a little bit unsettling in and of itself.
It feels, at Coors Field, you get at least one of those every series.
Right.
Where you're like, oh, good, they're up 9-1, I'm going to go run errands. You come back a half hour later, you're like, why is it 9-7 and the closer's warming up?
Yeah.
Why? Because Coors, whatever. They did it. I don't have egg on my face, but I also don't feel very good. And the guys pulled this. This is good. And then we're going back to the phones. Check this. Oh, I'm sorry. I promised.
Yeah.
I promised.
Deliver.
I think Luciano's about to get called up. Okay?
For whom?
Nick Ahmed.
Man.
So Nick Ahmed left the game today with wrist soreness. He got hit in the wrist a while back, a number of games ago. And if you watched the game today, you saw there was a swing that looked real awkward and uncomfortable. Next thing you know, Tyler Fitzgerald has to pinch hit for him and play shortstop the rest of the way. So Nick Ahmed, I think it feels when you see something like that, like, oh, I've been battling wrist soreness, and then it gets worse. That feels like an injured list situation to me. And if the Giants shortstop goes on the injured list, what are you going to do? Who are you calling up?
Casey Schmidt.
Maybe.
I mean,
Luciano's on-base percentage is almost 420 down there. I know he's not hit a bunch of home runs, which is what everyone wants. But I saw Jim Bowden. Jim Bowden did a thing recently where he said, here's 10 prospects who should be called up soon. And Luciano was on the list. And he pointed to his on-base average as why. Because as you know, this organization really values plate command. Don't swing at balls. Problem is this Giants team doesn't swing at anything. But he should be called up. If Ahmed goes on the injured list, that's what I would do. They better do that. And that, I would think, would give the fan base a little bit of a life of like, hey, you got a homestand coming, right? You start Luciano against Ellie De La Cruz for 3 games this weekend. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. What the hell do you got to lose?
He is at 407 OBP.
OBP.
And
you down with OBP?
I am, you know me. Third in the team in runs batted in behind Elliot Ramos, now a Giant with the big club, and the aforementioned Casey Schmidt.
Casey Schmidt.
5 homers, 31 driven in.
No, he's hitting the ball.
And an OPS of 768. The question is, though, do they still see him as a shortstop because he's been playing at third because Luciano's been playing at short?
Sure, they can both play over there. He can go play short.
Right.
But, I don't know. I would call up Luciano.
Well,
he was supposed to be your opening day shortstop anyways.
WWFD. What would Farhan do? Because, Casey Schmidt is playing as well, if not better, with the stick than Luciano.
It's the number one answer on the board right now. It's all over my Twitter feed. It was on my phone when we talked to Tim Kirkchin the other day, when Joe Shasky texted us. I see all of you. It's not all of you, but it's a lot of you. It's all over my Twitter feed. It's at least one other host at this station. Farhan has got to go. This performance means it's Farhan time. Now, you have said non-starter. He's not going anywhere.
No, I don't believe he is. The seat is not hot. He's actually not even in a seat. He's in a hammock.
He's probably on the plane right now.
Did he make the trip?
I would imagine he made the trip. Maybe he's driving back after that flight on the way there.
Seriously.
We asked Tim Kirkchin, ESPN, just a couple of days ago, how hot's the seat?
If you're asking me, is it really hot? I would say no. Farhan has been an excellent executive for a long time, but this is a frustrated fan base, and I understand why. And you can't look in this division without being exceptionally worried that the Padres just picked up a 333 hitter over the last 3 seasons. The Dodgers are really, really good, and they're only going to get better. Walker Buehler comes back tonight. So when you look at the job the front office has done with the Giants, obviously the job has not been done since the 107-win season, and this is where Farhan and his group has got to figure this out. And but I don't think he's on a hot seat at this point, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, I agree, but listen to that answer again. He's not in a hammock, bud. I really don't think. Sorry to call you bud. It just kind of came out.
You can let it fly, Chief.
Anyway, Captain.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's not hot, but it's warm, whether any of us think it should be or not.
Some people think it should be very hot.
Some people think it should be gone.
Right.
But, it's definitely warm, and here's why. It's not, I keep stressing this, it's not the standings. I don't think ownership is freaking out on May 9th about the standings. Ownership is freaking out because the brand of baseball has driven their fan base away, and what they did this offseason was supposed to completely change the whole tone of the organization. Kapler out, Melvin in. Someone who's not touchy-feely out, someone who is touchy-feely in. Former Giant. Who are we putting at third base? Former Giant. Who are we putting as hitting coach? Former Giant. Do you guys not see what was going on here? This wasn't just let's get wins.
Right.
This was let's reconnect with our fan base. And expectations, whether you all bought it or not, were high. Listen to Dave Fleming on The Roast. This is right after Blake Snell got signed.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys.
Ooh.
I don't want to hear this. Yeah, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team, and that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they signed. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that. The Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
Dave said that on March 19th. I nodded my head. The starting rotation was, I thought, better than what the Dodgers' starting rotation was. No one's going to argue lineup like, hello, we're not stupid. But it's also baseball. It's quirky. It's different. I absolutely thought the Giants could be a good team, and I sat there and listened to that. I clapped my hands, and I said, let's do this. I can't wait for the season to start. It is May 9th. They're already 9 games out.
Right. And, in fact, you can't go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and you tried to go toe-to-toe with them, and you got cuffed around. You got swept, and now LA's coming to town for 3 games starting on Monday, and lots of luck for a team that right now your rotation is not as good as it should be or will be when you get everyone back. And, I don't think that Farhan's going to be the fall guy. You look at a guy who just got an extension, and he's aligned, but he's aligned with Bob Melvin.
Right.
It's 3 years. It's this year and 2 more. So you made the big change last year. If you thought you were going to make the big change, I think Farhan would have been out last year, but instead you extended him. So you gave him 2 years on top of this year, which aligns with the manager. I just don't think that this ownership group would look at what Farhan has done or not done and say, yep, you're to blame. And one piece, attendance is up. People are showing up more than they did last year. I know it's still a small sample.
Yeah,
they're up by about 1,400 fans, 4% increase.
How many games have there been?
Been about, 10 at home?
Yeah.
Roughly, maybe a little bit more.
I would just look.
Attendance up. Sincerely, Farhan.
Don't be taking our taglines for other things.
Borrowed it. There's one time.
I'll remind you.
Go ahead, remind me.
That right as our show started, Frank Vogel of the Phoenix Suns was fired. You know how long his contract went for?
Like going forward? I don't know.
4 more years.
Well, are we talking about the Phoenix Suns again?
4 more years.
Rank the 5 worst franchises in professional sports, and Phoenix is among the candidates. That is the point.
No, my point is not that.
You're not that, Giants.
Nobody's saying that. My point is you can say Farhan is signed for 2 more years all you want, and that does not mean that they have to keep him.
Of course, they don't have to do anything.
And believe you me, if we get to August and this fan base is turned off, think about what's going on now. You know this. You are super smart. Think about this from a business perspective. Forget all of our opinions about who's batting third, okay? Look at this from a business perspective. Mission Rock, about to roll. The A's, leaving.
Maybe.
The Giants cannot afford to continue to push their fans away. Every move they made from the moment that last season ended was about reconnecting with fans. Let's get a bunch of former Giants and make them the coaching staff. Let's spend a truckload of money. Let's get some people they've heard of, middle of the order, starting pitcher. Some of this stuff didn't feel like Farhan type stuff, did it? It didn't. The analytics might tell you that a Chapman and a Soler, that might be the smartest thing. But they're like, dude, we got to fill this ballpark. And here you are. It's May 9th. You are 17-22.
Yep.
You are 9 games out. You can't hit. You don't hit home runs. You're not exciting. And Farhan is in the Chronicle going, this is hugely disappointing. He's not saying that publicly unless he's got a reason to say it.
Well, he knows it's hugely disappointing because the guys that have been brought in aren't getting it done. And the guys who were here before, for the most part, aren't getting it done. And you're 17-22, and your record against teams that are above 500 is atrocious. So you're getting fat against the bad teams, and in comes not a very good team in Cincinnati. That should be 2 out of 3, but then you've got the Dodgers for 3, and then the aforementioned Rockies. So you're going to be in a spot here over the next 20 games where you've got some good teams that you're going to have to start to compete with, or else you're going to find yourself still 6 games below in the middle of June.
No doubt. Jesse in San Jose, next up, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jesse, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I think the dangerous part for this organization is, when your fan base becomes apathetic, right? Like, being upset is one thing. If the fan base starts not to care, that's when you've reached serious levels of trouble, right? And so I'm just speaking from experience, right? Like, my issue is I don't know what the identity is with this team or the organization. Like, what's their philosophy, right? They don't play small ball. They're dead last in stolen bases, but they don't hit the long ball either. Now, it looks like they tried addressing that during the offseason with signing Soler and Chapman. It just hasn't come to fruition yet. But the lack of activity is what really makes it hard to sit down and watch this team play for 9 innings, even though games are ending sooner than usual because of the rule changes. You know, like, I can get up in the second inning, go make dinner, come back 40 minutes later, and nothing's happened, right? Like, that's what kills you. And the fact that, you know, there's just no identity, you know, that people are bringing up the World Series teams. You knew what their identity was. Yes, they were more talented. We know that. But you knew the identity was elite pitching, great defense, and they had guys that were just going to grind out at bats, and come postseason, they were clutch. You had the Scuderos, you had the Ishikawas. Like, none of these guys are Hall of Famers. I'm not even bringing up the Posies and the Sandovals, right? This team just lacks an approach. Like, I don't know what to expect. We get a base runner on, he's not going anywhere. You know, like, there's just no excitement to sit down and watch this. Like, losing is losing. They're not very talented to begin with.
Well,
there's nothing going on.
Jesse, I think this is a really good call, and here's where I would take it. Thank you so much for calling. Those of you who want to really just kind of like, we're taking a temperature, Giants fans, because I am very early annoyed. I'm very early annoyed. I want to know am I just in a bad mood, or is this hitting you all the same way? 888-957-9570, you Giants fans, trying to take your temperature where you're at here on May 9th. This is what I see. Farhan goes out there and says, I want to see more aggressive at bats. Grandy, what was that stat the other day about, like, the Giants watch more fastballs in the strike zone than maybe any team in baseball? Something to that effect?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I kind of offhand said they swing at balls and they take strikes, but I didn't have a stat to back that up.
I think they take more strikes, like fastballs in the strike zone. They're right up there. They do that more than any team in baseball. And so Farhan goes out and goes, I really want to see the at-bats be more aggressive. He goes, we have a bunch of players who have a reputation for working the count.
Right.
And the book gets out on you, so they know you want to take a few pitches. So you huck a fastball right down the middle to start the at-bat. You're down 0-1, and immediately look at the metrics of when you're down 0-1. Your batting average is going to go down below 200.
Like 100 points, yeah.
Right away.
Yep.
And it's funny that Farhan is saying that. Oh, God, we got a bunch of guys who work the count. I wonder why that is. That's who you've been prioritizing for 4 years.
That's right. And that feels like the old regime, but it's got to come from somewhere.
You've been telling your hitters, work the zone. Don't swing at balls.
That's right.
Take a walk. Keep the line moving. And so these guys are conditioned to do so. And now your fan base is wavering, and you've decided you want beer league softball. You want the ball off the Coke bottle out there in left field. So let's sign Jorge Soler and let's get aggressive, everybody. Well, these guys are who they are. Lamont Wade, who, by the way, I mean, has been the best player on the team, but, like, dude works the count.
Yes.
What did he walk 3 times last night or something? Or was that the night before? Whatever it was. He works the count. And so you can't get mad at your guys for doing exactly what you've been coaching them to do.
For all these years that Farhan's been there. And yet, when you try to do that, and the caller was close, they're second to last in stolen bases, ahead of only Colorado.
Jeez.
You're 21st in baseball in walks drawn. You're 30th, or rather 29th in stolen bases, and you're below average in extra base hits and slugging. So, yeah, even if you get on base at a higher rate and you're not stealing bases to get that extra 90 feet that maybe a single can drive you in. You have very little team speed. You don't have a lot of pop, and you don't hit a lot of doubles and triples. So now you're a team that needs a walk and a couple of hits to just produce one run. And the other night, I guess that was Tuesday's game, is a perfect example where it was a dribbler, a chopper, and then a line drive, which led to your big breakout inning of 4 runs in the frame. It wasn't like Colorado today where they scored 7 runs on 11 pitches.
Dude.
Which was
hitting
lasers.
Seeds. They hit more seeds in the 4th inning than the Giants have hit in 2 weeks.
I was going to say on this whole trip, but...
Yeah. I'm not exaggerating.
Right.
Seeds.
Lasers.
Spencer in Lafayette. Hey, Spencer, what's up?
Yeah, I just kind of looking from across the bay, I very much feel what the previous caller was talking about a lack of identity. And I feel like the rotation for the Giants is definitely going to come around. There's just far too much talent there, especially at the top end, for that rotation not to come around. And that can take a little time. I feel like the team is very much like you've got people from all over the place that have been kind of put together. And I think it's just going to take a little time for them to congeal. But I get this sense, it's just talking about like how Giants fans feel, like as a devastated A's fan, they're going to obviously try to leave us. I hear my friends that are Giants fans, they're just like, we have your manager that used to be amazing, and your franchise basically hates you. Speaking of Giants fans, to me, your franchise basically hates you, can't fill the stands, is sending guys to the minors who are doing well for wearing bracelets. And hitting the ball all over the place.
Totally.
Scoring runs all over the place. Like it's almost accidental. So I think that's part of the frustration is, looking across the bay and looking at just a haphazard organization that, basically is just kind of doing it without trying. And I give all the credit to those kids that are out there doing it amidst all this, ridiculousness. But yeah, I feel like just give it time with the Giants. Your rotation is too good, not to come around. And I feel like there's a lot of parts and pieces that kind of have to congeal. But if they can focus on doing the little things, you get somebody on base, you move them over. Like just focus on doing the little things, play team baseball. The rest of it will come around.
Spencer, thanks. Yeah, listen, none of my frustration has anything to do with a give up. It has to do with urgency. And unfortunately, hitting a baseball is not something where you can give them an old Gipper speech, and it's like, oh, all right, now we'll start hitting the ball.
The harder you try, sometimes the more you struggle.
They're trying their butts off, but you're running out of time already. The season's you're at the quarter pole.
It's getting late early, is what you're saying.
And I think that this roster, at least you're right, pitching and defense is what Hunter Pence always stresses that. That's how they won championships in this town. And they've got that. They do have enough defense. They do have enough pitching. But the hitting is so woeful that it's all going to be wasted. And his point about the A's is a fun one. They're third in baseball in home runs. What in God's name is happening to life?
Right.
I think I have some stats that may back up this Giants batting lack of urgency. Maybe we do that on the other side.
I like that.
Giants 4th in the league in errors committed, by the way, as far as your pitching and defense goes.
How many games have they played? All of baseball. Where are we at? We're at about 40-ish?
Yeah.
The A's have 18 more home runs than the Giants. They're basically every 2 games, they're out homering them by a full homer. What is happening? We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll keep going on your phone calls. League Pass Luke has something interesting. Oh, and there have been a few requests for my Patrick Beverly rant. I think maybe we should do that. Yeah. So that's coming up too on Willard and Dibs.
The Big Three have provided us some incredible memories, and we will bring them to you. Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, people. Glad you're here. Gosh, it's the best day of the week.
Well, it is for you.
It is. No, it always is.
Is today better than tomorrow is going to be?
Best
day of the week. Exactly. I rest my case. Just pull the plug on this now.
What?
Because your tomorrow is going to be better than your today.
Listen, you know,
You're
if I am
welcome.
about anything, I am about authenticity. There's no plug. We can be real. We can tell people what's going on.
You are abandoning me, and I'm stuck with a guy who I don't love, but I deeply respect.
Yeah, I
don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
I won't.
Thank you.
I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday. We have some family mental health efforts that are going to take place.
It's good.
And I don't mean that we're going to have therapy sessions. We're going to go do some things and just let it all hang out and let some stress out and be with wonderful people. And we're going to have a day. So
it's great.
So this week, Friday is better than Thursday.
Thank you.
But not usually. Wait till we get to football season. And here comes Friday. What the hell are you going to do when you get home? There's no game on.
There's some podunk second-tier college game that's usually on.
No game on. Yeah, Grandy's like, well, Pac-12 might, but yeah, that doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
Talk about pulling the plug. No. Thursday. Thursday brings you football. Thursday brings you optimism. Thursday, if you start thinking, this is a trick, life hack, Dibs. If you start thinking of Thursday afternoon and evening as the start of your weekend, the weekend will feel longer.
For me, every day is the weekend because I love my life and I live in the moment.
Sakes.
I don't even know what day it is most of the time because I'm just so immersed in
Might have been the most disgusting thing you've ever said.
That was the grossest Dibley moment we've had in 3 years. Seriously.
Take a moment to step back and think about how much different of a person I am now as opposed to this time last year. The three of you jabronis, you have to admit, your boy's changed his tune.
Oh, God.
He's dropping pounds, bouncing the step. I'm a different person than I was a year ago.
Yep. He's dropping pounds. He's dropping honesty.
Verbal deuces.
We've removed that from the repertoire.
Every day is such a blessing that every moment of my life, it feels like happy hour. I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
You damn right.
That was last year.
Swear to God. That was like Dib's impression of Joel Osteen right there.
From the YouTube feed.
Not buying it.
Rembry 6. Dibs anytime away from the baby is a vacay.
Well, that's true.
You're not wrong. I'm loving being at work these days.
If I offered you, because we joked about this, like when you're in it with kids, if you put me on a plane flight to I don't know where and told me there was a hotel, I'm great. I don't care. Siberia, let's go. Like, you mean to tell me I'm the master of my own time and it's quiet and relaxing? Are you kidding me? I'm in. But if I offered you that plane flight and it was like the Giants one to Denver, would you take it?
Yeah. Yeah. Turbulence is, I don't want to be a name dropper here, but I spent about 5 years working for KCBS, our sister station, in a Cessna, single engine, up there, reporting on traffic.
Yep.
It's bumpy. It's not always a smooth ride. I spent a year in the helicopter working for KRON, Channel 4, Chopper Dan.
I couldn't do it.
There were times where the helicopter would drop about 100 feet.
Oh, God.
And, you're flying and it's a little choppy and all of a sudden, and it's like, it's a little unsettling, but that stuff doesn't bother me.
A little unsettling? Oh, my God.
Let's just,
dude,
one quick aside, and then we'll get back to whatever you're going to roll out.
If I look at my phone and I'm in the passenger seat in a car on the way to Stinson Beach, I'm a puke.
Yeah.
I'm not going on a helicopter and dropping 100 feet. We're not doing it.
Pretty smooth ride. One of my pilots was a helicopter pilot in Vietnam in the 70s. And so occasionally he would get into NOM mode and he would lean that thing forward and we'd be at about 300 feet. And we would just be like pitched, they call it. We'd be at like a 30-degree angle, nose down.
Is it weird when you rolled your eyes that I thought you were about to say rain dance?
You probably. Rain dance.
That's what it sounded like.
Rain dance.
Thank you.
I was doing my high-speed chopper noise, but.
All right, we're going to go to League Pass Luke here in just a... Was your thing Giants related, or what was it, Luke? Okay, let's hear it. What do you got?
Okay,
and then we'll go back to the phones here in a sec.
You guys were peppering Grandy on all the fastballs the Giants were taking, and he didn't have the stats in front of him. It's okay. I got his back. I got some good ones. And you're talking about the lack of urgency from this team in all aspects, but it looks from the numbers, it looks like it's infiltrated their philosophy and their strategy when they're at their plate. So when they're at the plate. Let me throw some things at you, all right?
Okay.
When it comes to the percentage of time that the percentage of strikes that are thrown to them that they swing at 63% of the strikes they see.
Okay.
That is second lowest in the majors.
Okay.
That word has gotten out in the league. They see the most percentage of strikes per pitches that they see. So they lead the league in zone percentage, which according to Baseball Savant means the over 50% of the pitches that they see are strikes thrown at them. When they get pitches in the zone, they get the bat to the ball. I mean, they're top 10 in contact percentage on strikes. So it's just that they're not swinging at strikes.
And I'm not impressed by, quote, contact, because a lot of when you roll a ball to second base, that doesn't do anything for anybody. It doesn't do anything for anybody. Ask any analytics guru. They'd rather you strike out than roll a ball to second base, because if there's a man at first, that's 2 outs, not 1.
Right.
So, yeah, that's not good. So they're lacking aggression, and then when they do swing, because what's their barrel percentage? Well, you will look up what that ranks, Luke.
Please hold.
Yeah. League Pass
I'm looking
Luke
at their hard hit percentage.
That's okay, pretty
on,
similar.
Baseball Reference, and they're 17th in baseball in hard hit percentage.
I got their barrel percentage right here.
What is it?
6%. That is 4th worst in majors. The worst in the National League.
Exit velo, they're dead average at 88.
But listen to the combo, what you guys just brought up, okay?
They don't swing at pitches in the zone.
But their contact rate is high and their barrel percentage is low. What does that tell you?
Tells me that they scored 4 runs on 2 bleeders and a chopper the other day.
It's also that opposing pitchers aren't scared to put the ball in the zone because you don't swing it often, and when you do, you're not making hard contact. So they're just going to keep throwing you strikes.
There you have it. But keep working that count, guys. Might get it. You might get a 2-out walk.
Right.
Not going to work. Philosophical change feels necessary.
But you have to have the hitters to be able to make that philosophical change work, right?
I mean, look, they're major league hitters. I know every fan base loves to joke, we don't have any good players. They're all major league hitters. They are. They all have a track record. Solera's hit over 30 home runs. Matt Chapman is Matt Chapman. You know, Michael Conforto, we talked when he came on the show, we're like, come on, this is a good hitter. You know, I said right at the beginning of the year, that was my guy. I'm like, that guy, that's a good player, Michael Conforto. And he is holding up his end of the bargain. You know, Tyro Estrada, that's a major leaguer. Patrick Bailey, Wilmer Flores, Wade, these guys can do it. But they are collectively asleep. They're asleep. Let's go to Jano in Mountain View. Hey, Jano, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I mean, you know more than me about this. I don't have Baseball Reference in front of me. But the thing where I tuned out, and I'm one of those people that no longer go to the game, I'm out, is that 2 things that just make me crazy. They don't want to overpay for talent. Well, how many times are we going to not overpay and then lose somebody? In this market, I don't think we ever had a chance at Judge. I think Judge knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Agreed.
But I think we did have a shot at Bryce Harper. And would we have to overpay? I guess we would. well, then you do it. I mean, that's part of doing business. And the other thing is we never sign a guy coming off a great year. Well, he was great the year before coming off injury. Well, he had a great 2020. He was great in 2020, but he hurt his ankle, and now we're hoping he rebounds. We never sign anybody where you're like, damn, we just signed an all-star.
Right. Now, this is a really interesting point. Jano, thank you very much, because what has happened, and I believe that this has become a disease in a lot of sports, which is everybody's looking for the bargain. And by the way, you want to know who I really blame for this? It's not the executives around sports. It's the owners. It's the owners. I don't even really understand it, to be honest with you. Like, I don't get it. I don't get the idea of these multi-billion-dollar sports franchises worrying about every dollar every year. I don't understand it. Now, I'm no executive. I'm no billionaire. And I know that when you hear the word billionaire, you think, it's money, who cares? And I know that's not the way they think. But like when Joe Lacob is like, look, I've got shareholders that I need to answer to. Really? Is that really how it works, or does it have to? Do you guys get on a Zoom and worry if you're spending $350 a year versus $400? Does that really freak everyone out?
I'm sure it does.
When your organization is worth $7 billion and keeps going up, and you know damn well that if you're good or exciting, you're going to get it at the gate. You
don't just rubber stamp that when you got to ask a guy to chip in another $40 million.
I'm not saying the answer is yes every time. What I'm saying is, why did the world suddenly become obsessed with, you know who we need to sign? We need to sign the guy that you don't see coming, because we can get him at $10 million. We can get him because he's coming off arm surgery. So we could get him at $10 million, because that sure thing over there, he's $20 million. I don't want to spend $20 million on a sure thing. I want to spend $10 million on the one that makes me look super smart, and you, boss, will love me for doing it. Well, you're super smart. $10 million, he's coming off of a bad year. Like, you do have a track record of nailing some of those, from a Kevin Gausman to
Rodon,
a Drew Smiley, Carlos Rodon. But now you're in a slump. You're in a Ross Stripling, Sean Manaea slump as far as finding that guy. The sure thing is competitive. I get it. Freddie Freeman signed as a free agent with the Dodgers. Could the Giants have gotten him? Probably not. But it's because all of this has become a snowball effect. It's all built on itself. And now the Dodgers are just this humming machine because they can walk up to any player and be like, want to go to the World Series this year? And they're like, yeah. You want to live in LA where it's hot all the time? Yeah. You want to hit in a ballpark where when you hit a home run, it actually goes over the fence? Yeah. All right, cool. And we got 4 more of you to surround you in the lineup, too.
Right. You're an all-star. You're hitting 7th.
The hell are you doing? Like, what do you do?
You go the other way, and you double down on pitching and defense, and you bring in as many of the great arms as you can. And Robbie Ray, darn it, he's going to be ready in July, maybe after the All-Star break, when you are 50 and 65. Okay, Robbie, come in here and get your 9 starts and see if you can't get us up to the 75-win plateau. And Blake Snell, you know what? We got one of the Boars 4. It was a great get. Here's a 1-year deal with a 1-year option. Well, he's too hurt to pitch, so that one didn't work out too great. And your defense, as I mentioned before, you're 4th in baseball in errors committed, including your prized defensive third baseman, Matt Chapman, who is 2nd in baseball in errors on his own.
Yep.
So you tried to go the way that you have to go, Hunter Pence, pitching and defense, and your pitching hasn't been great. You know, Webb has been really good. Harrison's been as advertised. Keaton Wynn now, wow, a couple of bad ones in a row, and your Blake Snell spot you can't win out of, and your bullpen's been shaky. So shaky staff, shaky defense, and now you're 5 games below 500.
Was there what was the sure thing in this offseason? I mean, obviously Shohei Ohtani. That's such
Yamamoto felt like a sure thing.
I guess. Yeah. And that, to me, if you really want to look back at the way the Giants have played the last handful of off seasons, that's the whiff. That's the miss. That's the one. It's not Shohei Ohtani and it's not Aaron Judge. Like, Ohtani is such a different negotiation. He's going to walk in there and he is like, this is the contract that we would like to sign. Do you say yes? Yes, we do. Okay, we'll call you back. And obviously they couldn't compete with the Dodgers in terms of what Shohei wanted. Now, could they have countered his own proposal? I guess they could have. I don't know. I don't know how that whole thing was going to play out. Shohei was driven by winning to the point where I don't know if he wanted more money.
Agreed.
Because he was like, no, you got to have something left to spend on everyone else. But the Yoshinobu Yamamoto situation, the Giants have been working this for 3 years. They have been working and obsessed with him for 3 years. And what was the deal he ended up signing? What did he get? He got $250 million, $300. The Dodgers spent
$325. $325. 12 and 3 1/4.
Okay.
And I don't want to steal from Grandy. I'm going to. I don't know if he was about to jump in and say this, but the other guy who felt like a sure thing is Imanaga, who has come on and been absolutely filthy. And Grandy pointed it out in our thread earlier, and I mean, he's got a 1.08 ERA.
Yeah. I don't know if it felt like a sure thing.
I guess.
You know what I mean? But yeah, and I think they were, quote, in on him too. The Giants are in on Imanaga. But Yamamoto was the one they were obsessed with.
Right. Soler, not a sure thing. He's been up. No. He's had up and down years. Even Blake Snell, coming off of Cy Young years, he's had down years.
Yep.
Chapman, the thought was, well, first half Chapman, you're loving it. Second half from last year, Chapman, and that's kind of been more the player he's been. Even
Jung-Hoo Lee was not.
Even Jung-Hoo Lee,
that's not a sure thing at all. It felt like Ohtani and Yamamoto were the two where you could be like, go mark it down. These guys are going to play at a very high level. Your freaking rival got both of them. Spent $1 billion spread out over the next 1,000 years. Okay. The question I always have is what would have gotten it done? You know what I mean? How many times have we the Giants made a competitive offer. Okay. Right. Competitive offer. I don't know, man. Maybe they did offer Yamamoto more, and he said no. I have no
Yamamoto
clue.
signed after Ohtani, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, maybe it's a case where
he
was more comfortable going to play with Ohtani than he would have been coming here.
By just, you look at it, like I was really optimistic on Yamamoto because he's a pitcher. You don't have, like Shohei, you got to convince him that he's got to hit the ball over Triple's alley. Yamamoto, that's a strength. That's a strength. So with the obsession that they had with him, think about this. This happens a lot of times at your local charity auction. You get somebody to put that little paddle board in their hand. If they decide, and they are of resource, I'm not losing this item. Well, then that's it. You're not losing. And you will go wherever the hell you need to go in order to walk out of there with that item. I would have liked to see the Giants do that with Yamamoto. I'm not in on the negotiations. I can't tell you what happened. But could you walk up to Yamamoto and his representatives and go, look, and remember, this was the story. Remember the headline. The Giants will not be outbid for Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And dibs? Maybe they weren't. But was this sentence uttered? Was this question asked? Hey, what's it going to take all of the other teams off the table? What's it going to take all of these other conversations and get them off of the table so that you will only look at us? What's it going to take? Answer that question. Then say yes before they're even done answering it.
Well, maybe the answer to that question is there's nothing you can do to take the other teams off the table.
Maybe.
Because Shohei Ohtani is a Dodger, and boy, I sure would like to play with another Japanese player, and Ohtani's a Dodger, and the Dodgers are good, so we're not doing take the other teams off the table. Make your best offer, and I'll make my decision.
Maybe that's how it went.
Probably.
Or even if you do that, $400 million. Okay, fine, we'll do it. Then do you call the Dodgers? Hey, the Giants are going to do $400 million. Will you? And the Dodgers may well have been like, sure. I mean, for all we know, that's exactly how it happened. Like, how do we know that the Giants didn't be like, dude, whatever? He goes, fine. $325 million. Deal. You got it.
Would you rather finish second or third to a pitcher you found out is really good in this Yamamoto situation? Or would you rather not even have much interest in a pitcher who turns out to be really good? This from Alex Pavlovich, January 10th. Here's one of our Giants insiders, Alex Pavlovich, in a tweet. I've seen a lot of confusion about the Giants and Imanaga. They were never a front runner here. People just went wild with rumors. Here's the quote. They view him as more of a back-end starter and prefer other guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's his ERA, Grandy?
Just over 1. He's 5-0. And the ERA jumped up because he gave up 2 earned runs his last outing. It was like 0.7 before that.
Yeah, 1.08. Yeah, and you pointed this out, Grandy, a few days ago about guys who were just unreal and what a top-line starter looks like.
And the Cubs are paying him 4 years, $53 million.
Okay.
That's 13 and a quarter per.
Possibly less than the Giants are going to play Snell between now and next October.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, no, not for sure, because he could opt out. He could come back and have a good season. I don't know.
Right.
But we're a quarter of the way in, and he doesn't have a win yet.
And his deal's what, $32 million a year? Is that right?
31.
Okay.
Right.
So what hurts more? Just not having the foresight in your scouting department to miss, or come up second or third?
I still think the Yamamoto thing hurts more because that's the guy you wanted. The Giants, if they were wrong about Imanaga, then they were wrong. Like the other thing on Imanaga is he could just be on a heater. I mean, it's 5 starts.
Yeah.
Right? He could just be on a heater. This does not mean his career is going to be amazing.
7 starts, 5 wins.
Okay, 7 starts.
And eventually there will be a book on Imanaga, and he will normalize back to, probably about a 1.7 ERA.
But the other thing is they got a pitcher for 4 years. The Giants can counter and say, well, look, we went with who we thought was an awesome lefty. His name is Blake Snell. And it's like, right. And if that goes well, he's gone in 1 year. Gone. And if it doesn't go well, then it's a bad contract. And then you're going to pay $62 million over 2 years for a guy who disappoints you. So not good, but when I look back on this offseason, and I think what disappointed you as far as who you didn't get, it's not Ohtani, because that didn't surprise me. It's Yamamoto. Because I thought they could get him.
Getting Blake Snell definitely tamped down that disappointment, but now the disappointment kind of goes back up with Snell missing so many starts.
We're sponsored by Safeway. The number's 888-957-9570. But from the files of wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear what Chris Sims said about Kyle Shanahan within the last 24 hours. This is really interesting. We'll get to that coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway.
Best
day of the week.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't like your attitude.
Well, that was the old mean-spirited me.
Yeah. Oh, right. I
The
forgot
new
about
me.
the new you that
I'm
loves.
so smart. I'm running the show.
You know what? The new me says, bro, if you think that Thursday is the best day of the week, then good for you, man. God bless you. I love that you can be so happy and you can so embrace a day of the week. For me, the days of the week are like children. All right, Tool, I got another idea for you. Now, you're portraying me in a way that I'm not trying to be portrayed anymore, Grandy.
Is accurate. Is
and he's only playing the tip of the iceberg on all the drops that are in there. I don't love the young people. There's so many more.
John, why don't you try Uranus?
There is that. That was aimed at John Fisher, and that was well pointed, and that was well played. Yeah, Mark, the days of the week for me are like children. I love them all equally.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh, might have lost my cool there for no real reason. You got to be running out of material back there, don't you, Grandy?
It's still my favorite thing that you can play.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
It's so good. The pause is perfect. Oh my gosh, that gets me every single time. All right, glad you're with us. Hey, this is different. Check this out. Chris Sims, who, again, if you're not sort of familiar with all the connectivity here, Chris Sims does a lot of stuff with Pro Football Talk and NBC and Florio and all of that.
Right.
Former quarterback, big-time Texas Longhorn.
Kyle Shanahan's roommate
There
or
you
just
go.
teammate?
Kyle Shanahan's very, very close friend when they played at Texas. And then Chris goes into the NFL, doesn't do much now as an analyst. But when you hear him talk about Kyle Shanahan, it's always a little bit different. It's not like any sports media person talking about Kyle Shanahan. You run it through the filter of, dude, these guys are tight. Okay? So that's one thing when Chris says, oh, I think they're going to draft Mac Jones. They're like, ooh, Kyle told him. No. Kyle doesn't tell Chris who they want to draft. That would be stupid. But there are other things like this one that I think you do look at differently because of the source. Listen to this. The way the 49ers acquire players. Who's in charge?
This is much respect for John Lynch, right? Big part of the organization. Now, this is the thing where I've told people this sometimes, and I still think they're shocked about this, or they don't understand this, right? Kyle Shanahan's picking the players. Kyle Shanahan is the GM of the 49ers. He has absolute total power, right? So it's not the way to take away anything from, a John Lynch or just like a Brett Veach of Kansas City. Andy Reid gets final power call, right? There's a few of those in the NFL, right? So it ain't Peters or Lynch. It's Shanahan, then it's Lynch, and then it was Peters when he was there.
Okay, Kyle Shanahan is the general manager of the 49ers. You know how I know that what Chris Sims is saying is true? How do you think John Lynch got the general manager job with the 49ers?
Well, I thought that he'd be a good fit and stuff, and I got the job first and stuff, and so I told Jed York that I think that John Lynch would be a good guy and stuff, and I think I can get him out of the booth and stuff, and I think John and I can work well together and stuff, and so Jed, I think we should hire him and stuff.
Possibly.
Kyle Shanahan picked John Lynch to be the general manager of the team.
And stuff.
Because he's like, I think that guy might be a nice assistant and stuff.
Well, and somebody who he can bounce things off of, somebody who knows football, and a guy that he's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
And super smart out of Stanford. It was a great fit, and it's a great pairing.
Right. And so I'm not taking anything away from John. I'm not saying he doesn't have a voice in the room or a lot of power or that he's a figurehead or any of those things. But I think this is interesting, and this conversation will go somewhere too. There's also a ... and check this out. But Kyle Shanahan runs the show. And so I know how a lot of people think when we're talking about this stuff. And so some of you, I bet right now, are like, see? And that's why it's on Kyle if they don't win it all. Okay, not wrong. couldn't I also argue that roster, which every single person who watches football would say, that thing is stacked.
Sexy.
That thing is a delicious roster. Okay? Who gets the nod for that? Why is the roster so good? Especially when he walked into the room to get interviewed. Famously, the story goes, well, Kyle, what do you think? What would you do? He's like, well, your roster is terrible.
Yeah.
You have no talent here. So let's start there. And what are we? Is this year 7? Is it 7 years
I think
for Kyle?
he just finished year 7.
Okay. So in 7 years, and by the way, it didn't take this long because he was in a Super Bowl, 4 years ago also. Like, this roster, Kyle did this. And there have been major mistakes, starting with Trey Lance. And we could go on, and Reuben Foster and Solomon, and we could go on and on and on. There have been major mistakes. But I would argue there have been a lot more interesting finds. My God, has crushed the late rounds from Dre Greenlaw to George Kittle to Brock Purdy. And then you go into the free agency and all of that. Charvarius Ward and the Trent Williams trade and Kyle Juszczyk and everything else that they've done. The drafting of those 2 receivers, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, who we love so much. Kyle Shanahan. It's on Kyle Shanahan's watch. He's the one who is running the show.
Right, and you can see it in the draft, and you get to 31, and everyone's thinking about what they should do or might do, and he takes a receiver because he thinks that they probably need to bolster the receiver room, and he likes the player, and so that's the direction they go. And he even mentioned it about last year. He looked at the roster, and he realized that the one need they had was kicker. So he took a kicker in the 3rd round, and he doesn't give a crap what you think about that.
That's right. And what's funny about that is it's a little bit ruined the NFL draft for me because I get the whole fun, and you know this. We joked about it. I'm not a huge draft guy. Like, I don't want your draft grades the day after. I don't care. You don't know. You think you know. It's just content, and because people are interested. But the whole game of the draft is, right, as your team approaches, you're like, I hope they get this guy. I hope this guy. And the other thing we do is we need an offensive tackle. So I hope they take a tackle. And we'll say that without knowing a damn thing about who the fat guys are who are available at that pick. We need an offensive tackle. They should take it. Oh, crap, they took a receiver. And that's the fun of the draft. I don't ever look at it that way. I literally just wait until it's their pick, and then it's like that gif of the guy eating popcorn. Just get your popcorn ready. Like, I just want to see what happens. I'm not like, I go in with no expectation whatsoever. And I'm like just a dumb person. Like, well, let's see what Kyle does. Oh, okay. Ricky Pearsall. Well, I trust Kyle.
Right.
He's going to be right more often than not, so let's go with that.
Well, you can do that when you're picking 31.
Yes.
And when you trade up to number 2 and you end up taking Trey Lance, then that's all the excitement's going to be swirling in a different way because you made that trade to move up, and now they're going to take a quarterback, and which one? Is it going to be Mac Jones? They can't possibly take Mac Jones, can they? They can't possibly trade all the way up there and take Mac Jones. Mac would be available later. Why would you trade up to trade Mac Jones? So to the Chris Sims point about the Mac Jones rumor and that whole pick was swirling around, which quarterback would they take? When you're sitting at 31, they need a tackle and they need a linebacker and they need a tight end and whatever you want to think. You get to 31 and you're going to take the best available when you're a team that's already stacked.
So the Pearsall thing, right? So they take him.
Yeah.
And then I saw this earlier this week, and this is my thing now. This blurb that I'm about to read to you, this is what media will be like in hell if I ever end up there.
Wow.
I hate this stuff. This is so stupid to me. I understand the game. People want the content. Nobody wants a draft analyst. Like, how lame would it be if they're like, all right, the Niners take Pearsall. Let's go to Mel Kiper. Mel, what do you think? Well, guys, we'll see.
Back to you.
Back to you, Bob. We're going to have to find out in 3 years if he's actually good.
Right.
No one's paying anybody for that. So I get it. However, I find this to sound equally stupid. Okay? ESPN's Jeremy Fowler recently singled out the 49ers and the selection of Ricky Pearsall as the, quote, biggest head scratcher of the 2024 NFL draft. Quote, most teams I spoke to pegged him as a day 2 pick. Considering the 49ers still have Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk on the roster, bolstering the offensive or defensive line seemed like a sensible play. End quote. The stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, it's only stupid in terms of, what he thinks they need. Ultimately, it comes down to just one thing. Is he any good? Right. Well, if Ricky Pearsall turns out to be the next Tyreek Hill, then Jeremy Fowler is going to have egg on his face because at 31, it'll be, wow, yeah, man, what a find they had. Ricky Pearsall, this guy's a top 5 receiver in this league, and the Niners got him at 31. Well, what a steal.
Well, we got to pull this apart. It's so funny to me on so many levels. Most teams called him a day 2 pick. He was 2 picks away from being a day 2 pick.
Correct.
They took him 2 picks before a day 2 pick.
That's always my favorite.
So the 49ers kind of agree with you, Jeremy.
Right.
Okay, so that's number one.
And every other team kind of agrees with you because 30 teams, actually not quite 30 teams because Chicago passed on him twice. Minnesota passed on him twice, I believe.
Now, next one. Considering you've already got Deebo or Brandon on the roster, which they literally were in the midst of the weekend where you didn't even know if they were still going to be on the roster, number one. And number two, it seems highly likely that at least one of them won't be on the roster beyond this year. And then the third part, the sensible thing, bolster your offensive or defensive line by picking someone we don't like.
Right.
We don't like any of the people who are available at this pick right now that play offensive or defensive line. So you want us to pick someone we have not evaluated as high because they play a position that you think we need to be better at.
Right. And forget the fact that they did bolster their offensive line. They used 25% of their draft capital, I believe, on offensive linemen. They drafted accurate. 2 of the 8.
That is accurate.
So are you expecting them to reach for somebody at 31 who they think that they can get at 90 or wherever, as opposed to, hey, we really like this receiver and he's here at 31?
Dibs, good players never come out of the draft past the second round.
You're right. I should know better. Like half their team.
Hang on. Here's more from Fowler.
Okay.
Because he spoke to NFL personnel, and he said, there's another quote, an unnamed NFC personnel evaluator.
Ooh, boy.
Said, quote.
Sounds serious.
He can be a nice number 2 or number 3 receiver. Good player. But that was a bit of a reach, in my opinion. All right, let's unpack that for a minute. Does anybody who watches NFL football, do you like Jameson Williams? Detroit Lions, wide receiver, Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
You like him, right? Good player.
Had good, very fast players, I recall.
When did they pick him? What was that pick? What was his draft spot? Jameson Williams.
That was last year, right?
No, 2 years ago.
Okay.
Right? 2 years ago, Jameson Williams. When was he picked? Somebody grab that draft status.
I'll find it right here.
Yeah. Pretty sure he was a
12th.
Top 10?
He was 12th.
Number
he
12,
was the 4th receiver taken.
Number 12 overall, and largely, NFL fans will sit here today and be like, dude, I like that guy. I like Jameson Williams. It's been 2 years. What's the tail of the tape? We've got a gambling suspension.
Okay.
We've got a major injury. And what is he? What is he on the Lions?
He's their 3rd receiver. 4th if you count the tight end.
At best.
He has 25 catches in 2 years.
At best, he's their number 2 receiver. They just broke off the bank for their number 1 receiver. But here's the evaluator talking about pick number 31 saying, he could be a nice number 2. Good player, but kind of a reach. I would argue if you get a really good number 2 receiver at number 31, bravo, Bob. That's a pretty important position.
Right.
Your number 2 receiver. Look around the league. Justin Jefferson's team was like, we'll take Jordan Addison, please. Let's do that. The Miami Dolphins, they're like, Jalen Waddle. That sounds good to us, right? The Cincinnati Bengals are cruising around with T. Higgins. They're like, Jamar Chase sounds good to us. Like, if Ricky Pearsall a year and a half from now is a quality number 2 receiver in the 49er offense, home run pick. Home run.
Right.
Total home run.
And I'm looking at that same draft that you were just referencing, the 2022 draft, George Pickens, 2nd rounder. That's a home run pick for Pittsburgh. He's been fantastic as a 2nd round receiver.
Yes. It's pain in the rear, but yes.
But he's been productive.
He's a very good player. He's a very good player.
Rashad White, Tampa Bay, in the 3rd round. They're probably very pleased with that pick as well. And it goes on, and you look all the way down the draft. Like you said, you can find value later in the draft. Romeo Doubs was a 4th rounder. They got Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs in the same draft. Neither of them in the 1st round.
Right.
They were a day 2 and a day 3 pick, respectively. I think Green Bay's pretty pleased with their group right now.
Totally. And I'd argue if you've got a good offensive system and a good quarterback, then a lot of receivers can produce. A lot of them, right? Well, like, we have to admit that with receivers as well. They can be sort of reliant on what's going on around them. I know we say that about quarterbacks sometimes where we're like, well, who's his weapons? Right? The Bears, for years, they never have any weapons. Well, a very good quarterback in a good system can also produce weapons. Like those weapons, right? Tom Brady's receivers were like good, and then they would go to another team, and then they weren't good anymore.
Isaiah Pacheco was pick number 251 in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I believe he was the starting running back for the Super Bowl winning Chiefs. I think he's got 2 rings.
That's accurate.
2 rings in 2 years. And they also took Sky Moore in that same draft, which, but, Super Bowl champ. And he's a guy who's in a system, and he, didn't have to be dominant to play and get a ring. So a couple rings for Sky Moore as well.
One more quote, and this one will excite you.
You're piling on Fowler pretty good here.
Well, he does say one unnamed AFC executive acknowledged the appeal of picking Ricky Pearsall. Ready for this quote? This one is going to both anger and excite you at the same time.
I'll tell you how I feel. Don't tell me how to feel.
This is going to excite you and anger you.
I don't do anger anymore, Mark.
You're angry, Dibs. And that's awesome.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Mark really can't survive that when you play it.
I have no chance when you play it. I have no chance. Okay.
All right.
The unnamed AFC executive says about Pearsall, quote, they wanted a route runner like the Rams have in Puka.
Woo!
Probably see him in the exact same role.
Okay, let's go. That doesn't anger me at all.
Yeah, it does, because I won the fantasy league because Puka Nacua, because I got him on waivers the first week because I automatically got first waivers because of where I drafted. What do you think about that?
I'm angry, Mark. I'm angry, Jeff.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
Does anger
it
me
was
a little
awesome.
bit. Yeah.
All $1,000 was awesome.
Yeah.
It really was.
It's just, I'd like to say I'm over it, but I think the 3 of us, the 4 of us, I can't see Lucas, but he knows I'm not. I'll never be over it, but...
So you're excited and angry. I was right.
I am excited because Puka Nacua had not only a good year, but an historic year.
Unbelievable player.
Best rookie year in history.
4th rounder? 5th rounder?
That sounds right.
I wonder who was scratching their head.
Right. It's a reach.
When that... I hate that phrase. What does that even mean? It's a reach. Like, yeah, you had to reach for the phone to call the kid that you really, really like, and you picked him. You know what I mean? Like, here's another way of saying this. What if the Niners had picked Pearsall in round 2? Because he's a day 2 pick, Dibs.
I like the pick.
What if they'd picked him in round 2 and he sucked out loud? Then what would you say? Bust.
Of course.
You'd still be upset. You'd still be upset no matter when you get him. We're all still upset about the 3rd round running backs that they've been taking the last handful of years.
Puka was a 5th rounder.
5th.
And the 20th receiver taken in the NFL draft.
He's a
20th.
Star. He's a star. He's so good.
Taken after Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, and Michael Wilson.
So,
not to mention Tyler Scott and Charlie Jones.
When you argue, when he says it like that, they wanted a route runner like the Rams have in Puka. So, in other words, somebody who is very, very defined and talented with the way they run the routes. I would argue that means to me, like if Pearsall was a Panther, maybe you're right. He might stink. Because what does that do for you? You have a quarterback who can't even function. You have an offensive line that cannot create an offensive play. But if you put Pearsall in with the 49ers, and we got running backs and a quarterback and other receivers and a tight end and an offensive line and Trent Williams and blah, 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 and you're a fine route runner, dude, you're going to crush it. So in many ways, like, teams are not drafting the same player. So when another team goes, well, that was a reach. Yeah, maybe because your team sucks.
Right.
But on this squad, that dude's going to produce because we got a coach and a quarterback and an offensive system that does really well in this league.
And 2 receivers who are both really, really good. So you don't have the same expectation that even the Rams had with Puka Nacua because you had Cooper Kupp. He was hurt for a lot of the year. And so you needed Nacua to come in and do what he did. It was out of desperation, a little bit like the way TJD emerged and Podjemski with the Warriors. It was a need that got filled. The Niners likely, hopefully, knock on wood, won't have that need. So maybe it's a little bit of a redshirt year for Ricky Pearsall.
Maybe. I expect Ricky Pearsall to be a part of this whole thing this year.
Of course.
I really do.
But I don't think that he'll play. If Debo and Ayuk are both mostly healthy, I don't think he plays more than Jawan Jennings did last year, which is 33% of the snaps.
But I wonder if they've got new wrinkles this year. Like, I'd say this. If I'm Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, I come out of this last year, this experience, you lose to Patrick Mahomes again, and now Brock Purdy is turning into an experienced quarterback. Still very young. But now we've got a season and a half under our belt and 2 playoff runs. I am looking at this year and thinking, I think Christian McCaffrey needs fewer touches and Brock Purdy needs more throws. That's what I'm doing this year. We're not worried about UCLs anymore. Christian McCaffrey is approaching 30. We probably need to be more dynamic in the pass game. We need to scratch that itch a little bit. You need to bolster that. If you want to be able to get to a Super Bowl and a Mahomes or an Allen or a Burrow or whoever are waiting for you, we got to be able to go toe-to-toe with that and be a little bit more dynamic in the passing game. And maybe Pearsall helps out with that. Maybe you're going 3 wides a lot more. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know.
We can talk about this as we get closer, but I think when push comes to shove, it'll just be more running. Maybe it's Garendo, and maybe you get more Eli Mitchell. I think you're still going to run it more than you pass it because that's the Shanahan way.
Wasn't it like almost 50-50? I mean, they ran it more than they passed.
One of only 3 teams to run it more than they threw it.
But like barely. Barely.
One of 3 teams, Mark.
I hear you. All right. We still haven't gotten our Patrick Beverly rant.
Okay.
Out. And so that's coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'd love to hear from you. It's Willard and Dibs.
I've got a rant to deliver, but it's a positive rant because I'm a positive guy these days, Mark, and it's about...
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Fire Kyle right now.
Possibly.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, let's have some fun. 5 o'clock hour on the best day of the week, right?
Come on, man.
No, for real. It's Thursday night, y'all. College campuses are about to go off.
Yeah.
It's Thursday night. You know that?
I'm feeling it.
Okay.
And also, I love golf, and we've got 2 events this week, so I'll get home and throw on the Golf Channel, and there'll be a replay of one of the 2 events.
You are a wild man.
Well, put that baby down about 8:15, and I throw on the Golf Channel, bro. Woohoo!
What you doing tonight? Ooh, it's a big night. Big night.
Fruit salad on the Golf Channel.
I'm going to spoon food into another human being and turn on the Golf Channel.
Is she feeding herself these days? Totally. Exactly. Keep it down. She's sleeping. Come on, man.
All right, check this out. This will be fun. I promise. Especially if you all engage and participate. You know what that'll make it? Okay. Participation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Okay. Oh, gosh. Someone just grabbed my attention on YouTube. Loco Moco says, Bulls Tavern, Willard. That's a good listener. Or someone who went to Cal Poly.
Gotcha.
Because Bulls Tavern, that's where it all went down for the 21st birthday. Great. Let's drink. Thank you.
And Thursday nights as well.
Thursday nights, Farmers Market, San Luis Obispo, Higuera Street. Let's go. Tri-tip, beer, Bulls Tavern, pass out.
Okay.
No classes Friday. That was the way you did it, man. That's the way you do it. Now I'm a damn teacher at that school. That is so weird. Anyway, here's where we could really have some fun, okay? 888-957-9570. How do you currently feel about officiating in sports?
Why? I mean, why are you doing this, Mark?
And that's a great question.
I have a reason. I have multiple reasons.
I mean...
No, I do. Multiple reasons for asking this question.
Of course you do.
I do. I think before I speak.
Do you want my answer?
Sure.
The answer, how do I feel about it? I feel as if it is broken.
Okay.
We have a system now where everything is so scrutinized to where officials, I think, are hesitant to make the right call. Additionally, you've got some officials in some sports, and I won't name check them, but in Major League Baseball, you could name the 3 or 4 umps who are not good enough, and you could look at the NBA playoffs, and there are 3 or 4 officials in these playoffs who I think are having a really, really tough time, including one of them last night. And you look at a system where the calls that are being made are either flat wrong or open to critique. And when they are open to critique, you've got coaches, players, broadcasters, fans, bloggers, tweeters, podcasters. Everybody is weighing in, and they all have an opinion.
Yep.
And you're not wrong, but it doesn't help the situation when you have video review and then every call is now suddenly spread throughout the world and the criticism gets louder. Officiating is broken, and I don't know what the cure is.
Well, and you answer this in a way that I really understand. I know who you are. I know what you do in your free time, and I think a lot of our listeners know you officiate at the youth level. You've been involved in it for a billion years and all of that stuff. And so I get, I always hear this when you're talking about anything officiating related is I can almost, I don't want to like Roy Firestone. I'm not going to try to make you cry here, but I can hear the abuse that you've suffered when I hear you talk about officiating. And sometimes it's funny because we're sitting here talking about a Warrior game, and what's coming out of you is like those parents that are acting out at a youth game in Fairfax on a Saturday, and so it's like shading your opinion of what Steve Javie did, and it makes a lot of us chuckle. But I've also, like, we've watched it. We've all been there. Like the youth sports experience. I watched some video last night where someone got attacked. Right. Like a brawl.
Yeah.
In front of 8-year-olds. What are we doing, right? So that filters up to the pro level, and the review thing is a very interesting point. So here's what I'd say. There's a whole discussion to have here, and we would really love to hear from you. So 888-957-9570, you all line up on, like, how do you currently feel about officiating in sports? This could be any sport. How do you currently feel about officiating in sports? But before we do that, and before we tell you exactly why we're doing that, we have promised the rant. So let's rant.
Okay.
Adam Silver acted in an incredibly cowardly way yesterday. Cowardly. And I'm a huge Adam Silver fan. But Patrick Beverley was suspended for 4 games. Not for throwing a ball at a fan, but for throwing a ball at a fan twice, hitting 2 fans, and they looped in what they called inappropriate behavior toward a media member. So the whole evening for Patrick Beverley, the entire evening amounted to a 4-game suspension, which will happen at the beginning of next year and therefore be lost into the vortex of nothingness. And poof, that's it. So in 2024, where we are trying like hell, especially in sports, to see and hear all people in a different way, to make sure that the WNBA is seen and heard, female reporters seen and heard, female talk show hosts seen and heard, like everybody. Open this damn thing up a little bit, and you can like what you like and not like what you don't like, but like, let's open this up and just see it from multiple angles. In 2024, we have a player in the span of an hour huck a basketball at 2 fans' heads, one of them a woman who had nothing to do with anything. Then he heads to the locker room and acts like a complete buffoon to a very highly respected female media member with the whole comment about, if you missed it, he would not let her speak to him or even put a microphone in front of his face unless she, quote, subscribes to his podcast. All of these things happen within a span of an hour. And you come up with 4 games? 4 games? Why don't you just send a memo to the players union and say, if you don't like what fans are doing in the stands, go after them. Go after them. It's fine. If you don't like what the reporters are asking in the locker room, turn your back on them. Make sure that only you speak to people who are financially helping you, even though you're a millionaire. Why don't you send that memo to the Players Association? Because that's the message you just sent.
Right. And it's always been
ridiculous.
It's a joke. It's beyond ridiculous. It's an embarrassment. And I'm glad you called out Adam Silver, because it's his organization that hands down the punishment. And you waited about 4 or 5 days. And I know his season was over anyway, and he's a free agent. And I'm assuming that some team will pick him up. And maybe that's part of the reason why the suspension was so little, is because they don't want to deter another team from not picking up Patrick Beverley. If he got 10 or 20 games, his ability to get a new job with a new team, it goes down significantly. But the thing about it is, this is Patrick Beverley. This is a guy who's gotten more than 80 technical fouls in his career. This is a guy who's been suspended before. I'm looking just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago rather, he got suspended for forcefully shoving DeAndre Ayton in a game when the man wasn't looking. He got 3 games for that. And so now you rifle a ball not once but twice into the crowd, and you hit 2 different fans, and then you act like a complete donkey in the locker room. Those things combined, along with your history, your track record, should have amounted to much, much more. And we saw this with Draymond Green. Draymond Green got suspended indefinitely for his flail punch, I lost my balance, to Yusuf Nurkic, which was on the heels of the choking of Rudy Gobert. And the league felt like they had to send a message to Draymond. And so he got suspended indefinitely. Yet Patrick Beverley, who broke the fourth wall and involved the fans, which this is normally something that is punished much more severely, yet Adam Silver does nothing. And this is at the same time, and we talked about officiating. Think about Michael Malone charging at Mark Davis at the end of game two, during the game two, rather, doesn't even get a technical foul. And
Jamal Murray throws a heating pad
on the court.
And does not get suspended.
And doesn't get suspended. He gets $100,000, which,
it's a lot of money, but like whatever.
You know how much he makes a game? He makes about $400,000 a game.
More than $100,000.
So he got fined about a quarter.
Right.
That would be like, whoever's out there listening, you got docked 2 hours of your pay over the course of a 40-hour work week, which is annoying, but it's not a real punishment. So, Adam Silver, what happened to you, bro? You are toothless. You are benign. You are flaccid. You are Rob Manfred.
Ooh, well, I wouldn't have gone that far.
I did. I've called Rob Manfred flaccid for a long time. Flaccid Rob.
I mean, Adam Silver let the Warriors move from Oakland to San Francisco, not from Oakland to Sheboygan. So, a little bit different than Rob Manfred in my mind, but I hear where you're coming from. I do. So, very disappointing. It's like, to me, there's a lot when it comes to the whole discipline idea with Patrick Beverley or any player for that matter. I get it. It's hard to comp it to other things or whatnot, but when you get to a point where you are openly sending an attack toward the fans, then you're given a second to think about it and you do it again. Like that alone, forget the fact that you acted like a buffoon in the locker room with a respected member of the media. That alone, to me, is like, the conversation starts at 20 games. That's where it starts.
I think it starts at 10, but I'm not going to, quibble with you over how severe it should be. It definitely should be more than 4. And I think about the Dennis Rodman incident when he kicked a cameraman in the family jewels, and he got an easy 10 right there. He got a clean 10, and that was a long time ago. And that for me is about where it should have started. But, this topic is more than just punishment from the league. I do think that, and I don't want to get too societal on you, but the relationship between athletes and coaches and officials, it's beyond broken, and I don't know if it can be repaired.
I don't know that it was ever, you know what I mean? Like, it's built to be that way. It's built,
right.
It's
but I
built
think
to
now
be tense.
We have a structure where, because there's so much more press and there's so much more scrutiny. And one thing that really bugs me about basketball in particular, before you had instant replay review, the officials could handle things on the floor in a way that was not always based on 100% accuracy. In other words, if there's a rebound that goes up and the defender goes up and fouls the guy on offense and the ball goes off the offense, they would just give the ball to the offense.
Right. Right.
But now, because we have review, you can't do that. Because if you call it that way, then we're going to twirl our finger in the air, we're going to run over and put the headset on, and we're going to realize, well, geez, the defense actually should get the ball.
Yeah.
But in actuality, the defender fouled him. So now we got to call the foul, which leads to more boredom and more free throws because we can't adjudicate things ourselves on the floor anymore.
No doubt. And there's always going to be loopholes. It's like the slide at second base where you're like, he beat the throw there, but the human body bounces a little bit when it hits the base.
Right.
And if the infielder holds the glove on the player the whole time, well, technically he was off the bag for a second. And it's like, all right, he's out. It's like, well, that's not what we're doing. That's like that. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're trying to fix here. So there's always going to be holes. So it led to this question. This question got posed earlier. This is kind of a social media poll thing, but the reason this came up in part was because The Indiana Pacers have filed a complaint to the NBA over 78 different calls and non-calls from just the first 2 games in New York. And you can see what Rick Carlisle's doing. I mean, he literally used the phrase in his press conference the other day, like, well, for a small market team like us,
right?
He is all that now. He's planting a seed there, and he's saying, "I know, league. I know you like Lakers and Knicks and Warriors and Heat. I get it, and Dallas Mavericks. I know that's what you like, but we're a small market team, and so it's built to be against us. That does feel a little hot. 78 instances of incorrect or non-calls they submitted to the NBA that they feel put them at a disadvantage in games 1 or 2. Okay, so it leads to this question. How would you answer this? Given the amount of poor officiating across sports, which is already a bit of a pokey premise.
Is this our poll?
It's not our poll.
Okay.
It's a poll.
Okay.
Given the amount of poor officiating across sports, is it still considered a loser mentality to blame refs or officials for losses? Yes or no?
To me, it's an easy one.
888-957-9570. Given the state of officiating in sports, is it still a loser mentality to blame the refs following a loss? That is what the Indiana Pacers are currently doing.
Right.
They are blaming the refs. They're down 0-2, and they are blaming the refs.
According to the Yahoo Sports article I'm reading, they identified 29 calls in Game 1 and 49 in Game 2. And these plays have been submitted to the league office, and I feel bad for the video guy when Carlisle comes in after the game and says, hey, I got 49 clips for you to pull. You better get yourself a cup of coffee. You're going to be here for a little while. And I'm looking at the last 2-minute report from that opening game in the series, and there are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are about 23 calls in the last 2 minutes that were reviewed in the last 2-minute report. A lot of them are correct calls, correct non-calls, and there are 4 or 5 incorrect calls, which I wonder if you did the whole game, how many incorrect calls there would be over the course of an NBA game.
Well, first of all, you have to open up for the fact that this is somewhat subjective. So you can say, like, this is not just black and white, like It's correct or incorrect. We know this. 2 people can look at the same thing and see something different. Plus, like if you just want to legislate anytime there's contact, well, then hell, there's a foul 14 times per play. There's a foul all over the place. Like everybody's bumping into each other and everything. What's a foul? What's not a foul? So that's sort of my first response to it is we don't even necessarily know what is correct and incorrect.
Right.
The other thing I'd add, though, and I've made this point before with regard to that box at a baseball game now when we're watching on TV, I think that we've reached a time where the amount of technology we have is threatening our enjoyment of the game because we know too much within the process of watching the game. That box will only serve to upset you when you watch a baseball game because we've decided that there'll be a human being 60 feet away throwing the ball at 100 miles an hour, and it will miss that box by a centimeter. And the umpire goes, strike one. And we're like, idiot. How the hell is that guy supposed to know that it missed the box by a centimeter?
Right.
It's coming in at 100 miles an hour, but we know. We can see the little dot go, boop, it was right above the box.
Yeah.
Stupid idiot umpire. We need a review. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know how you're ever getting to say football, right? His foot touched one blade of white grass. It was off the green. He was out of it. Idiot. Well, we can see that now, and we're given this content constantly. Sometimes I watch a game and feel like the producers of the game are trying to anger me. You're trying to make me mad. You're trying to make me feel like my team is getting jobbed, because make no mistake, no fan ever has ever walked away from any game and not feel like they got jobbed. We're sitting here talking about small market, big market, and I'm watching comments fly up right in front of my face about how don't put the Warriors in that group. Don't put them in the big market group. They never get called.
Right. Steph Curry never gets called.
Want to know why we feel that way? Because that's our team.
Exactly. I mean, Steph gets the worst whistle of any superstar in the history of the association.
Ever. Except for probably not really.
Do you follow the account Ump Scorecards on Twitter?
I don't.
Scorecards.
I know it.
Fantastic account.
I think I follow Ump Auditor.
Okay.
Same thing.
Last night, Giants beat the Rockies 8-6.
Yep.
Nestor Ceja behind home plate.
Oh, never heard of him.
He had an overall accuracy of 95%
on
good. Balls and strikes.
Good job.
3.4% above the expected.
You're only expected to get 92% correct?
91 is the approximate.
Oh, I didn't even know what the expectation was.
I'm looking at this, and the Giants got an overall favor of 0.17 runs, which is a pretty low number. Sometimes you'll see this like, man, that team got helped by...
They got a run and a half.
Yeah, one of the big... and then they also break down the impactful missed calls, like top of the third, 2-2 count to Elliot Ramos. Strike 3 was called a ball. That's an impactful missed call. The guy was at 95%, and yet, fans will look at that 5% and say, well, if we had a robot ump, you wouldn't miss that 5%. So maybe we should just get to the point where AI, not Allen Iverson or Andre Iguodala, but let's just let the machines officiate the game, and we'll see what that does for your enjoyment and your flow.
Yep.
We'll just take the human element out of it and let the machines do it.
So you said easy answer. What's your answer to the question? Is that still a loser mentality?
It's a loser mentality. I mean, for the majority of calls, and we could go back to that Saints playoff game where it was clear-cut PI and they didn't call it as a pivotal play. I would say it's one in about maybe 500 games are decided by the officials. It has to be an absolutely pivotal play in a pivotal moment,
right,
for you to, I think, have an actual beef.
I think I agree with that. Like the one that always comes to my mind, and again, how do you feel about the state of officiating in sports? 888-957-9570. The one that always stands out, and maybe it's just because it's somewhat recent, was the year the Rams won the Super Bowl. When they played the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
And the absurd...
That's the one I was just mentioning,
absurd pass interference with Alvin Kamara. And even that is not a perfect answer, but that's at the end of a game, and it's the style of call based on where you are on the field and the score of the game. That's the kind of call that I look at and I go, that changed the outcome of the game. Or very highly likely. Sure, the Saints could have gotten the call and they could have fumbled the very next play, but very, very high likelihood that you changed the outcome of the game with that call. But that is very rare. I mean, walking out of a game and saying we got hosed by something that happened in the second quarter, that's not possible. That's not possible. There's never a game where there's not going to be a bad call in every quarter. But you have to look at like sort of what's the opportunity to rally back from it. Isn't that there's a driving rule about this? And I think it's like called last chance rule or something like that. And I forget because it's been so long since I've done driver's ed or any of these tests. My daughter's going to be doing the permit thing here pretty soon.
Okay.
So I gotta brush up on this and so that I can help her out a little bit. But it's kind of that idea of if you've got two cars, like which one is the last chance to sort of avoid the accident? And if you don't avoid the accident, it is more that person's fault. So it's like you had an opportunity to overcome,
of course,
what is obvious, which is that there are going to be frustrating calls made throughout a game. So for me, it's got to be at the very end, basically.
Right. It's got to be an absolutely ultra pivotal game, like the Fail Mary game, which was that Seattle Green Bay, and they throw the Hail Mary, and one guy said it was caught, and the other guy said it wasn't caught, and they squared off like the Spider-Man meme, and then they got together and they decided that it was a touchdown.
And they put the arms up right next to Pete Carroll, and he put his arms up with him, like it was almost like he called it with the ref. Touchdown.
And that
shout out replacement refs.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. And that's, again, that's an excuse. But I think when you look at the system that we have right now with the social media and the constant scrutiny, and Rick Carlisle coming out and saying, yeah, there's 78 calls that they're going to send in and dispute. Okay. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but how many other calls went your way? How many calls would the Knicks then submit? Well, the Knicks come out and say,
it's a good question.
What? We've got 64 calls. So the Pacers got a net screw job of 14 calls. Is that what we're looking at?
I'm going to go all the way back to 1983 for a second. Okay?
I remember this. Don Denkinger.
No. Don Denkinger.
Cardinals and Royals. No. You remember... he famously, I think it was Game 6, he blew a call at first base.
I do not remember. I was 8.
All right, I'll look it up.
But I do remember this.
That might have been 85.
And I was 8. So, Grandy, let me help you with what would have been like a better answer on a, quote, Hail Mary before your time, though. But this is how scarring an official can be. Dibs, I was 8. 8. You should not be stressed out about professional sports when you're 8.
Your kid is. When he was 8.
Yeah, he is.
Chip off the old block.
Really stressed now, and he's 10. I had to go shoot hoops at Whale Park down the street from my house because that's where I went. That was my meditation. When I was upset, like when Roger Craig fumbled against the New York Giants and the Giants went to the Super Bowl to play the Bills, I had to go shoot hoops for like an hour. And I had to go shoot hoops at age 8 because of Billy White Shoes Johnson. You'll remember the name. Most of our listeners
Houston
may
Oilers.
not. Well, eventually, but this was with the Atlanta Falcons in 83. Yeah. The 49ers are playing the Atlanta Falcons in 1983. The Niners, I don't remember the final score of the game. It doesn't matter. The Niners are up by less than a touchdown. The Falcons have the ball just inside the 50-yard line or so. They throw the ball up. Hail Mary. The ball is caught by Billy White Shoes Johnson at about the 4-yard line. He makes one move, he dives, and into the end zone he goes. Here's the problem. The knee was down at the 4, the elbow was down at the 2, the ball was down at the 1, and then the body just kind of slithered into the end zone well after all parts of the body were clearly down.
Was he touched?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And that official got really caught up in an exciting play. And that official put 2 arms up. That's a touchdown. Big problem in 1983. Guess what it was? No review.
Yep.
Touchdown. You know what we did have? We had instant replay.
Yep.
Just not for the refs. But I could see on TV, as could my dad, who had a little pulsating thing happen in his neck when the 49ers lost. His neck would start pulsating, like you could see it with your eyes. We're always worried there was going to be something that goes wrong for my dad in a 49er game because his body would literally have a reaction when the 49ers lost a tough game. And I sat there and watched. He was down, Dibs, not at the 1. He down at the 2. It was not even close. I'll show you the highlight in a sec. Those of you listening, go look at it. Billy White Shoes Johnson, 1983. Not close. Down. Down way before the end zone.
1986 is when instant replay started. And one of the big reasons, well, the biggest reason was the Mike Renfro catch, Houston Oilers, 1980. They were going to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Renfro goes up in the back of the end zone and catches it, and they ruled him out. I mentioned the Don Denkinger.
Yes.
It was actually 1985, Mark. It would have been the final out of the World Series, and he blew the call at first. The Royals would go on to rally and win 2-1, and then the next day they beat St. Louis 11-0 in Game 7 to win the World Series. So as far as blown calls go, and can you blame the ump for a loss? Yeah, Cardinal fan would blame Don Denkinger, and I'm sure they still do. nearly 40 years later.
I'm watching the highlight again right now.
White shoes.
Buddy. It still makes me mad. Oh, my God, he's so down. The whole body is on the ground, tackled by two people before the 1 yard line. And the ref is like, yeah. Oh, my gosh. And he did that little crazy legs dance in the end zone, and there's just bedlam and celebration. And I'm not over it. I'm not over it. It's only been 41 years.
Right.
I mean.
Well, and now it would be reviewed, and it would be most likely.
Oh, it's not even close.
Well,
it's not even close.
What's funny is, even with instant replay review now, there are plays that we think aren't even close, and yet they don't get overturned or they get upheld depending on which way it was initially called, the call on the field, and some things can't actually be reviewed, which is, for some reason, kind of a laughable thing.
I'm showing Dibs right now the freeze frame.
He looks short. He looks a wee bit short.
I mean, his elbows on the ground, his shoulders on the ground, his butt's on the ground, and not a piece of him has reached the end zone yet.
Now,
and he's been tackled by three people.
And the ball's in his trail hand, too. So he doesn't look like it didn't look like he got in, Mark.
Oh, my God. It was brutal, brother. It was brutal.
Well, all of this has led us to where we are today, which is we're going to review it. And I wouldn't necessarily say that we get that many more calls right. And you see it in Major League Baseball all the time where you review stuff. It's like, oh, my God, how are they not overturning that? It looks as plain as day. Yeah. And yet,
You know where we're going, by the way, in baseball. They have it in the minor leagues in a lot of different spots. And I don't know if any of you have done the dive to look at what it looks like. You will like this part of it. They have perfected how quickly they can do it. The good news of that box being there is that it's incredibly obvious immediately whether it's a strike or not. So an umpire can call the strike and the player immediately taps the helmet. Tap the helmet. They turn around and look up, and I'm telling you, this takes less than 5 seconds. They turn around, they look up. Oh, actually, it wasn't a strike. Okay, ball 3. Right back to the mound. So the good news is I do think they can do this quickly, but it is coming like a freight train. You're not going to be able to stop it. And I'm kind of with you, something you said earlier about like what you miss in baseball.
Right.
Which is some of the most fun moments, not that you're looking for this, but, dude, managers going crazy and turning their hats sideways and kicking dirt on the umps. When's the last time it happened? I don't even know. I can't even remember.
Well, Aaron Boone got thrown out for what a fan said. So if we want to talk about, where's the state of officiating today, Major League Baseball, the relationship between umpires, players, and managers, they need to all sit down and do some ayahuasca and talk about how they can get this thing right and talk about their feelings, because you've got umpires now just throwing people out over nothing. There's a pitcher the other day who just made a gesture that pitch was outside.
Right.
The ump rips off his mask and does the 5-step walk around. Yeah! And you're gone. We're just throwing people out for nothing. Meanwhile, in the NBA, you can barge on the floor and get in Mark Davis's face.
You can attack the fans.
And that's fine. And in the NFL, you never see the ref throw a 15-yarder on the coach. I'm not saying we need to get to that point, but you've got coaches who will peel off the headset and just give it to the side judge.
You have to bump a ref to get a 15-yard flag.
Unless it's college. We got a sideline warning.
I mean, can you imagine in the emotion of football, the physicality of football, what we know that those players are like in that moment? Can you imagine what gets said to the ref? And you never see a damn, in the NBA, technical fouls for what people say all the time. In baseball, you get thrown out for looking at somebody wrong. Like, you showed me up. You can't act like you thought that was a strike when it wasn't. You're out.
Anthony Edwards got teed up for staring at someone after he dunked on him.
There you go.
Taunting.
In football, those refs must get all the time. and you couldn't, like, what could you even do? Imagine a ref doing it, throw the flag up. I mean, yeah, you can call unsportsmanlike conduct.
You imagine throwing a coach out. Kyle Shanahan's been ejected from the ball game.
We're talking.
Seriously. Like, NFL coaches, you almost never get a flag, let alone get ejected. Like, occasionally we'll see it in the English Premier League where a manager will get a red on the touchline. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
He lost his cool, but it's not like he's calling plays.
No, there's a sensitivity that I do wish wasn't there. Like, it has gotten, you talk about the relationship. It has gotten so sensitive that, and the best example is what happened to Aaron Boone last week. When people are getting thrown out, and like, by the way, that should have been reviewed. You throw a guy out for not doing anything, and it was a misunderstanding. Why can't we go to the video on that? Right. By the way, that did not get changed. Aaron Boone literally said nothing. He said nothing, and he got thrown out of a game.
Right. And it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
It does definitely hit me in a different way because I do youth officiating. One thing I will say is because the pros act the way they act, it has filtered down to youth sports. And the more acrimony there is in youth sports, the fewer people that want to do the job. And the fewer people that want to do the job, the more people without experience and ability are doing the job, which only makes things worse.
We're sponsored by Lucky California and not done yet on Willard and Dibs.
Lucky knows that moms have a special kind.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I tell you what, it's hard to make a ref or an ump lovable. But I don't know, man. It's almost heading that way. Like I do think that nobody comes out of a game thinking about, let's give the refs a break. I just look at it now and go, this environment and sort of the technology that's been created, you can only ask a human being to do what a human being can do. It's kind of like my theory on baseball right now and how the mound might need to be lowered because human beings can't hit 102-mile-an-hour cheese on the block. They can't do that. Same way that an umpire can't tell you that 102-mile-an-hour cheese was a centimeter outside.
Exactly.
So I don't know.
I mean, having done some low-level high school and little league home plate umpiring to track the ball and figure out high-low, inside and outside at even 75 miles an hour with movement, it's not easy. It takes practice. And these are the best in the business to do it, Angel Hernandez notwithstanding. But the fact that they're able to hit on 95% of the calls, to me,
it's actually pretty
really
crazy.
impressive.
It's amazing. It really is. League Pass Luke has something for us, but we do want to go to the calls really quick. Tony in San Diego, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Yeah, hey, guys.
Hey, Tony.
So a handful of years back when I came down to San Diego, I was in college, and I decided to ref high school basketball just to make some extra money. I played basketball growing up, but I never refed. I thought it'd be a good idea, so I start going, and, they're giving me the freshman girls games, because that's what you give the new refs. And I lasted about half a season. Not only was there a foul or a travel on every single play, I had the coaches and I had, moms, mostly dads, just screaming at me. Half of these players, it was their first year playing basketball, and I had these people just, like belittling me, screaming at me, just saying God knows what over this, freshman girls basketball game. It wouldn't matter if it was boys, but my question is then, why would people want to subject themselves to that? Like, why would you ref? Why do these NBA refs, I know they get paid well, but when you look at every time down the floor, and I'm a Warriors fan, but Draymond and all these guys, I mean, they're just yelling, they're ripping into these refs like all the time. Players are allowed to get in their face and give them the third degree. It's no wonder that refs now are becoming, more sensitive and just wanting to just nip it in the bud. And I just think that the NBA is the most visible sport. You see everyone's faces, you see the refs' faces. It's all just right out there for you. I think what we see going on in the NBA really is the main thing that's trickling down to, youth sports and things like that, where we just feel like we can just treat the refs however we want. I'm not saying I have a different sort of take on NBA refs and their skill level and how they ref, how they officiate. That's separate. But they're humans. Like, what do we expect from them?
Well, I mean, Tony, I'd say this. You say, why would anyone do that? I mean, why does anyone do any job? There are a lot of people who have unpleasant jobs. I would never argue that being an NBA ref, and I had a cousin who had this job, and he loved this job. He thank you. He loved this job and did it very, very well, and actually had an interesting path to get there. He was an umpire and an NBA or a basketball ref at the collegiate level, and then opportunity knocked, and he ended up in the Pac-10, and then he ended up in the NBA, and at that time was the youngest NBA ref in the history of the league. When they expanded from 2 refs to 3, that's what gave him his opportunity. He was good at it, and it paid him well. That's why most people